On Heaven Do Star, 3 strange phenomena suddenly occurred simultaneously. First, a young girl awoke after being frozen in ice for tens of thousands of years. Second, a young man was washed ashore on a beach by the sea and subsequently woke up. Like the girl, they both had no idea who they were or why they were there. The third event was even more bizarre. Deep beneath the ultra-low temperature permafrost of the far north, a 100,000-year-old egg was discovered, from which a baby boy hatched. Stranger still, after hatching, the baby boy ravenously ate his own eggshell. Witnessing all of this, the young man referring to Lan Shao could hardly believe his subordinate's report, let alone what was unfolding before his eyes. Another child hatched from an egg. How could this be considered normal? As Nan Cheng approached, she saw the child ravenously devouring the eggshell. Lan Shao was in a terrible mood at this moment. If all data indicated that this child was just an ordinary Earth human, then their expedition would have yielded nothing but these eggshell fragments. So Lan Shao ordered his subordinates to collect the eggshell fragments for later research. However, as soon as they took the eggshells away, the child began screaming and crying, inconsolable no matter what they did. "You took his food away, of course he'd cry," Nan Cheng said grumpily. Lan Shao then picked up a piece of eggshell and put it in the child's hand. The child immediately began eating it with relish and stopped crying. Unsure what else to do, they decided to let the child eat a bit more for now. However, he ate the eggshells remarkably fast, and in the blink of an eye only a small portion remained. Seeing this, Lan Shao felt compelled to issue a warning, fearing the incident might cause trouble. Not long ago, the Federation had severely punished a case of scientific fraud, and their current situation would be impossible to explain away even with 100 mouths. Lan Shao sighed, stating that he would personally step forward to explain the gravity of the matter. The remaining eggshells had to be kept for research. Although the child started crying again, they had no other choice, hoping to discover something from these remnants. Otherwise, all of today's discoveries would only bring them a heap of trouble. On the return journey, the child became a special research subject. He was placed in a glass enclosure, still crying incessantly. As night fell, the spaceship entered autopilot mode. The research team members had all fallen asleep. However, the scattered eggshell fragments placed separately suddenly reconnected themselves. Then these fragments transformed into a golden light, flew directly towards the child's area and entered his mouth. Only then did the child stop crying and fall into a deep sleep. The next morning, Nan Cheng woke up and immediately wanted to check on the child. However, when she reached the experimental subject monitoring room, she found Lan Shao and all other team members gathered there, each with a solemn expression. Nan Cheng approached, finally understanding why everyone looked that way. The last few pieces of eggshell they had kept were gone. They certainly didn't believe a team member would do such a thing, so they activated the surveillance system. Lan Shao was certain the eggshells couldn't just vanish into thin air. However, he didn't get the answer he wanted. The eggshell fragments had indeed evaporated, leaving no trace. Their only remaining clue was the child. Nan Cheng immediately and decisively declared that she would adopt the child. Although his origin was unknown, she wanted to be his mother because he had none. Lan Shao sighed. They didn't even have children of their own, and suddenly one appeared. He certainly couldn't let Nan Cheng bear this responsibility alone, so he also agreed to become the child's father. Several members of the research team, seeing this, were very excited and offered their congratulations to the couple. Then, Lan Shao resumed his usual serious demeanor and solemnly announced before everyone, "I truly apologize for this matter. If there are any new discoveries concerning this child in the future, I will certainly share all credit with everyone." "Actually, a little less credit won't matter," everyone replied, then asked, "Boss, since you've adopted this child, shouldn't he be given a name?" The spaceship returned as planned. 3 days later, they took the child of unknown origin to the Soul Beast Research Institute. Aside from unconfirmed analyses, all investigation results showed normal. No one ever mentioned the expedition again. To give the child a legal identity, Lan Shao and Nan Cheng quickly set a wedding date. The child thus received a birth certificate and was named Lan Xuanyu. 6 years later, at the Heaven Do Star branch of the Federation Academy of Sciences, a scientist had just arrived, ready to carry out her mission. Her mission was to bring Nana, the experimental subject from the Wild Winter Revival event 6 years prior, in for examination. According to federal law, anyone of unknown identity must undergo 6 years of observation. If they pose no danger and are sponsored by someone, they can obtain an identity. If they remain normal after 10 years of observation, they can obtain permanent identity. Today, if Nana completes her procedures, she can become a legal temporary citizen of the Federation. Nana's expression was somewhat complex after hearing what the person said. She wasn't sure what she remembered, only that she had faint impressions. On Duluo Star, another person had just undergone the same monitoring process as Nana, Tangla. He was the long-haired young man found on the beach 6 years ago. Based on 6 years of observation, he was entirely normal. And with Le Qingling as his guardian, Tangla also became a legal temporary citizen. Over the next 10 years, as long as he abides by the law, he will be formally recognized as a citizen. When the observation process concluded, as soon as Tangla walked out, Le Qingling jumped up with joy. "Ha ha ha, success, from now on, you're mine." Starting 6 years ago, she had to face the awkward situation and headache of bringing home a person of unknown origin. Tangla always followed her everywhere, causing her to lose opportunities to make new friends and remain without a boyfriend. but none of that mattered now because Le Qingling's carefully nurtured star project was finally beginning to take effect. For this project, Le Qingling, who typically disliked studying, diligently researched celebrity economics for over 2 years. She named this mysterious big brother Tang Le, firmly believing he was a natural-born star who would one day become a great superstar and help her get rich. Meanwhile, on Tinluo's star, there was another person of unknown origin who also appeared 6 years ago, the now 6-year-old Lan Xuanyu. Today was the day he could acquire his martial soul. If he could gain soul power, he could become a soul master. Lan Xiao personally brought his son, actually feeling very worried because the child's origin was extremely unusual. If many people discovered it, it definitely wouldn't be a good thing in reality. Lan Xiao just wanted to say that no matter what the child's martial soul was, he only hoped to protect his safety. Lan Xiao was willing to give all his credit to others, wishing only for his child to grow up safely. Lan Xuanyu stood in the center of the testing area. When the process began, he suddenly felt warmth spread throughout his body. But this feeling didn't last long because immediately afterward, Lan Xuanyu felt an unbearable itch. Gradually, this sensation turned into pain, causing the child to fall to his knees and scream. Hearing the sound, Lan Xiao anxiously rushed in. He saw a clump of blue silver grass appear in his son's hand, and Lan Xuanyu's pain had now disappeared. "Director, what a pity. Do we need another test?" The person in charge, standing beside Lan Xiao, asked. "No need, we'll try again ourselves at home. You just need to register Lan Xuanyu's martial soul as blue silver grass," Lan Xiao replied. At this moment he was filled with doubt. His son Lan Xuanyu was a child hatched from an egg, yet his martial soul was merely the trashy blue silver grass. This was also why the staff member had just sighed in regret, but Lan Xiao felt something was off. If it truly was blue silver grass, it couldn't have such immense power. So what exactly happened? After bringing Lan Xuanyu home, Lan Xiao and Nan Cheng personally checked their son's soul power, and the results astonished them even more. The child's soul power reached innate full soul power level 10, naturally possessing abundant spiritual power. If it was just the trashy blue silver grass martial soul, how could it possibly possess such abundant and powerful soul power? Lan Xiao and Nan Cheng exchanged bewildered glances. After some thought, he sat opposite his son and instructed, "Xuanyu, promise Dad one thing. You can't tell anyone about today's testing ceremony. If anyone asks about your spiritual power, just say you're rank 3. Rank 3? I understand, Dad. So am I amazing or not amazing?" Lan Xuanyu asked innocently. Lan Xiao nodded, then replied, "Amazing, of course my son is amazing. Starting tomorrow, Dad will teach you basic soul power cultivation. Now go back to your room." Lan Xuanyu obediently listened. After he returned to his room, Lan Xiao and his wife still felt very nervous. According to Nan Cheng, there was someone in history who awakened blue silver grass but had abundant innate soul power. But Lan Xiao immediately dismissed this conjecture. I mean, Xuanyu's martial soul is blue silver emperor, but don't forget, this child hatched from an egg. It's impossible for him to have a direct connection to the plant system. Whether it's blue silver grass or not, the disclosure of his soul power level is still under our control, and this can help prevent our son from being taken away. Lan Xiao said that Lan Xuanyu's soul power strength didn't matter because the most important thing was for their family of 3 to be together. Nan Cheng also nodded repeatedly as she only wanted her son too. But neither of them knew that while they were worrying about Lan Xuanyu, the child was happily playing in his room with the strange soul power he had just awakened. That night, as Lan Xuanyu slept soundly, a golden light emerged from his right wrist and a silver light appeared from his left wrist. The 2 lights flew up, circled in the air, then merged together, transforming into a ring that settled on Lan Xuanyu's thumb. The next morning, Lan Xiao entered the room to wake his son, intending to teach him how to cultivate soul power. He quickly noticed the strange ring on his son's finger and asked him where it came from. However, only upon hearing his father's question did Lan Xuanyu discover the ring, and he replied, "I don't know, it's not mine." Thus Lan Xiao and his wife had yet another problem to ponder, especially when the ring couldn't be removed. When Lan Xiao's hand touched the ring, a very powerful force pushed him away. Lan Xiao thought they should perhaps observe for a while before reporting to their superiors, but Nan Cheng adamantly refused to report it. Lan Xiao could only comply with his wife's wishes, secretly hoping that nothing unusual would happen. However, unusual circumstances soon arose. Just 10 minutes later, while teaching Lan Xuanyu the mysterious heaven skill, Lan Xiao actually saw that his son possessed 2 martial souls. The innocent child didn't understand what was happening, while Lan Xiao stumbled backward in shock. Could this be a soul beast recultivating? Not necessarily. If it were a soul beast recultivating, it should have been detectable, Lan Xiao mused. Lan Xuanyu saw that his father looked unwell and asked, "Dad, what's wrong?" Lan Xiao shook his head. "Dad's fine, son. Can you retract the blue silver grass yourself?" Lan Xuanyu said he would try. And indeed he retracted the blue silver grass martial soul from his left hand by himself. Lan Xiao could only first teach his son to retract the martial soul, then to circulate the mysterious heaven skill. For the next 3 days he secretly investigated Lan Xuanyu, fearing that something else unusual might happen to the child. Fortunately, everything after that was perfectly normal. After consulting with Nan Cheng, Lan Xiao decided to conceal this matter. Every day he carefully reminded his son to only use the blue silver grass from one hand. Lan Xiao also fabricated an origin for the ring, claiming it was an ancestral heirloom. In short, anything that could be concealed should be. Soon after, he also arranged for his son to go to school. The school Lan Xiao chose was the Purple Orchid City branch of the Tinluo Junior Soul Master Academy. It was the best junior Soul Master Academy in the city. Nan Cheng also knew that Lan Xiao must have gone to great lengths to get their son into this school. On the way to school, Lan Xiao continuously comforted his son, telling Lan Xuanyu that he would make many new friends at school. Additionally, there was one more thing. He had slightly altered the record, stating his son was 7 years old. Therefore, Lan Xiao instructed Lan Xuanyu to tell outsiders he was 7 and had started school a year late due to illness. Normally, Lan Xuanyu was a very obedient child, but this time he began to wonder. "But Dad, didn't you and Mom say good kids shouldn't lie?" "Many times, for the sake of protecting yourself or others. White lies are permissible, son," Lan Xiao replied. Lan Xuanyu no longer wondered after hearing this. He just nodded and said he understood. Aside from Lan Xuanyu, there were also new students at the Purple Orchid City Branch Soul Master Academy today. A 6-year-old girl named Yi Lingtong. At the new student registration office, Yi Lingtong underwent a spiritual power test, and the results showed her spiritual power level reached 8. The teacher in charge of new student registration was very surprised. Because a child naturally possessing rank 8 spiritual power was truly extraordinary, the testing process was quite fast. Just after Yi Lingtong was admitted, Lan Xiao and his son arrived. As he entered the office, he saw a stern military man who was Yi Lingtong's father. Lan Xiao quickly stood at attention and saluted Principal. "Hello." The military man returned Lan Xiao's salute solemnly, then looked down to see a tender yet vibrant face. "Hello, Uncle," Lan Xuanyu greeted politely. Faced with such an angelic face, even the sternest person couldn't help themselves. Yi Lingtong's father then reached out and patted his head, but his daughter saw it. Yi Lingtong unhappily called out "Dad," which made the military man immediately retract his hand and resume his stern demeanor. "My name is Yi Feng," he introduced himself, then asked Lan Xiao, "Are you a civilian officer?" "Yes, Principal." "Hello, my name is Lan Xiao." Yi Feng gave a perfunctory acknowledgement and then left. But Lan Xiao stood there looking very nervous. The name Yi Feng, he seemed to have heard it somewhere before. That was an extraordinary individual. Lan Xuanyu walked forward, obediently greeted the registration teacher and introduced himself. The teacher couldn't help but inwardly sigh. "What a handsome little boy this is." Yi Lingtong, hiding behind the door, also peeked out curiously. Because her father, who was usually so stern that he was almost tense, had just so gently patted Lan Xuanyu's head, which made her very curious about this new friend. Subsequently, Lan Xuanyu also had to undergo a testing process similar to Yi Lingtong's. At this point, Lan Xiao could no longer conceal his son's exceptionally high spiritual power. Yi Lingtong was also incredibly surprised when she heard that Lan Xuanyu's spiritual power even surpassed hers, reaching rank 11. After bidding farewell to Lan Xiao and walking through the inner door, Lan Xuanyu was suddenly called out to by the girl. "Hey, you're rank 11? Yi Lingtong asked unhappily. Is something wrong?" Lan Xuanyu asked back, confused. "HMPH, that's just average. I'll surpass you soon. When I'm 7, I'll definitely show you." Lan Xuanyu became even more bewildered, not understanding where this girl came from to be so bossy towards him. Seeing Lan Xuanyu's expression, Yi Lingtong thought he was defiant and wanted to scold him again. But when she got closer, she saw how handsome he was, and her competitive spirit was immediately overwhelmed by her infatuation with handsome boys. So, Yi Lingtong made an even more outrageous request. "Let me pinch your face." Lan Xuanyu actually agreed, only cautioning her to be gentle, but Yi Lingtong still pinched very hard, then found Lan Xuanyu's skin incredibly comfortable to touch, while he himself was pinched so hard that half his face turned red. Lan Xuanyu looked wronged, then said, "It hurts so much. You're not a good person. I don't like people like you, so I won't like you." Yi Lingtong snorted loudly, then turned around muttering, "Who wants you to like me anyway?" There were over 100 new students admitted to the school this year, divided into 6 classes. Class assignments were determined by martial soul cultivation methods. Yi Lingtong was assigned to Class 1, focusing on strong attack types. Lan Xuanyu was assigned to Class 2, control types. One day after school, as Lan Xuanyu walked out of the school gate, he saw his father waiting to pick him up. "Xuanyu, how was your first day of school?" Lan Xiao asked eagerly. The little boy replied that he was very happy, had made many new friends, and everyone was very nice to him, but then asked a seemingly unrelated question. "Dad, if someone wants to pinch my face in the future, can I refuse?" Lan Xiao was momentarily stunned by this childish question, then smiled and replied, "Of course you can, that's your freedom." Lan Xuanyu quickly adapted to school life, where the curriculum was divided into 2 parts. In the mornings, students learned basic knowledge about soul beasts and soul masters, and in the afternoons they had practical combat training. However, for first-year students, the so-called practical combat training was actually just physical conditioning. That afternoon, all classes went to the playground for training. Yi Lingtong's gaze was fixed on Lan Xuanyu. Though she was unwilling to admit it, Lan Xuanyu's statement that he didn't like her when they first met at school had always bothered her. This further ignited Yi Lingtong's strong competitive spirit. Their training today involved running 3 laps around the playground, followed by free warm-ups. As soon as the teacher gave the starting signal, Yi Lingtong burst forward. Driven by a strong desire to win, she sprinted past Lan Xuanyu with all her might. Seeing this, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but say, "People often say shame spurs courage." And it's true, this comment hit Yi Lingtong right where it hurt. She immediately flushed with anger and retorted, "So you know I'm competing with you, you lost." "Who said I'm competing with you?" Lan Xuanyu innocently asked back, which infuriated Yi Lingtong even more. "Why do you have no competitive spirit at all? Are you even a boy? What does competitive spirit have to do with being a boy?" Lan Xuanyu left Yi Lingtong speechless. She then sped up, running further and further, leaving Lan Xuanyu far behind. The teachers observing from outside noticed that Lan Xuanyu wasn't running very fast, which was unexpected for a child with 11th rank spiritual power. However, another teacher believed that while Lan Xuanyu's speed was a bit slow, his pace was steady. His personality was also generally calm. So this wasn't entirely unexpected. As the two were discussing this, they suddenly saw what appeared to be a conflict in the distance. Yi Lingtong was standing in front of Lan Xuanyu, fiercely pointing at his face, then declared, "I want to have a match with you." In stark contrast to the girl's aggressiveness, Lan Xuanyu was as calm as water. He said he didn't want to compete with Yi Lingtong because at home his mother always taught him that good boys shouldn't bully girls. This explanation was clearly reasonable but dealt an even more severe blow to Yi Lingtong's self-esteem. "You think you can bully me? It's clearly me who's bullying you," she said, rushing towards Lan Xuanyu. The other students merely watched the commotion. In the blink of an eye, Yi Lingtong successfully grabbed Lan Xuanyu's sleeve, intending to throw him down and make him lose face. Before Lan Xuanyu could react, she had already pulled him into a falling posture. Yi Lingtong also felt it was too easy, as Lan Xuanyu seemed to have no combat experience, but she suddenly felt a heavy weight behind her, as if she were carrying a mountain on her back. Yi Lingtong tried with all her might but couldn't throw him down. Instead, she was ultimately pushed down by Lan Xuanyu, falling to the ground in a very unsightly manner. This greatly surprised the observing teachers because the wrestling move had initially been executed perfectly, yet it ended up like this. Lan Xuanyu sat on the ground pointing at Yi Lingtong with his innocent face and complained, "Teacher, she hit me." Meanwhile, Yi Lingtong, the instigator, had already fallen unconscious. The teachers were terrified and immediately shouted to have her sent to the infirmary for examination. Yi Lingtong was taken to the infirmary for an examination. The results showed that besides a minor muscle strain, there was nothing serious. But more than this trivial injury, what frustrated her even more was that she not only lost but was also knocked down by Lan Xuanyu in front of so many people, completely losing face. Yi Lingtong simply couldn't understand why Lan Xuanyu suddenly became as heavy as a mountain, so she had to go back and ask her father. Yi Feng pondered for a long time, then replied, "His spiritual power is rank 11, it's likely due to his soul ring." After hearing this, Yi Lingtong's fighting spirit was rekindled. She vowed that once she reached rank 11, she would defeat him fairly and avenge today's humiliation. Time passed quickly, and it had been half a year since Lan Xuanyu enrolled in school. Final exams were approaching. Today he was in a very good mood because Lan Xiao had promised him that if he did well on his final exams he would take him on a spaceship to Heaven Do Star for fun. But Lan Xuanyu's happiness didn't last long as he ran into Yi Lingtong, who had a challenging expression on her face. Before he could say anything, she spoke first. "Lan Xuanyu, did you know, this practical class will have first and second year students taking the exam together. That's so unfair to test like that. Most students haven't reached rank 11 yet." Lan Xuanyu replied. Yi Lingtong seemed to be waiting for his words to show off her strength. "Oh, so you didn't know? I've already reached rank 11 and have a soul skill. Also, the teacher said that to cultivate boys' agility, girls can choose their opponents for this afternoon's test." As soon as Yi Lingtong said this, Lan Xuanyu already knew what her next sentence would be. This stubborn girl would definitely choose him as an opponent this afternoon. Sure enough, as soon as they arrived at the playground in the afternoon, Yi Lingtong immediately told the teacher in charge that she wanted to choose Lan Xuanyu as her opponent. He wasn't surprised, nor was he worried. The second-year control system students were all cheering for Lan Xuanyu, and the two would be the first to go. He faced Yi Lingtong's proud face. She had waited a full half-year just to let Lan Xuanyu know how formidable she was. As soon as the starting signal was given, Yi Lingtong immediately unleashed her martial soul, the Heaven Gang Dragon, and scales had already appeared on her hands. Her pupils narrowed, emitting a terrifying golden-yellow light. Facing this surging aura, Lan Xuanyu also summoned his martial soul. However, his blue-silver grass appeared too weak compared to hers. Yi Lingtong understood the principle of striking first, so she launched the first attack. Lan Xuanyu, however, was even more resolute. He calmly unfurled a massive water shield in front of himself. Even so, Yi Lingtong's speed did not diminish in the slightest. Her Heaven Gang tyrant body allowed her to leap into the air, accelerating rapidly like an arrow shooting straight towards Lan Xuanyu. Just as Yi Lingtong thought she was about to penetrate the opponent's water vortex shield, another accident occurred. Her Heaven Gang tyrant body actually disappeared. Yi Lingtong was once again knocked to the ground by Lan Xuanyu. This situation, where a soul skill failed in battle, also greatly surprised the teachers. And this clearly dealt a heavy blow to Yi Lingtong. She sat down on the ground and began to cry loudly, muttering repeatedly, "Impossible, impossible." After the test, Lan Xuanyu obediently returned home. At home he was still diligently studying martial souls and training. But suddenly Lan Xuanyu heard the urgent sound of the doorbell. Through the surveillance camera he saw Yi Lingtong's fierce face. "It's me, open the door quickly." Lan Xuanyu was slightly startled. Could this little girl have been defeated by him today and specially come for revenge, and how did she know where he lived? "My dad," asked the teacher. "Your dad brought me here," Yi Lingtong said again. Learning that Yi Feng had also arrived, Lan Xuanyu had no choice but to open the door. Compared to their first meeting, Yi Feng looked even more stern and rigid. However, upon seeing Lan Xuanyu he still greeted him politely, then said that his unannounced visit today was about his daughter's exam. Yi Feng was very curious and wanted to personally see Lan Xuanyu's martial soul. "Uncle, please come in, but my mom and dad aren't home right now," Lan Xuanyu said obediently. Yi Lingtong ran inside, looked around, then pouted, complaining that Lan Xuanyu's house wasn't as big as hers. That wasn't the main issue. Yi Feng heard his daughter say that her soul skill suddenly disappeared during the match, and he wanted to know what Lan Xuanyu had done at the time. "I just controlled the water elements to block her. She rushed up and was swept away, that's all," Lan Xuanyu honestly replied. But clearly the Yi family father and daughter didn't believe these words. Yi Feng guessed that his home must have a training room, so he requested the two children to compete again under his observation. Lan Xuanyu also agreed and led them into his training room. They recreated the scene from school that afternoon. Yi Lingtong used her Heaven Gang tyrant body to rush forward, while Lan Xuanyu used his water vortex to form a shield. As his daughter initiated her attack, Yi Feng watched carefully with wide eyes. Subsequently he discovered that Yi Lingtong's Heaven Gang tyrant body was instantly assimilated when it touched Lan Xuanyu's water vortex. Then, just like at school, she was knocked flying. Yi Feng supported his daughter with one hand, then murmured, "It seems it wasn't caused by a soul skill." Yi Lingtong didn't understand what her father was saying and looked very anxious, constantly asking, "Dad, why did this happen? Why did my soul skill disappear when it reached him?" Yi Feng gestured for his daughter to calm down, then walked over to Lan Xuanyu and asked him to demonstrate his martial soul. He didn't refuse and immediately summoned his blue silver grass. However, Yi Feng had keen eyesight and noticed faint silver patterns on the grass blades, clearly not ordinary blue silver grass. Yi Feng instinctively reached out to touch Lan Xuanyu's blue silver grass. As soon as he touched it, the martial soul immediately activated. The blue silver grass instantly lengthened, transforming into ribbons that tightly wrapped around Lan Xuanyu's hand. A blue bead-like object appeared from his palm, then transformed into a shield. And then this shield shattered, generating immense power that threw him against the wall behind him. All these events happened consecutively, very quickly. Even Yi Feng was alarmed, not understanding why his martial soul activated. Until everything calmed down, Lan Xuanyu was lying unconscious on the floor. Yi Lingtong's face was pale with fright, and Yi Feng also found it hard to remain calm. However, neither of them knew that at this moment, inside Lan Xuanyu's body, his two martial souls were fiercely confronting each other. After an unknown period, Lan Xuanyu slowly regained consciousness. The first thing that met his eyes were the anxious faces of Nan Cheng and Lan Xiao. "You're awake? Are you uncomfortable anywhere?" Nan Cheng asked anxiously. Lan Xuanyu straightened up as if nothing had happened, then said he felt fine. Nan Cheng breathed a sigh of relief, then tightly embraced her son. Just looking at her expression was enough to know that she truly regarded this child as her own. After Lan Xuanyu's condition stabilized, Yi Feng invited Lan Xiao out to talk. He first apologized for his rash actions that led to Lan Xuanyu's injury and also promised to take all related responsibility. Lan Xiao merely sighed after hearing this, then replied, "Thank you for holding back." Yi Feng showed a difficult expression, explaining that his use of martial soul at the time was purely an instinctive reaction. He felt his martial soul being suppressed, coupled with Yi Lingtong's soul skill failing earlier, so he speculated that Lan Xuanyu's martial soul was mutated, and likely a high-tier dragon-type mutated martial soul such as the advanced Light Holy Dragon martial soul. Light Holy Dragon blue silver grass? What a joke, Lan Xiao scoffed. Regardless of the reason, if the principal wanted to visit, he should have informed us, the parents, beforehand. Not come when only the child is home. Thank you. Now that Xuanyu is fine, I have no reason to keep you here. Lan Xiao's words contained no harshness but clearly conveyed a firm attitude and the intention to see him out. Yi Feng also found it inappropriate to say more. However, after today's events, he believed that Lan Xuanyu's future would certainly be extraordinary. Not long after waking up, Lan Xuanyu said he was hungry, but strangely he ate like a fleet today. Nan Cheng's speed in serving food couldn't even keep up with her son's speed in devouring it. The couple was very surprised by this situation. "Son, why are you eating so much? You've eaten 5 times your usual amount. You'll burst your stomach if you keep eating," Lan Xuanyu, while chewing his food heartily, said. "But I still really want to eat." Lan Xiao and Nan Cheng exchanged confused glances, then sighed and gave a helpless smile. "All right, have some more then. Our son isn't an ordinary person after all," Lan Xiao said. So Nan Cheng rolled up her sleeves again and continued cooking in the kitchen. Subsequently, Lan Xuanyu had already eaten his 8th bowl of rice but was only half full. Even so, his father ordered him to finish eating and pulled him into the training room. Lan Xiao had already heard from Yi Feng about what happened earlier, so he wanted to personally see his son activate the ice shield again. "I didn't use an ice shield," Lan Xuanyu replied, because in his memory he only used a water vortex as a shield. Lan Xiao then opened the training room's monitor screen for his son to see. Indeed, before being thrown against the wall he had actually activated an ice shield. Even Lan Xuanyu himself was surprised to find that he actually had the ability to turn water into ice. Despite remembering nothing, he tried again. Lan Xuanyu very skillfully controlled the water elements, and then he truly transformed them into ice crystals. Under Lan Xiao's guidance, the little boy again wrapped his arm with the leaves of the blue silver grass. Subsequently, Lan Xuanyu said he saw many green specks of light in the air, which surprised Nan Cheng even more. Those are water vapor elements floating in the air. You can actually see them." Not only did he see them, but Lan Xuanyu then effortlessly condensed these water vapors into ice. From water to ice, he could now perform this process very smoothly, even treating it as a game. "This child can control 2 water elements. Can this really happen?" Nanchang kept breaking out in a cold sweat. After re-examining their son, Lan Xiao and Nanchang were even more astonished to discover that his abilities were growing at an incredible rate, which explained his effortless control over water elements. Although surprised, Lan Xiao was no longer fixated on the abnormalities in his son, as he had grown accustomed to them. Lan Xiao merely cautioned Lan Xuanyu not to reveal anything to anyone. In any case, summer vacation was approaching, so even if the academy found out, they could simply say he had made a breakthrough during the holidays. This explanation should be believable to everyone. The most important thing now was that Lan Xuanyu had achieved excellent results in his final exams, so Lan Xiao had already bought tickets for an interstellar trip, and they would depart as soon as Lan Xuanyu's summer vacation began. This news made the little fellow jump with joy. The next day the exam results were announced. Lan Xuanyu ranked first. This, coupled with the upcoming interstellar trip, made him feel incredibly happy. The academy officially began its summer vacation. After saying goodbye to his classmates, Lan Xuanyu was stopped by Yi Lingtong again, but this time she didn't seem as fierce as usual. Instead, she was a bit shy. "How are you?" Yi Lingtong stammered. "I'm fine, very healthy," Lan Xuanyu replied. After a long pause, Yi Lingtong whispered 3 words, "I'm sorry." She also explained that her father hadn't really meant it yesterday. Lan Xuanyu was a well-behaved child and didn't dwell on the matter too much. After accepting her apology, he nodded. "I'm fine, see you next semester." Then Lan Xuanyu quickly left, leaving Yi Lingtong standing alone, feeling an unusual sensation in her heart. "HMPH, what a pretense," she muttered softly, but it seemed she no longer disliked Lan Xuanyu. After the vacation began, Lan Xiao quickly packed their bags and took his son on an interstellar trip. This was Lan Xuanyu's first time seeing a spaceship, so he was naturally excited. He suddenly found his future dream profession, becoming an astronaut. Lan Xiao listened, then patted his son's head, encouraging him. "If that's the case, you'll have to study hard because piloting a spaceship isn't an easy task, son." Lan Xuanyu nodded, filled with determination. He stared intently out the window at the Federal Space Agency ship 7703, which they were about to board. Lan Xiao had mentioned that it would take 7 days to reach Heaven Do Star and the journey through space would be quite boring. But this didn't dampen Lan Xuanyu's excitement, so he ran ahead quickly, leaving Nanchang and Lan Xiao to rush behind with their luggage. However, on the 3rd day of the spaceship's journey, Lan Xuanyu did indeed feel very bored. The scenery outside the window was identical, and his father's earlier warning was indeed not superfluous. Lan Xiao watched his son sighing repeatedly and encouraged him. "You're already bored on the 3rd day. If you're bored, close your eyes and imagine yourself practicing. Try to feel what it's like to practice in space." Lan Xuanyu obediently nodded, then closed his eyes, imagining himself floating in space. Thus he began to immerse himself in this novel practice sensation. When he opened his eyes, 6 hours had passed. Lan Xuanyu told Nanchang that he had seen many silver light spots and asked her what they were. Nanchang seemed surprised. "Silver? Did you see space elements? Those are very important elements for spaceship astronauts. It seems my son has a great talent in this area." Hearing Nanchang say this, Lan Xuanyu was very excited. "Really? Then I can become a spaceship astronaut in the future." While the two were talking, Lan Xiao was intently staring at the screen in front of him, which showed news about their home planet Duluo Star. Only when the spaceship flew into space could they see news from other planets. The screen was broadcasting a press conference from Star Tang Media Company, one of the largest conglomerates and the biggest celebrity agency on their home planet. They had just announced the signing of an artist named Tang Le, through his agent Le Qingling. Star Tang Media's shareholders had decided that this celebrity needed a complete makeover from head to toe, so this press conference was also held for Tang Le. When the press conference officially began, the general manager of the agency, Bai Tianong, personally appeared. This caused a stir among the reporters present, because it was simply too exaggerated for a new artist's debut to warrant Mr. Bai's personal appearance. Not only that, Bai Tianong also announced that after Tang Le joined Star Tang, he would be mentored by the most professional celebrities in the universe. In 1 month, his first song would also be officially released. After Bai Tianong's formal announcement, the audience was even more surprised. They didn't know what talent Tang Le possessed to make Star Tang Media do such an unprecedented thing. Nanchang was no exception, while her husband Lan Xiao seemed much calmer. He believed this was just a media tactic, and that this new artist from Star Tang must have something very special about him. In the next part of the press conference, Bai Tianong introduced Tang Le to meet and interact with everyone. The audience's first impression was that this young man was very tall. When the screen covering Tang Le's face was removed and his face appeared in the live broadcast, everyone was stunned, because this face could be described with the word super handsome, and it instantly captured the hearts of all the girls. They even felt that the word handsome was too narrow and insufficient to describe the young man's appearance. Even Nanchang, who had just been pouting and mocking Tang Le's exaggerated hype, could now not hide her fascinated expression. Disregarding her husband and son sitting beside her, Nanchang resolutely decided to become a die-hard fan of this celebrity starting today. A few days later, the spaceship landed in the capital of Heaven Do Star. After resting at a hotel, the Lan Xuanyu family planned to visit their first attraction, the Interstellar Immigration Museum. Upon arriving, Lan Xuanyu was immediately drawn to a glass cage filled with blue-silver grass. This was a plant with extremely strong vitality and adaptability. Therefore, during the early immigration period, it was used to graft and modify plant environments. In other words, blue-silver grass played a very important role in the process of interstellar immigration. This made Lan Xuanyu very excited, because his martial soul was blue-silver grass. Afterwards, he was suddenly attracted to a tall man with beautiful white hair. It was Nana and her accompanying scientist. Seeing Nana also focused on the glass tank full of blue-silver grass, Lan Xuanyu instinctively ran over, then innocently boasted, "Auntie, my martial soul is this kind of blue-silver grass." Before Nana could respond, a female scientist beside her exclaimed, "Wow, what a cute little handsome boy. What's your name?" "My name is Lan Xuanyu," the little boy replied obediently. His obedience and angelic appearance greatly endeared him to the scientist. He had never seen such a handsome little boy, but Nana's expression was not good. Then she squatted down, clutching her head with both hands, appearing to be in great pain. Seeing this, Lan Xuanyu hurriedly picked up a strand of her hair. "Auntie, your hair will get dirty if it touches the ground." Upon touching the strand of hair, Lan Xuanyu suddenly found it incredibly soft and smooth, very pleasant to the touch, and he unconsciously pressed it against his cheek and praised, "Auntie, your hair is so silky." Their gazes met as if a big bang had occurred in the universe, creating countless stars. Then Nana lowered her head, took off her mask, and Lan Xuanyu exclaimed again how beautiful she was, and Nana was indeed very beautiful. Then a very gentle smile appeared on her face. "Thank you, you're handsome too." After a brief encounter, they said goodbye. After leaving, the scientist asked, "I didn't expect you to like children so much. Did that child remind you of something?" Nana was silent for a long time, her expression very complex. She said she felt a very familiar connection to this child, but her friend thought this was too absurd, because Nana was an experimental subject who had been frozen for thousands of years. If she knew anyone, they would at least belong to the era thousands of years ago. And Lan Xuanyu was only 6 or 7 years old. After visiting the museum, the Lan Shao family returned to the hotel. Here, Lan Xuanyu still trained diligently. He became increasingly proficient in controlling water elements. From releasing water spheres and forming water arrows to condensing them into ice, Nan Cheng was increasingly amazed by her son's growing talent. She felt that Lan Xuanyu was quickly becoming a genius, and that she and her husband could no longer teach him. Lan Shao had long been accustomed to this situation, so he only hoped his son would develop naturally. If they were to hire a teacher, a combat practical teacher would be the best choice. But this greatly troubled Nan Cheng, because finding a good teacher was not easy and the tuition fees were also not cheap. Lan Shao understood his wife's worries and comforted her. "You don't need to worry about the tuition fees. My superiors intend for me to participate in an expedition to a new planet. If I perform well, I'll get a promotion and a raise." This sounded like a good thing, but Nan Cheng wasn't happy at all. Because Lan Shao's trip would last 3 years, she was reluctant for her husband to be away for so long, but also wanted her son to have the opportunity to develop. On the other side, after Nana returned, Lan Xuanyu's face kept appearing in her mind, and then she felt a sense of emptiness. Even more surprisingly, when she closed her eyes and imagined the child, her perception seemed to transcend the confined space and locate him within the vast city. This extraordinary phenomenon left Nana even more confused. Who exactly was she? What role did Lan Xuanyu play in her life? A few more days passed, and the Lan Xuanyu family's interstellar trip was nearing its end. Tomorrow they would take a spaceship back to their own planet. Lan Xuanyu was very satisfied with this summer vacation. What made him happiest was that he had bought a model of the Golden Dragon Moon Language Battle Armor Master at a store in the city. This model, clad in dragon crystal, looked majestic. A few days ago, Lan Xuanyu was still dreaming of becoming an astronaut. But after buying this model, he now wanted to become a battle armor master, hoping to own his own set of battle armor in the future. Nan Cheng knew it was good for her son to have dreams, but she had to remind him that becoming a battle armor master was not easy. Lan Xuanyu had to become a very outstanding person to pursue this path, and the first step to becoming outstanding was to get into Tinluo Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Although this wasn't easy, Lan Xuanyu was still full of fighting spirit. "I will definitely become a battle armor master in the future. Didn't you want to be a spaceship astronaut?" "Has it changed again?" Lan Shao couldn't help but tease. "I want to be both," Lan Xuanyu replied a little awkwardly, but still stubbornly. Lan Shao smiled. Indeed, even if he was a genius, their son was still just a child. Then the family of 3 set off for their last stop on the trip, shopping. Nan Cheng bought a spirit-nurturing amulet for Lan Shao to take with him on his long journey. This also meant she agreed to his expedition to the new planet. Although reluctant, Nan Cheng understood that Lan Shao also needed opportunities to develop his career while providing Lan Xuanyu with a comprehensive growth environment. She had only one request: he must return safely. Okay, I promise, Lan Xiao replied firmly. That's good, I'll go pay, Nan Cheng said. As she was about to tell Lan Xuanyu and her husband to wait for a moment, they were shocked to realize their son had disappeared. It turned out that Lan Xuanyu had been drawn to a model shop. This time he had his eyes on a limited edition Silver Dragon Duluo model priced at 648 federal coins. A clerk approached him after seeing his interest. Then Lan Xuanyu, with his characteristic cute face, tried to bargain a little. Unfortunately, this was the 30th limited edition. The girl did not have the authority to lower the price. Okay, thank you. I'll come back another day to buy it, Lan Xuanyu replied with a disappointed expression. Then you'd better hurry. There isn't much stock left of this one. We only have one in our store, the clerk added. Lan Xuanyu was very conflicted after hearing this. He didn't want to ask his parents for money, nor did he want to miss this model. Just as Lan Xuanyu was at a loss, Nana walked into the store and said she wanted to buy that model. Lan Xuanyu recognized her at a glance, and the clerk thought Nana's hair resembled the Silver Dragon Duluo. Their gazes met again. Nana seemed to see the entire universe in the other's eyes. She knelt down, meeting Lan Xuanyu's gaze, then gently caressed his face. You really like this model, don't you? Auntie will buy it for you. Although Lan Xuanyu really liked the item, his mother had taught him not to casually accept things from others, so he quickly refused. Nana then said that she had just touched his face, so this could be considered compensation. Lan Xuanyu thought this made sense after hearing it, but still timidly asked, Auntie, can I really accept it? Of course you can. Auntie will tell your mom and dad about this, so you don't have to worry. Lan Xuanyu was thrilled and quickly pulled Nana's hand to his cheek. Great, then Auntie can touch my face a bit longer. Nana couldn't help but be moved by his adorable appearance. Moreover, she increasingly felt an invisible bond between herself and this child. The unwitting clerk unconsciously chuckled. Ha ha, this little guy is so young and already knows how to sweet talk and charm others. How cute. She thought this was just an ordinary joke, but unexpectedly, Nana, who had just been gentle, suddenly turned sharply. Looking at the female clerk with sharp eyes, instantly, the clerk's body seemed to freeze, unable to move no matter how hard she tried. What did you just say? If you can't speak properly, don't speak nonsense, Nana warned coldly. I understand, I'm sorry. The clerk trembled at this moment. Lan Xiao also arrived. Seeing his son safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief, then recognized the girl he had met at the museum a few days ago. Nana said she felt a strong connection with Lan Xuanyu and wanted to give the little boy this model. However, Lan Xiao was also a man of principle. He believed that Lan Xuanyu and Nana's connection was merely a fleeting encounter, and he couldn't accept gifts, so he only accepted her good intentions and would pay for it himself. Long live Dad, Lan Xuanyu jumped up happily while Nana sighed, but before she could even respond, Lan Xuanyu had already pulled her hand, exclaiming excitedly, Long live Auntie too, thank you Auntie. Then Lan Xiao took his son and left the model shop. Nan Cheng was waiting for them outside. Nana watched the family of three walk away, feeling a sense of reluctance in her heart. So, as they were about to disappear, she quickened her pace and followed them, then presumptuously suggested, Excuse me, my name is Nana. I really like Xuanyu. Could I get to know you too? Can I visit him when I have time? Lan Xiao and Nan Cheng both looked a bit troubled. Although Nana didn't seem like a bad person, her suggestion was too abrupt. Lan Xiao could only make an excuse to politely refuse. Miss Nana, we actually live on Tinluo Star. This trip to Heaven Do Star is mainly for tourism, so we didn't expect. He hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by the other party. Then can I come to Tinluo Star with you? Lan Xiao was greatly astonished. It was precisely this expression that made Nana realize her proposal might have been too impulsive. She felt very ashamed, but still didn't want to sever ties with Lan Xuanyu, so she hastily explained, I'm really sorry I was too abrupt. I don't know why, but the first time I saw Xuanyu, I felt a strong connection with him. Lan Xiao advised her to calm down, but Nana remained very resolute, saying she wanted to follow them back to Tinluo Star and even offered to be Lan Xuanyu's teacher herself. Although the Lan Xiao couple was indeed looking for a teacher for their son, they couldn't just find someone of unknown origin to teach Lan Xuanyu. So Lan Xiao asked, May I ask what your martial soul is? I am a soul master possessing ancient martial arts, and my martial soul is water element control. Nan Cheng was very surprised, and Lan Xiao was equally surprised. Though he controlled his expression better than his wife, this coincidence was simply too great. First two unexpected encounters, then both were water element users. Both liked Lan Xuanyu very much and both wanted to be his teacher. These coincidences made Lan Xiao suspect Nana was deliberately approaching his son. He continued to ask, May I ask, what is your profession? Nana replied that she was originally a teacher, a professor of ancient martial arts at the Heaven Do Star Academy of Sciences. Subsequently, she even took out her soul-guiding communicator, which contained her complete personal information. A soul-guiding communicator served as an identity proof, and the information within it could not be faked. Lan Xiao knew this, as it involved private personal data. Logically, he wouldn't touch someone else's communicator, but for his son's future, Lan Xiao still accepted it. Nana's information showed nothing suspicious. A 25-year-old girl serving as an ancient martial arts teacher at the Heaven Do Star branch of the Federation Academy of Sciences, with a grade 3 position. After reading it, Lan Xiao returned the communicator to her and then declined Nana's offer, citing that their family couldn't afford the tuition. To his surprise, Nana immediately said, I don't need money, I just want to teach Xuanyu. After she said this, both of Lan Xuanyu's parents fell silent. Nana understood their concerns. She also tried to explain that although she was somewhat presumptuous, she had absolutely no ill intentions. Furthermore, she could guarantee them that she had the ability to teach Lan Xuanyu to become talented. To prove this, Nana demonstrated her abilities in front of them. She used a water vortex to control the water in the fountain on the first floor of the mall. Despite the long distance, the water column surged and swirled fiercely under Nana's control, and the water kept changing, eventually transforming into 9 vivid water dragons. This was enough to prove how powerful water element control was. "This is part of my strength. So can I teach him now?" Nana asked earnestly. Lan Xuanyu was incredibly excited after witnessing this scene, continuously praising Nana for how amazing she was while Lan Xiao was completely stunned. He truly couldn't gauge how profound the cultivation of the girl before him was. "Excuse me, are you a titled Deluo?" Nan Cheng asked cautiously. Nana had lost all her memories after being frozen and reborn, but she seemed very familiar with the titled Deluo, and had a close connection to it. Based on Nan Cheng's tone, Nana also guessed that a titled Deluo was no ordinary person. To increase her credibility and enable her to become Lan Xuanyu's teacher, she did not deny it. A titled Deluo, it seemed so. As expected, both Lan Xiao and Nan Cheng were extremely shocked. Whether Nana could become Lan Xuanyu's teacher seemed to no longer be a question that needed consideration. "When are you all returning to Tinluo Star?" Nana suddenly asked. "We're returning tomorrow," Lan Xiao replied. At this moment he still felt that everything that had just happened seemed somewhat unreal. "Okay, then Xuanyu, will see each other tomorrow." After Nana left, Nan Cheng and Lan Xiao looked very troubled. Although they had just witnessed her power firsthand, Nana was, after all, still a stranger to their family, so Nan Cheng didn't know whether she should agree. In this situation, they decided to respect their son's opinion, and Lan Xuanyu of course liked Nana very much, so as soon as he thought of her becoming his teacher, the little fellow's eyes narrowed into a joyful smile. Lan Xiao sighed, saying he would consider it, because as far as he knew, there were no seats available on the spaceship their family was scheduled to take. If Nana could really find them on their planet, then they truly wouldn't be able to refuse. The next day at the airport, Lan Xuanyu kept looking around, asking Lan Xiao from time to time if Nana would come. Lan Xiao didn't know either, saying it depended on fate. However, Lan Xuanyu waited until their spaceship 773 took off, but he still didn't see the white-haired girl. Meanwhile, at Nana's home, the female scientist hadn't seen her all day, so she went to her private room to look for her. And she saw a handwritten letter left on the table which read, "Yanyan, I need to leave for a while. You don't need to look for me. I will return after I finish this matter, or perhaps I won't return." Yanyan was very surprised and confused. Meanwhile, Lan Xuanyu was a bit dejected for not being able to see Nana again. To pass the time, he began meditating. But unlike last time, this time during meditation, Lan Xuanyu heard someone calling his name. When he opened his eyes, Nana was already standing before him. Lan Xuanyu jumped up happily and began to babble. "Auntie Nana, I thought you wouldn't get on the spaceship." "How could I not get on the spaceship? Auntie always keeps her promises." "Then why are you appearing in my meditation? What is this place?" Lan Xuanyu started to wonder again. "This is your consciousness space. You'll understand when your spiritual power grows stronger," Nana explained, adding that because she and Lan Xuanyu were not in the same cabin, she used this method to see him. Lan Xuanyu unreservedly expressed how happy he was to hear that Nana would be his teacher. Seeing the child's innocent smile, Nana couldn't help but feel happy too. "So once I become your teacher, what do you want to learn?" Nana asked again. Faced with this question, Lan Xuanyu couldn't immediately think of what he wanted to learn. Then Yi Lingtong's tense face suddenly appeared in his mind. Lan Xuanyu then asked, "Auntie Nana, can you fight?" Probably," Nana replied, a little surprised by the question. "But fighting is bad, isn't it?" Lan Xuanyu asked again. "It depends on why you're fighting. If it's just to protect someone who needs protection, then it's not a bad thing. For example, if your mother is being bullied, doesn't she need protection? Do you have enough ability to protect your mother?" Lan Xuanyu was a smart child, and as soon as Nana said this, he immediately understood the problem. The meaning of cultivation was to protect those around him, and at the mention of protection, Nana's expression became a little sad for a moment, as if recalling something from the past. Subsequently, she quickly regained her composure and continued to ask Lan Xuanyu, "So regarding fighting, what do you want to learn?" "I'm afraid of hitting people. Is there a way to avoid being hit by others?" Nana thought for a while, then decided to teach Lan Xuanyu a set of footwork. She said that after he learned it, he wouldn't have to worry about being hit by others. Lan Xuanyu was thrilled to hear this. So the two began practicing in his meditation. Just like that, the 7-day flight ended. The spaceship returned to Tinluo Star. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but look around, and then he heard Nana's voice echo in his mind. "Don't look anymore. Auntie will come to your house to find you. Go home with your mom and dad first." Hearing these words, the little fellow immediately perked up. After returning home, eager to see teacher Nana, Lan Xuanyu began meditating again. And Nana indeed kept her word, following him home. The two quickly grew close. Just like that, Nana continued to help him train in Lan Xuanyu's meditation. Meanwhile, her real body wandered through the city's slums as if searching for something. Soon after, Lan Xuanyu's soul power was re-examined by his parents. As expected, he had leveled up again, now reaching rank 12. Just after the examination they heard the doorbell ring. Lan Xuanyu excitedly ran to open the door and sure enough Nana had really arrived. "Teacher Nana, you're here." Lan Xuanyu happily pounced on her, hugging Nana tightly. A few days ago, Nan Cheng and Lan Xiao thought they might not have a connection anymore, but unexpectedly Nana really did come. The two quickly invited her into the house to have breakfast with the family. At the dining table, Nan Cheng also asked Nana a question that had been perplexing her. "Xuanyu's appetite is growing larger and larger. Is this normal?" "It's fine. The fact that he can eat so much means his body needs energy, but the energy in ordinary food is limited," Nana replied. Hearing this, Nan Cheng sighed deeply. "You mean he needs precious medicinal cuisine? I've heard of it too, but only advanced Soul Master academies provide it." Lan Xiao also added an explanation for the reason. Firstly, medicinal cuisine was government regulated. Secondly, it was too expensive, and only advanced academies would cooperate. For example, Tinluo Advanced Soul Master Academy and Ziluaocheng. "Oh, I see," Nana nodded. As for Lan Xuanyu's parents, even though Nana had personally come to their door, they still felt conflicted. Because her strength was too profound and their family was not wealthy, having Nana teach Lan Xuanyu was like trying to scoop muddy water with a golden spoon, and they also couldn't afford the tuition. "I don't need money," Nana emphasized again. "Just provide me with accommodation. You two don't need to feel too much pressure." Lan Xiao and Nan Cheng looked at each other for a long time, then nodded. If this was truly Lan Xuanyu's destiny, then they could no longer obstruct it and had to entrust his entire future to Nana. Subsequently, Nana officially moved into Lan Xuanyu's home. Nan Cheng had a small request, which was that whenever Nana taught her son, she wanted to be there to watch. Nana had no reason to refuse. Precisely because she agreed so readily, Nan Cheng also felt a little more at ease. She also carefully instructed her son to tell her what he learned after practicing with Nana and to immediately report anything unusual. Lan Xuanyu nodded, then suddenly used the method Nana taught him to say to his mother, "Mom, can you come and catch me? If you catch me, I'll let you kiss my face." "Oh, then I'll kiss you many times, 100 times. Nan Cheng immediately pounced, but Lan Xuanyu quickly dodged, so fast that she couldn't even clearly see how her son moved. Subsequently, the two began playing hide-and-seek in the training room, but Nan Cheng used all her might and still couldn't catch her son. She was very surprised because this was definitely not an ordinary way of dodging. Nan Cheng then asked Lan Xuanyu from whom he learned this method. The little fellow then told his mother about learning footwork from teacher Nana and the process of meditating on the way home. This surprised Nan Cheng even more, because being able to enter Lan Xuanyu's spiritual world and teach him in meditation proved that this person must possess extremely powerful abilities. That day at the mall, the couple already knew Nana's strength was not simple, but after hearing about this, Nan Cheng felt Nana's power was even beyond her imagination. "Xuanyu, shall we start learning?" Nana's voice suddenly came from outside the training room. Nan Cheng watched her enter with wary eyes. "Don't worry, I'll teach him well, and you can watch from the side too," Nana immediately said. Then Nana walked up to Lan Xuanyu and said that the most important thing for him now was to build a strong foundation, so today they would undergo pressure training. Specifically, Nana would create some pressure, and Lan Xuanyu's task was to resist it with his soul power. Nan Cheng felt a little worried after hearing this. "Using pressure, will it be dangerous?" "Don't worry, I know how to control it. You should try it too," Nana reassured her. And then Nan Cheng also tried the training with her son. Fortunately, Nan Cheng could still withstand the pressure Nana created, otherwise it would have been too embarrassing. As for Lan Xuanyu, Nana taught him to feel the changes in his soul power, to try and control it, not to let it stray and not to let its trajectory be disturbed. Listening to his teacher, Lan Xuanyu began to circulate the mysterious heaven skill, condensing water elements into a protective ring to resist the pressure. Next, Nana changed the way the pressure was applied. Thus, the intensity of the localized pressure began to change significantly. Lan Xuanyu controlled his water element protective ring, adapting to the changes in pressure to counter it. Nana couldn't help but genuinely praise him for being very smart, but after persevering for a while, the little fellow also began to feel tired. On this side, Nan Cheng was struggling to hold on, but Nana sternly told her to hold on a little longer. Nan Cheng was truly at a loss for words. She was just a civilian soul master. Why did she have to train so hard with her son? After a while, Lan Xuanyu opened his eyes, panting and complaining that he couldn't hold on much longer. But when he saw Nana's firm and trusting gaze directed at him, the little fellow clenched his fists and said he could hold on for a little longer. Just like that, Lan Xuanyu began to force his body to resist the pressure. Subsequently, both of his blue-silver grass martial souls appeared. Nana had never seen this situation before, so she appeared very surprised. Then she saw Lan Xuanyu's two martial souls begin to entwine, and her expression immediately changed dramatically as she quickly shouted, "Oh no!" Nana suddenly unleashed a burst of magic which then directly struck Lan Xuanyu. Seeing this, Nan Cheng couldn't help but exclaim, "Xuanyu, teacher Nana." Meanwhile, the little fellow completely didn't understand what was happening. What was wrong? Nana explained that the reason lay in the twin martial souls. The heterogeneous energies are conflicting. His second power is awakening within him and is clashing dangerously with his innate power. This made Nan Cheng even more worried. "What do we do now?" Nana remained calm. "Stop talking and let me figure it out. Try to harmonize these two energies." Immediately, Two streams of magic rotated against each other, and a moment later they merged into one. Amidst the surging magical current there were also surrounding blue light specks growing smaller and smaller. Nan Cheng nervously followed the situation. Xuanyu, at this moment the little fellow lay unconscious in Nana's arms as the morning sun shone into the room. Xuanyu had now been carried to bed to rest. A voice rang out, "Xuanyu has two completely different energies within him, one gold and one silver, both very powerful." Nana seemed troubled, not knowing why. "I seem to have a very familiar feeling about these two energies, or perhaps it's because Xuanyu and I have also returned. When these two energies awaken simultaneously, they will contend for control of Xuanyu's body. At that time, Xuanyu will be in danger. I have harmonized these two energies, allowing them to intertwine rather than clash." Lan Xiao asked worriedly. "Then will Xuanyu still be in danger?" Nana stated that there would be no immediate danger and she would do her utmost to help Lan Xuanyu in the future. With that she went to help Lan Xuanyu regulate his meridians. She entered the room and gently applied magic to Lan Xuanyu's body. Nana was fully focused, her movements as gentle as possible, a thoughtful expression on her face. A question lingered in her mind. Why did she feel such a familiar connection to these two energies, yet she still couldn't recall anything? Suddenly Nana's facial muscles tensed and Lan Xuanyu's ring emitted a brilliant light. She widened her eyes in surprise, and not only that, she also hugged her slender body tightly. It was too cold and too painful. Nana reached out for the ring, inching her way towards it. It was then that Nana realized this ring had originally belonged to her. The light from the ring on Lan Xuanyu's finger still glowed, and a faint wisp of smoke slowly rose as Nana gently drew it back to herself. She gripped the ring tightly in her hand and her body vanished from the room. At this moment Nana was suspended in midair over the city. She murmured to herself, "I remember." The light of magic once again shone in her hand, then gradually transformed. She could now access information about this item. "Your name is," a power transformed into a spear. "The halberd of the celestial sacred abyss." From a distance it looked as if lightning flashed across the sky. Television stations couldn't miss this astonishing phenomenon. "We have just received an emergency report. A huge light has suddenly appeared in the sky. The Federal Security Bureau has begun an investigation. All citizens are advised to remain indoors." Nana had now returned to Lan Xuanyu's side. Meanwhile he was still fast asleep and the ring on his hand hadn't stopped flashing. Nana stood silently for a moment, then decided to leave. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and it was only then that Lan Xuanyu opened his eyes and woke up. He cried out, "Mom, I'm hungry." In an instant a bowl of rich braised pork appeared on the table. Lan Xuanyu praised profusely. "This is delicious. What is it?" Nan Cheng looked at Nana awkwardly. "What is this?" Seeing her confused expression, she immediately spoke. "It's the tendon of some large animal, not the best quality, but it's good for the body." She quickly claimed she had found it in a Soul Master Academy's cafeteria. "What happened?" a voice came from inside. "What happened?" the chef screamed in panic. "Where did the dragon spinal cord tendon I prepared yesterday go?" "That was for the dean to recuperate. How could this happen?" "Over here," Nana said. Next she would help Lan Xuanyu guide the two energies within his body. He needed to feel them carefully. Lan Xuanyu's task was to prevent the two martial souls from fighting each other and to make them coexist peacefully every day. Lan Xuanyu replied, "Okay, I'll try." In the time that followed, Nana guided Lan Xuanyu to harmonize the two forces within him. The rest of the time was spent on cultivation. Nana instructed Lan Xuanyu to harmonize the two forces within his body. Without Nana, Lan Xuanyu's interest in Soul Master cultivation greatly increased. The summer vacation ended and the school was filled with the clamor of students. "What did you get? Go to school then." Now the students had all returned to school. Yi Lingtong suddenly shouted, "Lan Xuanyu, you're here. I want to tell you something." Lan Xuanyu decisively refused. "No, I want to go to class." Yi Lingtong was enraged. She threatened angrily, "You just wait." As soon as they entered the classroom, the homeroom teacher announced that to check if everyone had been lazy during the summer vacation, first and second year students would have a practical combat competition this afternoon. And everyone must participate. Lan Xuanyu had anticipated this. It seemed what she wanted to tell him was indeed this. After all the students had gathered, Mu Kixi began to announce, "Now I will explain the rules. One student from each class will participate per round. The loser is eliminated and the winner continues. The class that is completely eliminated loses." Yi Lingtong thought to herself, "This time I must defeat you." Lan Xuanyu sighed. It seemed he was indeed being targeted. Shannon clearly read out, "First year, first up, Huang Kaifan, over here." Mu Kixi encouraged, "Xuanyu, you go first." Meanwhile Lan Xuanyu was still in a state of surprise. He was actually the first to go. It turned out Mu Kixi had a plan. She should try to minimize his conflict with Yi Lingtong. After all, that child's father was not someone to be trifled with. The referee announced match start. Cheers immediately made the campus boil. "Go Lan Xuanyu, go!" Kaifan started with Battle Soul Martial Soul. First soul skill, Bear's Power. This was beyond Mu Kixi's control. Huang Kaifan actually had a soul skill. I don't remember him having one last semester. Shannon, the first-year homeroom teacher, was very concerned about face. A good start was important, right? Mu Kixi said, as if her class would. Before she finished speaking, she saw Kaifan shoot out like an arrow. At that moment, Lan Xuanyu remained like a statue, showing no reaction. Meanwhile, Kaifan was about to attack, and at the critical moment, Lan Xuanyu deftly turned to dodge. Kaifan's attack consequently missed. Before long, Lan Xuanyu regained his momentum, taking light steps, ready to launch an attack. Shannon exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Kaifan was equally shocked. He froze the water into ice, and with just one palm strike he fell to the ground, a cold ice sword slowly descending, with Lan Xuanyu adding a warning, "Don't move." Then he reminded, "You lost." Shannon was bewildered. When did his close combat ability become so powerful? Even with her own student, Mu Kixi hadn't expected Lan Xuanyu's dominant ability, and a loud voice announced, "Lan Xuanyu wins." Kaifan was unconvinced and accused, You cheated." Yi Lingtong reminded, "Don't accuse him wrongly. That's real combat skill. Teacher, let me go next." Even Lan Xuanyu himself was surprised, not expecting to win so easily. It seemed Teacher Nana was indeed a good teacher. The teacher loudly announced, "Next up, Yi Lingtong." She clenched her hands, ready to step up. "Lan Xuanyu, don't get too smug," Yi Lingtong said, having found a way to counter Lan Xuanyu's martial soul suppression. So she used her Heaven Gang Tyrant body. After landing, Yi Lingtong retracted her soul skill. From Lan Xuanyu's perspective, he judged, indeed different from Huang Kaifan, very few weaknesses in her movements. Then he quickly used a shield to block. A water shield immediately followed by ice condensation. Lan Xuanyu's shield made Yi Lingtong slide, turning in another direction. Not only that, Lan Xuanyu was still attacking. Ice thorns. Yi Lingtong reacted quickly, rushing forward again. Her eyes were already glowing red, now even sharper, looking like a fire phoenix. Yi Lingtong forcefully shattered Lan Xuanyu's ice layer. She completed these actions in an instant. Shannan's mouth hung open. Impossible. Lan Xuanyu stood still, waiting to see what would happen next. Yi Lingtong's foot had already touched Lan Xuanyu's knee. Lan Xuanyu quickly jumped into the air. Unexpectedly, she had already calculated this. He couldn't exert force in the air. "Let's see how you dodge now." Yi Lingtong's hand slowly reached for Lan Xuanyu. Just then he exerted a little force, then immediately counterattacked upwards. Yi Lingtong secretly scoffed, "To think he wants to counter my attack, how ridiculous. In Heaven Gang Tyrant body state, my strength is top-notch among first years." Two hands with powerful magic were about to collide, and Mu Kixi and Shannon watched nervously. Ultimately, Lan Xuanyu gained the upper hand, and Yi Lingtong's face turned pale as a result. Shannon was once again confused. This matter, Kaifan was also stunned. Mu Kixi was so shocked she could only utter one word. Also, the scene before them was Lan Xuanyu subduing Yi Lingtong with just one hand. Just then, both their powers disappeared. Mu Kixi shouted, "What happened?" She and Shannon both rushed over to ask, "Lingtong, are you alright? How do you feel?" The surrounding students were discussing animatedly. "How did she lose? The class leader is super strong." "It's strange. Besides Lan Xuanyu, I haven't seen anyone else defeat her." Even now, Yi Lingtong still didn't understand. Why did it turn out like this? I clearly didn't rely on my soul skill." A whisper unfortunately reached her ears. Did the class leader do it on purpose? This led to other conjectures. The class leader likes Lan Xuanyu, so she deliberately went easy on him. Sounds reasonable. So that's it. Tears welled up in Yi Lingtong's eyes. She shouted loudly, "No, don't talk nonsense." In anger, Yi Lingtong ran over and forcefully pushed Lan Xuanyu away. "I don't like him." Then she immediately ran off, leaving the teachers calling out helplessly, "Lingtong." She wanted to hold Yi Lingtong back. Wait, only Lan Xuanyu still maintained a cold, composed face. It was as if they shared a telepathic connection. Yi Lingtong gnashed her teeth and said, "So annoying." A voice rang out. "Dad, I had clearly retracted my Heaven Gang Tyrant body, so why did it still turn out like this? Everyone in class says I like him, that's why I went easy on him, but I don't like him at all. I must defeat him." After hearing his daughter's words, Yi Feng reminded her, "You shouldn't treat this as martial soul suppression, and you shouldn't react so strongly. Stop crying. I have a meeting to go to now. We'll talk when I get back." "I'm hanging up," a subordinate saluted. "Team leader, everyone is here." Yi Feng said with a firm voice. "Good, let's begin the meeting." He started to announce, "This matter is extremely urgent, which is why we've convened our Skyhawk Special Forces this time. We are facing a group of extremely vicious organized individuals with strong anti-reconnaissance capabilities, and there may even be other adversaries. To avoid causing public panic, we must do our best to track this operation discreetly." 3 months passed in a flash. Under the guidance of Teacher Nana, Lan Xuanyu's soul power broke through to rank 13. Nancheng happily praised, "My son has grown taller again." Lan Xiao had left home 3 months ago, and was estimated to return in another 3 months. Nancheng suggested, "Teacher Nana, how about we take Xuanyu out tomorrow? A trampoline park just opened in the city center." Lan Xuanyu was very excited. Great. Nancheng dotingly pinched his nose, saying he was happy when it came to playing. Nana calmly agreed. "Okay." Before that, Nancheng instructed, "Then we'll go tomorrow, but today we still need to practice well with Teacher Nana." Lan Xuanyu was very happy now. "Yes," Nana briefly stated a few points. "Your footwork has basically reached the introductory level. Further improvement requires more soul power. You still lack close combat attack methods. And since you have twin martial souls, your future development direction is left and right coordination. So I plan to teach you an ancient martial combat skill called Golden Dragon Astounding Heaven." After hearing this, Lan Xuanyu was very interested. Great, a combat skill. In the consciousness space, Nana began to teach. The essence of Golden Dragon Astounding Heaven lies in stimulating one's vital energy using soul power to drive the bloodline power. Golden Dragon Astounding Heaven is essentially reversing the vital energy flow. I will guide you to circulate this combat skill. Remember, your vital energy will change. There was a magical force surging deep within Lan Xuanyu's body. He clearly felt a stinging, uncomfortable sensation, and his body grew hotter and hotter. After only a moment, ice gradually enveloped Lan Xuanyu, especially his hands, as if they had been upgraded. He involuntarily grasped the small speck of light in front of him. Nana suddenly chanted the name of another magic, golden dragon astounding heaven. That small speck of light had already transformed into the shape of a dragon, illuminating the entire space. Lan Xuanyu exclaimed, "This combat skill is amazing, but my soul power was immediately depleted." Behind them, Nana slowly replenished his energy, then asked, "How do you feel? Reversing the vital energy will stimulate your bloodline power, and when this power merges with you, it can unleash attack power beyond your usual. This golden dragon astounding heaven is also a cultivation method for you. By circulating it, you can continuously impact your bloodline power and nourish your meridians." Lan Xuanyu was a bit confused. "Teacher Nana, what is my bloodline power?" At this, Nana suddenly fell into thought, then after a while replied, "I don't know either. I just feel it's very compatible with this combat skill. Let's continue. I'll help you circulate it 10 times, then you practice by yourself." Lan Xuanyu was very excited now. "Okay." The next day, Nancheng took Lan Xuanyu out. Their destination being the recently opened Trampoline World, an amusement park located in the Sky Tower in the city center. The Sky Tower, with its 128 floors, was one of Ziluocheng's top high-rise commercial buildings. The strange man smirked sinisterly. "I'm here." His earring flashed a light and he began to act. Another person with an eager smile said in a low voice, "Game on." In the trampoline park of the Sky Tower, Lan Xuanyu smiled happily, his face beaming. The surrounding children were also very happy, having a great time playing. Lan Xuanyu played excitedly. "Mom, look." Nancheng just stood there smiling. Meanwhile, in the Central Research Institute of the Sky Tower, someone was reporting, "Isolation successful. System connection severed." "You only have 15 minutes, Caning smugly said. "I won't need that much time, it's only a 64-layer firewall, with my IQ. Not only that," he boasted. 3 minutes is enough." Caning skillfully typed on the keyboard and before long he arrogantly announced, "The last layer is done, connected to the Central Research Institute's account. Start." Suddenly, Caning's eyes widened in shock. The computer screen turned completely red, displaying error. He shouted, "Bad news." Caning couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, it's a trap." Then he hastily retreated. However, before he could escape, he was forced to stop. A man's figure stood before him. Yifeng, a respected master of mental control, he coldly warned, "We've been tracking you for a long time. You are one of the 12 emissaries of the city of Sin. Surrender now, I have the right to terminate you here." Caning directly shed his cloak. Not only was he unafraid, but he mocked, "Is this what surrender looks like?" This made Yifeng have to seriously reassess. No, he can clearly see he's too calm. Caning playfully asked, "May I ask for your esteemed name, officer?" Yifeng was somewhat annoyed. "You don't need to know, don't try any tricks, you have no chance." Caning sinisterly read out the other party's information. "Is that so? Yifeng, captain of the Skyhawk Special Forces, 34 years old. You have a 6-year-old daughter named Yi Lingtong. Did I get that right? Captain Yi, do you believe I'll personally unlock your handcuffs later?" Yifeng's eyebrows furrowed tightly. What exactly did he mean? Just then, the entire room suddenly plunged into darkness and everyone fell into a panic. "Power outage, calm down. Maintain formation." Caning smiled triumphantly. "Here they come." Yifeng was genuinely startled. "Who's coming? What exactly have you done?" His watch was connecting to a signal. A voice came from the other side. "Hello, Captain Yi. In the city of Sin, everyone calls me King of Evernight. Your intelligence is correct. Our target is here, but not the Central Research Institute." Before he could finish speaking, the crowd fell into chaos again. "Captain, the signal has been cut off," the voice on the phone immediately threatened. "There are now 12,345 civilians in the Sky Tower. What an interesting number. They are all our hostages now. The building has been completely sealed by us. In 5 minutes, my people will place the latest model of explosives at all critical support points in the building. Of course, if you follow our conditions, not a single bomb will be detonated. I don't think you have any other choice. Release Zanjing and withdraw your men from the Research Institute, otherwise everyone in the building will die with Zanjing." Yifeng angrily punched Caning to vent his frustration. Then he irritably turned. "Release him. Team, withdraw from here with me." The room immediately fell silent. In another location, everyone was in a panic. Why did the power suddenly go out? It's too dark, and why are there alarms? A person standing at a high point tried to reassure them. "Everyone, don't panic. The power outage is only temporary. The backup power system will start soon." Nancheng held Xuanyu, whispering, "It seems the power is out. Don't act rashly. Let's observe the situation first." A strange light spot lit up, accompanied by a shout, "Don't come any closer." The crowd began to stir. "Run, who are they?" "Help!" One person after another was sent to hell. Nancheng immediately recognized the terrifying soul-guided ray assault. Just then, a group of soldiers scrambled to fire lasers. Facing the tense situation, the commander sternly ordered, "No one move. Anyone who moves will be killed on the spot." The commander took control of the situation and maintained strict control. "We have the situation under control. Others, carry out your tasks." Just then they found the mother and son, and an urgent notification came through. "Soulmaster detected. Don't leave any Soulmasters behind." Xuanyu cried out in panic twice. "Mommy!" Nancheng decisively protected him with 2 ice shields. "Mommy will protect you." In the nick of time, she still calmly strategized, "I don't know the number or strength of the opponents. I can only try to break out and then plan further." Nancheng anxiously looked around. There should be an escape door here. Just as she found her target, her eyes lit up. There it is. However, before she could run in, the wall suddenly cracked. Nancheng had a horrifying premonition that something was wrong. Oh no, the words had barely left her mouth when the door and wall suddenly exploded. A giant robot emerged from inside. Seeing it, she exclaimed in panic, "What a mecha!" Meanwhile, on the high-rise building, Wei Qing was composed as if enjoying a feast. "How beautiful the fireworks are, don't you agree, Captain Yi?" Yifeng pleaded in terror. Stop, I've already agreed to your conditions. You must ensure the safety of all hostages." However, the other party scoffed with a mocking laugh which made him tremble with anger. "No guarantee, you have no right to choose." At this moment, Wei Qing's hands were skillfully infiltrating the system. Yifeng anxiously urged, "How much longer will it take?" He confidently replied, "You know me, this is easy for me." Wei Qing's mouth curved upward as he confidently stated, "1 minute and it's done." Just then, a mysterious man commanded with ringing authority, "All right, residents of the city of Sin, I am the King of Evernight. Team, prepare to withdraw." He quickly gave the order, "Activate satellite signal jamming, deploy fighters stealth mode." In just a few seconds the rocket ship ascended. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Just as the order to take off was given, the tall building in front of them collapsed with a roar. The camera returned to this side where the mother and son were thrown back by the blast. Nan Cheng was injured and spat blood. Xuanyu cried out in panic amidst the chaos. "Mommy?" The robot approached with a sinister, killing intent. Nan Cheng struggled to persuade Xuanyu, run. Faced with a hopeless situation, Xuanyu tried to calm himself. He removed the ice layers from his hands. He raised his hand and shot sharp ice arrows. Tiny ice shards pierced the mecha. Xuanyu angrily stood in front of his mother, protecting her. "Don't hurt my mommy." Seeing the anomaly, the robot cruelly fired. "This child is also a soul master, both must die." Nan Cheng cried out in despair, "Is anyone coming to save my son?" The bullet-like projectiles shot towards the mother and son. Xuanyu frowned tightly, still unmoving. In this critical moment a gentle breeze blew. Nana gently enveloped him. "Don't be afraid." She softly reassured his trembling heart. "Don't be afraid." Xuanyu looked around in a daze. He slowly glanced behind him. Looking at the frozen scene, Xuanyu was shocked. "What's going on?" The sound disappeared. He felt lost in the silent space. Had everything stopped moving? Xuanyu asked himself in confusion. Has time stopped? Just then, a woman placed her hand on his head. Nana's gaze was sharp yet filled with deep concern. She moved the projectiles, causing them to hit the ground. Facing this life-saving scene, he looked up, his eyes glistening with tears. Xuanyu sobbed and threw himself into Nana's arms, calling Auntie Nana. He choked back tears, accusing word by word, They hurt, Mommy." Nana lovingly stroked his head, comforting him. "Xuanyu, don't cry, it's all right, Auntie is here. Everyone will be all right." Nana proudly showed a warm side. "You're already a man, you were very brave, standing in front of Mommy to protect her." The next second, Nana turned around and said in a cold tone, "As for these bad guys..." Then her sharp gaze dispersed everything around her. A purple light shattered the robot in front of her, and it instantly dissipated in the air. Nana's powerful aura permeated the entire space. After the crisis was resolved, everyone cheered excitedly. "We can move," they exclaimed as if waking from a dream. "We can move, what just happened? The bad guys in the mecha are gone." Nan Cheng called out for Xuanyu in a panic. He immediately turned his head at the sound. Xuanyu ran joyfully to hug his mom. "Mommy?" Just then, Nana stepped forward to comfort her, a gentle touch. Nan Cheng was pleasantly surprised to feel that her wounds had already healed significantly. She looked at the woman in front of her in shock. "Miss Nana, can you even heal?" The crowd confusedly touched their wounds. "My injuries don't hurt anymore." "Did she heal us?" "Everything changed after she appeared," they secretly affirmed. "It must be her, only she could move just now. She saved us," Nana coldly and resolutely stated. "Those who hurt Xuanyu, not one of them will escape." She seriously suggested, "Now Xuanyu needs to follow me, this is the safest way." Nan Cheng secretly judged after hearing this. This Miss Nana must be a super powerful expert. She smiled, reassuring her young son, "Go, follow Auntie Nana, Mommy will be at ease, Mommy is fine now." She opened her arms and beckoned, "Xuanyu, come here." He obediently and sincerely thanked her. "Auntie Nana, thank you for saving us." In an instant, Nana was too moved to speak. She looked into the distance, then tightly hugged him. "Come, let's go deal with the bad guys." After escaping danger, Wei Qing triumphantly announced, "I've retreated to the spaceship." As he boarded the spaceship, he excitedly said, "Our operation was successful." Wei Qing proudly narrated, "King of Evernight, don't you really want to put on a grand fireworks display to celebrate? This is definitely something the city of Sin will be proud of for a long time." The words had barely left his mouth when he furiously scolded, "Shut up, get on the ship immediately. Do you know how terrifying those people from the Federation are? The War God Hall, Tang Sect, Shrek Academy, have you forgotten their existence?" Evernight continued to warn mockingly, "If you want to die, jump off the roof, don't implicate the entire city of Sin." He denied it in panic. "No, I didn't mean that, we're retreating now." Wei Qing hesitated, reporting the situation. "However, the fourth squad has lost contact. The reason is temporarily unknown," he sternly and decisively ordered. "Don't worry about them. Leave immediately." Beep. Meanwhile, the signal blockade had reached its limit. Then Evernight cleared his throat and ordered, "Let's go, let's leave Tinluo's star." As soon as the spaceship ascended, he excitedly said, "Activate stealth mode. Once we're in space, we can be as free as birds in the sky." At this moment, in the center of space, a small light spot flickered. Nana, holding Xuanyu, chased after the spaceship. She looked up and gazed at it. Immediately, Nana's eyes gleamed with killing intent as she spoke. Still trying to run, she gently touched Xuanyu's ring. Nana softly removed it. The next second, without a word, she threw the ring forward. It swiftly rushed forward, transforming into a sharp sword. In an instant, it pierced through the spaceship. The spaceship then immediately exploded. Nana gently comforted him. "It's all right, everything is over." After the incident, the ring returned to its original place. Xuanyu curiously and innocently asked, "Auntie Nana, what was that?" She looked at the falling debris. "That," Nana casually made an excuse, "it might be fireworks." At this, her gaze subtly shifted backward as if conveying a message. Just then, a pink aura urgently enveloped everyone who witnessed this scene. Yifeng exclaimed in surprise, "What's going on?" He opened his mouth in terror. "Impossible, the City of Sin's battleship exploded." Meanwhile, in a distant room, Evernight trembled in panic. It exploded again." He felt dizzy, sweat pouring down his face. "Who did this? Who? If it weren't for the cloaking device, that mental force would have caught me. This is terrifying. Could there be an existence of this level in Ziluaocheng?" Evernight choked back tears as he hastily reported, "City Lord, I am Evernight. Something big has happened. We've run into a tough opponent." This terrorist attack shook the entire Tinluo Star. The Sky Tower building has now been fully taken over by the military. The final casualty count is still being tallied. Hundreds of bombs have been defused by explosive ordnance disposal experts. The Federation's high command is extremely furious. Orders have been given for a full federal search for traces of the City of Sin and simultaneously to aid the families of the victims. In interrogation room 1 of the Ziluaocheng Military District Headquarters, Wu Yang seriously got straight to the point. "All right, Regiment Commander Yi," he did not make the other party wait long, quickly announcing the results. "We have recorded all your statements. Please remain in the detention room for a while longer, awaiting our final investigation results." Hearing this, Yifeng frowned tightly and nodded. He was escorted elsewhere. The scene shifted to Nana's home. The doorbell suddenly rang outside. She turned sharply. After a few seconds of contemplation, Nana sighed. It finally came. Then she opened the door and saw 2 figures. Yanyan asked in a panic, "Nana, why did you come to Tinluo Star? You are still under surveillance and are not allowed to leave Heaven Do Star." She calmly replied, "What do you want from me?" Yanyan honestly confessed, "It's like this. Do you know about the Sky Tower incident?" Yanyan turned on the video recorder. "Look at these images." When the images appeared on the screen, Yanyan described the event. "This is the first photo taken after the satellite signal jamming was lifted." She repeated uneasily, "I still can't believe it. Was that really you?" Seeing Nana nod, Yanyan was shocked and secretly speculated, "What? She's actually that powerful? Did all the detection equipment fail to detect her true condition?" Just then, Wu Yang cautiously stepped forward. "Madam Nana," he sternly requested, "please return to Heaven Do Star with us for investigation." She coldly retorted, "What if I don't go with you?" The words had barely left her mouth when Wu Yang was immediately wounded by her icy gaze. Seeing everyone raise their guns, he quickly stopped them. "Stop, put down your weapons." Wu Yang carefully wiped away the blood, then muttered to himself, "I can't fight her. This woman." After a brief thought, he concluded, "Unfathomable." Wu Yang tried to ease the tension. "Madam Nana, please don't misunderstand. Your actions at the Sky Tower were righteous, restoring your reputation and avoiding huge losses for the Federation. We merely hope you can come back with us to cooperate with the investigation." She bluntly replied, "But I don't want to go back." Yanyan understood and asked, "Is it because of that child?" Nana turned away displeased, reminding her, "Yanyan." She then declared firmly and without hesitation, "All of you remember this. If anyone dares to harm that child, they will have to face me." A person who would stop at nothing. Everyone felt the oppressive aura and swallowed hard, nodding. Yanyan worriedly pressed, "Nana, what is your relationship with that child?" She calmly explained, "He is my student." Nana then elaborated, "He is very talented. I was teaching him. He went to the Sky Tower to play. He encountered danger and I saved him. That's what happened." After recounting, Yanyan hesitantly suggested, "Then could you come back to Heaven Do City with me to clarify things? Otherwise it might implicate your student. Even if you're powerful enough to protect him, do you want him to become a criminal of the Federation with you? It's not worth it." Seeing Nana hesitate, Wu Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Bringing Yanyan was indeed the right move. Ultimately, she was persuaded and had to accept. "All right, I'll go back with you." Nana finally compromised, the Federation aside. Formal citizenship aside, she didn't care about any of it, but she didn't want to disrupt Xuanyu's peaceful life. A moment later, he joyfully shouted, "I'm back, Auntie Nana, are you not here?" After searching for a while, Xuanyu confusedly whispered, "Can't find her anywhere. Did Auntie Nana go out? She usually waits for me at home at this time." Before he could understand, she suddenly appeared. "Xuanyu," Nana's low voice conveyed a message, "when you return, the spiritual imprint I left will manifest." She had to leave due to some matters. She bid a sad farewell. "I'm leaving." Nana's eyes couldn't hide her sadness. He stared blankly at her for a few seconds. The next second, Nana slowly disappeared. Before leaving, she didn't forget to promise Xuanyu goodbye. He desperately called out, "Auntie Nana?" Xuanyu choked, calling her name. "Auntie Nana, don't go." Auntie Nana's departure made Xuanyu gloomy for a week. He remembered Auntie Nana's words and diligently cultivated, not only because the Sky Tower incident made him realize the importance of cultivation, but also to reach rank 20 as soon as possible, so he could see Auntie Nana again. After the Sky Tower incident, school life was very peaceful. Yiling Tong suddenly took a leave of absence for no apparent reason. In just a few days, Xuanyu became the strongest student in his class. 3 months passed in a flash, and Nan Cheng felt increasingly uneasy. Lan Xiao had left home 6 months ago and was estimated to return in another 3 months. For the past half-month, he hadn't even used his soul guiding communicator to contact them. This worried her greatly. In the teacher's office, Lin Lu carefully instructed Xuanyu, "Next week, the Tinluo Junior Soul Master Academy will open an advanced class for young talents, selecting the most outstanding students from all branches. This class will teach advanced material, taught by the best teachers, and can also be called a genius class. Once selected, that would mean a very excellent future. A total of 10 students from our school have been nominated, and our homeroom teacher nominated you. You must do your best." After hearing this, he happily and solemnly expressed his determination. "Okay, thank you, Teacher Mu, I will give it my all." Xuanyu walked along deep in thought with an expectant expression on his face. Youth advanced class sounds amazing. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly called out, "Xuanyu?" He was startled and immediately turned his head. It was that voice. Xuanyu quickly recognized the person in front of him, Yi Lingtong. She asked somewhat sadly and hesitantly, "You're here for school?" Yi Lingtong walked closer, confused. "I came to find you," Xuanyu casually asked, puzzled. "Is there something you need me for?" She pursed her lips shy for a long time, which left him utterly bewildered. Yi Lingtong stammered, preparing to say something. However, she turned to face another direction with a challenging expression. "I want to tell you, I will definitely find a way to defeat you." Xuanyu sighed helplessly inwardly. "Not this again." He indifferently turned and left. "If there's nothing else, I'll be going now." Yi Lingtong felt hurt and quickly questioned, "Why don't you ask me where I've been these past few months? You're so annoying." Xuanyu retorted unhappily after hearing this. "You're the one who bothers me every time. You're annoying. Where you go is none of my business." Xuanyu didn't say more and resolutely left. "I'm going home." She was surprised and tried to catch up, but Yi Lingtong stood sadly in place. Tears streamed down her face in grievance. Yi Lingtong recounted her endless woes in frustration. "My dad was taken away and I was also confined at home for several months. Dad only came back yesterday. Today I could finally come to school and I immediately went to find you, wanting to talk to you. But I didn't expect you to just leave like that. Do you really dislike me that much?" She wiped her tears unwillingly. "Lan Xuanyu, you just wait, I'm not done with you." In the following vacation, Xuanyu developed a comprehensive training plan for himself. He strictly adhered to the plan. Half a month later, he was overjoyed with the results. Finally raising his soul power to rank 14 at Xuanyu's home, Nancheng asked gently and caringly, "School starts tomorrow, are all your things ready?" He obediently and excitedly explained his plan. "Everything's ready. Tonight I plan to meditate in the training room." Just then, the door suddenly unlocked. Xuanyu, excited like a puppy, rushed towards his dad. He happily pounced on him, cheering, "Dad's back." Lan Shao lovingly patted his son's shoulder. "This little guy has gotten heavier again." He smiled as he looked at her. "I'm back." Nancheng paused for a few seconds, then she anxiously turned away. "You're finally back? Haven't eaten yet, have you? I'll go cook for you." Xuanyu playfully reported, "Mom and Dad missed you so much, they talked about you every day." Lan Shao slowly walked into the kitchen after hearing this, and he choked up, calling out twice, "Cheng Cheng." She still remained silent, but her movements had stopped. Lan Shao seemed to understand everything and quickly pulled her into a comforting embrace. He softly and sincerely said, "I'm sorry I made you worry." Nancheng choked out a request, "Don't leave for so long again, okay?" Lan Shao nodded affirmingly. "I promise you." Finally, the family of 3 was reunited, and Xuanyu and his dad had another meal together. The house was very warm tonight. On Heaven Do Star, the staff dormitory of the Junior Academy Research Institute, Nana currently lived there. After returning from Heaven Do Star, she underwent another series of examinations by the Research Institute. The results were unexpected. Everything was still normal. No unstable energy could be detected in Nana's body. After careful consideration, the Research Institute decided to extend her observation period by another 6 years. During these 6 years, Nana was not allowed to leave the Research Institute's control. During the observation period, Nana taught at the Junior Academy affiliated with the Research Institute, becoming an ancient martial arts teacher. Nana chose to become a teacher for a simple reason. These children reminded her of Xuanyu. Of course, the academy also received strict orders from the Research Institute. In the meeting room, Zhang Tian firmly warned, "No one is allowed to approach her within 10 meters without permission." He hesitated, requesting an exception. "Can we not accept her?" He firmly rejected. "No." In the classroom, Nana smiled kindly and introduced, "Hello everyone, my name is Nana. From today onwards I will be your ancient martial arts teacher." The lovely students excitedly responded in unison. "Hello teacher Nana." Their eyes sparkled with admiration. "Teacher is so beautiful." "Yes, she's the most beautiful I've ever seen." Just then she suddenly noticed something. In the crowd, Nana saw a blurry figure. She stared at everything from her hair to her ocean-like eyes. Nana proactively approached the little girl and softly asked, "What's your name?" "How old are you?" Xianxia cleverly and politely replied, "Hello teacher, my name is Xianxia and I'm almost 7. After hearing this, Nana reached out her hand and the little girl was startled, retreating a few steps. Xianxia subconsciously asked herself, what does she want to do? Before she could recover, she quickly approached again. The little girl thought in shock, "So fast." Nana gently placed her hand on her head. Instantly, Xianxia's consciousness fell into a wondrous void. After completing this mysterious action, she slowly withdrew her hand. Nana seemed to have discovered a secret and smiled meaningfully. "I understand." The little girl looked confusedly at the teacher's back. "This teacher Nana, what did she do to me? And what did she understand?" Next, Nana seriously explained the subject. "Our ancient martial arts study the combat methods and techniques of ancient soul masters. Therefore, our curriculum is primarily focused on practical combat. Meanwhile, on Duluo Star, Qingling excitedly announced, "Tangla, next we're going on a tour to Tinluo Star." She happily praised, "Your songs are really beautiful, but you only have one song. Are you really not considering writing a few more?" He thought for a moment, then skillfully replied, "I will consider it." On a sunny morning, Xuanyu happily waved goodbye. "Goodbye, Dad, I'm off to school," Lan Xiao lovingly instructed. "Go on in." Meanwhile, Yi Lingtong also politely greeted, "Dad, I'm leaving." Seeing an acquaintance, he quickly stepped forward to greet, "Officer, long time no see." Yi Feng nodded, a little tired. "I'm no longer an officer, I've been demoted. It's you I should be congratulating on your promotion." After hearing this, Lan Xiao asked confusedly, "Officer, what happened? Is it convenient to say?" He sighed, changing the subject. "Let's go, let's get some coffee," in the quiet space of the coffee shop. Yi Feng regretfully recounted the tragic story. "You must have heard about the Sky Tower incident, right? Although the crime wasn't fully successful, over 100 people still died in the end. I was in charge of that operation, so I can't shirk responsibility." He was shocked and couldn't believe it. How could this be? After a minute of contemplation, he accepted his fate. This is already the best outcome, and the military protected them. Yi Feng suddenly shifted his concern. "I'd like to talk more about your Xuanyu. This child has twin martial souls, doesn't he?" Upon hearing this, Lan Xiao was greatly startled. He excitedly speculated, "The blue-silver grass on his two hands are different, and his mutated martial soul must also be an extremely powerful one. He is indeed exceptionally gifted. Having talent is a good thing, it should be nurtured, not buried." He smiled proudly, responding to his friend's concern. "No, he's not buried. He's already signed up for the entrance exam for Tinluo Academy's Youth Advanced class, though I don't know if he can get in." Yi Feng immediately made an enticing suggestion. "Actually, there's another direction he could develop in. If you agree, I can introduce him into the military system." He emphasized the far-reaching implications. In the future, he could even strive to enter the War God Hall. Lan Xiao asked in surprise and hesitation. "The War God Hall?" Yi Feng said affirmingly. "That's right. I see this potential in Xuanyu." However, he waved his hand, refusing. "Forget it. If he enters the military system, it means he has to leave us." Lan Xiao revealed his true feelings. "After experiencing such a long separation, I've come to understand that nothing is more important than a family being together." He frowned, recalling the past. Yi Feng nodded, respecting his decision. "All right, if you change your mind, you can always come to me." Xuanyu and Yi Lingtong didn't attend the opening ceremony. Instead, they went directly to the Academy's gymnasium to participate in the assessment for the Youth Advanced class. Standing before the students, Zhang Tian spoke solemnly and clearly. "All of you were chosen from this academy. You are the best among your peers, but that doesn't mean you can enter the Youth Advanced class." He continued to explain the selection criteria. "The principle of the Youth Advanced class is quality over quantity." Zhang Tian emphasized the strictness, only recruiting the most excellent elites, and invisible pressure emanated from the invigilating teacher. The 10 students began to resist in their own ways. Just then, he suddenly noticed a direction. Zhang Tian was surprised to see Xuanyu unresponsive. "This child isn't doing anything." After applying pressure, he cautiously introduced, "My name is Zhang Tian, and I am a teacher at Tinluo Junior Soul Master Academy." He announced systematically, "First, we will conduct a soul power test, then a spiritual power test, and finally a comprehensive quality assessment." During the assessment, Zhang Tian expressed surprise. "Xuanyu's soul power is rank 14. This child's soul power is quite ordinary." Next, he secretly evaluated positively. "Yi Lingtong's soul power is rank 16. She's one of the 2 youngest children, and this result is pretty good." Then they continued. "Next, the spiritual power test. Yi Lingtong's spiritual power is 37. Another student's score is also quite considerable. 3 spiritual power 48. Qingzi was astonished by Xuanyu's score. This, she worriedly suggested. "Teacher Mu, take a look." He tilted his head to look at the content. "What's wrong?" Looking at the number 99, Qingzi cautiously asked again. "Do we need to retest?" Zhang Tian affirmed, "No need, the machine is fine." Only then did she boldly read out, "Xuanyu, spiritual power 99, spirit communication realm." He secretly observed him. "Although this child's soul power is a bit weak, his spiritual power is astonishing." Finally, Zhang Tian moved to the most critical step, preparing to enter the simulation cabin to begin the comprehensive quality assessment. Martial souls, combat ability, and other qualities would all be displayed in this final assessment. Xuanyu excitedly looked left and right. "Is this the simulation cabin? This is my first time using it." He calmly reassured the students, "You don't need to be afraid. Everything you're experiencing now is normal." After completing this process, Zhang Tian delivered a dramatic piece of information. "Next, you will enter another world." Upon entering, he instructed them on their goal. "Your mission is to survive in this world. This will be a battlefield of life and death." He opened his eyes, looking around in surprise. In this mysterious world, Xuanyu stood on a cliff, exclaiming, "Is this the simulated world?" He touched every leaf, then commented, "This feeling is no different from the real world." Xuanyu mischievously ran and jumped everywhere. He focused on sensing energy. The feeling of using his body and soul power was exactly the same as in reality. Xuanyu smiled and pinched his cheek. Only the pain was weaker than in reality. He was almost fooled. "I am indeed in a simulated world." He couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, "This is so interesting. Technology is truly amazing." After a period of engrossed exploration, Xuanyu suddenly remembered, "Wait, I'm not here to play." He recalled Zhang Tian's instructions. Your comprehensive quality assessment is to survive in this world. Xuanyu happily hummed a tune, swinging his legs. This place feels really good. The water elements here are also abundant, perfect for my martial soul. I'll definitely thrive here. At this moment, the examination team was monitoring each student. He sighed helplessly. Kids these days. Zhang Tian shook his head, commenting disapprovingly. As expected, they lack common sense, the female staff member calmly explained. That's natural. Kids nowadays grow up in cities, rarely getting a chance to encounter soul beast forests. Of course, they don't know that areas near water sources are the most likely to encounter powerful soul beasts. Just as he was happily enjoying his rest, suddenly a movement caught his attention. What's approaching? Xuanyu hid behind a rock wall, secretly observing the giant soul beast. He quickly recognized the target as a swallowing horse. His father had taught him about it. It was a soul beast with a massive body, incredible strength, strong defense, and a relatively gentle disposition. Based on his experience, Xuanyu confidently judged. This swallowing horse's cultivation level is probably over 800 years. He smiled happily. This is so much fun. It's just like being in a zoo. Xuanyu recalled earlier stories. Oh right, Dad said the ultimate trip is to visit Soul Beast planets to see Soul Beasts. Those two Soul Beast planets are called Dragon Emperor Star and Dragon King Star. He propped his chin, lost in thought. I wonder what they're like. Just as he excitedly asked himself, a black shadow suddenly darted past. Are there really giant dragons? It charged straight toward Xuanyu's position. Qingzi commented admiringly. This little fellow looks pretty good. Too bad, I'm afraid he'll be eliminated soon. Xuanyu immediately felt an unusual aura. He deftly dodged its attack. Xuanyu landed lightly on the ground, then turned his head to glance behind him. Seeing the aggressive pack of wolves, Xuanyu exclaimed in surprise, there are 300 refined nether wolves. I'm afraid it'll take rank 30 to deal with them this time, he uneasily asked himself inwardly. And they're soul beasts specialized in speed. What should I do? Just then, Xuanyu remembered Nana's advice, don't panic when things happen. Next was Lan Xiao's teaching. Nether wolves are naturally suspicious. They don't like direct attacks but prefer to find weaknesses in their opponent. From the information in his memory, he boldly analyzed, does that mean that although they are fierce, they are actually afraid too? The wolf pack, seeing Xuanyu circulating his internal energy, cautiously retreated a few steps. He bravely held up 2 energy balls. Let's try it. They retreated another step in fear, and Xuanyu unhesitatingly prepared to throw the energy balls. The 100 refined wolves reflexively jumped backward. He seized the opportunity and immediately bolted. Zhang Tian didn't understand what happened, murmuring to himself, it chose to flee. Fleeing is the easiest way to expose weaknesses, and how could it outrun nether wolves who are good at speed? They fell for the trick and angrily pursued him. The 100 refined wolves charged fiercely towards him. Xuanyu ran, looking back worriedly, and quickly threw an energy ball. The energy ball immediately hit the swallowing horse's head. Attacked by surprise, it roared furiously. Xuanyu nimbly jumped onto its back. He divided the energy ball into 3 parts, then threw them back over his shoulder. Xuanyu cleverly made the swallowing horse think. The 100 refined wolves launched the attack. The swallowing horse angrily opened its mouth, then roared. It charged aggressively towards the wolf pack. The wolves immediately bowed their heads in fear, begging for mercy. They fled in panic. He sighed, panting. That was really dangerous just now, Xuanyu gasped. Zhang Tian, observing, exclaimed in amazement. This, all the examiners are praising his talent. Can an 8-year-old really do this? Whether it's tactics, footwork, soul skill application, or even using the besieging way to rescue Zhao strategy, he praised him intensely. Saying it completely exceeded his imagination, a perfect response, Zhang Tian decided as if he had discovered a treasure. I need this child, the female staff member cautiously asked if they should release the child now. He ordered with great interest, continue. I'm very interested to see what else he can do. This is also an experience for him. After the attack, Xuanyu rested on a stone. At that moment he humorously muttered to himself, dealing with a soul beast for the first time really scared me. I almost got eaten alive. Xuanyu pondered its new behavior. This swallowing horse seemed quite friendly. It didn't actively attack me. He happily found a place to rely on. Then I'll just stay by its side. Just then, the female staff member praised the child for being so smart, but if things continued like this, her wish to see more outstanding performances might not come true. At this moment, a scream startled the birds. The swallowing horse trembled in fear. Seeing its fright, Xuanyu asked himself, confused, what's wrong? Why did the swallowing horse run away? He speculated. Seeing its panicked state, could it be? Xuanyu saw a strange figure and concluded, someone is running over. The next second, he was surprised to see the familiar face of Ling Tong, who also appeared very scared. Behind her was a fierce ape. Xuanyu froze for a few seconds, then he secretly told himself, run. With the enhanced golden pattern blue-silver grass, Xuanyu pushed his speed to the limit, quickly catching up with Ling Tong, who had just run past him. The 3-eyed demonic ape leapt forcefully, pouncing on both of them. Ling Tong was confused by the appearance of the person beside her. Why are you here too? Xuanyu anxiously complained. I was about to ask you. I was doing perfectly fine here. Then you suddenly brought in such a huge one. In this critical moment, Ling Tong recounted, feeling wronged. I was hiding in a tree and found a little white monkey. I thought it was cute, so I wanted to hold it. This action angered it. It wouldn't let me hold it, but I insisted on holding it in my arms. Ling Tong finally stated, frustrated that it turned out like this. Why is it so vengeful? I've already returned that little guy to it. Xuanyu exclaimed in surprise and reprimanded. Are you still feeling wronged? That's a three-eyed demonic ape. Looking at its size, it must have 1,000 years of cultivation. It must be the overlord of this forest. At this, he suddenly realized something. Xuanyu moved quickly. In that second, Xuanyu pressed tightly against Lingtong, making her confusedly blurt out, "What are you doing?" Xuanyu embraced her, dodging its attack. Both of them looked back, breathing heavily. In this critical moment, he urgently shouted, "Run in separate directions." Xuanyu used the power of ice, aiming for its head. The three-eyed demonic ape, taken by surprise, roared furiously. Seeing his risky move, Lingtong couldn't help but be astonished. "You actually went to lure away the three-eyed demonic ape yourself?" she blurted out worriedly. "Are you crazy?" Outside, the staff admired his courage. In such a dangerous situation, is this child still thinking of saving others? At this moment, Xuanyu gritted his teeth and fled quickly, leaping from tree to tree. It refused to give up, chasing fiercely. Just then, the three-eyed demonic ape was about to catch him. Xuanyu bent down and summoned ice. He rode on it like Sun Wukong. Xuanyu slid rapidly across the ground, and then suddenly, the three-eyed demonic ape shattered his ice. Zhang Tian was astonished as he assessed the situation. To be able to do this much, what's chasing him is a three-eyed demonic ape. Can he really escape? In fact, Xuanyu's soul power was already depleted from the high-intensity running. The three-eyed demonic ape finally lost its patience and used its innate ability mental attack. He was stunned by its powerful roar. He cried out in panic, "Oh no!" Xuanyu clutched his head in pain, screaming. He was sent flying dozens of meters by the shockwave. Zhang Tian urged, terrified, "Too careless. Quick, quick!" He frantically and urgently ordered, "Quickly bring Xuanyu out." Just then, the three-eyed demonic ape was about to reach out and finish him. At that moment, a flickering light appeared on his arm. It gnashed its teeth, ready for battle. The three-eyed demonic ape directly punched the ground. Strangely, it didn't hit Xuanyu. This made the three-eyed demonic ape's face turn pale with panic. Its best option was to escape quickly. At the same time, he also returned to his original position. Back in the venue, Zhang Tian frantically shouted, "Quickly send him to the healing-type Soul Master's infirmary." He instructed worriedly, "Quickly summon Ziluaocheng's best healing-type Soul Master here." Upon hearing the news, the parents rushed over, agitated. In Ziluaocheng Hospital Intensive Care Unit, in the ward, only the beeping of the electrocardiogram monitor could be heard. Xuanyu lay exhausted amidst various monitoring wires. His parents and those around them waited outside, distraught. Just then, the signal light of the ward turned red. Both of them were startled and quickly looked up. Seeing someone emerge, they anxiously asked, "Doctor, are there any results? How is my son?" The doctor frowned, explaining in a deep voice, "The situation is very complex, beyond our expectations. Your son's brain has no physical damage, but his consciousness has fallen into a deep coma." Nancheng asked in shock, "What, a vegetative state?" Seeing their panicked expressions, the doctor had no choice but to say directly, "It's possible. If he can wake up, everything will recover, but now it can only depend on his own will." Zhang Tian sighed, silently watching them. He painfully blamed himself. "Heavens, such an excellent child has fallen into a coma due to my carelessness. I cannot forgive myself." Tinluo Academy will bear Xuanyu's medical expenses, and Zhang Tian will also receive extremely severe punishment. 3 days later, Lingtong came to visit him, her mind full of thoughts. Seeing Xuanyu lying unconscious in the hospital bed, she choked up and shed tears. Lingtong remorsefully whispered, "If it weren't for you, it would have been me who was killed by the three-eyed demonic ape." She bowed her head, then burst into tears, blaming herself. "You became like this because you saved me." Lingtong painfully and sincerely uttered 2 words, "I'm sorry." From then on, the selection results for the youth advanced class also came out. Lingtong was the only one chosen, and Xuanyu was reserved as a permanent entrant. As long as he wakes up, he can join at any time. At this moment, a flickering light suddenly appeared in Xuanyu's subconscious, revealing a strange and magnificent scene where powerful divine beasts and immortals were engaged in fierce combat. Suddenly, a peculiar red light passed through these two forces. It created a mighty beam of light. The red light unhesitatingly blocked both sides, forcing them to retreat voluntarily. Outside, Xuanyu trembled in pain. Nancheng, seeing her son struggling, immediately ran out and shouted, "Doctor, doctor!" The doctor hastily instructed the staff to prepare the defibrillator and closely monitor the brainwaves. He highly concentrated and warned, "Constantly watch for any potential dangers." The doctor urgently injected a sedative. "His heart rate is too fast, inject a stabilizer." After everything returned to normal, he announced happily, "Good, it's stable. Continue to observe." Meanwhile, a lively event was being held at Tinluo City Stadium. Fans excitedly screamed, "It's young master, it's young master, Mom, come quickly to see your son-in-law." Upon seeing that person appear, they screamed even more frantically, "It's young master, we love you. Young master is too handsome. Heavens, he's just too dazzling." To the audience's anticipation, Tangla sang his song Galaxy with deep emotion. Her figure had long become blurry. Even after countless reincarnations, her voice remained clear, echoing in my ears countless times. Her aura, like flowers and fragrance, lingered in my nostrils for 10,000 generations. Her hands were soft and slender. Wherever she was, it was always the best haven. A person's life has 3 stages. One stage belongs to life, one stage belongs to society, and another stage is buried deep in the heart. Her 3rd stage is still there, still leaving its mark deep in my heart. 3 stages in one life, when can they return? As long as I am alive, she is here. 3 stages in one life, when can my memories be clear again? May heaven guide me, whether it be the divine realm or the abyss, whether in the heavens or on earth. I only wish these 3 stages of life could reappear. I only wish our 2 lives and 6 stages could merge into one life's 3 stages. Suddenly a strange aura warned him. Tang Li's singing abruptly stopped, caught in his throat. Take me away. Silence enveloped the stadium, and the audience asked each other in confusion, why did young Master Li's singing suddenly stop? What happened? Is there a problem with the equipment? He bowed naturally. Everyone please forgive me. Tang Li hesitated, adding, I must leave for a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from the center of the stage, leaving everyone utterly confused. The next second they murmured in bewilderment, discussing endlessly. He's gone, what happened? Young Master La left, disappeared from the stage. Is this a program arranged by the organizers? I've never heard of such an arrangement. Just then, Qingling hurriedly spoke to ease the situation. Quiet everyone, please quiet down. She tried to soothe them, attempting to control the scene to get a handle on things first. This is a surprise young Master La prepared for everyone. A surprise belonging to Tinluo's star, everyone asked, curious and excited. A surprise? What kind of surprise? This is the first time something like this has happened. After hearing this, everyone waited eagerly, full of anticipation. In another scene at Ziluaocheng Hospital, Nan Cheng was vigilantly guarding outside the ward. Tang La appeared by Xuanyu's hospital bed. He pondered the familiar sensation. Vaguely a special power seemed to guide him here. Facing the unfamiliar face, Tang La wondered to himself, who is this child? He looks familiar, but I'm seeing him for the first time. He anxiously expressed his concern. This child seems to be sick. Tang La unhesitatingly placed his palm on Xuanyu's forehead. He then immediately noticed. Tang La slowly moved his hand to Xuanyu's abdomen. He felt a marvelous vortex, and the strange patterns also changed color, which left Tang La stunned for a few seconds. He seemed to understand everything, his eyes wide open, and the patterns on Xuanyu's body quickly faded. As a result, he returned to his original state, and Tang La remained silent. Then he gently injected internal energy into the child's body. Just then, Tang Li's palm suddenly grew invisible roots. He watched in surprise and confusion as it disappeared. Next second, Tang La seemed to see them merge into one. He raised his eyebrows blankly for a long time. Tang La focused on restoring Xuanyu's health in the lounge. Qingling paced back and forth restlessly. Oh my god, are you crazy? Where on earth did you go, leaving 2,000 fans here? I've already told the fans you'd give them a surprise. That's why they quieted down. She urgently and strongly urged, it's already been half an hour. If you don't come back, they'll riot. Fly back the same way you flew out. Hurry, Tang La calmly reassured her, as if relieved. I know. Qingling breathed a joyful sigh. That's great, at least I finally got in touch with him. She nervously peeked outside. I wonder what the situation is like out there. The crowd impatiently accused. How long do we have to wait? Organizers, come out and give us an explanation. Where did young Master La go? They indignantly demanded their rights. If young Master La doesn't appear, we'll ask for refunds. Refunds, everyone chanted in unison. Yes, refunds and 10 times compensation. Refunds, are you toying with us? Qingling stood helplessly on the verge of collapse. How am I supposed to clean up this mess? Are we really doomed? Just then, Tang La sang his song Time Flows with deep emotion. Time is the historian gazing into the endless future. Protecting time is protecting the future. Protecting time is making the future no longer blurry. The audience exclaimed in surprise. That voice is young Master Li's. He continued to gaze at time with a melodious tune. What he gazed at was his own soul. Time passed in a flash, endless bitter thoughts. That was the familiarity of time, an unknown call. It guided me to seek hope. Hope approaches. And fell into fear again. Wanting to touch but afraid to lose. Hope approaching brings joy and the future. A moment of time will be filled with hope. My hope has come. Perhaps I no longer need to be confused. Seeing his appearance, the audience cheered. It's young Master La. He burst into a symphony, but I dare not touch it, for hope will fade. Hope is in time and space. Please walk with me. Do not leave me. Rather than never leave, truly open it. Hope of time, please tell me why. Why does that familiar feeling originate from ancient times? Tang Li's radiance illuminated the entire space. He bowed and sincerely apologized. I'm sorry to have kept everyone waiting. Due to his momentary excitement, Tang La naturally introduced the preparations made during this time, dedicating a new song, Guardian of Time, Guardian of You, to everyone. The crowd was incredibly surprised and couldn't believe their ears. A new song, he didn't say more. Turning to conclude tonight's performance, that's all for today. I hope everyone present can guard time and guard those you wish to protect. Everyone was convinced and full of praise. Oh my god, it's a new song. Young Master La sang a new song for us, Tinluo City, for the first time. This is indeed a huge surprise. It truly makes one feel proud. Young Master La, we will guard you. Guard time, guard you, guard time, guard you. Facing such a clever response, Qingling murmured to herself in bewilderment. Did he actually compose a new song? Was his disappearance just now to write a new song? To turn the situation around with a new song? She pondered, showing extreme admiration. It's truly incredible. Perhaps this was Tang Li's charm. In the backstage lounge, he struggled to comprehend the child's identity. Who was he? Why can I feel his pain and helplessness from so far away? Being summoned to his side, could this child have some connection to me? Tang La rubbed his forehead, dizzy and at a loss, not understanding, still remembering nothing. He yearned to meet him, wanted to see him again so badly. The next morning at the hospital, Xuanyu woke up groggily. Nan Cheng and the doctor were speechless with surprise. He softly said, his stomach rumbling, Mommy, I'm hungry. The next day, Xuanyu woke up. After multiple examinations, it was confirmed that his body was completely normal, and there were no signs of any abnormal after effects. Therefore Xuanyu was transferred to a regular ward. 3 days later, Xuanyu's health had largely recovered, and he was ready for discharge. A female nurse held a package and handed it to Xuanyu's mother. "Madam Nan, this should be your delivery." Nan Cheng looked puzzled, confirming the recipient. "Xuanyu's ICU?" She opened the package and saw 3 premium tickets. The nurse exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, they're young Master Li's concert tickets." The nurse couldn't contain her excitement, repeatedly expressing envy. "Oh my goodness, and they're front row seats." "Madam Nan, how did you get them? Tickets sold out months ago. Do you know how crazy the fans are for young Master Li's concert tickets?" Holding the tickets, Nan Cheng couldn't believe her eyes. These were actually young Master Li's concert tickets. Wasn't this her long-cherished dream? She wondered curiously. "Who sent these?" The nurse optimistically reassured her. "It's an anonymous delivery, no sender listed. No matter who sent them, it's a good thing." Nan Cheng pondered for a moment, guessing it must be from Tinluo Academy as compensation for us. With her son recovered and discharged, and even able to attend her idol's concert, the gloom in Nan Cheng's heart finally dissipated. On the day of the concert, Tinluo City Stadium was packed. She exclaimed in surprise, "Indeed, it's a sea of people." Seeing the long queue, Lan Xiao anxiously asked, "How long will we have to wait?" Nan Cheng sighed helplessly. "There's no choice, it's young Master Li's concert, of course it's bigger than ever." She looked around in confusion. "But other people's tickets seem different from ours. Did we get the wrong ones?" Just then, a ticket checker politely approached and asked, "Your tickets don't need to queue here. These are VIP tickets. There's a special lane, no need to queue." Nan Cheng was stunned, confirming again. "VIP tickets?" The friendly female staff member smiled and led them over. "I'll show you the way." Exclamations of envy came from the crowd. "Oh my goodness, they actually have VIP tickets. Aren't VIP tickets impossible to buy even with money?" Once inside, she was overjoyed. "It's the second row. Fantastic. I can see young Master La up close." Over an hour later, the concert finally began. On stage, Tang La sang with clear, slightly melancholic lyrics. Her figure has long become blurry, having gone through countless reincarnations. Her voice is incredibly clear, echoing countless times in my ears. The third stage of her life has always been here, always leaving a deep imprint in my heart. As long as I am alive, she will always be here. My memories are already blurry, but my heart has always been searching. When can the 3 stages of life return? When can my memories be completely clear? Nan Cheng suddenly startled, blushing and muttering to herself, "Am I hallucinating? Young Master La seemed to glance at me just now." The song ended. Deafening cheers seemed to shake the entire venue. Tang La expressed his sincere excitement. "Thank you all for your support. But today I only want to sing this song once. Next, please allow me to present the song Guardian of Time, Guardian of You. At the same time, I'd like to invite an audience member to sing with me." The crowd instantly erupted in discussion. "Oh my goodness, inviting an audience member to sing with young Master La, so unexpected. What's this new segment? When did our cold and unapproachable young Master La become so approachable?" They eagerly raised their hands. Me. Meanwhile, in the backstage monitoring room, Manager Zhuang anxiously turned and accused, "You had such a good idea. Why didn't you tell us? This could have been heavily advertised, a huge benefit. Next time, if you have any new tricks, can you please tell us in advance?" Qingling awkwardly countered, "Manager Zhuang, if I told you I knew nothing and this was just young Master Li's spontaneous idea, would you believe me?" At this moment, the audience excitedly exclaimed, "Young Master La is walking down into the audience. Oh my goodness, is he really going to invite an audience member on stage to sing?" Seeing that tall figure, Nan Cheng froze for a few seconds, her heart pounding, shocked. "No, it can't be. Young Master La is coming towards me." Nan Cheng could hardly maintain her composure. He was getting closer and closer. Oh my goodness, she was sure this wasn't a hallucination. He was indeed walking towards her. The crowd stirred, wondering who young Master La would invite on stage. Tang La reached out gently, saying, "May I invite you to come on stage and sing with me?" He glowed warmly, extending his hand. Nan Cheng was stunned, realizing it wasn't her. Tang La pointed his hand towards Xuanyu. In the enthusiastic atmosphere, he softly spoke, "May I invite you to come on stage and sing with Uncle?" Xuanyu was too surprised to speak. The next second, he thoughtfully pointed to his mother. "Uncle, please invite Mom up. Mom likes you very much." She felt proud and happy in her heart. "Good son, my sweet son, Mom didn't love you in vain." However, Tang La insisted on his idea. "No, Uncle only wants to invite you, is that all right?" After hearing this, Nan Cheng was a little disappointed, feeling a touch of loss. Xuanyu remained silent, then he calmly picked him up. The two gazed at each other for a long time, and in an instant Tang La suddenly showed a faint smile. She suddenly startled, blurting out, "He smiled?" Nan Cheng was secretly amazed. This was the first time she had seen young Master La smile. He carried Xuanyu onto the stage amidst everyone's gaze. The audience cheered excitedly. "Is the invited child that one? Young Master La really knows how to pick. If he chose a female fan, I couldn't bear it. This child is so cute, and honestly they look a bit alike." Tang La slowly sang, gazing at time, but what he gazed at was his own soul. Time passed in a flash, endless bitter thoughts. Hope in time always comes from that unexpected feeling, that familiarity of time and nameless calling. Just then the crowd stirred, exclaiming, "Young Master La smiled, so beautiful, his smile is so warm. Oh my goodness, I'm melting." He continued to sing with a resonant voice, "My hope has come. Perhaps I no longer need to be confused, but I dare not touch it, for hope will vanish. Hope is in time. Please walk with me. Do not leave me. Hope in time. Please tell me why. Why does that familiar feeling come from ancient times?" Tang La lovingly kissed Xuanyu's forehead. then ended the song with Guardian of Time, Guardian of You. The entire venue was stirred by this moving performance. Tangla sincerely thanked him, then asked Xuanyu, "Thank you, little friend. Can you tell Uncle your name?" Xuanyu replied loudly, "My name is Lan Xuanyu." He poured out his heart. "Uncle, I like you." He smiled in response to this affection. "Uncle likes you too," because Tangla added a simple and profound reason. "You gave Uncle hope." Without a doubt, this concert was a huge success. Young Master Law showed his gentle side in front of everyone for the first time. Xuanyu's body had completely recovered. Now he needed to make an important choice whether to continue studying at Purple Orchid City Branch Academy or go to Tinluo City's Youth Advanced class. Nan Cheng gently sought his opinion. "Xuanyu, what do you think?" He made a decisive decision. "Mom, I want to go to the Youth Advanced class. I want to become as powerful as Auntie Nana so I can protect you," she happily praised. "You truly are Mom's good son." Lan Xiao nodded in agreement. "All right." After careful consideration, he solemnly announced, "It's decided. Our whole family will move to Tinluo City and start a new life." The Xuanyu family moved to Tinluo City. When Tinluo Academy found out, they sent someone to pick him up. Xuanyu excitedly looked at his surroundings. Wow, the academy is so big. As for Tinluo Academy, all his future expenses at the academy, including tuition and various other fees, would be covered by the school. Zhang Tian walked and introduced, "This is Tinluo Academy's junior academy, where you will study and live from now on. This is your dormitory. I'll take you to your room first. This floor is exclusively for students of your Youth Advanced class. Regular dorms are 8 people per room, but you 3 will share one." Finishing, he led Xuanyu into room 333. "This is your dorm room. I'll give you a brief introduction. You are the first Youth Advanced class of Tinluo Academy, with a total of 30 students. You enjoy the highest level of treatment at the academy, but also bear the greatest responsibility. The future elimination rate will be 2/3. The upcoming studies will be very arduous. You need to be mentally prepared." He listened attentively, then nodded obediently. After speaking, Zhang Tian turned and left the room. "Then I'll be going now." Xuanyu politely bowed his head. Thank you, teacher." Only when he was alone did he look around, secretly thinking, "These 2 will be my roommates and this bed is mine." After a while, a clear voice suddenly called out, Hey, you're awake?" Qianlei smiled amiably and walked over. "You're new here, right?" Hello, my name is Qianlei. Let's go eat together." Xuanyu happily responded. "Oh, hello, my name is Xuanyu." He pointed to his bed. "I sleep here." Then he pointed to the corner next to it. "Crazy sleeps here." After getting to know each other, the 2 walked out of the room together, chatting as they went. "He's already at the cafeteria. Let's go eat too." In the Junior Academy cafeteria, as the 2 walked in, they heard a clear voice. Xuanyu turned his head, and Yi Lingtong had already run over, a hint of worry on her face. "Xuanyu, is your body all better?" Contrary to her concern, he merely responded indifferently. "I've recovered." Hearing her say that, she was relieved. "That's good. It was all thanks to you that day." But he ignored her, walking straight past. "It's none of your business and I'm fine." With that, he left Lingtong alone and continued walking with Qianlei. "I'm hungry, let's eat first." She lowered her head sadly and quietly walked away. After walking for a while, Qianlei curiously whispered, "Do you know Lingtong?" Xuanyu honestly replied, We used to be classmates." He quickly added, "I'm telling you, she's very strong. Among the girls in our class, her strength ranks in the top 3. But he seemed indifferent, merely letting out a soft "oh." At another table, Lingtong walked to her seat. Seeing what had just happened, Tian Shuan asked in confusion, "Lingtong, do you know that new guy?" She politely replied, We used to go to school together. He had an accident during the exam and now that he's recovered he's come to school." He continued to press. "How are his abilities?" She pondered for a moment, then confidently stated that she had never beaten him. He paused slightly, then turned to look at him, realizing the other party was not simple. At the other side of the table, Qianlei loudly introduced, "Crazy, our new roommate is here. Let's get to know each other." Xuanyu walked over to greet him. "Hello, my name is Xuanyu." The person opposite him also introduced himself. "My name is Lu Feng. What's your soul power rank?" He blinked innocently. "Rank 14. Hearing this, both of them exclaimed in disappointment. "Rank 14? You're only rank 14? Seeing the strange attitude of his classmates, Xuanyu was a little curious. "Does this rank have anything to do with going to school?" Qianlei waved his hand to explain. "Let me tell you. There are 30 people in our Youth Advanced class, 3 people in a group assisting each other, forming one unit. The higher your group ranks, the easier it is to be retained." Then he continued to say with disappointment. Xuanyu was surprised to hear it. "When we heard you were coming today, we had high hopes, but now it seems our group will probably be at the bottom of the class." After seeing Xuanyu's appetite, both of them were too stunned to speak. "This kid eats too much, doesn't he?" He was unconcerned by the surrounding gazes, innocently enjoying his food as if it were endless fun. The people around couldn't help but be shocked. "That new kid eats too much. Look, he's getting another serving." But he hadn't walked far when Jin Shang blocked him. "Hey, that's enough eating. You've eaten several people's portions by yourself." Xuanyu tilted his head slightly, not hiding his confusion. "What's wrong with me eating a bit more? The academy said we can eat our fill." He looked at Xuanyu disdainfully. "I said you're not allowed to eat and you're not allowed to eat." Xuanyu glared back defiantly. Jin Shang then quickly rushed towards him. Xuanyu reached out to block, but he dodged. He approached again, attempting to attack, but Xuanyu's gaze remained surprisingly calm. Immediately after, he deliberately bumped him with his shoulder. Jinshang was knocked to the ground by a powerful force, startled. Did I just encounter a master? The commotion here was too loud and had already attracted the teacher's attention. You rascals looking for trouble, are you? Do you think our dorm 333 has no one? The atmosphere grew tense, and the people around became even more excited. Oh, are they going to fight? She angrily questioned. What are you doing? Fighting in the cafeteria wastes food. If you want to fight, go to the sports field. None of you need to eat anymore. Xuanyu felt very frustrated after hearing this. He hadn't eaten enough yet. On the sports field, students lined up in 2 rows. She sternly instructed, you are a collective and punishment must be shared. Lunch ends early today. You'll stand until afternoon class. Seeing the students looking at him with complaining expressions, Jin Shang glared. Why are you looking at me? He started it. Xuanyu, however, agreed with the teacher's approach. Everyone can't eat either. Everyone shares the hardships. This is good. Just then, Tian Shuan proactively stepped forward and said, the teacher just said we could fight on the sports field. You two fight, otherwise we'll all fight you. Jin Shang asked in surprise, really? With that he stepped forward and summoned his martial soul, the blazing gold bird. Lan Xuanyu, right? Come and try. Then he flapped his sharp golden wings and moved forward. The blazing gold bird martial soul is a flying soul beast, rumored to be one of the ancestors of bird-type soul beasts, possessing both gold and fire attributes. Xuanyu activated his blue-silver grass martial soul to entangle, condensing power in his palm to collide with the opponent. He was stunned and sent flying. Ice bone burst. Even I felt pain. Before Jin Shang could react, Xuanyu had already teleported in front of him, shooting ice arrows, leaving him confused, having misjudged the attack position, and was about to raise his wings to block but didn't know where the attack would hit. But Xuanyu cleverly created a thin layer of ice, causing him to slip and fall unexpectedly. That layer of ice immediately transformed into sharp ice spikes, startling and terrifying him. The people outside also grew tense with the rhythm of the match. Jin Shang never expected Xuanyu to suddenly appear on him. When did this kid show up? Xuanyu remained cold, fiercely pressing him to the ground with one foot. The ice surface immediately shattered. He gasped with difficulty. So heavy. Seeing the previous battle, Tian Shuan looked at Xuanyu with new respect. This new kid's landing movements are really good, like flowing clouds in water. He's got some skill. Ling Tong secretly sighed. He's become even stronger, and the 2 roommates were even more surprised. Is this kid that strong? Subsequently, Tian Shuan stepped forward and helped Jin Shang up. You lost. I'm sorry. After what just happened, he felt ashamed about what just happened. I'm sorry. With that, he turned and shook hands with Xuanyu in a friendly manner. In our class, ability determines everything, he said. If you're strong, you're right. Welcome aboard. I'm the class leader, Tian Shuan. Lan Xuanyu politely responded, but suddenly felt something was off. It turned out Tian Shuan had played a trick during the handshake, so Lan Xuanyu squeezed back hard, startling Tian Shuan. Lan Xuanyu's strength was. Tian Shuan felt an unusual sensation in his arm while Lan Xuanyu remained composed. Tian Shuan frowned nervously. No matter how hard he tried, his gripped hand trembled, all its strength absorbed by this little guy. The next second he hesitated, looked up and asked, do you have twin martial souls? Hearing this, Lan Xuanyu was a bit surprised, while those around them excitedly shouted, really? How did you find out? Qianlei then walked over amicably, putting his arm around Lan Xuanyu's shoulder. Twin martial souls, that's awesome. Our dorm won't be at the bottom anymore. Lu Feng, standing nearby with his arms crossed, scoffed, with you as deadweight, you can't be sure. Then Tian Shuan spoke up, reminding the surrounding classmates, everyone stand for a bit longer, class is about to start. Qianlei then curiously waved his hand and asked, Xuanyu, do you really have twin martial souls? It's my first time seeing someone with twin martial souls. What are your 2 martial souls? Upon hearing this, Lan Xuanyu unleashed power in both hands. My martial souls are mutated blue-silver grass. The golden pattern blue-silver grass focuses on strength, while the silver pattern blue-silver grass primarily controls water elements. With that, he casually extended his hands. Qianlei exclaimed, no wonder you could knock Jin Shang down. Let me introduce my martial soul too. My martial soul is very special. As he spoke, Qianlei flicked his finger, sending a coin flying into the air. He pointed at the coin and said, look. Lan Xuanyu's eyes widened in surprise, watching the object suspended before him. Qianlei then stroked his chin, saying matter-of-factly, how does this thing fight? Haven't you heard that money makes the world go round? My gold coin can summon soul beasts in battle. It's just that. Qianlei then shrugged helplessly. My martial soul is unstable and I never know what I'll summon each time. I was incredibly lucky during the exam and summoned a very powerful soul beast. After I was admitted, the teacher only found out about my unstable summoning. Lu Feng, with annoyance and displeasure, said bluntly, to put it simply, it's unreliable. Lan Xuanyu, standing beside them, could only awkwardly encourage. You're still great. Qianlei suddenly became serious. It's my turn. My martial soul is a spear, the white dragon spear. I'm an agility attack soul master. Lan Xuanyu asked, puzzled, aren't spear-type martial souls all strength attack types? Lu Feng explained profoundly, my spear is infused with a dragon soul to increase speed, making its attack power weaker, which is why it's considered an agility attack type. Qianlei walked over and patted his shoulder, sighing, crazy skills are still great, but sometimes he can't break through defenses and then he's stuck. Hearing this, Lan Xuanyu could only offer an awkward smile. One martial soul was unreliable and the other only had speed without attack power. The strength of these two roommates indeed placed them at the bottom of the class. After lunch, the afternoon class began. On the podium, a teacher spoke earnestly. Students, you must carefully consider choosing your secondary professions, as this is very important for your future. The academy teacher stated sternly, everyone must choose 2 secondary professions, one of which must be mecha piloting. At this moment, Qianlei was propping his chin, listening attentively with Lan Xuanyu. The remaining choices are battle armor master and basic warship piloting. The teacher patiently continued to instruct, over the next week you need to think carefully. I will introduce you to the characteristics of the secondary professions. Today we'll discuss basic warship piloting. Lan Xuanyu listened very seriously, as his ambition was to become a warship pilot. Seeing him like this, the person next to him asked, "You like this?" Lan Xuanyu also earnestly replied, "I like piloting warships and I also want to become a battle armor master. I'll choose these 2, what do you think?" Qianlei, however, seemed uninterested. Not good. Piloting warships and being a battle armor master are unrelated and will consume more energy. Lan Xuanyu was a bit surprised after hearing this. Then I'll reconsider. What about you? What will you choose? Qianlei honestly replied, basic warship piloting and battle armor master. Lan Xuanyu was even more astonished. Didn't you just advise me not to? Qianlei then confidently winked, pointing to himself. I'm different. My spiritual power has always been the highest in the class. It's probably around 130 or 140 now, so I'll learn quickly. Lan Xuanyu genuinely sighed, even higher than mine. Then he glanced again and asked, mine is also around 100. Is that enough for these 2? This time it was Qianlei's turn to stand up in surprise. Ah, you also have 100? Are twin martial souls that amazing? At this point the teacher's face darkened. You 2 stand up, is there a problem? The 2 obediently stood up amidst the murmurs of their classmates. Lan Xuanyu then spoke seriously. Teacher, I want to pursue both basic warship piloting and battle armor master. Qianlei said, pursuing both these subjects is very energy intensive and difficult to master, but I truly love both of them. Both of us want to pursue these 2. The people next to them chuckled softly. At this the teacher seriously considered, pursuing both basic warship piloting and battle armor master, what are your limits? Qianlei is right. Besides consuming a lot of energy, ability and talent are also essential. Qianlei, whose name was called, quickly replied, Teacher, both of our spiritual powers are very high. We should be able to manage both, right? Upon hearing this, the teacher nodded slightly. Both of your spiritual powers exceed 50. But he confidently extended his finger. They both exceed 100. Amidst Lan Xuanyu's calm expression, everyone discussed in surprise. That high? The new students are that high too. The teacher was very surprised. What? Spiritual power actually exceeds 100? Isn't this child only 7 or 8 years old? His thoughts drifted to Qianlei and Lan Xuanyu. Many soul masters above 4 rings haven't even reached that level. Judging solely by spiritual power, these 2 children are indeed geniuses among geniuses. Finally, the teacher sternly decided, sit down, your spiritual powers are indeed very high. But to determine if you are suitable for pursuing both these subjects, further investigation and evaluation are required. After the day's classes ended, the homeroom teacher Zhang Tian walked up to Lan Xuanyu. He smiled amiably and said, come on, follow me to the office. Then Zhang Tian asked with concern, I heard you want to pursue both warship piloting and battle armor master? Lan Xuanyu obediently affirmed, yes. Zhang Tian then said seriously, I won't give you too much advice, but to pursue both these subjects you need to pass a series of assessments. Zhang Tian continued to explain, the academy needs to confirm you have the potential in these areas. Lan Xuanyu understood, yes teacher Mu, I understand. Zhang Tian held the guide manual, pointing it out to Lan Xuanyu, who was sitting next to him. The assessment will be held in a week. Come to me every day after school. I will give you special tutoring. Soon after, a voice from dorm 333 shouted, You're finally back. Qianlei triumphantly put his arm around Lan Xuanyu's shoulder. I see hope in you. Our dorm won't be at the bottom anymore. Crazy, am I right? Lu Feng coldly got off his bed and asked incredulously, with his unreliable martial soul? Lu Feng's face was filled with disdain. That means our group is down 1 person. Qianlei immediately pointed at him angrily. Come on, how much stronger are you than me? So fast you can't even control yourself, right? Lu Feng remained composed, stroking his cheek and thought, isn't that just because my cultivation isn't enough? When it comes to speed, I'm the fastest in the class, Qianlei retorted indignantly. My spiritual power is also the highest. Seeing this, Lan Xuanyu could only raise his hand to mediate. All right, stop arguing. As long as we work together it's fine. Lu Feng coldly pointed in the direction of the training room. Let's go to the training room and get familiar with each other's combat styles first. Lan Xuanyu quickly agreed. Okay, the 3 then arrived at the Youth Advanced Classes dedicated training room. Lan Xuanyu exclaimed in surprise, we're training in the simulation cabin? Lu Feng casually sat into the equipment. Not bad, right? Soul Masters in other grades don't get this kind of treatment. Qianlei also gave a thumbs up praising, yeah, the simulation cabin is safe and convenient, so good. After logging in, Lan Xuanyu also entered his simulation cabin. He looked around. It seemed exactly like last time. The equipment screen began to load and suddenly a dazzling light appeared. Finally, the 3-person team link was complete, connecting. A vast and illusory world opened up and Lan Xuanyu's face was filled with surprise. It was an ancient town. He suddenly turned to look at Qianlei and Lu Feng, who were smiling behind him. Lan Xuanyu asked, puzzled. What are you two laughing at? The person next to him was still excited and he slowly pointed forward. Only then did Lan Xuanyu see that he was stark naked, wearing only a pair of shorts. This, Lan Xuanyu quickly said amidst their joyful laughter. This simulation cabin world is different from last time. Subsequently, a set of clothes was handed over. Wear this. Newcomers have nothing when they first enter. The clothes were already on his arms. His pants and shoes were also on. He looked very handsome in this outfit. Lan Xuanyu said, all right, I'm dressed. But Qianlei was very puzzled. Why do you look so good in this outfit? The person next to him said coolly. No choice, the system assigned it randomly. Lu Feng still looked composed as he reached out to explain. Let me introduce you. This is the Federation's largest simulated world, controlled by the Federation's highest supercomputer. This is the world of Soul Masters, the Dulua world. Qianlei cast his gaze on Lan Xuanyu. Let's talk as we walk. The Dulua simulation world is the mother planet of the ancient Dulua continent. You can imagine it as a game world. But the realism is very high and body data will be imported here. The stronger you are in the real world, the stronger you are here. Normally, only those aged 12 and above can enter here. Our youth advanced class has special permission to enter, but for now we are restricted to this town. I heard it cost a lot of money and resources, and the achievements and rewards here can be transferred back to the real world, his words continued until they reached the training room. We're here. Let's the three of us go in and train. Qianlei politely said, please give us a beginner assessment environment. The young lady quickly replied, 1 Duluo coin. Hearing this, Lu Feng was a bit surprised it costs money. He honestly explained, it's the most realistic simulated world, so the currency here can only be earned here. As the three were enveloped in blue light, Qianlei amicably raised his hand. Let's all share the training room fees from now on. Lan Xuanyu readily replied, okay, the environment is ready now. The next second the three's afterimages quickly disappeared, and the soul dueling arena appeared, having entered the beginner assessment environment. Qianlei nervously said to Lan Xuanyu, this is the soul dueling arena for the beginner assessment. If we win, we can get 2 Duluo coins. If we lose, the money goes down the drain. The opponents are 50 10-year soul beasts and 300-year soul beasts. Lan Xuanyu looked astonished. Such a large number. At this moment, fierce soul beasts were rushing towards them. We must win. The soul beasts bared their sharp teeth, exuding dangerous demonic energy. Seeing this, Lan Xuanyu seriously clenched his fists. They're coming. Lu Feng next to him was also ready. Let's go. The next second he transformed his martial soul, the white dragon spear. Lu Feng decisively decided to attract their attention himself. Qianlei confidently glowed with golden light. It's time to show some character. He flicked a coin into the air and the coin flew upwards. Come out, gate of summoning. Qianlei forcefully spread his hands. Form my colossal spatial gate. Meanwhile, Lu Feng was striding forward, pointing his long spear, each thrust knocking away one soul beast and hitting another nearby. Lu Feng gritted his teeth looking at the ferocious soul beasts, then suddenly moved nimbly, avoiding the sharp claws of a soul beast that had just pounced. Lu Feng moved while attacking them. This scene surprised Lan Xuanyu. He's running so fast there's no way to cooperate. At this moment a small paw slowly extended from the gate of power. Qianlei excitedly asked, good, it appeared, what could it be? But then he looked puzzled again. Lan Xuanyu also curiously tilted his head to look. What emerged from the spatial gate was a black cat. The soul beast let out even more ferocious roars. The black cat fearfully trembled and ducked back into the spatial gate, ignoring Qianlei's attempts to stop it. Wait! The black cat quickly escaped. Lan Xuanyu glanced at Qianlei, who was reaching out, pulling. The gate, surrounded by spiritual energy, was preparing to close. Seeing this, Qianlei awkwardly extended his hand and smiled. I can't help it either. The spatial gate behind him grew smaller and smaller, while Lu Feng on the other side was still struggling to fend off soul beasts with his spear, and Lan Xuanyu could only helplessly clutch his head. These two teammates of mine are really unreliable, utterly unreliable. Subsequently, Lan Xuanyu faced the rushing soul beasts, but he couldn't just sit there. His arm was encased in ice, erupting with power. Let's fight. Lan Xuanyu shot countless ice spikes at the soul beasts. At this moment, Qianlei was fearfully watching the soul beasts rushing up behind him. They're coming. A hand suddenly reached out, firmly grabbing his hood, then forcefully threw Qianlei away. Qianlei's eyes widened suddenly, his face full of surprise. Qianlei quickly slid, leaving a trail of ice behind him. While fighting the soul beast, Lan Xuanyu decisively shot out ribbons. He pulled himself over. Qianlei nimbly grabbed the ribbon, so he was easily pulled to Qianlei's side. Then Lan Xuanyu turned his face and urged, Lu Feng, come over. Let's act together. He then seriously asked the person next to him, how are you doing? How much longer until you can summon again? Hearing this, Qianlei confidently gave a thumbs up. Summoning that little cat just now only consumed a tiny bit of my energy. I can summon again in half a minute. Lan Xuanyu looked helpless, speechless. The randomness of this martial soul was too strong, but now they could only rely on it to create a miracle. Lu Feng suddenly rushed over to their surprise. I'm here. He rushed forward aggressively. Seeing this, Lan Xuanyu reached out to stop him. Hey, too fast, stop quickly. Lu Feng's face became tense and confused. I can't control it. He slammed into the two people in front of him, instantly filling the air with dust. Lan Xuanyu frowned, struggling to stand up. Oh god, these two guys! At this moment the soul beasts had already surrounded them. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but shout in his heart, "They're too unreliable." Lan Xuanyu reached out, activating his spiritual power, and shouted as he spoke, "Qianlei, prepare to summon, I'll cover you." Qianlei nodded slightly with a surprised expression, and then an ice thorn ring appeared. Separating Qianlei from the soul beasts, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh my god, finally safe." He turned his face and asked, "This beginner assessment, have you two really won before?" Qianlei proudly raised his index finger. "Once, I summoned a huge bear then. It was incredibly powerful. Even the 100-year lava hound's fireballs couldn't hurt it." This made Lan Xuanyu surprised. "What did you say? 100-year lava hounds breathe fireballs?" Lan Xuanyu suddenly saw a burst of flame fiercely break through the ice thorn layer. The soul beasts appeared just like that. 300-year lava hounds had appeared. They shot fire at the ice barrier. His expression turned anxious, not good. Lu Feng had already charged forward. "I'm here." He used his spear to repel the charging fire spirit. Lan Xuanyu extended his hand again, releasing vines, doing very well. He decisively pulled Lu Feng back, whose hand was already bloody. With trembling hands he turned his face. "Hey Qianlei, try to be more reliable." He nervously clenched his hands. "Got it. I'm summoning." But a fire spirit was about to rush at them. Not good. More fireballs were flying over. Qianlei quickly flicked a coin into the air. "Come out." Lan Xuanyu crossed his arms, preparing to fight. "Let me block it." Finally the spatial gate reappeared, and the fire had already rushed towards him. Lan Xuanyu was pushed far away. Now he had to grab the spatial gate's frame. Suddenly Lan Xuanyu's eyes widened in surprise. Before him the gate shimmered with a wonderful blue light. A pair of feet gently stepped out, accompanied by countless jingling bells. Lan Xuanyu was even more surprised. Xianxia appeared with countless petals. Her whole body was enveloped in powerful spiritual energy. The next second Xianxia's eyes slowly opened, and suddenly her gaze revealed surprise. She was startled by the raging soul beasts in front of her. Xianxia quickly extended her hand to condense power. A solid ice wall formed with an ice wall spell. Lan Xuanyu turned his face in astonishment. Lu Feng was too shocked to speak, and Qianlei also couldn't help but be surprised. This summoning actually happened again. He looked at her, exclaiming, "It's a beautiful humanoid girl." At this moment Lan Xuanyu looked blankly at his bandaged hand, while Qianxia seemed incredibly confused. "Where is this? Who are you?" Qianlei was incredibly excited. "You're so beautiful. I'm your contractor. I summoned you here. Let's kill the enemies first, my beautiful girl." Hearing this, Qianxia was even more puzzled. "Summoning, but where is this? How can I go back?" So he began to explain to the person in front of him. "You're a creature from another world, aren't you? Perhaps you won't understand, but this is the Dulua world. Once the summoning ends, you can go back." Qianxia blankly stroked her chin. "Dulua world?" The next second she innocently extended her index finger. "Are you talking about the virtual world in the simulation cabin?" These words stunned Qianlei, and Lan Xuanyu's face showed surprise. "She knows too?" Qianxia seemed not to have expected this, and her eyes were filled with surprise. Lan Xuanyu remained calm and silent, just watching her. After a long time she finally spoke. "It's you. I can feel your aura brought me here." Qianlei stood there, unable to bear the injustice, waving his hands and shouting loudly, "No, it was me, it was me." Lu Feng immediately interrupted, warning, "Let's deal with the lava hounds first, they're getting close." Lan Xuanyu immediately turned to look at them after hearing this, frankly saying, "Let's take care of these troubles first." Qianxia concentrated intensely, her emerald eyes fixed on a single point. Subsequently, small light spirits circled around her body along with a swirling yellow halo. Qianlei asked in astonishment, "2 rings, you're actually a great soul master?" Qianxia focused solely on the battle, completely oblivious to his voice. As the girl's jade hand lifted, the wall in front of her instantly shattered into fragments and blades flew in 4 directions, like an ice storm sweeping across the scene. Large numbers of lava hounds were caught in it, and in the blink of an eye they turned into light and disappeared without a trace. Ultimately, the previously delicate and gentle Qianxia instantly transformed into a powerful female warrior, moving at incredible speed, wielding a sharp blade. The blade shot out, drawing a dazzling streak of light. Qianxia's lips were tightly pressed, her eyes still gleaming with resolve and pride. Every time she moved her hands controlling the blades, light afterimages gracefully danced in the air. Lu Feng's eyes widened in horror, staring intently at her every move, not forgetting to marvel at the perfect combination of speed and strength. Too strong, Lan Xuanyu could no longer hold back at this moment. He couldn't stand idly by, so he charged forward. "I'll help too." Where Qianxia unleashed her spiritual power, the ground was instantly covered with ice rings. This time she decided to put down her weapon and personally control it to charge out. Lava hounds also found it difficult to survive the cold air blades. After its death it turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared. However, their numbers still overwhelmed the tiny Qianxia, so she quickly became tense again. Lan Xuanyu arrived just in time, seeing her in a perilous situation, and shouted, "Danger!" A blue ice bond shot from his arm, quickly wrapping around Qianxia's body. She unhappily looked back at him, decisively ordering, "Let go," but the next moment surprised her. Qianxia and Lan Xuanyu seemed to be in another space, the sight of countless stars creating a sense of mystery. Lan Xuanyu also seemed very confused at this moment, not expecting this to happen. A thought flashed through her empty mind, "This is my power. My power has increased." Not only that, but her hand also emitted a terrifying tornado, instantly trapping all the lava hounds. Qianxia was still shocked, staring at her palm from time to time, unable to believe what was happening before her eyes. Ice crystals were condensing into exquisite blades, flying at extreme speed, directly piercing every lava hound. The previous ice ring tornado reappeared. Although without the aid of an ice wall, the scale of the ice ring tornado was even more powerful than before. Xianxia slowly glanced at Lan Xuanyu beside her, unconsciously opening her mouth slightly as if marveling at something. Lan Xuanyu perhaps felt her gaze and looked back. She stared blankly for a long time, secretly admiring, "This boy's eyelashes are so long, it was indeed his aura that brought me here. Why does my soul power increase when his aura connects with mine?" And there seemed to be other changes. After a long time of mutual gazing, a notification came from the arena. Test ended, returning to the training hall. Immediately, all participants returned to the starting point, and Xianxia also disappeared. After a while at the participant assembly point, those who passed the preliminary test. Participants successfully received rewards. 1 Duluo coin. Xianlei stared wide-eyed at the gold coin on the table, dumbfounded. What exactly just happened? Xianlei anxiously repeated the question. What exactly just happened? Lan Xuanyu stared back at him, asking, "You summoned the person, how would I know?" Unexpectedly he ambiguously replied, "I don't know either. This is my first time summoning a person, but wasn't the effect good?" Lu Feng suddenly emphasized 2 words with a solemn expression, "Not right." He grew even more confused. "What's wrong?" he calmly recalled and began to analyze based on his own feelings. When that summoning happened, Lan Xuanyu collided with the summoning gate to block the fireballs for him, and in that moment there was a vague sensation. The summoning gate seemed to have undergone some changes. He slightly pursed his lips, tacitly acknowledging the other party's strength. He noticed it. It seemed his observational skills were pretty good. But on the surface, Lan Xuanyu still pretended not to understand what happened, innocently asking back, "Is that so?" Xianlei suddenly had an idea. It did seem like there were some changes. "Since that's the case, we'll know by trying again." They threw out the Duluo coin, then cast a spell to teleport themselves into the beginner assessment scenario, with one hand in his pocket. His other hand pointed forward, chanting the incantation, "Come out, my gate of summoning." Lan Xuanyu eagerly touched his gate. Immediately a wisp of airflow gently flew out from within, and the faint figure of a small girl clearly appeared inside the gate. Xianxia was still unaccustomed to this sudden summoning sensation. Seeing these familiar faces, she was somewhat annoyed. "Why is it you again? Why did you summon me again?" But Xianlei was incredibly excited, raising his hands and shouting, "Summoning the same thing twice in a row. My summoning is finally reliable." Returning to the assessment venue meant they had to face the lava hounds again. This was the main task, so Lan Xuanyu first reassured Xianxia, "Let's deal with the lava hounds first, we'll explain to you later." She recalled what happened earlier, and with a slight smile asked, "So you're going to wrap me in your grass again? You certainly can't deny it." "Fine." She once again very clearly felt the transformation her body underwent when wrapped by the ice bond. Sure enough, her soul power increased. Feeling the power erupting within her, Xianxia adapted better this time. Powerful ice rings appeared like a storm, sweeping away all the lava hounds. The afterimages, acting as cover, charged forward in unison, collectively slaying the demonic beasts. Lu Feng and Xianlei both wore expressions of fear and excitement. "So strong, that's too exaggerated. Is this the strength of 2 rings?" After dealing with the demonic beasts, Xianxia gently turned to look at them. "All right, tell me what's going on." Lan Xuanyu spoke on behalf of the 3. "My friend's martial soul ability is summoning. When I touched his summoning gate, I felt a connection, and then you were summoned here. We were just verifying our guess. Are you also from the Federation? And on Tinluo Star?" Xianxia looked at him with a suspicious gaze. "This is Tinluo Star and I'm on Heaven Do Star?" Lan Xuanyu was even more confused after hearing this. He turned to ask Xianlei, "This can even summon across planets?" He was a bit impatient at first, but quickly seized the opportunity to put on a superior air. "The mysteries of space you wouldn't understand." Xianxia sighed irritably, then asserted, "You guys deal with the rest of those big dogs yourselves." With that she walked straight back to the teleportation gate. Lu Feng chuckled, teasing, "Still unreliable, huh?" Xianlei had already noticed the potential danger at this moment, but he was still laughing. "The 100-year lava hounds are already heading this way. Quickly go deal with the enemies." Lan Xuanyu was silent for a few seconds as if contemplating a countermeasure. The next second he began assigning tasks. "Lu Feng, can you lift all 3 of them into the air?" He also complied. "If all 3 are gathered together, I could try." Hearing him say this, Lan Xuanyu confidently charged forward. "Okay, I'll create an opportunity for Lan Xuanyu, you get ready." The lava hound opened its fanged maw and emitted a golden light from its throat. Lan Xuanyu swiftly dashed forward, one hand summoning a ball of fire spirit power, the other infused with cold energy. Ultimately, Lan Xuanyu successfully struck the target with a punch full of internal energy. The lava hounds were all sent flying, and he opened his palm, gathering cold energy to a single point. Then the lava hounds were frozen in a transparent block of ice. Lan Xuanyu anxiously urged his companions, "Quick, I can't freeze them for long." Lu Feng was rushing rapidly from a distance. "All right, I'm coming." When he was only a short distance from Lan Xuanyu, he suddenly shouted in panic, "Wait, I can't control it." Lan Xuanyu had a flash of inspiration and reached out his hand. "Grab my hand." When their hands touched, Lu Feng suddenly felt his whole body burning as if scorched, so hot he could no longer shout, only thinking to himself. A hot current surged into his body from Lan Xuanyu, pushing his endurance beyond its limit. Lu Feng then let out a painful shout, but ultimately he achieved excellent results. Under the influence of the golden pattern blue-silver grass's power, Lu Feng actually managed to lift all 3 lava hounds into the air. Seeing this change, Lan Xuanyu uttered one word with satisfaction. Good. He immediately summoned the golden dragon, opened his palm and activated the small formation. The initial small halo, when thrown into the air, instantly transformed into a massive explosion. From a distance one could see the enormous light point suspended in the sky, and the vivid sounds it emitted. On a large screen on the top floor of a tall building, a familiar face vaguely appeared. It was Tang Le. He looked somewhat pensive, lost in thought. He suddenly closed his eyes and his body immediately emitted a fantastical light yellow flame. Gradually, Tang Li's shadow blurred within that flame, eventually disappearing completely, leaving only a faint golden light in the darkness. The next morning, Xianxia had already met someone and sought advice. That's Tinluo's star, how could they summon me there? Is it a mystery of space, Auntie, is this possible? Nana raised her hand to stroke her chin and pondered for a moment. If the other party is just a few children with one ring cultivation, it's very likely to be homologous resonance. Then she gently looked at her, smiling, and said, Xianxia, tell Auntie the details of what happened then. Xianxia replied, Okay, Auntie. Nana immediately recounted the entire summoning process in detail to Nana. She heard the little girl mention a detail, blue-silver grass with silver patterns. Nana was startled and immediately knelt down facing Xianxia and patted her shoulder. Was that a handsome little boy with big eyes, short black hair, and a good look? Xianxia's eyes widened in surprise and she replied according to her memory. He's quite handsome. How did Auntie know? Nana murmured to herself. Could it really be Lan Xuanyu who summoned Xianxia? How about this, if they summon you again, try asking that little boy if he's Lan Xuanyu? Xianxia didn't understand Nana's concerns. She simply had to do as she was told. I understand. Nana gave a few more instructions. Stay with Auntie during this time. If they summon you, Auntie and I can observe the summoning gate. Time passed, and in an exhibition hall filled with modern machinery, Lan Xuanyu walked and admired, showing no signs of boredom. Using Golden Dragon's soaring sky in the Duluo world, although his soul power had mostly recovered, his spiritual power was severely depleted. Lu Feng suddenly hugged his arm. Lan Xuanyu, I think I noticed you were boosting me too. Lan Xuanyu looked at him, secretly pleased. Lu Feng's observational skills were indeed good. He hadn't realized his power could boost others before, but it had suppressed Yi Lingtong. He thoughtfully helped Lan Xuanyu walk down the corridor. Let's go, I need something to eat. I'm too hungry. Qian Lei also walked alongside, happily chiming in. Then let's just go straight to the cafeteria. They happily went to the cafeteria together. The blink of an eye, the food on his tray was devoured. Qian Lei looked at Lan Xuanyu wolfing down his food and teased, You really can eat a lot, you know. Lan Xuanyu smiled, not at all shy. Boosting you guys consumes a lot of stamina. After speaking, Lan Xuanyu fell into deep thought again. But then again, I thought the students in the youth advanced class were already top tier, but the girl who was summoned, about my age, actually reached 2 rings. How did she cultivate? He stopped thinking and immediately looked around the cafeteria, suddenly stopping at a window-side table. He saw Lingtong eating with Tian Xuan. She sat for a while longer, then seemed to sense something and looked up towards this side. It turned out Lan Xuanyu had walked up to her table and he politely began, Yi Lingtong, I'd like to talk to you alone. In an instant, the 3 stood together, each with their own expression. Qian Lei was curious. What's this guy up to? Is he looking for trouble again? Tian Xuan couldn't help but show displeasure. Hey, just say what you want to say. Lan Xuanyu's tone was gentle, but his words were firm. I only want to talk to Yi Lingtong. It's a secret between the 2 of us. Jin Shang stood nearby, excitedly adding fuel to the fire, making the atmosphere even more dramatic. A private secret? Someone here is trying to poach from your team. Class leader, if it were me, I wouldn't stand for it. Lingtong stood up unhappily, grabbed Xuanyu's hand and scolded, Jin Shang, what are you yelling about? Let's go. A halo seemed to emanate from behind them, making everyone turn their gaze. Tian Xuan was left alone with undisguised disgust on his face. Lingtong pulled Xuanyu to stand under a tree where pink leaves rustled, mingling with her sweet voice. What is it? Xuanyu asked directly. Do you remember our previous confrontation? Did your martial soul become ineffective? Lingtong felt a little guilty, so she raised her voice. Did you call me out just to mock me? He quickly denied her assumption. No, I was just thinking about the reason it failed. Is it because we were opponents? When he was halfway through his sentence, Tian Xuan suddenly rushed out, grabbed Lingtong's hand and walked away, deliberately warning, Xuanyu, anything you want to say can wait until class tomorrow. Don't interfere with our group's meal. Lingtong thought this action was a bit much at the time, so she loudly reproached him, Why are you dragging me? But with just a glance from Tian Xuan. Even though he said nothing, Lingtong shrunk her neck like a puppy, not daring to utter a sound, unable to refute Tian Xuan. She could only make a date with Xuanyu to talk during the next class. He watched them leave feeling frustrated and helpless. Qian Lei and Lu Feng suddenly appeared from out of nowhere. Qian Lei quickly asked, What's going on? Xuanyu still replied with a bewildered look, I just wanted to ask her, when I fought her, did my martial soul become ineffective because we were opponents at the time? If we cooperated, would there be an amplification effect? Before I could finish asking, she was pulled away. Qian Lei casually made a wild guess. They're in the same group and the class leader just pulled her away. I think your emotional intelligence isn't very high either. Pulling someone's teammate away in front of so many people, no one would be happy about that. Lu Feng, calm and perceptive, had a different idea. Besides, she's not even in our group. Let's keep your amplification ability a secret. After all, we're already at the bottom of the class. Xuanyu thought that made sense. You're right, then I won't ask. Let's continue practicing tomorrow. In a corner, the two waited until late at night, and Xianxia, tired in turn, comforted Nana. Auntie, let's stop waiting. I don't think they'll summon again today. She couldn't hold on either, so she gave up. All right. The next day, in the Duluo World's beginner assessment arena, Xuanyu charged forward as usual, fighting bravely. Today, just like the previous days, he tightly held Lu Feng's hand to amplify his power. His other hand tightly gripped a white wooden board for support. Lu Feng cried out happily, "There's an amplification effect." It turned out he was gripping the frame of the teleportation gate. On this side, Xianxia and Nana's voices were clearly audible. "Here they come, here they come. The teacher has been summoned." Qianlei's eyes widened, thinking fearfully. Just as he was speaking, Xianxia slowly emerged from the gate, just like last time. She opened her eyes, first looking at Xuanyu, and asked, "Hey, is your name Xuanyu?" He was bewildered, wondering why she knew his name. "Yes, how did you know?" Xianxia was instantly overjoyed. "It really is." Then she deliberately shouted loudly towards Nana behind the gate. "Auntie, did you hear what I said? His name really is Xuanyu." Nana quickly responded from over there. "Xuanyu, you say?" Auntie feels very familiar with that name. He tried hard to imagine the voice, and soon he recognized it. "Teacher Nana, why you, where are you?" Nana was still surprised. "It really is you. I didn't expect such a coincidence. Auntie is a teacher on Heaven Do Star, and Xianxia is Auntie's student." Xuanyu, genuinely tearful, said, "Then can you come over? I miss you so much." Nana resolutely dismissed the idea. "No, the summoning gate is unstable. If Auntie comes over, it will cause spatial chaos and be very troublesome." As soon as she finished speaking, the gate closed immediately, and Xuanyu looked at it with a face full of disappointment. Lu Feng, seeing the lava hounds preparing to attack, warned, "Hey, they're coming." Xianxia, understanding Xuanyu, said, "You talk to the teacher, leave them to us." Lu Feng clasped his hands tightly, confident in his current state, as the vines wrapping around his body provided continuous amplification. "This is amazing." Xuanyu used the blue-silver grass from both his hands to entwine around each of them, providing amplification. Nana continued to communicate patiently from her side of the gate. "Xuanyu, listen to Auntie. The fact that you can summon Xianxia is a bit strange, and Auntie needs your cooperation for some experiments, all right?" Qianlei stood by, unsure what it was all about, but still said, "Okay, I want to figure this out too." Nana began to instruct from over there. "All right, you can try first. Summon once every 15 minutes, Teacher Nana's experiment began. The three entered the arena again and again, with Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei working together to summon Xianxia. Nana continuously encouraged the two students. "Good, try again. After winning the battle, exit the game." Qianlei flicked the Duluo coin, shouted, "Come out, my gate of summoning," and then continued to summon. After repeating it over a dozen times, he collapsed to the ground, pale-faced. I can't take it anymore." He felt completely drained. Seeing this, Xuanyu quickly reported, "Teacher Nana, my classmate might not be able to continue." She didn't utter a single word of blame. "All right, that's enough for today. Auntie has a general idea now. The most important reason you can summon Qianxia is spatial homologous resonance. Spatial homologous resonance, so-called, is when two different spaces exhibit the same spatial vibration frequency, creating resonance and thus forming a connecting channel. This spatial homologous resonance is very likely occurring between you and Auntie." Xuanyu exclaimed excitedly. "Then if we become strong enough, will we be able to summon you to our side?" Nana frankly declared, "Unfortunately, that's almost impossible. That's enough for today. You two go back and rest well." Upon hearing this, he stiffened, his face filled with hurt. Qianxia didn't stay long either. "Then I'm leaving." The next second, they also exited the scenario. The moment Xuanyu opened his eyes, he shot upright. Qianlei happily went to look around. "Look at this. A new version is out." He seemed to have found something that excited him. His voice echoed in his ears. "I super love this game. It looks so cool." It was a racing game with vivid graphics and excellent sound and visuals. Qianlei said with a laugh, "Let's play together next time. I'm telling you, I'm really good at this. You'll definitely be defeated by me." Xuanyu also squinted his eyes, smiling, and said, "Oh really? Don't cry when you lose then." His response was met with peals of laughter. "We'll have to see about that." A while later, back in the dorm, Qianlei was indeed too tired today and fell asleep as soon as he returned. Lu Feng, however, showed no signs of fatigue and was still full of energy. "Xuanyu, are you tired? If not, how about we try cooperating again? Your amplification effect on me. I'd really like to understand it in more detail." Xuanyu, still full of energy, replied easily, "I'm fine, let's give it a try." Lu Feng then took out his weapon, the white dragon spear. Xuanyu slowly instructed him to use his right hand first, looking expectant. "Here it comes, here it comes." Lu Feng immediately felt his whole body trembling. "Amazing, not only is the power doubled, but this feeling is truly wonderful." Xuanyu was equally excited. "Try the left hand and see." When he saw the white dragon spear glow, Lu Feng exclaimed, "It's ice attribute. Did you give me a new attribute? Xuanyu, you're really incredible." "Didn't actually do anything." Xuanyu then guessed, "Is it because our martial souls are quite compatible? Before, I only knew how to weaken others' martial souls." Lu Feng muttered to himself, "You can amplify my power and Qianlei's too. The three of us might not be at the bottom of the class anymore. Xuanyu, from now on, you'll be the leader of our dorm 333. You're the dorm head." Xuanyu looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Lu Feng rattled on and on. Our dorm has always been short on people and always at the bottom, so we never had a dorm head. Now that you're here, everything will be different. But the fact that you can amplify both our powers must be kept a secret. We'll show them what we're capable of during the midterm exams. Our dorm 333 finally has a chance to make a comeback outside the corridor. Jin Shang was as noisy as a loudspeaker. Here comes Teacher Li, sit down quickly. As soon as the dark figure appeared behind the door, the students immediately fell silent. Xuanyu curiously whispered to Qianlei, "What subject does this teacher teach?" Jin Shang seems really afraid of him, he whispered back to him. "This is Teacher Hongbin, who teaches basic soul beast knowledge. Do you know, he's a real great demon king." Before he could finish speaking, the great demon king was already standing imposingly at the podium. Hongbin deliberately called out in a deep voice the name of the one still chattering about him. Qianlei stood up. He shot up as if on autopilot. "Hello, Teacher Li." Hongbin expressionlessly demanded that he repeat what he had just said. Qianlei's face turned pale. "I said hello, Teacher Li," he deliberately emphasized. "Not that, what you just said to your classmate." By this point, Qianlei was frozen, not daring to even breathe. He was too scared to look up, but even while trembling he chose to repeat what he had said. "I just said, this is Teacher Hongbin. He is a great demon king." After Qianlei finished speaking, the entire classroom fell silent. Hongbin remained silent, just staring at Qianlei with a frown for a moment before speaking. "Sit down, Qianlei is right. For you I am the great demon king. All morning classes are mine. After my lecture I will test you one by one. Only those who pass can go to lunch. Those who don't will continue until they pass." All the students were dumbfounded, mouths agape. That day's classes began just like that. Hongbin's lecture covered basic soul beast knowledge. Today's main topics were soul beast ranks and the characteristics of top-tier soul beasts. First, a basic classification of soul beasts by age. 100-year soul beasts yellow, 10,000-year soul beasts black, 10-year soul beasts white, 1,000-year soul beasts purple, 100,000-year soul beasts red. Soul beasts over 100,000 years orange gold. Historically, the first person to possess a million-year soul ring was Tang San, the founder of the Tang sect. Hongbin's explanation was clear and engaging. The second person to possess a million-year soul ring was Huo Yuhao, the spirit ice Duluo and founder of the Spirit Pagoda. As for the color of million-year soul rings, there's no definitive conclusion yet. There's also a special colored soul ring, owned by the Dragon Emperor Duluo, Tang Wulin. The blue gold martial ring has only appeared once in history. Next, let's talk about fierce beasts. First, let's look at the true form of the golden-toothed black dragon, the beast god DTN. Alright, class is over. I believe you all remember everything clearly now. The test begins. To the students, these words were nothing short of a thunderbolt from a clear sky, especially coming from Hongbin's mouth. He looked around the classroom and chose a familiar name. The new student Xuanyu, right? You first. Tell us about the characteristics of the ice sky snow woman fierce beast. Xuanyu confidently stood up and began to answer with a smile. The ice sky snow woman ranks third among the 10 great fierce beasts. It was clear that Lan Xuanyu not only recounted the knowledge about the Snow Empress from class but also accurately mentioned the legends surrounding her. After all, both his parents worked in an ancient soul beast research lab, so how could he answer inaccurately? Hongbin simply nodded, then very straightforwardly commented, "That's right, it seems you're very interested in soul beast knowledge. Few children are like this nowadays. You passed, you can leave early." Xuanyu, leaving school early for the first time, still looked back as he walked out of the classroom. "There's such a thing as leaving early?" The voice of the next person came from inside. In Xuanyu's eyes he had a different view of Hongbin. This Teacher Li is quite kind after all. "Let's go play at the training ground." Xuanyu quickly initiated the connection process. He stood alone in the arena, taking a few minutes to think. "I've actually wanted to try this for a while. Under the siege of so many lava hounds, if I fought alone, how long could I last? To deal with enemies from one direction." His familiar bandaged arm moved rhythmically up and down. Ice shot straight from his arm. Xuanyu knelt on one knee. With both hands on the ground, he used the leverage to launch a surprise attack on the lava hounds from underground. Immediately after, Xuanyu pushed off with his heels and leaped into the air. This time his palm summoned ice crystal fragments that moved forward. Subsequently, Xuanyu continued to retract his other arm, preparing to throw a punch. In the blink of an eye he had landed a punch on a lava hound's abdomen. The rest were struck by ice crystal blades and quickly fell. Xuanyu was satisfied with his combat state. "Good, this side is mostly handled." Enemies from other directions began to surround him. He gleefully stroked his chin, a dangerous look on his face. "I've got it." Xuanyu whooshed out, followed by a pack of relentlessly pursuing lava hounds. "If I'm not mistaken, the 100-year lava hounds will appear soon, and when they do, they'll shoot fireballs at me." Xuanyu was thrilled. Here they come. Just as the fireballs seemed about to take his life, he suddenly changed direction, allowing him to clearly see the fireball's trajectory. At this moment they unexpectedly flew straight towards their own teammates. The ordinary lava hounds. This time, Xuanyu didn't even lift a finger, easily dispatching all the demonic beasts, allowing them to be consumed by raging flames. He carefully looked back while proudly thinking, "Good, more than half are taken care of. And it can also reduce their attack speed. The most important thing is still to deal with these 100-year lava hounds first. If they gather together, I won't have a chance to win." Unlike ordinary lava hounds, these 100-year ones are much stronger in power and magic. They can continuously summon fire orbs. Xuanyu leapt up just 10 steps away, landing lightly. His spirit also solidified. Let's take care of one first. Power gathered in Xuanyu's hand and he unleashed a stream of air. This force confronted the wolf, neither side giving way. A gust of wind swept past, making the wolf close its mouth. Its eyes gleamed with cruel and terrifying red light, however. Xuanyu had already rushed in front of it. He decisively struck its body with a single blow. Not only that, he also created an ice-spiked fist. It immediately pierced the spot he had just touched. He clenched his fist, delivering another blow. This time, Xuanyu directly used an ice path burst spell, heavily striking the wolf. He happily clenched his fist. Done, I can still do it. My strength has increased a lot compared to before. Although 100-year lava hound was dealt with, Xuanyu's danger was not over. Other lava hounds rushed at him from all directions. Xuanyu didn't let down his guard because of this small victory. He absolutely couldn't be surrounded. He had to take care of one of them first and look for an opportunity. He continued to leap, thinking he could definitely do it. A wolf spat a fireball from its mouth and he nimbly dodged with a roll. The wolf opened its mouth again, spitting another fireball. Xuanyu was exhausted. He knew he was in trouble. No, too much soul power has been consumed. Golden Dragon Astounding Heaven can't be used. Another wolf pounced on him before he could react. His legs constantly dodged, his eyes becoming firm, deciding to fight it out. He clasped his hands together, and a blazing golden light shone between them. He struck the wolf's mouth with almost all his strength. The second wolf was immediately knocked down. Just as he leapt away from there, Xuanyu felt something else flying towards him. It was a fireball that had fallen at some unknown time. He panicked, thinking, oh no, I've consumed too much energy, my body can't move anymore. Is this the end? Thinking this, Xuanyu smiled again, but he still crossed his hands, strengthening his defense. Thinking that being able to kill 2/3 of the enemies with his own power was already a good achievement, the fireball quickly struck, pushing him to a desperate situation. The blazing flames scorched his soft, fair skin. However, this collision activated a hidden trait within Xuanyu. The tattoo on his arm glowed, revealing an imprint. In the raging flames before him, he seemed to feel something. In an instant, Xuanyu detached from reality, immersing himself in another consciousness. A rainbow halo appearing around him. That light grew even stronger, engulfing him in a white glow. His entire consciousness spun violently, transforming into a turbulent universe, merging into a shining sphere. It seemed that when enough energy accumulated, the light exploded, directly affecting Xuanyu in reality. A ring of light erupted from his body. All the wolves in the soul dueling arena disappeared out of thin air. They probably didn't understand why, even until their dying breath. The energy Xuanyu unleashed was extremely shocking. As if its tremor spread throughout the entire space, Xuanyu uncontrollably unleashed a violent burst of energy. All the surrounding wolves were incinerated. The aftershocks of the tremor permeated the surroundings. The assessment process ended there. He blinked slightly. He suddenly woke up and found himself back in the waiting hall. Xuanyu groggily looked at his hands. He had passed the assessment, but by the end he had no strength left. When did 2 coins appear in his hand? 2 Duluo coins. It seems he really passed. More and more mysterious things are happening. But what exactly was that colorful light? He suddenly felt it. Wait, my soul power doesn't seem to have recovered. A hint of shock flashed through his mind. His soul power had decreased. His mind was a mess. What exactly was going on? This shouldn't have been possible. Can it only be restored through meditation? Xuanyu quickly returned to his dorm and sat cross-legged. No, meditation can't restore it either. His soul power limit has decreased. He quickly reached under his pillow and pulled out his soul power tester. A number instantly popped out, and Xuanyu's face turned pale with alarm. Rank 13. He felt dizzy. How could this happen? He had dropped a rank after all the effort to reach rank 14. Cold sweat poured down, but his heart felt like it was on fire. No, calm down first. Analyze it slowly. This is related to that light. Could it be a special change caused by the contact of the 2 blue silver grass martial souls? He sat cross-legged again. Didn't they say that the bodies stayed in the simulation cabin wouldn't carry over to the real world? I'll observe again carefully. In the universe, a disk glowed purplish blue, and the repulsion between the 2 energies seemed to lessen slightly. Xuanyu could feel it. He suddenly noticed something unusual. A close-up showed a strange new object appearing at the center of the vortex. A tiny sphere had appeared at some point with a faint hint of colorful light shimmering within it. This matter was truly suspicious, caused by the previous collision. However, he felt that the drop in soul power wasn't entirely a bad thing. Even so, he remained in a daze. Perhaps asking the teachers at school wouldn't solve the problem. He could only ask Teacher Nana. But this was, after all, a difficult matter to speak about. How should he ask? Through the summoning gate didn't seem quite right, did it? After all, this was a secret of his martial soul. Xuanyu suddenly remembered someone who could help. That's it, wasn't there also Dong Qianchu? He quickly made a decision. He could write a letter and ask her to deliver it. That night, while practicing in the training ground, he sat down and diligently wrote a long letter, then summoned her over. Dong Qianchu thought he was giving her a love letter, but unexpectedly, he directly asked for help. Could you please take this to Teacher Nana for me? Thank you. 3 days later, he finally received a reply from Teacher Nana, who wrote a letter instead of calling. The letter read, "The situation you described is likely the activation of your own martial soul fusion skill." As expected, she was the most trustworthy teacher, able to identify his problem at a glance. You originally have 2 conflicting energies within you. In this situation, you must face the risk of eliminating the conflict and fusing them. she accurately diagnosed the phenomenon he encountered. The drop in soul power rank was likely an anomaly produced after martial soul fusion. Nana further speculated that the appearance of the colorful light increased the compatibility of the two energies. This meant that the two energies were beginning to fuse. After reading the letter, Lan Xuanyu jumped up excitedly. This was truly good news. After reading Nana's letter, Lan Xuanyu finally felt relieved. And because of this, he once again immersed himself in study and cultivation. In the days that followed aside from class time, Lan Xuanyu and his two roommates would always train together. He had become the core of their trio. A month later, his soul power finally cultivated to rank 14, gripping the tester tightly. The future seemed even brighter. The students in the youth advanced class were also working very hard. Everyone had an undisguised look of nervousness on their faces. No one wanted to be eliminated. The midterm exams finally arrived, and the results would affect each student's evaluation in the academy. Lu Feng and Qian Lei looked radiant and full of confidence. "Let's go, let's give room 333 a surprise for the whole class." Lan Xuanyu nodded, looking forward to the upcoming results. The midterm exam was divided into 3 parts: a cultural test, a physical fitness test, and a team combat assessment. For Lan Xuanyu and Qian Lei, the cultural test was the easiest. Next was the physical fitness test. The teacher announced the test content. The physical fitness test was divided into 4 basic tests: strength, speed, spiritual power, and soul power. Beside her was a device where 2 metal walls for testing strength would slowly close. Everyone needed to prevent them from closing and maintain it for as long as possible. One person stood on it to demonstrate but couldn't hold on. The teacher held a tablet and read out the test result. 33's Lu Tianxun had the best score, 2 minutes and 35 seconds. Among the students who passed the assessment, Yi Lingtong with her Heaven Gang Dragon Martial Soul scored 1 minute and 57 seconds, the highest among girls. Qian Lei 17 seconds, ranked first from the bottom. Why so short? It was quickly our little guy's turn. Next up is Lan Xuanyu. As soon as the sound of test start fell, Lan Xuanyu walked in and pressed his hands against the walls. His expression was firm and determined. He had to get the best result, and his hands became even more stable. Time passed minute by minute. The pressure from the 2 metal walls grew stronger and stronger, and a minute and a half had already passed. The invigilating teacher also sighed. How can he hold on for so long? He's just a control-type soul master. Sure enough, at this point, Lan Xuanyu's body had begun to tremble. His small body indeed couldn't sustain it for long. His 2 roommates were worried for him. Go, go! The 2 walls got closer and closer. Qian Lei panicked, unable to control his voice. The metal walls are closing, can't he hold on? The teacher nodded in praise. He's already performed very well. For Lan Xuanyu, the more he was oppressed, the more an unyielding spirit would ignite within him. He rallied again, pushing the walls back. The teacher exclaimed in surprise. The metal walls were pushed back to their original position. This situation is very rare. It's not just about relying on pure strength anymore. His eyes gleamed with an indescribable light. A powerful willpower in his ears were the urgent cheers of his friends. Lan Xuanyu, go! Tianxuan frowned, beginning to pay attention to him. This kid, other students exclaimed in surprise. Is he still going? How terrifying. Ultimately, the invigilating teacher had no choice but to call out, all right, stop. At this point, Lan Xuanyu was drenched in sweat, staggering out. She smiled gently and said, you're great with strong willpower, but too much is as bad as too little. You must learn to know when to stop, understand? He lowered his head and thanked her. Understood, thank you, teacher. His score was also read out. Lan Xuanyu held on for 4 minutes, 10 points, full score +1 due to excessive consumption in the strength test. Lan Xuanyu only scored 7 points in the speed test, and even worse, only 4 or 5 points in the soul power test, the lowest in the class. In the spiritual power test, he scored 10 points +1 again. Lan Xuanyu ranked 13th in the class, with a total score of 31.5 points 2. Lu Feng ranked 29th with 26.5 points 1. Ranking last, Qian Lei ranked 30th with 25 points 1. His 2 roommates were dejected. The combined score of the 3 was still very low in the class. Teacher Mu Kixi spoke excitedly. In addition to the announced scores and rankings according to the Academy's plan, bonus points are also one of the reference scores. A supplementary rule is that the group with the most bonus points will not be eliminated in the final exam. The group with the most bonus points is them. They didn't expect their group to be called out. Group 333. A total of 4 bonus points. Congratulations to them. The students discussed animatedly, expressing dissatisfaction. What is it that weakest group? They got 4 bonus points. They were almost eliminated already. Jin Shang even pointed directly at the teacher, refusing to accept it. Teacher, it's unfair. Their group is too weak. How can they receive such good treatment? The teacher responded coldly. This is the Academy's rule. If you have any dissatisfaction, go complain to the Academy. Before leaving, he also reminded them. Also, whoever ranks first in the combat assessment this afternoon will also receive immunity from elimination in the final exam. Qian Lei smiled triumphantly. We're safe. Lu Feng lightly pushed his shoulder. It was then that he realized the hateful gazes of his classmates behind him. Lan Xuanyu ignored those gazes. Let's go, let's eat. The 3 of them left before everyone else. Jin Shang was so angry he couldn't help but think, these little brats, just wait till the combat assessment this afternoon, I'll show them. A conspiracy brewed in his and his classmates' minds. In the spacious training room, the students stood in neat rows, their expressions tense as they faced the upcoming challenge notification. Next, a combat assessment will be held. Everyone will participate together. Mu Zhongtian, with brown hair and black-rimmed glasses, stood in the center with a serious expression, beginning to announce the rules. Assessment background: a maze. The mission is simple: defeat all encountered teams. The earlier a team is eliminated, the lower their score. Lan Xuanyu slowly walked to the front and sat into the machine, his demeanor calm as if he had grown accustomed to it. Mu Zhongtian's voice continued to resound. The ultimate champion's score will be 10 points plus, and they will not be eliminated this semester. Lan Xuanyu silently calculated. Tactics: a maze. I've never seen this kind of background. Is the combat method a free-for-all? The screen began to display the program. A series of programs enveloped the space like a gateway to a mysterious world. Lan Xuanyu said to his team, "This is the maze." Qianlei then gave his opinion. "It's about what I imagined," he cautiously reminded them. "It might be easy to get lost." Lu Feng asked, "What do we do now?" Lan Xuanyu began to analyze their tactics. "All the students in the class have entered the maze. This means they will likely experience multiple battles, and relying solely on soul power definitely won't work. We should find a place to hide. Participating in fewer battles will increase our chances of winning." Qianlei and Lu Feng couldn't help but be surprised when they heard this. "Hide, are you sure?" Qianlei suddenly shouted. "What's that?" Suddenly a giant stone giant appeared in front, its eyes flickering with blue light. "A stone giant, an enemy in the maze." Qianlei seemed a bit worried. "It's coming, Xuanyu. Do we need to summon?" He immediately instructed. "Don't rush, you're our secret weapon. Let's rest and conserve our energy first. Don't let anyone discover us." "Crazy, go scout its attack methods." Lu Feng immediately set off. "All right, leave it to me." The stone giant swung its heavy axe towards the ground, which immediately cracked, sending stones flying. Lu Feng was fearless. "Take this," he quickly counterattacked, hitting the stone giant's arm. Lu Feng judged that this thing was very slow and its defense was decent. It was probably for interference and harassment. Lan Xuanyu clenched his fists, full of determination. "All right, let's defeat it with all our might." He placed his hand on Lu Feng's shoulder. Lu Feng quickly wielded his long spear. When the stone giant attacked again, both of them charged forward simultaneously, shouting. A powerful impact erupted. The two combined their strength, and the sharp spear slashed through the air. Lan Xuanyu's whole body also emitted a golden light, both of them showcasing their top-notch prowess. Under the fierce attack, the stone giant was quickly knocked down. Lu Feng and Lan Xuanyu exchanged glances. The two gave each other a knowing thumbs up. "Great fight," Qianlei exclaimed from the side. "Sure enough, there's nothing to worry about. I just checked. There's a cave here. What should we do next?" Lan Xuanyu suddenly smiled slyly. "I have a brilliant tactic." He sat beside the shattered remains of the stone giant, smiling. "We'll just hide here and do nothing." The three faced the cave, all feeling curious and excited. "I think this tactic is truly brilliant." Qianlei still hesitated a bit. "Cowardly?" Lan Xuanyu leaned against the stone wall, frowning. "Cowardly? That's a harsh way to put it. We're just avoiding unnecessary consumption." His sharp gaze pierced the darkness, his expression pensive. He proposed a tactic. "It's not too late to go out when they've worn themselves out." Qianlei couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Xuanyu, I never thought you'd be so devious." Lan Xuanyu bluntly replied, "I'm not devious at all. This is called tactics." In the spacious observation room, Mu Zhongtian had been observing Lan Xuanyu from beginning to end. The speed at which they dealt with the stone statue was too fast. How could Lu Feng's attack power be so? A voice suddenly sounded. "Not bad, Vice Principal Tianfan, your youth advanced class." Tianfan's face showed a satisfied smile, praising "well fought." But Li Hongbin next to him pointed at the screen and confidently said, "What's so great about this? The best is yet to come from this group." Tianfan seemed very surprised. "These three." The screen displayed the three faces of Lan Xuanyu's group hiding behind the stone statue. He asked with a smile, "Old Li, tell me why they're so powerful." Hongbin glanced at him, shrewdly judging, quick handling, adaptable. "They're using their brains for this assessment." Tianfan smiled gently and friendly, nodding in agreement. "Then let's wait and see what their final results are." Hongbin gave him a meaningful glance. Tianfan asked doubtfully, "Don't you think they have your style?" "What do you mean?" Hongbin immediately retorted playfully. Tianfan shyly covered his mouth. Hongbin placed a hand on his shoulder, a look of understanding on his face. "All right, you still can't let it go, can you?" Tianfan lowered his head slightly, his voice low. "How could I let it go? You don't know how much I paid to come back." He closed his eyes and pondered. "Unfortunately, I offended someone and can't go back." Hongbin pointed at him, retorting, "Is that what you call offending?" Tianfan raised a finger, signaling him to stop. "All right, let's not dwell on past glories. No more, no more." He suddenly looked up, his eyes gleaming with determination. "If they won't let me go back, I'll show them that I can still achieve great things in this academy." Then Tianfan pointed at Lan Xuanyu's image on the screen. "This kid's not bad. What's his name?" Mu Zhongtian replied. "Vice Principal, his name is Lan Xuanyu." Tianfan rested his chin in his hand, a smug smile on his face. After the assessment, tell him to come see me." Hongbin immediately felt worried. "Hey, old fox, don't lead the students astray." But Tianfan appeared very confident, a somewhat insincere expression on his face. "How could that be? I'm an upright and kind person." Hearing this, Hongbin merely frowned and silently turned his attention back to Lan Xuanyu. Qianlei was listening to the sounds around them. "I hear some fighting. Sounds like it's not far from us. Should we go check it out?" Lan Xuanyu reassured him. "Don't worry needlessly. We're not in a hurry." Qianlei smiled, explaining their tactics in detail. No need to take risks, we're already confirmed not to be eliminated, so if we wait a bit longer, our chances of winning the championship will be higher. Since we know we won't be eliminated, we should naturally aim for the highest goal. It's that simple. Qianlei and Lu Feng felt very relieved after hearing this, bright smiles appearing on their faces. Lan Xuanyu instructed, rest for a while, then we'll go out and clean up the leftovers. Time passed, and in another corner of the maze the class leader's team was moving. Tian Shuan and Yi Lingtong were running quickly, looking a bit hurried. Xianxia stopped and asked class leader, do you need to rest? Yi Lingtong replied, we just won a round, didn't use much energy, we can definitely keep going. Xianxia, the control-type soul master, scanned the dark space, his tone somewhat worried. In a maze like this, we can't predict what will happen next. It's possible to encounter several opponents at once, or even be surrounded, so taking a break and adjusting to our optimal state will make it easier to handle any situation. Tian Shuan also agreed. Let's listen to Xianxia, we must ensure we get the championship in the end. Yi Lingtong suddenly noticed something and pointed forward. Hey, there's a pile of stones over there, it's a dead end. Looking at the messy pile in front of them, the three continued to walk forward, saying as they went, it'll be fine once we get past that. Lan Xuanyu exclaimed in his heart, what kind of luck is this? By the sound he could guess who was coming. He thought to himself, after all that hiding they had unexpectedly run into the strongest opponents in their class. Qianlei and Lu Feng exchanged glances, their eyes filled with worry and confusion. What should they do? Lan Xuanyu's palm suddenly emitted a dazzling light. He raised his hand and the light of his blue-silver grass enveloped his body. Since they couldn't avoid it, Qianlei and Lu Feng also charged up their power simultaneously, their gazes hardening, and then said, then we'll just have to fight with all we've got. The entire space fell silent, both sides tensely awaiting their moment. Suddenly a teleportation gate opened, emitting an enticing energy. Tian Shuan immediately noticed the anomaly. It seemed there was an energy reaction. A female voice came from the teleportation gate with displeasure. No time. This left Lan Xuanyu helpless. Dong Qianchu actually said she had no time, thus the 4-on-3 plan became a 2-on-3. Tian Shuan immediately judged that there was someone behind the opponent. He immediately unleashed his Golden Lion King martial soul, his whole body igniting with golden light. Lu Feng was also affected, his soul skills erupting throughout his body. Lan Xuanyu quickly grabbed his wrist and forcefully threw him over the obstructing pile of rubble. At the same time, Tian Shuan charged over, brandishing his fists. Lan Xuanyu also understood the other party's intention and met him with a punch. The two collided at the pile of rubble blocking the way. Rubble flew everywhere. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Feng swiftly rushed past to deal with the remaining person. Xianxia was startled by his lightning-fast speed. Just as the sharp spear tip aimed, Xianxia quickly formed a magic circle around his body. When the spear tip was about to reach him, a dark shadow appeared behind him. The spear tip struck the shadow but didn't hit Xianxia. Lu Feng was astonished, unable to believe it. He had actually avoided the vital point. What kind of soul skill was that? He firmly tried again, thrusting another spear, forcing him to move. Lan Xuanyu and Tian Shuan, having just broken through the stones, confronted each other again, while he still kept an eye on the situation over there. Xianxia was in danger. Without hesitation, the Golden Lion Roar first soul skill was unleashed. The entire space erupted with a roar, and no one could escape the influence of this soul skill. Especially Lan Xuanyu, who was closest, was hit by this palm strike, unable to dodge, and took a full blow. Yi Lingtong only now took a closer look. She clicked her tongue, a hint of disgust on her face. So it's their team. Tian Shuan was annoyed, thinking it was a waste to use the Golden Lion Roar on them. He urged his teammates to seize the opportunity to sneak attack Yi Lingtong, ending the battle quickly. Tian Shuan dealt with Lan Xuanyu, who was still concussed. Yi Lingtong, meanwhile, dealt with Lu Feng, whose meridians were damaged. No one noticed an arm extending from the teleportation gate that Lan Xuanyu had just opened. A ray of light converged into a small ball. That ray of light brushed past, making Tian Shuan deviate from his course. Dong Qianchu walked out from the teleportation gate. Lan Xuanyu was still under the strong influence of the Lion Roar soul skill from earlier. It felt as if a huge bang was thundering inside him. The patterns beneath the ice on his arm lit up and an explosion spread through his sea of consciousness. When he opened his eyes, both had turned completely amber. Dong Qianchu stared in astonishment at Lan Xuanyu's abnormal reaction. An abnormally powerful energy suddenly erupted within him. Lan Xuanyu gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain in his meridians. The moment he raised his eyes, something in his gaze shifted. Lan Xuanyu opened his mouth, revealing a shining light within. Dong Qianchu immediately recognized the move he was about to use. A roar even more majestic than the lion roar erupted. The golden dragon unleashed unprecedented power. The intense vibrations shattered the teleportation gate. Everyone was suppressed by this dragon's roar. A blinding light strongly impacted again. Yi Lingtong was preparing to finish off her opponent. She didn't even realize she was also within the attack's range. The shockwave spread, blowing her away, and Xianxia's eardrums felt as if they would burst. A moment later, Lan Xuanyu used all his strength and his eyes returned to normal. However, his body had completely lost all strength and he collapsed to the ground. Rubble rained down on their heads, and time seemed to stand still for a few seconds. Influenced by this dragon's roar, Lu Feng felt more powerful than ever before. An elusive, powerful aura erupted from his entire body. He let out a roar, releasing the surging power within him. and in an instant Lu Feng's movements became blurry. He charged straight at the opposing team in one breath, his movements decisive and swift. Tian Xuan's trio was hit at their weak points, transforming into white light and being eliminated. Lu Feng still couldn't believe his strength was so formidable. "We defeated them. My white dragon spear has become so strong." His hearing enhanced, a series of footsteps entered his ears. "Someone's coming." Lu Feng narrowed his eyes, knowing the consequences of what just happened. Indeed, the two roars earlier had made this place the center of attention. Lan Xuanyu couldn't fight now, nor could he confront anyone at this moment. Lu Feng didn't think much. He carried him and called out to their remaining teammate, "Fatty, get up, let's go." The two hurriedly left. This place was no longer safe. Just as they rounded the corner, they immediately ran into another three-person team approaching. Lu Feng quickly recognized them as Jin Zhang's team. Jin Shang was startled for 2 seconds. What a coincidence, he sneered. The timing was indeed perfect. Turns out their trio was in such a sorry state. What a good opportunity to make a move. Jin Shang smugly devised a quick finish tactic. "Move in, take them out." Qianlei quickly understood his intention. He feigned panic and shouted, "Run!" He pretended to have barely escaped, pointing behind him. "Tian Xuan and his team are catching up." "Run!" Lu Feng exclaimed. "Fatty's still clever." Jin Shang immediately froze. "What? Old Lu's team is behind them. No wonder they're running so desperately." He spun around abruptly and quickly fled. "Run, let's get far away first. If we run into old Lu's team we might stop here." Jin Zhang's teammates were still confused. What about the three of them? But he only cared about himself, planning to deal with them later. Unaware that they had been tricked by a very simple ploy, and all three were hit simultaneously, Jin Shang broke out in a cold sweat, stunned. What the hell? Only then did he realize he had been fooled, looking at Lu Feng with disbelief in his eyes. Lu Feng's posture was confident. How could this be? Jin Zhang's trio transformed into white light and were eliminated. They had dealt with this troublesome opponent as easily as a joke. Lu Feng urged, "Let's go, let's get out of here." Their every move was recorded by cameras. These last two teams seemed to have lost rather unfairly, never expecting such a result. Only the two invigilating teachers' expressions grew solemn. Tianfan was greatly interested in this young man with limitless potential. Summoning a person from the gate of summoning, and that person clearly possesses intelligence. But more importantly, what was with that dragon's roar Lan Xuanyu let out after being affected by the golden lion roar? Hongbun, meanwhile, displayed deep suspicion. Lan Xuanyu can boost Lu Feng's martial soul, and the effect of that dragon's roar is beyond what his own cultivation could achieve. Looking back at the sequence of events and the causes, did his own bloodline erupt with a special power under the oppression of the golden lion roar? Does this mean his mutated blue-silver grass martial soul? A mysterious question emerged in his mind. It's very likely more powerful than the golden lion king. On the other side of that planet, on Heaven Do Star in Dong Qiancho's student dormitory, she was panting and comforting herself. "That name really scared me to death." The scene just now had indeed terrified her. "Luckily I ran fast, but my bloodline was still slightly affected." Dong Qianchu suddenly thought of something. "Wait, why did that guy's dragon roar sound so familiar?" The competition ended, and Jin Shang roared outside, "Lu Feng, you despicable scoundrel, I won't let you off." He was about to grab Lan Xuanyu when a furious shout stopped Jin Shang. "Stop," the cold tone declared, underestimating the enemy and trusting them too easily. Hongbin sternly reproached, "You only have yourself to blame for losing. If this were a real battlefield you'd already be dead." He spoke in a deep voice, mentioning the true consequences of today's competition. "Someday you will face real-world enemies. If you're careless even in the simulation cabin, you won't live long in the future." His tone was firm, distinguishing right from wrong. "Remember, powerful strength requires not only combat ability but also brains." The first place in today's practical combat assessment goes to Lan Xuanyu, Lu Feng, and Qianlei. The three were stunned after being called out, looking at each other, and everyone around was shocked. What, weren't they always at the bottom? How could it be them? Tian Xuan also felt it was unfair. It's too strange, how could they get the championship? He had always been proud of his bloodline. Yet now he was subjected to such humiliation, how could he tolerate it? "How powerful is my golden bloodline? I always suppress others, but this time I was actually suppressed." Tian Xuan's confusion turned to that person. What exactly was going on with him? He happily gave his teammates a thumbs up. Furthermore, Lan Xuanyu discovered an even happier thing. His soul power seemed to have increased slightly, and the golden and silver vortex on his chest seemed larger. He was incredibly excited, really wanting to go back to the dorm to check it immediately. However, Hongbin spoke up to remind them. "The practical combat assessment is over. Students can go back or cultivate on their own." He called out by name. "Lan Xuanyu, you stay." Hearing this, his two friends didn't try to keep him. "Then we'll head back first." Lan Xuanyu stayed, following the teacher. A man in a red robe walked out. He blinked like a curious kitten. The white-haired man beckoned him over. He smiled kindly and said, "Come with me." Lan Xuanyu only thought this person was really handsome. Who was this person? Someone just called him vice principal, it seemed. Then he trotted behind the two adults. Tianfan's expression was somewhat displeased. He coldly dismissed him. "What are you following for?" Hongbun, meanwhile, casually stood with his hands behind his back, just supervising lest you lead the child astray. Hearing this, Tianfan burst out laughing. "Old Li, are you sick? Do you really want to teach another great demon king who brings chaos to the world just like yourself?" This left Lan Xuanyu with a pile of questions. What's wrong with these two? Judging by Teacher Li's meaning, he doesn't seem very reliable. Passing through the academy's spacious and quiet corridor, he was led to a room with a quaint European-style design. The two sat facing each other at a small coffee table. It was then that Tianfan got to the point. Tell me, today in the maze, how did you come up with that tactic? In the teacher's office, Lan Xuanyu sat upright in a chair. He slowly recounted his feelings about the battle just now. I just felt that in a maze no one knows what might happen. Given that, avoiding unnecessary battles saves us from overworking ourselves, and once everyone else is exhausted, we naturally have a greater chance of winning. Tianfan looked at him, paused slightly, then showed a satisfied smile. Not bad. Strategy and strength coexist. I didn't expect the person with the lowest soul power to surprise me. Actually, strength can be cultivated later, but ingenuity is hard to hone. He pondered for a moment, then continued. I really like your ingenuity. Do you want to become my disciple? He asked in surprise. Hongbin stood there, looking at the information and suddenly stopped, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Then Lan Xuanyu quickly replied, but I already have a teacher. He looked bewildered. I have a teacher who teaches me soul skills and ancient martial arts. Then he made a persuasive offer that struck a chord with Lan Xuanyu. Don't worry, I won't teach you those things. Haven't you already chosen warship piloting? I can teach you that. Indeed, when he heard those two words, he took the bait. Teacher, you can pilot warships? Tianfan continued smugly. You wouldn't understand this, would you? Piloting a warship isn't a one-person job. There are many crew members on a warship, but one person needs to oversee the whole situation, even an entire fleet. I can teach you how to dominate the cosmos. Are you interested? This topic made Lan Xuanyu very happy. Interested? I've loved warships since I was little. He nodded, expressing satisfaction. To accept him as a disciple, he hesitantly turned to Hongbin, seeking his opinion. Hongbin gently nodded, indicating his agreement. Only then did he boldly step forward and solemnly bow. Master, please accept me as your disciple. After achieving his goal, Tianfan was very happy. Good, I finally have an heir. From now on, you are my disciple. My name is Tianfan. You can just call me teacher, but don't tell anyone outside that you're my disciple. Xuanyu blinked in confusion, and Hongbin next to him also reminded, that's right, don't mention him outside otherwise. Before he could finish, Tianfan interrupted angrily. That's enough, who cares who's in charge, he said dismissively. All right, at least you know to protect your disciple. I'm leaving now, you teach him yourself. Suddenly his expression turned serious, and he turned back to remind, but Xuanyu is a good kid, considering his overflowing grades, you know what to do. At this, Tianfan was so angry he couldn't help but lose his composure in front of his new apprentice. What do you mean? Get out of here. Hongbin didn't back down, walking away while still taunting. The demon fox Tianfan is quite impressive. Tianfan was seething with anger. He's infuriating me. But then his expression turned serious and he mused. No matter what, I won't regret it. Xuanyu stood in the corner, finally daring to speak. Teacher. Tianfan turned around, looking helpless. I can't help it. Every time I meet old Li, I can't help but get angry. Let's start our lesson today. Today, teacher will take you to experience what real space travel is like. This made him very happy and expectant. Okay, upon reaching the destination as he observed the scene before him, Xuanyu couldn't help but exclaim, wow, it's so big. Is this a simulation cabin too? He calmly explained, this is a two-person simulation cabin, just go in from over there. Then he sat inside the cabin and a mechanical voice sounded, confirming his identity. Tinluo Academy student Xuanyu, level unable to operate. He gazed mesmerized at the scene before him. Wow, at this moment his voice came from outside the cabin, clearly echoing inside. Are you ready? There will be a strong acceleration shortly. It's best to use your soul power to protect your body. Xuanyu confidently replied, yes teacher, I'm ready, with preparations complete. Tianfan commanded, Interstellar Fighter 128, prepare for launch. Immediately, a powerful thrust surprised him. He tensed his body, trying his best to withstand the immense pressure. So much pressure, my body's almost crushed. Quick, activate my soul power. The golden pattern blue-silver grass can enhance defense. He secretly admonished himself to stay calm and cope, but suddenly Xuanyu no longer felt the pressure, so he felt strange. The pressure seems to have decreased. He looked up at the magnificent scene before him, cheering happily. We've entered space. Suddenly the spaceship accelerated significantly, making it difficult for him to adapt at once. The pressure is increasing. Is this fighter accelerating? Something in the distance made Xuanyu a bit confused. What's that? But he soon got the answer. As they got closer, it turned out to be an asteroid belt. At this moment, Tianfan was piloting the fighter, mysteriously saying, Kid, buckle up and watch closely. Then he piloted the fighter to rush through at high speed with only the sound of wind whistling as they entered the battlefield. The fighter suddenly accelerated, making him a bit worried, his eyes tightly shut. What? A battlefield? The fighter flew like lightning with only the hull flashing past broken rocks. Even inside the cabin, Xuanyu still clearly felt immense pressure. Heavy as a mountain, suddenly a loud bang erupted, creating a shockwave that sent all objects flying. This was followed by a series of booming explosions as the fighter weaved left and right, dodging dangers, making him dizzy, as if the entire space was spinning. What happened? The pressure suddenly got so strong. The spaceship kept rolling, making him dizzy and disoriented. So uncomfortable. The explosions continued, subjecting Xuanyu inside the cabin to dual physical and mental torment. It wasn't until more than 20 minutes later that everything finally ended. He bolted out. Tianfan gently poked his head out, softly reminding, the restroom is at the end of the corridor. He was extremely uncomfortable at this point, and then a heavy retching sound came from the end of the corridor. Only then did he break into a delighted smile. Haha, this kid actually lasted 19 minutes. Back then, the first time I rode an interstellar fighter, I only lasted 18 minutes. Haha, I really found a treasure. Not bad, not bad. Good spiritual power, good physical strength, he continued to lament. These can be tempered, but looking at Xuanyu, he doesn't seem well, his mind is still swaying as if in the air. Teacher, Tianfan understood his feelings as he himself had experienced it. It's all right, go back and rest. Come find me after school tomorrow. I'll tell Zhang Tian. He walked dizzily and unsteadily. Xuanyu didn't know how he returned to the dorm, not even eating dinner. Qianlei and Lu Feng greeted him, but he didn't hear. Falling into a deep sleep, still spinning, the next day in the student cafeteria, Lingtong walked along, indignant. Last night's loss was too unjust. Every time I encounter that guy, nothing good happens. At this moment, the distant crowd was discussing animatedly, making her a bit curious. You have to give us an explanation, this is too much. She walked over and asked, what happened? A person next to her explained. Everyone's breakfast was eaten by him. He said he was too hungry this morning and accidentally ate too much. Lingtong looked at him, astonished. This was no small amount. 30 servings of breakfast were all eaten by him alone. This is too exaggerated. Everyone still complained indignantly. What do you say we do? We're all hungry. Xuanyu, feeling guilty, could only lower his head. The buzzing discussions made her head ache. Phew, you're really something. But then she spoke firmly. All right, stop arguing. Do you want him to throw it up? He looked up at her in surprise, not expecting her to speak up for him. Just then, the students stirred again. Seeing Zhang Tian walk over, Teacher Mu is here, let the teacher solve it. He pushed up his glasses, sternly saying, new breakfast has been prepared, everyone eat first. Xuanyu's body might be experiencing some issues. Teacher needs to take you for a checkup. Hearing this, he was startled, a little worried. Then Xuanyu dejectedly followed him out of the cafeteria. Outside, he unexpectedly saw Tianfan waiting there for him. He walked up politely to greet him. Teacher. Tianfan smiled back at him, but suddenly a wave of discomfort washed over him, and he reacted very strongly, vomiting. Even so, Tianfan remained unconcerned, a smile still on his face. Don't worry, that's because you've consumed too much and your bloodline needs a lot of energy to react like that. From now on, you'll eat all 3 meals in my office. Beside them, Zhang Tian watched silently, filled with emotion. Is vice principal going to teach Xuanyu? This person holds a high position in Tinluo Academy. Even the principal avoids him, and he still has to be given the best treatment. Only Teacher Mu has a good relationship with him. Everyone else would rather steer clear, hoping it's a good thing for Xuanyu. Tianfan continued with a benevolent smile. Come to my place for dinner after school, class starts an hour later. But unlike him, Xuanyu couldn't be happy, always feeling a bit scared. Suddenly his expression changed and his tone was meaningful. When you encounter difficulties, you must face them head-on. A real man bravely tackles challenges. Seeing him like this, he looked at him and couldn't help but shiver. He was indeed terrifying. In the morning, Tianfan would prepare a sumptuous breakfast. Xuanyu now had a table full of rich food. He quickly picked up the food, wolfing it down. These were all rare ingredients, filling Xuanyu with strength. In his eyes, he was an angel. But at night, the demon Tianfan would become the most terrifying presence. His current expression scared Xuanyu pale. He was taken by Tianfan to undergo various exercises, allowing Xuanyu to fully experience the violent impact of an interstellar fighter. After he left, he was already too tired to breathe. Every day he was pushed to exhaustion, and his mind was hazy before he was allowed to rest. During this period, Xuanyu's mind was always somewhat muddled. Qianlei looked at his disheveled state, a little worried. Xuanyu always walked slowly, paying no attention to those around him. And even his once good cultural class grades dropped, but these efforts were not in vain. His reaction speed greatly improved and his physical fitness continuously enhanced. Each time he returned to his room, Xuanyu would consciously sit down to practice. The impact from the interstellar fighter coupled with sufficient nutritional supplements strengthened his endurance. Sitting in the fighter, the discomfort gradually lessened. But Tianfan also gradually increased Xuanyu's time in the fighter, pushing him to his limits. Every day before stopping, he was dragged away by him, feeling only confusion and fear in his heart. It wasn't until a few days later that Lu Feng couldn't help but ask, Xuanyu, are you going to vice principal's place tonight too? Qianlei also agreed. It's almost the end of the semester, we need to practice too. His face pale, Xuanyu took the opportunity to suggest, you're right, I'll ask teacher tonight. By the way, my spiritual power is almost breaking through 200, how are you progressing? Xuanyu was a bit annoyed, he answered perfunctorily, then turned to leave. I don't know either, I'm dizzy every day. Xuanyu lifted his foot to leave, but with every step his body trembled like a sieve. All right, I've got to go. He and Qianlei had been observing from the side, inevitably worried. Is he really okay? Hope so. The scene switched to another building where Hongbin slammed Tianfan's office desk. He repeatedly and loudly questioned him. You crazy fox, are you out of your mind? What's the level of your simulation cabin? If something happens to him, how do we explain it to his parents? Tianfan looked very displeased upon hearing this. You're too fat. If I didn't have basic judgment, how could I let him enter my simulation cabin? This is to better stimulate his talent. He gritted his teeth, his attitude unwavering. I'm telling you, this kid can already stay in there for an hour. Only then did Hongbin freeze. What, an hour? Tianfan frowned and lowered his head. This child's spiritual power and physical fitness are both excellent. If I only use ordinary teaching methods and practice step by step, that would be a true waste of his future. As he spoke, he extended a finger, his expression firm. I hope he can get into that place. He was speechless at this point. Tianfan stood up again. Old Li, my biggest regret is that I was too arrogant and made mistakes when I was young, leading to my elimination. Otherwise I wouldn't be alone now. Hongbin finally compromised. All right, we're all failures anyway. He made a suggestion. Let him try once, expand the permission so I can observe. I need to confirm he can truly handle it. He was then led inside. Xuanyu, are you ready? He responded loudly after hearing ready. Hongbin quickly input parameters into the machine. The scene around Xuanyu began to change significantly. He was gradually drawn deeper. Xuanyu gritted his teeth, enduring with all his might. He was observing carefully from outside when suddenly a loud bang came. Xuanyu cautiously observed everything. He was much better now. He began to get used to Tianfan's operating style. Xuanyu's gaze suddenly drifted to the side where another spaceship appeared, and he also observed some characteristics of interstellar fighters. Then many explosions occurred. After only a moment, the space returned to calm. He walked out, still panting heavily. Tianfan pressed his advantage, unabashedly proud. How was it? Hongbin saw Tianfan's smug look and grumbled angrily. Not bad. I didn't expect this kid's adaptability to be so strong. He confidently proposed his strategy. This is talent far beyond my imagination. I'm considering letting him fly solo in 3 months. This made him freeze. Wait, that's too fast. Even so, Tianfan's view didn't change. His potential is very good, and I've always been checking his physical fitness. Xuanyu, though the person involved was still confused. I haven't been checked yet. Only then did he reveal the truth. Kid, what are you looking at? Do you think those rare ingredients are just for show? To be able to eat so much and digest it so quickly proves that your body and bloodline need sufficient nutrition. Tianfan's mouth curved upwards, his eyes filled with hope for this child. But he is too young. He needs a stable period of growth. When he turns 12, I will reformulate a study plan for him based on the situation. Hongbin, hearing this, smiled slightly. That reassures me. It seems you've matured a lot compared to before. He suddenly understood the meaning behind the other person's words and became annoyed. What do you mean? What's there for me to mature about? Hongbin calmly turned and left. When did you mature, and who was it that got fired? His indifference made Tianfan jump up. You Li, you don't hit below the belt. If you've got guts, fight me with mecha. Before leaving, he didn't forget to lean in and instruct Xuanyu. Xuanyu, you also need to work hard. Regarding the battle armor profession, I suggest you choose battle armor design. Hongbin kept waving his hand as he walked. All right, I'm leaving now. I'll be teaching the battle armor class next semester. He obediently replied, thank you, teacher. Meanwhile, Tianfan behind him was still cursing. Get lost, you kid. Don't come back again. The scene switched to another location where Zhang Tian announced sternly. Next, I will announce the rules of this exam. First, we will conduct a physical fitness test. Tian Shuan listened carefully to every word, and Xuanyu's expression was equally focused as the teacher's voice remained steady. The team that ultimately receives the most bonus points can avoid elimination. First item, strength test. Xuanyu successfully received bonus points, and it took him a while to hear the conclusion. All right, next student. She continued to call out names. Tian Shuan, begin your test. He struggled greatly in this round of the test. After a long, seemingly endless 5-minute tug of war, Tian Shuan finally passed. 5 minutes, a lot of progress, 1 bonus point awarded. They then moved on to another test. Speed test. Lu Feng receives 1 bonus point. Xuanyu looked dejected at the test results. Soul power test, rank 16. There was progress, but still ranked at the bottom of the class. Next, the spiritual power test. Qian Lei's spiritual power was 187, receiving 1 bonus point. Zhang Tian loudly called out, next, Xuanyu. He looked at his approaching figure, feeling somewhat conflicted. I wonder if this kid's spiritual power has improved under the vice principal's guidance these past 3 months, at Zhang Tian's signal. Xuanyu sat on the chair. All right, let's start the test. He closed his eyes tightly, concentrating with all his might, and slightly frowned, somewhat expectant. Will there be any surprises? The numbers on the machine gradually displayed, beginning to rise. It continued to climb amidst everyone's surprise. 180. Could he surpass Qian Lei? Finally, the number reached 190. Exclamations of surprise rang out. 190. He surpassed him. Even Qian Lei was stunned. No way. Just as everyone was frozen, the system panel continued to rise to 194. Zhang Tian was dumbfounded, his eyes filled with surprise. It's still increasing. Amidst everyone's exclamations, the number continued to climb to 194, 195, then 196, and then 197. Although the speed slowed, it was still rising. They could hardly believe their eyes. The index even reached 199. The people around them simultaneously fell silent to observe. Only when they found the index no longer changing did they speak. Stop. Has it stopped? The surprise in his eyes remained. It seemed reaching the intermediate level of the spirit communication realm was still a bit difficult in the back. The teachers whispered to each other. That's right, although it was just a little short, it had already surpassed many people. Xuanyu sat on the machine, still highly concentrated, his power vortex seeming to become clearer. Inside, the little boy opened his eyes wide, looking at the scene before him. Xuanyu's gaze suddenly noticed the smallest detail, the bright spot in the vortex, seemingly able to discern its color. The little boy curiously observed the sphere in the middle. Light continuously emanated from within the sphere. What color is it exactly? Ah, I see it clearly. It's blue, red, blue, and yellow. As expected, the external system is already fluctuating. 200 points, intermediate spirit communication realm, truly incredible. Through his own efforts, the final number settled at 200. Just like that, Xuanyu received bonus points for spiritual power, and their team once again secured first place in physical fitness. The scene shifted to another location. In room 316, Tian Xuan, Xianxia, and Lingtong stood discussing. The combat assessment is about to begin. Regardless of the test format, we must win the championship this time. He suddenly noticed something was off. Don't you think Xuanyu is a bit strange? Last time a single shout from him changed the situation. She had to admit it too. Xuanyu is indeed very strange. Every time I fight him, my martial soul can't unleash its strongest power. Tian Xuan's eyes were filled with determination. This time is different. I'm already a 2-ring great soul master. I must win no matter what. Xianxia suddenly remembered something. There's also this. Ever since Xuanyu joined Dorm 333, Qianlei and Lu Feng have also changed. So I think Xuanyu is the most important one. Tian Xuan's face darkened and he made a decision. It's simple. If we encounter them this time, we'll solve Xuanyu first, no matter the cost. The time for the combat assessment finally arrived. Zhang Tian stood before the students, clearly stating the rules. The combat assessment this afternoon will take place in an arena. This test will have Group 333 as the arena masters. The test will consist of 9 matches, with students from Group 333 participating in all 9. Other groups will draw lots to attack, and we will score you based on your performance. Qianlei suddenly raised his hand and suggested, teacher, can we forfeit? We've already secured our spot anyway. He immediately dismissed that idea after hearing it. If you lose more than half of the upcoming matches, all your honors will be revoked, and your score will drop by 30. Lu Feng, Xuanyu, and Qianlei all sighed helplessly. This is clearly trying to wear us out, regardless of how they performed. Zhang Tian shouted the command. All right, after drawing lots, enter the simulation cabin. The little boy quickly burrowed into the machine. Although the simulation cabin can restore soul power, spiritual power cannot be fully restored, so it seems I should plan carefully. Xuanyu stood beside his teammates discussing. Qianlei, in this kind of gauntlet battle, how many times can your spiritual power summon? He seriously suggested. If it's Qianchu, probably 5 times, but it depends on her willingness. The little boy frowned, seriously asking in return, what if I use innate summoning? Qianlei frankly replied, I can probably barely last 3 times, plus summoning Qianchu once more we can probably win 4 matches. Only then did Xuanyu relax. Good, I understand. Lu Feng suddenly called out loudly to his teammates, they're here. The little boy immediately got into position and shouted, Qianlei, summon. He quickly threw the coin as instructed to assist. Gate of summoning. Xuanyu simultaneously clenched his fists, activating golden pattern blue-silver grass. The little boy reached out and touched the gate. The first team had already reacted in time and rushed over. The gate of summoning began to summon. Go. Block them. This was the team from Dorm 304. Xuanyu's 2 teammates were a bit flustered at this moment. Careful. They're charging. The little boy stood to the side, covering them and comforting them. Don't panic. Keep summoning. Qianlei continued to work, but just as he was concentrating, a member of room 304 had already attacked. Just then a dragon tail appeared. The girl was immediately sent flying. The dragon peered out and roared. Even Qianlei hadn't expected to summon it. Oh my god, did I summon this? The crocodile dragon stood beside them like a bodyguard. Just its roar was enough to shake hearts. In the observation room, the teachers were all surprised and restless. They hadn't expected a sub-dragon species, the crocodile dragon, to be summoned. This is a very rare soul beast. A team from Dorm 304 was a bit flustered at this moment. They actually successfully summoned it. Xianxia had just been easily dealt with by this soul beast. The crocodile dragon glanced at Xuanyu next to it, its gaze fixed on the little boy. Xuanyu also felt that gaze. For some reason, the crocodile dragon kept rubbing its face against the little boy's leg. Xuanyu naturally reached out and stroked its head. Both the opponents and teammates were stunned by this scene. That soul beast was actually so close to them. Good, this guy looks very capable of fighting. The little boy quickly turned to face the opponents. Good. Xuanyu gave no one a chance to react. He waved his hand and ordered, attack. The crocodile dragon immediately charged forward furiously. The girls only now reacted cautiously, saying, here it comes. One of them suggested, let me attract its attention. They tried hard to focus their strategy. Don't panic, let's test its defense and speed. The 2 were indeed students of the youth advanced class. Facing such a terrifying opponent, they remained completely unpanicked. However, in front of the powerful crocodile dragon, all their efforts were in vain. Both were defeated and eliminated in an instant. In the first match, the trio won almost effortlessly. The announcer quickly sounded, Group 333 wins the first match. Xuanyu turned to Qianlei and suggested, Qianlei, hurry up and rest, otherwise your later summons won't keep up. He immediately nodded in understanding, but before he could do anything, new people entered. The little boy could only shake his head. It seems the teachers aren't giving us any rest, and these 3 are our old enemies. The 3 newcomers were Yu Ji, Jin Shang, and Peng Bin. As soon as he entered, he displayed his fighting intent. My soul power has now broken through to rank 18. We'll settle the score from last time all at once. Xuanyu quickly signaled Qianlei to prepare to summon, then retreated to act. But their opponents were a step faster than them. Do you think we're unprepared? Yu Ji interfered with Qianlei's summoning. Peng Bin attacked quickly. The little boy consequently gripped the gate tightly to protect it. Lu Feng was stunned, turning to Xuanyu and suggesting, "Xuanyu, I'll go support you." But before he could do anything, he was attacked by the opponent's ice shadow. "Dream on. If you want to support Xuanyu, get past me first." Jin Zhang's mouth curved upward in satisfaction. "Excellent. This way we can win in one go. Didn't expect this, did you? You can't even last a minute against us." Just as the staff was about to strike, the little boy grabbed it with one hand. Yuji's mouth hung open in surprise. "What? He caught my spearhead. It has the wind-breaking soul skill effect." A summoned beast flew out from within it again. It circled past him, startling Jin Shang. He frantically tried to block. Too fast. What is this thing? Defense? But immediately after, Jin Shang was hit on the forehead. Only then did she regain her senses. Jin Shang, Jin Shang. He was also too surprised to close his eyes. Jin Shang fell to the ground with a thud. Qianlei also looked at the summoned beast in surprise. "What kind of soul beast is this so powerful?" Xuanyu spoke calmly. "This is," at this moment, everyone could clearly see its shape. "Emerald demon bird," the little boy simply explained. "This soul beast. It is cruel by nature, loves to hunt other soul beasts and devour their brain marrow. Not only is its speed extremely fast, but its attack power is also super strong, specializing in attacking the heads of other creatures, and it is almost the bane of all flying soul beasts." Its target had now shifted to Peng Bin. He was terrified. His voice trembled incessantly. "No, don't come closer." But then he was struck directly in the head by the demon bird. Peng Bin's body immediately fell as a result, leaving only Yuji. She had no choice but to unleash continuous sharp white dragon spears, but even with her efforts she was eliminated just like her teammates, and all three ultimately lay on the ground. Seeing this scene, Xuanyu couldn't help but widen his eyes. Killing 3 people in such a short time was terrifying. The little boy looked at it with a wary gaze. Judging by its size and color, this was still a 100-year emerald demon bird. The demon bird suddenly turned its head and looked over here. It whistled and flew toward Xuanyu's team. Qianlei reacted quickly and immediately ordered, "Stop, end summoning." Only then did the little boy escape. Lu Feng was somewhat disbelieving. "Fatty, why is this guy still attacking us? Can't you control it?" He breathed a sigh of relief, frankly admitting, I can't control it either. It's too powerful." Fortunately, it attacked the enemy first. At this moment, in the monitoring room, the atmosphere gradually solidified. Zhang Tian was the first to speak. "Qianlei's gate of summoning is too powerful. He can even summon an emerald demon bird. I'm afraid even Tian Xuan's group would be wiped out if they encountered it," the broadcast quickly announced without hesitation. Group 333, second match, win. Tianfen intently watched the contestants on the large screen. Then he gently raised an eyebrow and asked, "Old Li, do you too consider this a martial soul fusion skill?" Hongbin narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the large screen. "Hard to say. It shouldn't be at the level of a martial soul fusion skill yet. In a sense, Xuanyu can be considered an extremely powerful support, and he can support 2 completely unrelated martial souls. If his martial soul can support any martial soul, then perhaps this is an extraordinary existence." He glanced at the screen displaying the footage. "And he also has twin martial souls, and his combat ability is not bad except for the slow speed of increasing soul power. This child's talent is truly blessed by heaven," Tianfan replied with an appreciative tone. "His spiritual power is already 200, which indeed exceeded my expectations. Not bad, not bad." Hongbin frowned, turning to him and honestly reminding him, "Don't be too happy too soon. His soul power growth is relatively slow and he still needs continued observation. Without the support of soul power, one cannot become a top-tier powerhouse." Tianfan gently raised an eyebrow and asked him back, "What does that matter? My expectation for him is not combat ability. No matter how strong an individual is, can they compare to an entire cosmic fleet? No, I want him to inherit my mantle." Hongbin could only helplessly watch his triumphant expression. He lowered his voice, mocking, "Go tell that to them and see if anyone objects." Immediately their gazes met, and Tianfen also seemed a little guilty. To ease the awkward atmosphere, he awkwardly smiled and reassured, "I mean, under normal circumstances, if he can get into that place, perhaps he won't even need to be 30 to become a fleet commander. I'm very satisfied with that child's psychological resilience and stress tolerance." Hongbin sighed after hearing this. He silently pursed his lips. After a while, Hongbin finally spoke up and suggested, "Old fox, how about we discuss something?" But Tianfan just responded coldly, "If you want to snatch this child, you'll have to swallow him whole." He seemed not to have heard, turned around, and slowly said, "This child is simply wasting his talent with you. Haven't you realized he is fully capable of becoming a top-tier powerhouse or even the core leader of a top-tier powerhouse team?" But he just walked straight out, his hand still waving. "Whatever, he's my disciple now anyway." "What have you done in the past?" Hongbin wanted to retort, but the words died in his throat. Silence once again enveloped the space. Just then the broadcast suddenly sounded. Group 333 wins again, now with 3 consecutive victories. The screen showed the ongoing match outside. In the third match, Qianlei summoned a red-armored dragon, suppressing the opponent and winning the match. After this match, his spiritual power was exhausted, and he could only meditate on the spot. Fortunately, it came in handy later. Immediately after, someone was teleported into the arena. As soon as they saw them, Xuanyu and Lu Feng rushed forward. Crazy move, attack quickly as planned. Just as they approached the newcomers, he quickly placed his hand on Lu Feng's back. A rich golden yellow aura burst from Lu Feng, and he said cheerfully, "This is the feeling." His power instantly surged, then he shouted and charged at them. The two newcomers were startled and a bit flustered. When did they charge over? Quick, quick, unleash your martial souls. Before they could react, Lu Feng's spear was already swinging in a decisive trajectory. White Dragon Spear. The three immediately jumped up hastily, unable to dodge in time. One of them shouted, "Separate," from behind. He quickly used the momentum to jump up and pursue without looking back, directly delivering a powerful punch to one of them. "Take this." Xuanyu was close behind Lu Feng. "Crazy. Prepare for the second wave of amplification." The two charged at each other, using the momentum to increase the power of their attacks. He stabbed at him, completing the second mutation, while simultaneously amplifying Lu Feng's power again. They then separated, both heading in a different direction. His white dragon spear transformed into a sky full of spear light, engulfing the opponent within. Meanwhile, Xuanyu charged at another opponent, who released a silk web. Attempting to block the two's attacks, the opponent released a large web martial soul and rushed towards him. But immediately after, a vortex appeared in the air, sucking the web into it. "Oh no, my large web martial soul has been swept away." At this moment, Xuanyu was already in front of him, unleashing a powerful punch. His fist struck the opponent, who was immediately forced back a distance. A cold chill spread, condensed ice. Under the force of inertia, the opponent stumbled heavily to the ground, groaning in pain. Xuanyu stood above him, looking down coldly, and the broadcast system simultaneously sounded, "Battle ended." Lu Feng also dealt with the other person at the same time. With one blow under his spear's radiance, Lu Feng's opponent had no time to react. Both were pierced and could only exchange injuries, leaving a deep wound. Immediately after, the system announced the result. Match ended. Group 333, fourth match, victory. Zhang Tian and his colleagues next to him were very surprised. They had utilized the arena master's advantage to the fullest. Suspending the matches like this was too fast. He hastily turned around to discuss. "Teacher Li, what do we do now?" Hongbin's expression remained as calm as ever. "This is easy to handle. Show the other students the footage from earlier and let them figure out how to deal with it." Zhang Tian quickly agreed. "Exactly. If they're prepared, the main arena's advantage won't be as obvious, and it'll also be a test of the other students' adaptability. I'll go arrange it now." He suddenly stopped, noticing no opponent had been added. "How it seems the match is paused. Does that mean the teachers want us to rest?" Xuanyu said warily. "You suggest we've already won 4 matches, and one more win makes us qualified. Let Qianlei recover his spiritual power properly." But just as he finished speaking, a new group of people was teleported in. Xuanyu immediately snapped back to attention and gave the order. "They're here, let's go." The two rushed forward simultaneously, he and Lu Feng employing their old trick, once again ambushing the team that had just entered the arena. Xuanyu placed his hand on Lu Feng's back, transferring power to him. Before the 3 opponents could fully appear, he had already launched his attack. Unexpectedly, those few people managed to easily dodge all the attacks. But even more unexpectedly, the opposing 3-person team leaped to the back the moment they appeared, avoiding Lu Feng's attack. Xuanyu was a little bewildered. Were they that fast? He immediately shouted, "Don't even think about running." This was followed by a series of dense attacks. He suddenly seemed to recognize who this group was and stopped. It was them, because Lu Zheng was holding a shield to block. The people behind him were unharmed. He was the vice leader of Class 19 of the Youth Advanced Class, with personal combat power second only to Tian Xuan, and the overall strength of this team also ranked at the forefront. Lu Zheng quickly stabilized and issued orders to his teammates to begin combat. With that, he quickly charged forward. The people behind immediately used their abilities to summon vines, tightly entangling Lu Feng. Another person simultaneously shot an arrow. Xuanyu was still a bit dazed at this moment, until an arrow was shot towards Qianlei. Their target was him, who was meditating. Only then did he suddenly awaken, turning to attack the crucial spot. "Not good. They've targeted our strategy." Thinking this, Xuanyu quickly rushed towards Qianlei but didn't notice someone behind him, determined to block that arrow. Lu Zheng bent down and struck with a palm a crescent slash, hitting both of them. That move howled past, chasing closely behind him. Lu Feng on his side was gritting his teeth. "Damn it, I can't break free," he suddenly cried out in alarm to warn. "Careful." Xuanyu turned with the momentum. He jumped aside, successfully dodging Lu Zheng's attack, then flexibly shot an ice pillar forward. The ice pillar flew rapidly, deflecting the arrow before it could hit Qianlei. Just then, he had already taken the opportunity to approach Xuanyu, preparing to attack. He turned around, stopping the opponent. "Wait." This action stunned everyone. Xuanyu calmly announced, "We forfeit this match." The atmosphere immediately quieted down. Lu Feng could only sigh helplessly. No choice, this match was indeed too passive. The opponents were already strong, and they formulated a suitable strategy, so forfeiting is a good choice. Entering the observation room, many screens displayed different angles. Zhang Tian spoke, his tone filled with relief. "They finally lost a match." Yan Yan, standing beside him, also breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great." Zhang Tian tightly gripped his pen, his gaze still fixed on the large screen. If they kept winning, it would be a huge blow to the other students. Tian Fan, however, remained silent, frowning with a displeased expression. He slowly spoke. "Teacher Mu, only a few more groups until it's Tian Xuan's turn." He looked back, quickly replying, "One more group, and it's their turn." Only then did Tian Fan confidently grin, suggesting, "Let them go now. Tell Xuanyu and his team that if they lose this match, they forfeit everything." Zhang Tian was a little bewildered and asked again, "Ah, Vice Principal, is that all right? This is against the rules, I'm afraid they won't agree." He merely gently reassured, "It's fine, just do as I say. I want to see where these little guys' limits are, just do as I say." Hongbin also spoke in agreement, "Do as the Vice Principal says, don't give these little guys a chance to take shortcuts." Although a bit confused, he decided to comply. "All right then." The monitoring screen remained lit, closely watching his every move. The sound of the machine immediately echoed through the arena. "Attention, Xuanyu's group, next you will face Tian Xuan's group. You must win this match, otherwise you will be eliminated." Lu Feng couldn't help but complain in surprise. "What, if we lose this match we forfeit everything? How can this be?" He was also a bit stunned, unable to believe it. Before they could figure out the situation, the people had already arrived. Their group quickly appeared. "They're here." Qianlei suddenly turned to Xuanyu, his eyes helplessly pleading, "What do we do? I can't summon right now." Tian Xuan clenched his fists, turned around, and a golden aura immediately surged out like waves. Xuanyu's face was stern, his lips tightly pressed as if desperately suppressing his inner anger. "The teachers are pushing us." Since that's the case, he turned to his teammates and instructed, "Lu Feng, lift all three of them into the air, I'll take care of the rest." He hesitated after hearing this, but his golden lion roar. Xuanyu quietly stood behind Lu Feng, and a powerful force was transmitted from him to Lu Feng. It was precisely because of this that he wouldn't use his golden lion roar first. "Come on, let's go all out." Immediately after, Lu Feng charged out like an arrow from a bow, with Xuanyu following closely behind. With an equally fierce momentum, Wei Cheng's sharp gaze flickered. He slowly set up a magic array and a chilling aura permeated the air. Soul skill. Slow down. Wei Cheng's power struck, forcing him to respond awkwardly. "A delay, it's over. My speed advantage is gone, the opponent will catch me." But Lu Feng still steadfastly refused to retreat. "Forget it, I can't worry about that anymore." He struck and the ground immediately shook violently. The rest would be up to Xuanyu. This burst of power inevitably affected those around him. Ling Tong rushed from behind to Tian Xuan, who decisively raised his hand. His sharp gaze seemed to tear through space, capturing her. Ling Tong turned, a precise kick landing on Lu Feng. This kick sent him flying, his body swaying, his face contorted in pain. He frowned, watching him fall towards himself. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Xuanyu rushed out at lightning speed. Tian Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He actually didn't go to catch Lu Feng. He watched him approaching step by step, only a few steps away, choosing to charge forward alone. Even under pressure, he remained resolute, not backing down an inch. What's going on? Does he want to fight three alone? Is Lan Xuanyu crazy? But suddenly Tian Xuan discovered something strange. Wait, his eyes were wide, his gaze astonished, only to see a subtle, enigmatic smile playing on his lips. No, it wasn't until this moment that Tian Xuan reacted. He smiled. In the blink of an eye, he opened his mouth wide. "Something's wrong." Golden lion roar. Xuanyu still maintained his smile, striking forward with both hands. His speed far surpassed Tian Xuan's, incredibly fast. Xuanyu formed a halo with his hands, his lips slightly moving. "Goodbye." His mouth was still wide open, his eyes filled with terror. Instantly, a dazzling halo appeared, encircling the four people, their figures gradually blurring, merging into the distant space. Four people completely disappeared before everyone's eyes. Qianlei's eyes widened, his face filled with astonishment. "What?" Lu Feng still maintained his posture from when he was sent flying, his face filled with disbelief. He and the three of them had disappeared, only blurry white smoke remained before them. In the room, the observers in front of the screens were also greatly surprised. Jin Shang turned to the person next to him. What did that light mean? Lu Tian Xuan's trio was easily dealt with. Was this an ability a one-ring soul master could use? Such a fierce attack power? What kind of move was that? Tian Fan's eyes were wide, his lips tightly pressed as if restraining his emotions. He cast his gaze towards Hongbin. Sacrificial skill or martial soul fusion skill? After a moment of silence, he suddenly remembered something. From his calm expression, it wasn't a sacrificial skill. Hongbin still couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. "I think it's a martial soul fusion skill." His own martial soul fusion skill. Hearing this, Tian Fan's eyes widened. "What? How is that possible?" His eyes were filled with killing intent, as if a silent warning forcing him to shut up. Hongbin angrily grabbed Tian Fan by the neck, shaking him violently. "I don't care, you damned old fox. You must give this disciple to me, otherwise I'll fight you to the death. Following you is such a waste." Even though he was being choked, he still adamantly refused. "No, I won't give him up." He rode on top of him, shouting loudly. "If you don't give him up, I'll choke you to death." Youth Advanced Class, First Semester Final Exam, Individual Score First Place. Lan Xuanyu's Group 33, Combat Test First Place. Group 33 All Members. In the blink of an eye, 3 years later. Tinluo City, Tinluo Academy. Tang Le stood alone in the opposite teaching building, looking at the training ground, his eyes vacant and indifferent, as if unconcerned by everything around him. The room in front of him was still lit, light shining in the darkness. Inside, Xuanyu was silent for a moment, then his voice sounded. "Cooperation." Hongbin, facing him with his hands in his pocket, said, "Your own cooperation and your own skills must be coordinated, do you understand? How many times have I told you? Why does your ice attribute still lag when you exert your power?" He frowned, his eyes sharpening. "You must make it fuse with your power. You must leverage the advantage of your twin martial souls to form your combat technique." After hearing this, he remained silent and the air fell quiet. Hongbin sighed. "You must remember, a true powerhouse's combat techniques are not learned but created by oneself." His gaze was fixed on Xuanyu as if wanting to penetrate his mind. "Only you know what you're good at." Hongbin reminded him, maintaining a serious attitude. "One day you will reach this point, so you must lay a good foundation and prepare for the future." Xuanyu was drenched in sweat, quickly nodding, "Yes, teacher." He glanced at him. "All right, that's it for today." Xuanyu smiled. "Yes." Hongbin continued, "After you go back you must train hard." He turned to leave but still didn't forget to emphasize, "Also you must meditate diligently and strive to enter a state of deep meditation." Hongbin paused, his eyes deep. Lan Xuanyu's soul power is about to become a sore point for Li Hongbin. "Your soul power." He slowly observed him, evaluating this child as good in every aspect, learning, attitude, talent, comprehension. Almost impeccable. Hongbin always had an indescribable feeling. His spiritual power already exceeded a normal person's by 800, and his physical fitness and combat power were definitely the best in the class. Xuanyu's memories of the competition resurfaced. After several rounds of elimination, the youth advanced class ultimately had 21 students remaining. Most students' soul power had reached rank 27 or above, and the class leader, Lu Tianxun, had already broken through to the three-ring realm. He suddenly remembered his crestfallen face and our Lan Xuanyu. His soul power is currently rank 19 and he hasn't broken through to rank 20 yet. Then he clasped his forehead and sighed. "This problem is too headache-inducing." As he was deep in thought, a voice came from behind. "Teacher Li." Hongbin looked back. "What's wrong? A man should speak his mind." Xuanyu was a little embarrassed, his gaze quickly sweeping around as if searching for a cover. "Teacher Li, can I take a month off? I want to go on a trip with my parents." As soon as he finished speaking, he refused coldly without thinking. "No." Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, he put on a pitiful expression. Seeing Xuanyu's expression, Hongbin frowned, almost wavering. He decisively turned around, trying his best not to let him see his eyes. "A month is too long. I'll give you 20 days. Xuanyu was stunned, his mouth agape, unable to believe his ears. He agreed. Teacher actually agreed. "It's truly amazing." He hugged his body and sighed. "Teacher Li, it's not that I don't want to reach rank 20, it's that you don't give me a break, you don't let me level up." Xuanyu smiled slightly, Nana's figure flashing through his mind. Teacher Nana had said that when his soul power reached rank 20 his bloodline would be further activated, and it would be best to complete the breakthrough under her protection. He remembered the first time he asked. He was actually close to breaking through half a year ago. He had gone to ask for leave then, but Hongbin's anger erupted. "You want to take leave before reaching rank 20 soul power? Absolutely not." From that day on, Lan Xuanyu had to use his own martial soul fusion skill to forcibly lower his rank, extending the breakthrough time. He sat in his dorm diligently cultivating. He had already recultivated this rank 19 3 times. Thinking this, Xuanyu's eyes welled up and he trembled. "So I'm also very anxious, but this is great. Teacher has agreed." Casting aside all worries, he immediately became refreshed and happy. "This is great. I can see Teacher Nana again. I can finally break through to 2 rings." Xuanyu cheered and ran out of the room smiling. Hongbin on his side walked along, sighing. Will these 3 years of effort be in vain? Hongbin continued to grumble and complain, but didn't notice someone on the opposite rooftop. "I didn't expect such a good talent to be stuck where he shouldn't be. What should I do?" Tangla stood in the shadows, his face obscured. It was then that he realized he was being watched and immediately looked back, but saw no one. Hongbin continued to sigh, then walked away feeling frustrated. Was I hallucinating? Night fell, and on the top floor of a tall building a figure was faintly visible in the moonlight. Tangla gazed at Xuanyu's figure. After watching, he quietly left. At this moment, Hongbin aggressively pushed open the door. Tianfan, seeing his rudeness, shouted angrily, "Do you know manners? Do you know how to knock?" Facing the questioning gaze, he retorted angrily, "Do you think everyone is like you, just eating all day and waiting to die?" He also retorted fiercely, "Did you eat gunpowder? You come in here and mock me right away." Hongbin's face was ashen, showing extreme worry. "It's all for your precious disciple, who still hasn't reached rank 20. If he still hasn't reached rank 20 before he's 20 years old, he won't even be eligible to apply to that place. How can I not be anxious? And now those who apply are already rank 30 or above. I've tried everything, but his soul power just won't increase. You, on the other hand, aren't anxious at all. Have you forgotten your old ambition?" Tianfan took all provocations in stride. "Why should I be anxious? I originally hoped for him to study the Interstellar Command Department. For the Interstellar Command Department, spiritual power is more valued. Below 12 years old, as long as spiritual power reaches 200, one can pass the exam." He swayed the wine glass in his hand and proudly showed off. "My precious disciple has 800 spiritual power. What do I have to worry about? If it really doesn't work, just forcibly boost his soul power a bit before the exam. Anyway, I don't expect him to become a powerful soul master." Tianfan's attitude was cold and indifferent. "So you can worry about your own business, it has nothing to do with me." This made him tremble with anger. Hongbin was unable to suppress his questions in his anger. "How can you be so shameless? Are you intentionally preventing him from increasing his soul power rank?" He laughed mockingly. "Do you think I'm sick?" he roared angrily. "You are sick and you have a brain illness that's already commonly accepted." After hearing this, Tianfan angrily drove away the person surnamed Li. "Don't make excuses, hurry up and go, don't bother me here." Hongbin sighed in distress. 1 more month and he'll be 12. If he can't break through rank 20 he won't be a true soul master. He smiled regretfully, feeling sorry for the child. He tiredly crossed his arms and stated, "Today he asked me for leave and I gave him 20 days off. I hope he can make the most of these 20 days. Maybe if he relaxes a bit he'll break through." Seeing his dejected look, Tianfan calmly asked, "What's wrong? Are you giving up?" Hongbin replied instantly, sadly, "I don't want to, but what else can I do besides give up? If he can't reach rank 20 he won't even have a chance to try." He dejectedly offered the final solution. He can only try your interstellar command department. Xuanyu had already informed his parents about the teacher granting him leave. Upon receiving the news, Lan Xiao excitedly said, "Dad will tell Mom to book your tickets." He obediently replied, His parents immediately booked tickets to Heaven Do Star after receiving their son's message. After bidding farewell to Qian Lei and Lu Feng, the two needed to prepare for the selection competition after the new semester during the holiday. Xuanyu thought about an important piece of information. He heard that the weaker players in the selection competition came from Lingtian continent. I must reach rank 20 during this holiday. As soon as he got home, he happily called out, "Mom?" Nancheng joyfully embraced him. "My precious son, you're finally back. Let Mom give you a kiss." Xuanyu was confused by her actions. "Mom, it's all slobber," Nancheng asked, a little wronged. "Don't you miss Mom?" He quickly replied, "I do." She understood her son's fatigue and gently said, "All right, sit down and rest for a while. Mom will go cook for you." Nancheng turned her face and announced, "Mom was swamped today. Your dad was rushing me to book tickets. We'll leave tomorrow." "Did you ask Teacher Nana for her exact address?" Xuanyu smiled and replied, "I did. I've already contacted Xianxia today. Teacher Nana is in the capital of Heaven Do Star." Just then, Lan Xiao happily greeted, "Dad's back." He eagerly asked his wife, "Wife, are the tickets booked?" She replied cheerfully, "Booked, we're leaving tomorrow." "I'll go prepare dinner. You two, father and son, go pack your luggage," he politely replied. "Okay, Mom." At this moment, fans on the other side of the planet were wildly cheering, "Young master is so handsome, I love you." Tangla smiled steadily, full of charm. "Thank you all for coming." After the performance, Qingling curiously kept asking, "That was wonderful, amazing, but when are you releasing a new song? Fans are eagerly waiting," he replied indifferently, with a hint of suggestion in his tone. "When the time is right, there will naturally be a new song." At this moment, she solicitously took his arm. "According to our original plan, you can rest starting tomorrow. We should go to Dragon King's Star for a vacation." Qingling gently held his hand, which made Tangla frown. She shyly added, "The beaches there are really beautiful." Tangla didn't pull his hand away. He could feel Qingling's affection for him. Qingling was not only his lifesaver but also the one who helped him reach the pinnacle of music. She had sacrificed too much for him. But whenever Tangla felt a flicker of emotion, his heart would ache as if it was already full and could no longer hold anyone else. Tangla pondered and changed his mind. "I don't want to go to Dragon King's Star. Let's take a spaceship to Heaven Do Star tomorrow." After hearing this, she frowned, puzzled. "Heaven Do Star, what for?" he replied evasively, trying to cover up the truth. "Just want to take a look around there. I'll go by myself." Seeing this, Qingling quickly interjected, "No, I'll go with you. I don't have anything else to do anyway." She didn't know what he was going to do but suddenly felt a little uneasy. In the end, Tangla conceded and agreed. The next day, Xuanyu's family was ready to depart. He curiously looked at everything around him. It was a warship. Xuanyu excitedly pressed his face against the screen, watching the spacecraft circling in the sky. He was thrilled. "The warships here are amazing. I must become a warship commander in the future." This was Xuanyu's second time on a spacecraft. Because he had learned a lot of knowledge in the past 3 years, he was no longer in the naive state he was 3 years ago when facing a spacecraft. He looked around, knowing what each part of the spaceship was for. This feeling of being able to apply what he learned made him no longer complain about the hardships he endured over the past 3 years. Just as all the passengers in economy class had finished boarding, Tangla and Qingling also boarded the first-class cabin of this spacecraft. During takeoff, the spacecraft slowly started with a steady roar, and the sensation of being pressed back against their seats made everyone stick tightly to their seats. But this held no pressure for Xuanyu. He had been studying interstellar fighter piloting with Lan Tianfan for the past 3 years, and this level of thrust was completely different from an interstellar fighter. After passing through the atmosphere, the spacecraft gradually stabilized. It would take 7 days to reach Heaven Do Star, so Xuanyu entered a state of meditation. Now that he was getting closer to rank 20, his first soul ring appeared directly. He had asked his parents about this before, but they didn't know. He wondered if his second soul ring would appear directly after he reached rank 20, so he was very curious about its shape and soul skill, and he would finally see Teacher Nana once he arrived at Heaven Do Star. Thinking of Teacher Nana, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, he felt a warmth in his heart and wanted to rush into her embrace. There were too many things to look forward to on this trip to Heaven Do Star. At this moment, Tangla came out of first class to find him. He gently gazed at the small boy's figure. In the blink of an eye, the spaceship had been traveling for 3 days. Xuanyu's face was beaming, and his stomach finally felt much better. Just then, the spaceship suddenly shook violently. Then a piercing alarm sounded, and passengers asked in a panic, "Is that an alarm? What's happening?" He worriedly tried to connect all the events. What was that shaking just now? "There's an alarm outside. Could the spaceship be malfunctioning?" The flight attendant quickly reassured everyone. In the chaotic space, everyone paid attention. "We have been intercepted by an unidentified spacecraft. Please remain seated until the danger is resolved. Please do not panic and stay in your seats." After hearing this, Xuanyu secretly guessed in horror. Unidentified spacecraft, it's space pirates. The passengers screamed in fear. Oh my god, it's space pirates, how could we encounter pirates? Aren't their targets merchant ships? We can't be that unlucky, can we? The flight attendant racked his brains for a solution. What do we do now? We don't know how many ships these pirates have. They hastily analyzed the situation. There are 5 small scout ships. This is not something a civilian spacecraft like ours can deal with. Don't we have an interstellar fighter on our ship? Are you kidding? How can one interstellar fighter fight against a small warship? Then the flight attendant helplessly added. And we don't have a pilot with us. Facing 5 enemy warships would require at least an ace pilot. At this moment the warship shook violently again. Everyone was confused about the enemy's intentions. Why are they attacking again? Are they not trying to rob us but to kill us? Why? Hearing this, Xianxua's whole body trembled as if he understood the other party's cruel intention. The pirates have no intention of robbing, they mean to kill. He calmed down. At a critical moment he couldn't panic, he had to stay calm. The flight attendant just said there was an interstellar fighter here. At the same time, in the first-class cabin, the staff urgently reported that all bodyguards had gone out to assist and they didn't know how many enemy ships there were. Tangla hugged her, comforting her. It'll be all right. Qingling was soaked in sweat with fear. Tangla, I'm so scared. He stroked her head, affirming. Don't be afraid, we'll be all right, she asked sincerely and curiously. Tangla, I've always had a question for you. We've known each other for so long. Have you ever liked me? He paused for a few seconds after hearing this. Then Tangla replied in a deep voice, Of course I like you. He gently cared for her. You are my lifesaver and I've always regarded you as a younger sister. Don't worry, we'll be fine, I'll protect you. Hearing this answer, Qingling's face fell in disappointment. Sister, who cares? At this moment the spaceship vibrated more and more violently, and everyone was terrified and at a loss. Why do the space pirates want to kill us? We'll give them any amount of money if they just let us go. Just then, Xianxia walked up to the crew member. He confidently declared loudly, I'm an interstellar fighter pilot. I can pilot the interstellar fighter. Quick, take me to the fighter on the ship. The crew member was too surprised to believe his ears. He knew time was short, and Xianxia anxiously grabbed his hand. Hurry, it'll be too late if we don't go now. Outside, the escort ships were tightly surrounded. 12 mechs flew out of the spaceship. This was all the defensive combat power of the spaceship. Although there was a gap in combat power with the enemy, there was no other choice. Without resistance, there was only death. The crew member urgently announced, Attention all passengers, please activate the protective shields on your seats. Repeat, all passengers activate the protective shields on your seats. At this moment the staff quickly pointed the way. The lowest cargo hold is up ahead. The two went to that area together. Seeing the fighter, Xianxia was surprised in his heart. It was indeed an interstellar fighter. He politely finished speaking, then quickly sat inside. Thank you. Xianxia touched the control panel and commented with satisfaction. Good, although it's just a basic model, the control layout is still the familiar one. He pressed the button without hesitation and the machine immediately reported system startup. Just then a majestic voice came from afar. Who started the interstellar fighter? I am the captain. Xianxia cleared his throat and earnestly stated. Hello, Captain. I am an interstellar fighter pilot. The ship's crew said no one could pilot the interstellar fighter. The enemy is upon us and there's no time to consult you. Please allow me to participate in the battle. The captain asked gravely, Which unit's fighter pilot are you? What is your identification number? In the nick of time, Xianxia dodged the question. Captain, asking these questions now is meaningless. Once the protective shield is broken, everyone will be finished. You must believe me. Quickly open the cargo bay door. The captain listened, silent for a long time. After some thought, the captain agreed. All right, it's all up to you then. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief, adjusting himself. At this point, being nervous wouldn't help. He gripped the joystick tightly, confidently thinking, 3 years of hard training, I can definitely do this. Without further delay, Xianxia launched the spaceship. He charged straight into space. Xianxia flexibly detached from the spaceship. At this moment, Tangla and Qingling observed the battle outside through the window. He silently watched both sides. Tangla worriedly speculated. After our 12 mechs attacked, they attracted most of the enemy's attacks, and the enemy also sent mechs to participate in the battle. Are there 20 of them? The disparity in strength between the two sides is vast. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before this spaceship is destroyed. Suddenly, he abruptly noticed something. Tangla channeled his energy, letting his soft hair spread out. He calmly extended his hand. That top-tier power stunned her. Meanwhile, Xianxia piloted the spaceship to approach the combat zone. He excitedly felt every movement. Although different from the simulation cabin, it felt good, and his spiritual power could smoothly perceive the battle situation. The next second, Xianxia's face darkened uneasily. But 12 mechs against 20 plus 5 warships. The battle is quite unfavorable for us. 4 enemy aircraft were flying towards him. It seemed they still took him quite seriously. In a moment of danger, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then regained his composure. Calm, he must remain calm as his teacher had taught him. Xianxia studied his previous tactics, remembering, if he wanted to contend with mechs, he first had to leverage the fighter's advantage, which was speed. Following his teacher's instructions, he opened his eyes and made a decision. All right. Xianxia pushed the joystick in the cockpit to maximum speed. He gritted his teeth, clenching his hands tightly, pushing his speed to the limit. Just as the engine reached its peak, the pirates frantically signaled he's flying back. They angrily showed disdain. Suicidal fool, they commanded each other to attack fiercely. Brothers were within range. Start shooting. Xuanyu pursed his lips, challenging inwardly. Come on, the pirates didn't waste words, firing continuously. He inverted the fighter and pulled down the joystick. Xuanyu flexibly dodged all their bullets. The pirates cried out in terror. What? They exclaimed in amazement, not expecting him to perform such complex evasion maneuvers. The screen showed him precisely targeting. Xuanyu's gaze was sharp and he directly pressed the button to fire bullets. The laser fired by the ship caught the pirates off guard. In an instant, one of their ships exploded and disintegrated. The pirates asked each other in astonishment, what happened? They didn't expect it to be just one hit, and the timing and lethality of the attack were really something, the pirates cried out. How is that possible? An ace pilot. Xuanyu's gaze was sharp directly ahead and they screamed in despair. He's flying over, a commander anxiously ordered. Shoot, rapid fire. He inverted the ship without hesitation, then counterattacked. Xuanyu's cannon fire rained down directly into the center. He skillfully moved elsewhere. The ship's main launcher pursued. Xuanyu skillfully dodged with a glide. Seeing him weave like a snake, the pirates helplessly ordered. Attacking warships also passed easily. Who exactly is he requesting backup? After detaching from the ship, Xuanyu was secretly pleased. 2 enemy aircraft destroyed. Excellent. Teacher's guidance was truly effective. He recalled that wise advice. A gentleman does not stand under a crumbling wall. Only by not exposing himself can he use his cannon fire to defeat opponents, moving in circles looking for opportunities to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Xuanyu steadfastly focused on the plan. Next, not yet ready, he was startled to discover. Xuanyu was caught in a net like a trapped fish, and he surprisingly struggled to maintain control. Interstellar hunting net? How could the enemy scout ship be equipped with such a weapon? Isn't it only meteor-class attack fleets that can be equipped with it? Xuanyu vaguely pinpointed the target. And from which direction did it attack? The interstellar hunting net is a weapon specifically designed to deal with mechs and interstellar fighters, emitting a large amount of current within a specified range, causing control systems to lose control. At this moment he saw the small ship flying towards him and immediately felt uneasy. Not good. 3 enemy aircraft are flying over. Xuanyu felt a sense of doubt. How could this be? There's no attack source nearby. He cursed angrily. Damn it, I was careless, teacher once said. Never relax your guard because of overexcitement. Xuanyu closed his eyes, recalling the past. Teacher once said, even if you can't see the opponent, change direction at any time. What did I do? At this moment, all the cannonballs simultaneously shot towards his spaceship. In a moment of danger, a strange light suddenly appeared, illuminating the entire space. Xuanyu half opened his eyes, stunned for a long time. A golden light, and before him was a golden shimmering giant dragon. Xuanyu and it stared at each other for a few seconds, only to see the golden giant dragon blocking the pirate mech's attack in front of the interstellar fighter. It sucked energy into its mouth. Then the dragon opened its mouth and spewed out a blazing fireball. Amidst the golden dragon's roaring challenge, the 3 mechs dissipated into golden light. The golden giant dragon flapped its wings once, clearing the hunting net from the interstellar fighter. He stared blankly at its movements. Xuanyu secretly judged in his heart that it seemed to be nodding at him. Could this golden dragon have deliberately come to save him? At the same time he was panting, feeling puzzled. Suddenly his body became very hot. Xuanyu felt a strong hot current coursing through his entire body, and the bloodline within him was boiling. The golden giant dragon waved its dragon wings, instantly arriving at another battlefield. It majestically sucked spiritual energy into its mouth. Then the giant dragon exerted all its might, letting out an ear-splitting roar. Xuanyu was dumbfounded as if he couldn't believe his eyes. All the pirate mechs had turned into golden light. It suddenly gently lowered its head, revealing a pair of blazing red eyes. The giant dragon unhesitatingly rushed towards the center brain of the enemy spaceship. It directly penetrated and cleaved the spaceship. He was amazed. Golden Dragon Soaring Sky. This was the true Golden Dragon Soaring Sky. Just then a strange light suddenly struck. Xuanyu's gaze looked into the distance. A meteor-class stealth attack warship. He was shocked by the fact that it had been hiding there all this time. The interstellar hunting net just now must have been launched by it. The attack warship's main cannon beam was firing at the spaceship behind Xuanyu, and the interstellar fighter he was piloting was directly in the path of the beam. At this moment the lightning ball was already approaching the spaceship. Just then a strong light enveloped the entire space. He was startled, realizing the attack had suddenly stagnated. Xuanyu was confused by this strange phenomenon. Time had stopped, frozen. Everyone was incredibly shocked. What? He asked himself blankly. What exactly happened? Xuanyu's gaze followed the strange object standing in the center of the light sphere. What was that? As he looked more closely, he was shocked. A human figure. That person could move freely, unaffected by time. The next moment, Xuanyu was even more stunned. What? The enormous beam actually reversed with the uncle's movements. The beam returned to the muzzle. Was this time travel? He couldn't help but wonder. In a daze, he had reached the main ship. What did he want to do? Tang Le stepped onto the spaceship deck, exuding a marvelous energy. His skill radiated brilliantly, pervading the entire space. Immediately, a golden dragon coiled around the spaceship, causing it to explode. Witnessing this scene, Xuanyu asked himself in shock, instantly tearing apart a powerful meteor-class attack warship. How was this possible? A single person with just one force instantly destroyed a warship. When he saw the familiar figure, Xuanyu immediately recognized it was him, the singer uncle. At this moment Tangla turned his head and gestured with a single finger. He was startled as if he understood the meaning. He smiled and softly said, "This is our secret." At this moment the gears suddenly turned, and the timeline erupted. At the instant the attack warship exploded, time returned to normal and everything almost went back on track. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, 5 pirate warships also exploded one after another, turning into a fireball. The battle ended. Afterwards, Xuanyu couldn't help but repeatedly ponder, could a single person's power actually reach this level? Was he a legendary god? After the battle, the people on the ship cheered, "We're saved, we're saved. All the pirate warships are destroyed. Nothing else matters, we're alive. That's great, we're alive." Lan Xiao anxiously asked, "Why isn't Xuanyu back yet? I'll go ask the flight attendant." Just then the purser spoke to soothe and remind them, "Passengers, I am the captain. Fortunately we are safe after this peril." Qingling, like Xuanyu, saw the final moments of the battle where Tangla took action and destroyed the warship. She asked him in confusion, "What's wrong?" She curiously touched his face. "Are you real? Did you do all that just now? What exactly are you?" Tangla sighed wearily. He replied with a wry smile, "If I said I didn't know either, would you believe me? That giant dragon should be my soul spirit. I usually can't summon it either. I still can't remember anything and I don't know where these abilities come from." Tangla himself guessed that perhaps he was also a soul master in the past. Qingling asked worriedly, "Did everyone see what just happened?" He earnestly affirmed, "No, I've obscured everyone's perception. They didn't see me." She happily agreed, then decisively said, "That's great, absolutely no one can know. I don't want you to be sent for experiments." Qingling didn't forget to carefully instruct, "You must remember that you are young Master La, a young Master La who only knows how to sing, not some powerful soul master. In the future, unless there's no other choice, don't use your abilities." Tangla nodded in agreement, casting his gaze out the window, watching his spaceship. As soon as it landed in the cargo hold, it was greeted with enthusiastic welcome. "You're back, that's great. The fighter is safely back." He respectfully clapped his hands. "Honorable pilot, hello, I am the captain of this spaceship." "Pilot, thank you for..." The next second, Xuanyu walked out of the spaceship. He was surprised to see the person who appeared. The pilot was confused, unable to believe his eyes. "You're the pilot from just now, such a small child yet able to pilot an interstellar fighter and shoot down 2 mechs." He confidently replied, "Yes, it was me." He awkwardly praised, "Young man, you're amazing. On behalf of everyone I thank you. You're truly promising." Xuanyu timidly, with an innocent expression, asked, "Captain Uncle, can I ask you for a favor? Could you please not tell my mom and dad what I just did? Just say I went to the restroom and got locked in there, okay?" The pilot's face flushed with embarrassment, replying, "How cute." This time the captain couldn't hide it. Or could he conceal it? After all, having suffered such a major attack, the police would investigate upon arrival at Heaven Do Star. The captain and Xuanyu found his parents together and explained the situation in detail. Lan Xiao and his wife were very surprised to learn about it, and he stood before them apologizing, "Dad, Mom, I just wanted to protect you." Nancheng pulled Xuanyu over, spanked his bottom several times, then hugged him tightly and cried. Xuanyu just stood obediently, not daring to say a word. There were no further incidents on the journey, and the spaceship safely arrived at Heaven Do Star. On the ground, the police were already waiting at the airport, ready to take statements from each passenger. The passengers stayed at the Heaven Do Star Aerospace Center police station. Tangla greeted them in a friendly, proactive manner. "We meet again. Your name is Xuanyu, right?" He politely bowed. "Yes, uncle." He gently stroked his head, praising, "Uncle heard about your achievements. You're amazing, a little hero." Before leaving, Tangla didn't forget to instruct, "All right, Uncle's leaving now. If fate allows, we'll meet again." Just then, Xuanyu suddenly remembered something and turned his head. He subtly conveyed telepathically, "Remember our agreement." He listened and remained silent. Tangla and his group then turned and left. Qingling asked suspiciously, "Why does this child look so familiar? Have I seen him somewhere before?" He calmly clarified her doubts. "At the concert a few years ago, I held a child and sang 'Guardian of Time, Guardian of You.' That was the little boy," she suddenly realized. "I remember now. No wonder I felt," Qingling sincerely said. "This child looks a bit like you." Tangla asked himself in confusion. "A bit like me?" She firmly suggested an idea. "A bit like you, but his temperament is a bit different. This child seems quite clever. Should I ask the company's detective to inquire about him?" At the exit of the aerospace center, Xianxia was waiting anxiously, a little uneasy. "Teacher Nana, why aren't they here yet? We've been waiting for a long time." She gently reassured, "I heard their flight encountered space pirates, so they might be queuing for statements. They'll be out soon." Nana stared blankly at a group of travelers walking over. Just then, she suddenly saw a familiar figure. Nana looked up in a daze, then quickly turned around, her eyes turning a brilliant purple. Tangla seemed to sense something and turned his head sharply. In a tense moment, bodyguards blocked her view. Meanwhile, when he turned his face, he only saw the bodyguards in different faces. The two were so close, yet as far as the sky. A few minutes later, the plane had already taken off. Xuanyu searched bewilderedly through the crowd. When he saw her, he excitedly shouted, "Teacher!" Without hesitation, the two ran over together. Xuanyu happily reached out, wanting to hug Teacher Nana. However, Qianxia quickly and unhappily blocked him. "What are you doing?" He was confused, not knowing what to say. The little girl's confusion made the atmosphere even more chaotic. Hey, the two collided simultaneously. Nana timely supported the little girl, and at this moment, Xianxia slightly opened her eyes before the disaster struck. In just a few seconds, Xuanyu's tender lips kissed the little girl's cheek. This action made Xianxia blush in a daze. She pushed him away in astonishment. What are you doing? Xuanyu retorted in confusion. What are you doing? She hugged him tighty, saying in a loving voice, long time no see, you've grown up and taller. Xuanyu excitedly clung to teacher Nana. Nana also greeted Nanchang and Lan Xiao, then took everyone to her residence. Afterward they took a bus elsewhere. On the bus he secretly looked at Xianxia nervously. The little girl frowned, a little shy. Xuanyu looked at her unhappily. Why do you keep looking at me? You have big eyes, but let me tell you, my eyes aren't small either. Xianxia didn't back down, threatening, just you wait. He indignantly pointed out her unreasonableness. Are all you girls like this? The little girl accused aggrievedly. I have a bad temper, you're clearly taking advantage of me. Are you even reasonable? Xuanyu, not to be outdone, argued. Who knew you'd suddenly rush out? I couldn't stop then. Xianxia angrily questioned the other party. Did you have to crash into me? Both of them felt very angry. They ignored each other and Nana stood in the middle, smiling awkwardly to mediate. They arrived at Nana's lounge at Heaven Do Academy in Heaven Do City, Heaven Do Star. Xianxia anxiously asked, Teacher, can I take him to tour the academy? She gently replied, Of course. Go ahead. The little girl politely responded, Thank you, teacher. Before leaving, Nanchang happily whispered to her husband, This child is so beautiful. Her skin is smooth and white like a porcelain doll. Lan Xiao agreed. Yes, she continued to observe and feel that beauty. Her large eyes were lively and vivid, so beautiful she's a perfect match with our Xuanyu. Her appearance, Xianxia pulled his sleeve, inviting, Come on, I'll take you to see the school. Xuanyu was startled, speechless. He revealed his regret helplessly. He had just managed to see teacher Nana. As soon as they stepped out the door, the little girl immediately let go of his hand. He frowned, looking very unwilling. I don't want to save anyone, Xianxia asked coldly. Are you still following me? Xuanyu could only reply helplessly, Following. The little girl, unsatisfied, continued to probe. Still following? He grudgingly complied. Following. At this moment, Xuanyu hesitated. Is she trying to get revenge on me? Is that why she called me out alone? Anyway, it's at school. She shouldn't dare openly retaliate against me, right? She's already a 3-ring soul venerable now. Unless I use that special martial soul fusion skill, I can't beat her. Looking at the little girl's figure, he suddenly had the idea of slipping away. If you can't beat them, run. Xuanyu looked around and proactively struck up a conversation. This should be the Super Academy. Everyone's age is similar to mine. Just then, Xianxia smiled and turned around, calling out Xuanyu's name. In an instant their eyes met, as if the scene was frozen. The little girl excitedly took his arm. Let's go over there and see. He was in a daze, smelling the faint fragrance from her hair. Xianxia pointed excitedly. Look, there's a lake over there. The scenery is really beautiful. Xuanyu felt uneasy with this enthusiasm. Why is she suddenly so enthusiastic towards me? Meanwhile, a group of boys seethed with jealousy. Who is that brat? Why is he with Xianxia? Who is that person? Never seen him before. The little girl sarcastically felt conflicted. Xuanyu is really annoying. It's my first time holding a boy's hand. If you weren't so overbearing, I wouldn't sacrifice myself to get revenge on you. But he smells really good, a fresh, sunny scent. His arm is also very strong. Am I crazy? What's the point of thinking about this? Then Xianxia judged in confusion. And how can a boy like him have such long eyelashes? The two awkwardly tried to dismiss these thoughts, no longer overthinking. The boys grumbled inwardly, as if wanting to shout, Brat, have you held enough? Xianxia's beauty held immense appeal to all the male students. She naturally became the universally recognized campus belle. Although she was only 12, love letters piled up like mountains, but she never paid attention to any excellent boys around her. Until one day she walked onto the podium, wrote Reject Early Romance on the blackboard, and then threw all the love letters into the trash can, instantly shocking the entire school after that. Few dared to bother her again. The boys cried with their hands on their chests, unable to forgive, absolutely not letting these wasted youthful days pass. Several girls couldn't help but envy. Where did that boy come from? So handsome, super cute, so handsome. On the boys' side, Liang Shu shot bullet-like glances. Brat, touching my goddess, let go. Damn it. The little girl worriedly realized she was in a predicament. The crowd around them seemed to be growing. Xianxia slowly and gently glanced. The little girl hesitated for a moment, pondering. Forget it. Suddenly I don't want to make things difficult for him anymore. Xianxia struggled, releasing her hand only to grab it again. No, should I let him off so easily? He doesn't seem that annoying after all, so I'll let it go. Standing in the encirclement, Xuanyu cautiously thought to himself, She pulled me into this group. Around me are all kinds of boys and their gazes aren't very friendly. Is this girl trying to use others' anger to deal with me? I can't just be passively beaten. I need to find a way. At this moment, a slight smile played on his lips. He had thought of a bold method. Got it. The little girl consciously let go first, then suggested, Let's go look somewhere else. We've seen enough here. Just as Xianxia was thinking triumphantly, Xuanyu suddenly pulled her. I'll let you off for today. In the silent atmosphere, he pulled Xianxia closer and gently kissed her cheek. Witnessing this scene, the boys were stunned, speechless. Xianxia blushed in a daze. Everyone was shocked into incoherence. Kissed her. Xuanyu has a teacher named Tianfan, nicknamed Demon Fox. He confidently and arrogantly declared, I am Xianxia's boyfriend. My name is Xuanyu. Who's got a problem? Come at me. He learned from Tianfan not just knowledge. Lan Xuanyu showed his quick wit. Isn't she just pretending to be close to me? Then I'll play along, adding a touch of the demon fox's cunning, he arrogantly challenged. Is no one coming? At this, Dong Qianchu snarled in a low voice as if she wanted to devour him. The little girl's face flushed with anger. Lan Xuanyu, flustered, quickly waved his hands. It's not to the point of unleashing soul rings yet, is it? No more nonsense. Dong Qianchu attacked while scolding. Bastard! The little girl launched a flurry of palm attacks. He was scared witless, unable to fight back, and quickly ran back to his teacher for safety. Lan Xuanyu smugly calculated that he would stay with teacher Nana so she couldn't do anything to him. Before he could leave, he felt a powerful aura behind him. Dong Qianchu angrily summoned power, her second soul skill, Ice Tide. Lan Xuanyu unexpectedly tried to calm her. Hey, that's too heavy-handed. He quickly formed an ice shield and then jumped into the lake. He seriously unleashed his ability, Ice Element Control. Lan Xuanyu secretly gloated. In the lake, her ice spikes can't pierce me. Just then, a shark suddenly appeared. Seeing it, he yelled in panic. Mama, what is that? Run! Lan Xuanyu scrambled out of the water. Dong Qianchu seized the opportunity, pouncing to attack. Standing in the encirclement, he blocked in front while also guarding his back. Lan Xuanyu had no choice but to use his ultimate move. No other way. He focused his power into a single-finger golden dragon soaring sky. Just as the shark hit Lan Xuanyu, it had already closed its mouth. Dong Qianchu's anger had a limit. Taking advantage of his back being turned, the little girl angrily kicked his backside. After landing several heavy blows on Lan Xuanyu, Dong Qianchu's anger gradually subsided. She was about to let him off, but he shamelessly put on a pitiful act as if she were trying to murder her husband. This action infuriated her. How can this brat be so wicked? Dong Qianchu furiously chased after him. Bastard, stop! Back home, Lan Xuanyu pretended to cry for mercy. Teacher Nana, help! Dong Qianchu is too violent. He frantically knocked on the door. Mom, open up! The little girl relentlessly hit and scolded. That's what you get for talking nonsense. That's what you get for talking nonsense. Help! Just then, the door immediately opened. Nan Cheng asked Lan Xuanyu in surprise. What happened to you two? What's going on? He quickly complained. Mom, she hit me. Dong Qianchu, not to be outdone, tearfully accused. Auntie, he kissed me. In her panic, the little girl realized her slip of the tongue and quickly covered her mouth. How could I get so excited and blurt that out? How can I face anyone if others heard it? I'm Nan Cheng, Lan Xuanyu's mom. At first I was angry when I heard this little girl hit my son, but she quickly turned the tables. She said my son kissed her. This is puppy love, and it's my Lan Xuanyu's whirlwind romance. This is truly a first love. Puppy love is not allowed. They are too young, she thought, annoyed. But these two children are so well matched, like little angels. Now if they grow up to be a couple, wouldn't I be happy? Just then he asked in confusion. Mom? The next action stunned Lan Xuanyu. Mom, why did you close the door? Nan Cheng sighed wearily. Son, for your future, Mom can only help you this far. He trembled as he knocked on the door, pleading, Mom, open up. Seeing no hope, Lan Xuanyu fearfully slowly turned around. Dong Qianchu viciously rubbed her hands together. She's indeed a very nice person. Lan Xuanyu, don't worry, I'll give her face and won't hit yours. Lan Xuanyu cried out for help in pain. Help, stop hitting me, Nan Cheng asked worriedly. Honey, what do we do? Nana is out, not home. Lan Xiao calmly comforted. Wife did the right thing, don't worry, it'll be fine. He smiled contentedly, praising. Lan Xuanyu is letting her hit him there. He really took advantage of her, so now he's deliberately letting the little girl hit him to vent her anger. That brat did well, daring to kiss her on their first meeting. It's good to take a beating too. These two little rascals might actually end up together when they grow up. After beating him half to death, Dong Qianchu felt both satisfied and puzzled. She had been hitting him all day and he hadn't fought back. Could it be that he had let her take advantage of him? But he kissed me and damaged my reputation. He's so good-looking, yet his heart is so wicked. She felt uncomfortable with his gaze. Look, he's giving me that look again. What's he pretending to be pitiful for? I haven't even really hit you hard yet. Lan Xuanyu sincerely suggested. How about when we grow up? You be my girlfriend, I'll be responsible for you. Dong Qianchu blushed and retorted, Who wants to be your girlfriend? She angrily hit him while questioning, Who told you to talk nonsense? That's what you get for talking nonsense. After striking back, Dong Qianchu angrily turned and left. Damn it, you bad guy, you brat. Lan Xuanyu frustratingly realized his mistake. This incident probably really offended her. It might be hard to call on her again in the future. Time passed, and after he had washed up, Nan Cheng and Lan Xiao excitedly pressed him. Son, tell us quickly, both angrily scolded loudly. You brat. How could you do that? She reprimanded mercilessly, her heart aching. How important is a girl's reputation? You kissed her in front of so many people. How could a little girl not be angry? You deserve it. You deserve a beating. No one will help you. He didn't take her side, agreeing with his wife. That's right, your mom is right, Lan Xuanyu retorted stubbornly. Why are you two only thinking about outsiders? What if she attacked me for revenge? This is called proactive counterattack, and she hit me and I let her. Nan Cheng folded her arms, revealing the truth. Cut the act, you don't even have a scratch on you. It's clear she didn't hit you hard at all, he complained defiantly. Mom, how old am I? You're still peeking at me in the shower. She immediately emphasized sternly. No matter how old you are, you're my son. Wasn't Mom worried you'd get hit by others? Lan Xuanyu grumbled and acted spoiled. I'm thick-skinned, it's not my fault if I don't get bruised when hit. Am I supposed to be responsible for making someone fall for me? Just then, Nana happened to come home and he was as happy as if he'd found a savior. Teacher Nana, you're back, Lan Xuanyu stammered, trying to apologize. I was wrong today. She smiled gently, stroking his head to comfort him. I know all about it, it's nothing, just a misunderstanding. When you grow up, do you really want to be with Dong Qianchu? He was startled, secretly pondering. She even told teacher Nana about this. Nana's eyes were full of expectation, sincerely advising, Dong Qianchu is very excellent and works very hard. If you really want to be with her in the future, you must work hard to catch up with her. She's about to take the Shrek Academy exam. If you want to be with her, you must also pass the exam. Hearing this, his parents' eyes sparkled with excitement, encouraging, son, go get into Shrek Academy. Go. Shrek, a simple name that has shaken the continent for tens of thousands of years. When humanity still only lived on the mother planet Duluo, it was already the continent's #1 academy. Its history can even be traced back over 30,000 years. It is the longest-standing academy in the entire Federation's history. It is the holy land of soul masters. To be admitted to Shrek Academy, even if only for a day, is the greatest honor in a soul master's life. Moreover, legendary god-level powerhouses exist within Shrek Academy. In a high-end apartment, Nan Cheng openly expressed her worry and unease. But Lan Xuanyu's cultivation is too weak. How could he possibly get into Shrek Academy? Nana understood her feelings and comforted her. It's all right. As long as your soul power reaches rank 20 before the age of 20, you'll be eligible for the basic assessment. I will help him break through rank 20. He has twin martial souls, so he still has a chance. Let him try. Lan Xuanyu was overjoyed upon hearing this, but he suddenly remembered a question he hadn't had time to ask. Our class has a preliminary test next semester. Is that this assessment? She slowly answered his doubts. You are in the Youth Advanced class, so it's very likely you're here for the Shrek Academy selection competition. Lan Xuanyu, do you have confidence? When this question was brought up, his spirits immediately dropped and his heart was filled with regret. Of course not. My classmates are all 3 ring and I'm only 1 ring. Sensing his student's low spirits, she gently comforted him. That's not necessarily true. It also depends on the changes after your breakthrough. With that, Nana sat cross-legged on the ground, silently circulating her energy to scout around. Very good, your current situation is a bit better than I expected. Based on your current condition, the danger of breakthrough has been greatly reduced. I always feel your aura is very familiar, seemingly very similar to mine. That's why the first time I saw you, I felt a strong connection to you. Her words made Lan Xuanyu want to joke. Isn't it because I'm handsome? Teacher Nana, I also feel a strong connection to you, you know. Facing his mischief, she only gently scolded, You child, don't talk nonsense again in the future. Look how angry you made Dong Qianchu today. I've never seen her so angry. Then Nana got straight to the point. Now let's talk about serious matters. Your bloodline awakening was indeed very dangerous because you have 2 powerful bloodlines fighting each other within you. The simultaneous awakening of these 2 bloodlines would bring you great trouble. If not handled properly, it could lead to severe injury, lifelong inability to cultivate, or even endanger life. Speaking of this, she recalled that critical moment in her heart, still with a hint of unease. So when I discovered your situation, I was also very worried. After careful consideration, I decided to let them entwine so that they wouldn't completely touch, and also to try to merge them. But danger always existed, so I absolutely had to be there during your breakthrough. It was just that she didn't expect. She paused, her eyes revealing surprise at something unprecedented and novel. The power within you is actually so special. When you use this unique martial soul fusion skill under the guidance of this special power, the 2 bloodlines will merge, thus producing a 3rd bloodline power. He listened attentively, his eyes revealing concern about this question. Isn't a 3rd bloodline even more troublesome? Seeing that he was still confused, Nana slowly and thoroughly explained, It's not like that. This bloodline is the product of the fusion of the 2 bloodlines. Each time you use the martial soul fusion skill, it's equivalent to harmonizing these 2 bloodlines when you use it enough times. When your 3rd bloodline power is strong enough, you can harness the power of the first 2 bloodlines for your own use. Once they are completely merged, they will become a power that even I cannot control. Lan Xuanyu was very surprised by this result. How that powerful? She smiled gently, looking at him sincerely. It should be very powerful, but this process will be very long. You must continuously use the martial soul fusion skill. Then she seriously analyzed, Let me calculate. If you use the martial soul fusion skill 10 times for each soul power rank you break through, you can break through without any danger. Hearing this astonishing number, his ears buzzed as if struck by a shockwave. What? Does that mean for every 10 ranks of soul power I gain, I have to cultivate 20 ranks? In an instant, his mood completely collapsed. My soul power is already so low and I have to cultivate twice, I'm doomed. To cheer him up, Nana stepped forward and gently comforted him. Don't worry, where there's a will, there's a way. Little by little, when you reach the limit in the future, you will soar to the sky. Her words made Lan Xuanyu completely believe her, and he immediately perked up. Really, I'm so excited. How long will that take, Teacher Nana? She said happily, as if it were perfectly normal. Maybe 200 or 300 years. Hearing this, he was so shocked he almost fainted on the spot. Ah? Faced with his strong reaction, Nana continued to encourage, It's okay, your bloodline is very powerful, so your lifespan will definitely far exceed ordinary people. He reluctantly replied, With preparations complete, she seriously began to cultivate. The most important thing in cultivation is to avoid impatience. Now let's proceed with the breakthrough and see what your 2nd soul ring can bring you. Lan Xuanyu, who loved cultivation, was now filled with anticipation. You're right, let's break through to 2 rings first. After a detailed explanation, finally she concluded, Begin your self-attack, I will guard you. Following her guidance, he gently closed his eyes, calmly sensing his body. Lan Xuanyu was already at the brink of breakthrough. He circulated his Zan Tian Gong, and his entire being easily and formally completed the breakthrough, reaching the two-ring realm. Seeing Lan Xuanyu somewhat relaxed, Nana reminded him, "Don't relax, this is just the beginning." As soon as she finished speaking, he suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, very uncomfortable. It turned out that the golden and silver light vortex in Lan Xuanyu's chest suddenly vibrated, and cold and hot energies simultaneously surged out through his meridians and bones. Countless golden and silver energy threads gushed out, colliding with each other and causing intense pain. In his inner turmoil, an inspiration suddenly flashed in his mind. "Vortex, that's right, Vortex, I can control the vortex." He calmed his mind, skillfully controlled the surging energy, infused soul power and accelerated the rotation speed. The golden and silver threads from before began to gather into the vortex. The golden and silver energy seemed boundless, making the vortex grow larger and larger, as if it could go out of control at any moment. These two golden and silver energies became more and more frantic, causing Lan Xuanyu great pain. Unable to speak, "Teacher Nana, help!" In the nick of time, a firm and warm voice resonated in his mind, steadying his composure, neither joyful nor sorrowful. That voice was so familiar that Lan Xuanyu immediately, without thinking, thought of Teacher Nana. Under her reminder, his mind settled a bit. "That's right, calm down. Only by truly calming down can I find a way out." After Lan Xuanyu calmed down, the situation improved. Although the vortex's stability increased somewhat, the vortex continued to expand and the energy within his body was simply too much, already reaching Lan Xuanyu's limit of endurance. He felt his body was about to explode. Given that the time was ripe, Nana immediately instructed, "Lan Xuanyu, martial soul fusion, I'm here for everything, quickly." He gritted his teeth, enduring, focusing his gaze and exerting power. Just then he clenched his hands and the two bloodlines also erupted, the suppressed power seeming to tear through space, emitting brilliant and dazzling light. At the same time, a mysterious force quietly formed, creating an invisible pressure. After a while, he found that everything finally gradually fell into place. The energy in his body stabilized and the vortex also expanded considerably. Both the golden and silver energies stabilized and the colorful light points seemed to become even brighter. There was no change in soul power. It seemed to have dropped another rank. She couldn't help but praise this new development. "You did very well. This increase was very stable. When your soul power rank increases, using martial soul fusion can cause the energy within you to merge during the eruption." At this, Xuanyu finally relaxed, having succeeded. He closed his eyes slightly, relaxing his body, but could still feel the peculiarity of the two bloodlines surging in the dark. When he opened his eyes, the two opposing forces in his eyes seemed about to erupt violently. This instinctively startled Nana. Then Xuanyu withdrew his power and his gaze immediately returned to normal. This result left him very satisfied. This bloodline power was too overbearing. Fortunately, she was there or it would have been troublesome. Everything was handled, but she still painstakingly and carefully admonished him. With this experience, future breakthroughs might be much safer. He must remember, in the next breakthrough process he must use the martial soul fusion skill 10 times to cultivate the third bloodline. He nodded gently. "I understand," Nana softly continued. "Go, see what changes your martial soul has undergone." He was also very excited and expectant. "I've been looking forward to this for a long time." Then Xuanyu began to activate his power, trying his left hand first. After gathering power in his palm, the blue-silver grass displayed a tough yet soft appearance, but contained immeasurable power. This greatly surprised him. It changed. The golden pattern seemed to have become more regular. He impatiently began to activate his other hand, trying his right hand. As expected, it also quietly became powerful and evolved, both becoming sturdier. Suddenly, a golden yellow light flashed, startling both of them. Xuanyu's eyes showed curiosity, or rather, when he realized what it was, the yellow light couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Yellow light, 100-year soul ring." The soul ring actually evolved automatically. "I haven't even fused a soul spirit, so how did it advance to a 100-year soul ring?" He found this question too difficult to understand, so he consulted her. "Teacher Nana, what's going on? My soul spirit not only appeared automatically, but my soul ring also automatically evolved into a 100-year soul ring." Seeing that this was no simple matter, her expression turned serious. "Regarding your martial soul, you must not tell anyone. Your current strength is not enough to protect this secret." Hearing Nana say this, Xuanyu also felt a little wary. The previous incident made her examine him more carefully. "Continue, try your soul skill." Following her words, he immediately extended his hand and activated his internal water element control ability. Seeing the qualitative change, he couldn't help but feel happy. As expected of a 100-year soul ring, it's indeed much more powerful. The blue-silver grass was also filled with water elements, so much so that it could even be used as a whip. Nana also realized this and suggested switching to the second soul ring. Xuanyu quickly obeyed. "Okay." But as soon as he started to switch, he felt an abnormally powerful force surging within his bloodline, feeling very surprised. What? A blurry halo gently spread out, enveloping Xuanyu's figure. Switching to the second soul ring, immediately after, flames erupted from the light. He just stood there blankly, not understanding what exactly was happening. Nana's eyes widened in surprise. The flames just entwined. Xuanyu instinctively spread his palm. From his palm countless flames curled out. He was dumbfounded. How could it be fire element? It rushed to the side of the water element in the air. How could it be two opposing elements? Water and fire are incompatible. My two soul skills cannot assist each other at all. A speechless emotion surged in Xuanyu's heart. One martial soul. Two opposing elements. Unheard of. He looked at her with a blank stare. Water and fire are incompatible. Teacher Nana, how did it turn out like this? She seemed to understand something, just smiled slightly without saying a word. Then Nana gently spread her palm and a small ball of flame appeared. Xuanyu opened his mouth in surprise, and in an instant her palm became the focal point of the fire spirit. Watching the giant fireball rotate before him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Fire element control, Teacher Nana, how do you have it too?" Nana held up the fireball, a faint smile on her lips. "No wonder I feel so close to you. My second soul skill confirmed my guess, our bloodlines might be the same." Xuanyu was puzzled. What was Nana's bloodline? She lowered her eyes, somewhat saddened. "I don't remember. My power is slowly recovering, but my memory is not." Nana looked up, staring directly into his eyes. "But I know how to teach you. Perhaps no one in this world is more suitable to be your teacher than I am." Xuanyu looked excited. "So what should I do?" Nana's other hand produced water elements. Simultaneously mastering water and fire elements wasn't a bad thing. While the two forces are mutually exclusive, there's also the possibility of mutual generation. Then Nana's right hand gently lifted, and a water element shot towards the fireball, assuming this. The two originally opposing elements thus fused together, with blue streams of water entangling the scorching flames. Xuanyu exclaimed with wide eyes. The fireball grew larger. She just smiled and explained that when water is weak and fire is strong, water will assist the flames, and vice versa. There will be a very special mutation, so water and fire are not entirely incompatible. He looked at Nana's hand on his shoulder. "So how can I make good use of them?" She smiled and gently patted Xuanyu's shoulder. "You need to comprehend this yourself. Come." As soon as she finished speaking, their bodies gradually blurred. In a flash, the two left the room and were in space. He opened his eyes, looking around. How did it turn into air again? Nana stood beside him. Xuanyu watched carefully. In her palm, the water element slowly grew larger. Blue ripples spread, reflecting a crystal-clear light. He opened his mouth wide. The water element began to spin rapidly. The water ball was emptied, and before Xuanyu could react, the fire element suddenly appeared. The fire element spun in reverse, beginning to concentrate inward. He stared intently at the two elements before him, watching them slowly approach, finally touching each other. As they touched, they emitted brilliant light, like a cosmic painting, with the two elements contacting and fusing. The moment they touched, Nana suddenly waved her hand, releasing the two elements. As soon as they were released, the power of the two elements instantly erupted, with dazzling light and surging shockwaves. Faced with that violently erupting power, Xuanyu instinctively exclaimed in his heart, "What tremendous power! So that's how it can be used?" She turned her head to look at his expression, then explained, "It is very difficult for two elements to combine and produce a multiplied effect. No one can teach you how to do it. The key lies in one's personal comprehension and proficiency." Hearing this, Xuanyu's eyes widened, and he uttered an "oh." As soon as she finished speaking, both were enveloped in light, then returned to another room. As soon as he stepped in, he couldn't help but observe, "This is the element control space." Nana glanced at him and nodded. "If your bloodline is truly the same as hers, then you will also possess the ability to use the element space." Xuanyu was ecstatic, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Teacher Nana, how many elements can you control in total?" Nana didn't answer, but first used fire and water. And then, to Xuanyu's surprise, 5 more elements appeared around Nana. At this, Xuanyu was speechless. "Can she control 7 elements? How powerful is Teacher Nana?" Looking at the light that enveloped her, if compared to Uncle Tangla, who is stronger, he began to feel excited in his heart, really wanting to ask Teacher Nana if she could destroy a warship. Xuanyu suddenly thought of him and couldn't help but laugh. He quickly covered his mouth. "No, I've already promised Uncle Tangla to keep it a secret, so I shouldn't ask." Nana completely ignored Xuanyu's reaction. "If your bloodline continues to evolve, you in the future are also very likely to achieve this," he happily shouted. "Really? That's great." She hesitated for a while before speaking. "However, elemental comprehension requires you to experience it yourself. Our two comprehensions will not be exactly the same. If you only practice my way, you will not be able to surpass me." Xuanyu nodded repeatedly. "So that's how it is." His shining eyes looked at Nana. "Teacher Nana is so kind, I'm happy listening to her guidance, but thinking about leaving soon I feel very uncomfortable." Xuanyu then became a docile kitten. "Teacher Nana, when will you be able to return to Tinluo Star to continue teaching me? I just want to stay by your side." Nana smiled and shook her head helplessly. "I promise someone. I can't leave here temporarily. When needed, you can call Xianxia and ask her to pass on messages for you." He quickly asked Teacher Nana, "The Shrek Academy Xianxia wants to test into, won't it be too difficult?" Nana smiled, her tone confident. "I think she can do it. If she makes a move, you're no match for her either." Xuanyu pouted. "That's because there's a gap in our soul power. If our soul power ranks were the same, I could definitely win." A hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Nana explained, "Soul power isn't everything. Everyone has their own talent. When she attacked you, how much strength did she actually hold back?" Seeing Xuanyu's childish expression, she couldn't help but chuckle. She was just afraid you'd actually get hurt. Xuanyu silently backed away after hearing this. "Teacher Nana, let's study first." A few days later, Xuanyu hadn't seen Xianxia again. She seemed to be angry, and he didn't have time to think about it because he followed Nana's teachings on elemental comprehension like a starved person. Teacher Nana's guidance was unparalleled, and Teacher Nana's advice was extremely suitable for Xuanyu. The good days passed quickly, and it was time to return. At their farewell, she personally escorted them to the aerospace center. As soon as they arrived, he couldn't help but shed tears, hugging Nana and crying loudly, "Teacher Nana, when will we meet again? I will definitely work hard to become stronger." She thought for a while and said she couldn't easily leave Heaven Do Star. "When you are strong enough in the future." Nana, wearing a mask, comforted him with gentle eyes. "Then try your best to get into Shrek Academy. That way you can go to school with Xianxia." Xuanyu stopped crying and looked up. He hadn't seen her during this time. "Teacher Nana, please help me apologize to her. I was wrong that day." He lowered his head, his eyes firm. "I will definitely work hard. I will be much stronger next time we meet." Then Xuanyu said nothing more, suddenly kissed Nana's cheek. He hugged her again. "Goodbye." Nana gently stroked Xuanyu's head. "My brave boy, it's good to bravely admit your mistakes. All right, time is running out, hurry up and go." Although reluctant, he turned and ran away quickly. "Goodbye." She stood there waving, watching Xuanyu's figure gradually disappear. Nana pondered her discovery from a few days ago. Ever since she discovered his bloodline was very similar to hers, her sense of closeness had grown even stronger. She didn't notice someone approaching from behind. Yan walked up, happily speaking. "Are they gone?" Seeing that Nana ignored her, she looked at those eyes. "After all these years, they are still so beautiful. I'm married and have become more mature." It seems that Tang Wulin was exceptionally gentle towards her that year. Did that 1,000 years of ice seal freeze her age? After a moment of thought, Yan suddenly looked up and asked again, "Can you give me another physical examination? This time, I'll go to Shrek Academy on Duluo planet for the examination." The Academy and the Federation have agreed. They have the most advanced soul skills in the entire Federation. Nana completely ignored her words, simply ignoring her and walking away. "I'm not going. I just want to live a normal life. Don't bother me." The Federation is actually very lenient towards Nana. Given her dangerous classification, she might even be subjected to further surveillance and restrictions. What Yan didn't know was that the assessment report submitted by the War God Hall to the Federation High Command included a line, "Highly suspect she has broken through the limits of human capability." Watching her coldly turn and walk away, Yan could only sigh. She said she wouldn't go and there was nothing he could do. So he would have to find a way to persuade her later. The sun gradually set, painting the sky red like a fading flame. Nana gently pushed open the door and entered Xianxia's room. She gently lowered her head, leaned in close, her voice as soft as a whisper. "They're gone." "What?" Still angry, she looked up, her cheeks slightly flushed, denying, "Who cares about being angry with that guy? He's not a good person anyway. I don't understand why you like him." Hearing this, Nana turned around and walked away. "You need to prepare for the upcoming exam. Getting into Shrek Academy isn't easy." Seeing that she was ignored, Xianxia quickly jumped up and chased after her, shouting, "Teacher Nana, if I get into Shrek Academy, can you come with me? Will you be a teacher at Shrek Academy?" Nana stopped, standing by the window looking out. She's not going. Having gotten used to everything here, she doesn't want to leave. "If you have any questions about cultivation, you can always ask me. With advanced communication technology, this is no longer a big obstacle." The little girl's lips quivered slightly, but she didn't know what to say, so Xianxia secretly glanced, her hand subconsciously clutching her skirt. In an instant she found all sorts of trivial reasons. "But if you're not by my side, their summoning technique won't be able to summon me over there." Nana immediately interrupted her, holding a hot teacup and asking, "Xianxia, do you already like Xuanyu?" The little girl gently raised her hand to brush away her windblown hair, shaking her head to hide it. "No, who would like that guy? I hate him too much to like him." "I definitely won't like him, don't think nonsense." Xianxia's eyes darted around in confusion. "I definitely don't like him." Her cheeks flushed, she stammered, I just. Nana didn't wait for Xianxia to explain, immediately replying, "It's alright, I have a way to solve the summoning problem for you." The little girl looked at Nana in confusion, only to see her hands clasped tightly, radiating colorful light. When Nana opened her palms, a scale shimmering with faint light suddenly appeared in her palm. Xianxia didn't know what it was and asked curiously, "Teacher, what is this?" Nana slowly explained. "This is a scale that retains my power fluctuations similar to my spatial positioning. It can receive summons. I have specifically fixed elemental power on it, and they can use it to summon you." The little girl was surprised. "Fixed elemental power?" Nana walked forward, gently picked up a necklace and softly placed the scale around Xianxia's neck. "You can wear it like a necklace. This is my gift to you," the little girl said emotionally. "Thank you, teacher." As night fell, Nana leaned against the window frame, the night lights casting a slant across her. Nana's gaze gradually lowered, silently pondering as if harboring unspoken bitterness in her heart. She unconsciously raised her hand to touch her chest, pulling out a golden necklace from her clothes with a sharp object hanging from it. Nana picked up the necklace and examined it. This necklace existed in a space only she could perceive. Nana felt the presence of the necklace shortly after defrosting and summoned it to her side. Nana always felt that this necklace was very important to her, but whenever she recalled the past and all things related to it, her head would ache as if it were about to explode, and her body seemed to resist this part of her memory. In the city of sin, countless voices intertwined, saying, "What? Failed? How could it have fallen? A Meteor-class attack ship plus 5 Stellar-class scout destroyers would likely destroy a civilian spacecraft in an instant. The last message received was that the Dragon side seemed to be calling out for a golden dragon. After that, there was no news, and it was possible that the entire force had been wiped out. An angry voice suddenly roared, tearing through the air. Useless, a bunch of good-for-nothings. The scene gradually switched back to Tinluo's star. As soon as he returned, his adoptive parents immediately rushed over, speaking nonstop. Xuanyu has improved so much this holiday. Our child is about to spread his wings and fly, my child. You're only resting for 1 day at home before returning to the academy. You haven't had enough rest yet. Lan Xiao leaned down, placing a hand on his shoulder. But Xuanyu, there's one thing Dad needs to remind you. He looked directly into his eyes. Dad, go ahead. Lan Xiao's gaze suddenly became serious. Remember, no matter what you face, don't be impulsive. Next time, remember we're still waiting for you at home. Xuanyu took a deep breath and nodded firmly. Dad, I won't be so impulsive again. I'll study hard, make myself strong, and become a true powerhouse in the future to protect everyone. With that, the three embraced silently, feeling each other's closeness and unspoken comfort. The next day, he returned to Hong Bin's room. Xuanyu walked in, looking at his back. Teacher Ji, I have some questions for you. Hong Bin frowned, turning around seriously. What is it? Oh right, are there any signs of a breakthrough in your soul power? He asked. Teacher, that's what I wanted to tell you. I've already broken through to 2 rings, and I don't know why, but my soul ring suddenly mutated into a 100-year soul ring. Hearing this, he was surprised and curious. Ah, let me see quickly. Xuanyu extended his hand, and the silver-patterned blue-silver grass suddenly intertwined and appeared. Hong Bin stared at its movements. How can this be? 200-year soul rings are still here. That day, the crucial point was that the silver-patterned blue-silver grass had completely changed. The shape of the silver-patterned blue-silver grass had undergone a huge transformation, no longer retaining its original delicate form. His eyes widened, revealing shock. This level of change could only be produced by a martial soul mutation. Seeing it gradually transform into the fire element, Hong Bin hastily asked, "What's the soul skill? Release it and show me." He couldn't help but ponder. Its first soul skill is clearly water element control, so how did it gain a fire element? What's going on? Hong Bin muttered to himself. For ordinary soul masters, the simultaneous appearance of water and fire is equivalent to having twin martial souls. It cannot be compared to true twin martial souls, but it is much stronger than a single martial soul. He still couldn't comprehend his true strength, but Xuanyu's situation was even more special. He already had twin martial souls, and now he had an additional fire element. What was going on? Hong Bin's voice deepened, praising him with admiration. Amazing, water and fire from the same source. If this second soul skill is also fire element control, then that's truly impressive. He retracted his hand, his eyes still gleaming with curiosity. Teacher, water and fire are incompatible. If they are together, will it be bad? He excitedly put his arm around Lan Xuanyu, then burst out laughing. Who says incompatibility is bad? Sometimes incompatibility is much better than compatibility. 2 incompatible elements, after special treatment, can generate immense energy. This is a once-in-a-lifetime condition. Hearing this, he also felt relieved. Great, Teacher Hong's and Teacher Nana's statements are basically consistent, and I already know how Teacher Nana utilizes it. Hong Bin excitedly grabbed Xuanyu's hand and shook it vigorously. Good, really good. I truly didn't misjudge you. This kid always brings me unexpected surprises. Great, you don't need to go to Tianfan's place during this period. I'll give you intensive coaching. He could only force a dry laugh. Xuanyu also didn't expect him to be so happy. This is my first time seeing Teacher Ji so excited. No sooner had he finished speaking than the door was violently thrown open. He stood there, arms crossed, face dark, demanding, "What's going on? You're stealing my student the moment he returns. Don't you have any shame, old Ji?" Hong Bin's veins bulged with anger upon hearing this, leaving him speechless. The two immediately engaged in a verbal sparring match. What are you doing? You're taking Xuanyu the moment he returns. What did we agree on before, you idiot? Water and fire from the same source. Such a rare opportunity, I don't care about anything else. Xuanyu tried to interject but failed. Neither of them gave an inch. Gritting their teeth, they were determined to face off. He's only ranked 20. How can he compete with others? And the preliminary exam is in a few days. After that is the global selection. What can you teach him in just a few days? Don't worry. Whatever he learns is a bonus. The main thing is to determine his cultivation direction first. Don't you understand this? Tianfan snorted coldly, his sharp gaze shooting directly at him. Nonsense. What Xuanyu has learned from me is already enough. I guarantee he can get into the Interstellar Command Department. Can you guarantee he can get into the Battle Armor Department? Hong Bin immediately retorted. Nonsense. How can I guarantee that? Talking arrogantly comes with a price. Xuanyu wanted to mediate but couldn't get a word in. He curled his lips into an enigmatic smile. Let me show you something. No sooner had Tianfan finished speaking than he pressed his watch, and numerous images immediately lit up. In the images many lights flashed, reflecting a glow but obscuring their true shapes. He immediately recognized who that person was and hastily turned around. Was that me? He grinned, striking a handsome pose. I just received a letter of commendation from Heaven Do Star and this painting. His knowledge and experience combined with his own control ability, do you think he can't pass the exam? Watching Tianfan mock him, Hong Bin bit his teeth in anger. He analyzed in his heart, this kid's high-speed control ability is indeed impressive. I can tell this is thanks to Tianfan's guidance. Bin tightly clenched his trembling hands. He could completely rely on controlling both water and fire elements to compensate for his lack of cultivation. But now Xuanyu has broken through to 2 rings. His spiritual power is also close to the Spirit Sea realm. Once he breaks through to the Spirit Sea realm, then he'll be a top-tier genius. I must convince Tianfan. Just as the atmosphere was as tense as a drawn bowstring, Xuanyu suddenly spoke. Teachers, I have a question, he said with a proud tone. Ask my prize student. He voiced his thoughts. Can an individual's strength contend with a battleship? Is the top-tier powerhouse's dual armor stream or the Federation's battleship stronger? Hearing this, Tianfan laughed heartily and nodded. Of course it's the battleship. Little Cannon Xuanyu then asked, so can the peak of human strength destroy a planet? He stood behind, scoffing sarcastically. Sitting in a well, looking at the sky, short-sighted, Bin's deep voice said, ignorance is bliss. What is the peak of human individual strength? No one knows now. Top-tier human powerhouses, even if they can't contend with a mothership, have many ways to destroy one. No sooner had he finished speaking than he started arguing again. Nonsense, how is that possible? A mothership is the Federation's strongest weapon. No one can destroy it, he shouted loudly. Then I'll tell you. Bin's eyes grew serious, analyzing. From the perspective of energy intensity alone, indeed cannot be matched. But anything huge will inevitably have flaws. The image of a battleship appeared in his mind. God-level powerhouses accelerate faster than motherships in an instant. What if they infiltrate the mothership's interior? Who can stop them? Does every mothership have a god-level powerhouse defending it? That's precisely the concern. Don't you admit it? Tianfan frowned more and more as he listened, not refuting. Seeing him like this, Bin continued, in the Federation's major fleets, every mothership has a god-level powerhouse stationed within it, precisely to guard against powerful enemy incursions. The situation of an enemy infiltrating the mothership's interior has never happened to this day. This is mainly to prevent rebellion. After a pause, he cast a sidelong glance at Tianfan in a sense. A god-level powerhouse stationed inside a mothership even acts as an inspector, holding a transcendent status. For the final sentence, Bin stepped forward, emphasizing each word. 1. Humans are smaller than battleships and can do many things. The more he listened, the more disheartened he felt. 2. Battle armor masters have always been the strongest in groups. A battleship against a group of battle armor masters, the battle armor masters would absolutely win completely. The next words made Tianfan so angry he nearly spat blood. 3. You've also learned the terrifying aspects of battle armor masters, so please stop saying such nonsense. It's very embarrassing. He couldn't bear it any longer, pointing a finger at Bin's face. You speak as if you've seen it with your own eyes. I am 100% sure I can get him into the Interstellar Command Department. Can you? If not, stop talking nonsense. Looking at Tianfan's distorted face, he pondered. Indeed, it would be easy for him to pass the Interstellar Command Department exam now. But if he were to take the Battle Armor Department exam, the difficulty would increase tenfold. Once again, Xuanyu broke the tense atmosphere. Teacher Yin, his eyes gleamed with determination and confidence. I am confident I can get into the Interstellar Command Department. Then I want to learn elemental control from Teacher Ji. Both looked at Xuanyu in shock, unable to believe it. Really? Then Bin walked forward in ecstasy, pinching his face. Good, what a far-sighted child. He left the other person fuming with anger. Tianfan roared indignantly, unwilling to give up. Xuanyu, you brat, did you take the wrong medicine? Do you know what test you're about to face? He still looked at him calmly. The Shrek Academy selection test, right? Tianfan was dumbfounded. Kid, you know about that too. He slammed the door and left in a fit of pique. Who leaked the news? Shrek Academy explicitly states that students are not to be informed before passing the preliminary test. You brat did well. Finish learning from him and come back to me. Bin sighed helplessly. All right, stop threatening him here. He looked at him with appreciation. It seems your interest in battle armor masters has increased. Xuanyu patted his chest. Teacher Ji, I want to become a powerhouse who can defeat battleships with my own strength. Bin was unimpressed, replying sharply, what a naive child, it's not that easy to fight a battleship with individual strength, you need to work much harder. In the following days, Xuanyu lived in utter misery, having to exhaust his soul power every day before even considering restoring it. Bin had indeed made up his mind, preparing a large amount of rare food for Xuanyu. And Tianfan also kept his word, starting to let Xuanyu pilot real interstellar fighters for test flights, applying all the knowledge he had learned before to practice. Watching his efforts, he also conceded and sighed. All right, you can rest now. Rest for about 8 hours, get a good night's sleep to recover your energy and relax your mind. Xuanyu's eyes widened, looking intently. Teacher Ji, when will the selection competition begin, and where will it be held? Bin solemnly reminded him. The preliminary test will be held at our school. The test is simple, don't worry. The preliminary test is mainly to determine qualifications. The mass selection will begin 3 days later. After the test, we'll continue training. In Xuanyu's room, he was still fast asleep. Qianlei's voice broke Xuanyu's sweet dream. Get up, he rubbed his eyes, groggy, and was pulled away before he was fully awake. No time, let's go. Today is the preliminary test. On the training ground, students stood in small groups chatting animatedly. A young man walked over, introducing himself as Chen Yilei, an inner court disciple. Hello, I'm Chen Yilei. Today's test is simple, mainly to test bone age. Everyone's soul power and spiritual power will be tested next. Immediately after, someone spoke. Hello, I'm Lu Tianxun. He smiled and nodded, his gaze gentle. Just relax." A gray sphere appeared in Yilei's hand. The sphere flew towards him and began the test. Bone age 13, soul power rank 33, spiritual power 241 points. After completing the test, Yilei retracted the sphere and announced the test passed. Tianxun bowed and thanked the teacher. "Thank you, teacher." Qianlei looked around on the other side, lamenting, "Oh my god, today is really nerve-wracking." He turned his head and saw Xuanyu dozing off. He was startled and quickly rushed over, vigorously shaking Xuanyu. "This is no time for sleeping. Wake up this guy." He remained deeply immersed in sleep, completely unaffected, sleeping soundly and oblivious to what was happening outside. However, he must have been very tired these past few days, drained of all energy every day. Qianlei's anger had nowhere to vent. Before his name was called, he decided to let him sleep and call him later. Just as his anger hadn't subsided, a voice called out from behind, startling him. "Qianlei, it's your turn." He quickly raised his hand. "Here." A few minutes later, the announcement sounded, "Test passed." Qianlei happily ran over, grabbed his hand and spun around. "Xuanyu, I passed. It's your turn. Hurry up and go." Xuanyu finally woke up. He squinted his eyes, groggily walking forward. "What's your name?" Xuanyu rubbed his eyes and introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Xuanyu," the other party reminded him. "Wake up, otherwise it will affect your spiritual power test." Yilei sized Xuanyu up from head to toe, commenting, "Still not awake? Everyone else is seriously waiting for such an important test. This is the first time I've seen someone so relaxed. His psychological resilience is extraordinary." He suddenly woke up and nodded. "Yes." The test sphere descended from the sky, landing on Xuanyu's head. He exclaimed in surprise. "What? Bone age 10? You're not even 11 yet." Hongbin, standing nearby, also looked surprised. Xuanyu forced a smile and replied softly, "I'll be 11 in a few days." Yilei was a bit puzzled as his registration form stated he was 12. How did he lose a year? Xuanyu scratched his head awkwardly. "Maybe my parents registered me incorrectly when I first enrolled." After hearing this, he was dumbfounded. He had been worried that he was already over 12 and only at rank 20 soul power, which might cause trouble in the subsequent tests. But if he wasn't even 11 yet, his overall score would be very high. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he urgently pressed for more information, and Xuanyu could only nod. "Soul power rank 20. Why not rank 21? Do you have a second soul ring?" "Yes." "Spiritual power 499. Upon hearing this number, Yilei seemed slightly unconvinced. 499 points of spiritual power. This child is truly remarkable. He's not even 11 yet, and his spiritual power is almost at the spirit sea realm. Could he be a spiritual soul master? He pursed his lips. "Release your martial soul to confirm if you already possess a second soul ring." No sooner had he finished speaking than an aura enveloped Xuanyu. Yilei loudly declared, "Good." "Passed." He got down from the chair, relieved. "Fortunately, Qianlei woke me up." Tianxun stood nearby, his gaze following Xuanyu and his happy teammates, his face sinking in thought. He didn't expect his strength to exceed his imagination. Xuanyu's soul power had increased, his martial soul also seemed to have changed, and his soul rings had become stronger. Also, his spiritual power was already 499 points, almost entering the spirit sea realm. If he entered the spirit sea realm, it would be a new realm of spiritual power. Hongbin silently walked up from behind. "What about your age?" Not far away, Tianfeng also walked over, his face showing confusion. Not yet 11 years old, he had already piloted an interstellar fighter to destroy 2 mechas. This was truly astonishing. After a moment of silence, he said, "It seems that's how my parents registered me back then." "I don't know what happened." Hongbin frowned. "Now you have 2 choices. 1, you can stop participating in the selection this year and try again next year. 2, give it a shot this year." Xuanyu nodded without hesitation. "I'll participate." Without giving him a chance to change his mind, Hongbin dragged Xuanyu away to continue training. For the next 3 days, Xuanyu still lived a life of intense hardship. In the spacious school hall, Hongbin stood on the podium, his gaze sweeping across the entire classroom. "First, as your teacher, I congratulate you all on passing the preliminary test. The upcoming assessment is equally important, so you must remember everything I'm about to say." After a pause, he stepped down from the podium. "Before passing the preliminary test, I couldn't tell you the purpose of this assessment. 4 years have passed and you have all become the cream of the crop for your age group. But graduating from here, you are only the best on Tinluo's star." Hongbin's tone became more serious. "The Academy established the Youth Advanced class to give you a real chance to enter the pinnacle of power." His pupils gleamed with red light. "I believe you've already heard the slogan there. Only monsters are accepted, not ordinary people." As soon as he finished speaking, the students below immediately started murmuring, "Do we really have a chance to go there? I know, I've heard of it." Hongbin gently closed his eyes as if contemplating. "There is a name, a place that soul masters flock to." He mused for a moment, then slowly recounted, "I've heard that it takes the responsibility of cultivating elite talents very seriously, especially sea god Tang San, who single-handedly founded the Tang sect, the strongest sect with a legacy of over 30,000 years. I've heard that the Shrek 7 monsters of that generation all cultivated to god level. It is a sacred place that all soul masters aspire to, an existence comparable to the Federation government. In some sense, it even surpasses the Federation government." Hongbin emphasized the last 3 words, shouting, "Shrek!" Hongbin frowned as he looked at them. "But Shrek is much harder to get into than you imagine. There are 100,000 people across the entire Federation who meet the preliminary test conditions. But do you know how many people Shrek recruits each year?" Then he raised his hand, signaling only 30 people. "The ratio is 30,000 to 1. Hearing this, all the students were shocked. Hongbin then encouraged the students, classmates. This assessment holds immense benefits and significance for both you and the academy. The academy has only one requirement for you, he stated emphatically. That is, at all costs, to unleash your most dazzling brilliance and strive for the best results possible. Becoming increasingly emotional, Hongbin's eyes blazed. If this effort succeeds, you will embark on a path to greatness. Even if it fails, you will have no regrets, for it will be a valuable experience in your lives. He slammed his hand on the table, asking loudly, "Did you hear me clearly?" The students below were also infected by the atmosphere, defiantly replying, "We heard you clearly." As for Xuanyu's team, he was much calmer than the others in his team, as he had already guessed this. Xuanyu suddenly remembered Xianxia. She would also be testing for Shrek. She's probably stronger than anyone in our class. It seems getting into Shrek won't be easy at all. Hongbin then became serious and continued, "The specific assessment method for the selection isn't clear, but it will definitely be a comprehensive test, and it will be conducted in teams of 3. Tian Shuan asked in confusion, "Teams of 3? Does that mean 3 pass together or are eliminated together?" He replied solemnly, "Yes." This confirmation further shocked the students below. Hongbin continued to explain, "The so-called comprehensive test is all-encompassing. Don't expect to guess Shrek Academy's assessment objectives. Shrek never plays by the rules," he elaborated. "The only guidance I can give you is self-reliance, which is the fundamental way of survival." Afterward, the students collectively headed to the Duluo selection site. The students of the Youth Advanced class followed the teacher into the Duluo world. Everyone arrived at the training room and stopped in front of a platform. A person stood in front of the platform. After the students approached, she introduced herself. "Hello everyone, I am Ling Yi, the guide for this assessment." She extended her hand and purple light emanated from her palm, enveloping the students. "Let's go to the selection venue." Zhang Tian looked at Hongbin and asked, "Old Ji, you're the one who knows Shrek Academy best. Do you think these children have a chance of getting in?" He replied coldly, "I don't know either. Shrek changes its assessment methods every year." Zhang Tian then asked, "Which group do you favor the most?" Hongbin closed his eyes in thought before replying, "Perhaps Xuanyu's group." Zhang Tian was a bit surprised and quickly pressed, "In terms of cultivation, isn't Tian Shuan's group the most likely?" He looked at Zhang Tian and explained, "That's because you don't understand Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy's slogan is only takes in monsters, not ordinary people." Looking at Tian Shuan's and Xuanyu's teams below, he continued, "Tian Shuan's team is good, but they are just ordinary. Although Xuanyu's team seems weak, they are monsters enough." Zhang Tian suddenly understood, showing a surprised expression. "I see, then we should also consider this aspect more when selecting students in the future." With that, Hongbin walked forward. "Let's see if anyone can get in this time. If not even one person gets in, the Youth Advanced class might not be able to continue." The scene switched to a desolate cliff. Yi looked at the students, then explained the competition rules. "Your next mission is to survive. You will act as a team, 3 people per group. The longer you survive, the higher your score." She turned around and continued, "If you can hunt soul beasts, you will also receive different scores based on their different ranks. If you are killed by a soul beast, the assessment will end." Yi then gave the students an encouraging smile. "So let the assessment begin. Good luck to everyone." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure disappeared, leaving only streaks of green light. Qianlei looked at Xuanyu, asking a question, feeling a bit strange. "We have over 20 people together now. Wouldn't acting together be safer?" Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Tian Shuan anxiously looked down the cliff, exclaiming in surprise, "What's that?" He saw billows of black smoke spreading out from below. As the black smoke grew thicker, he hastily ordered the remaining people to prepare for defense and hide. They had no objections and immediately hid behind the rocks. Xuanyu stood behind a rock, looking at the continuous shaking, feeling a bit worried. It seemed a large soul beast was approaching, and there was a new sound of gathering. He exclaimed in horror, "Are there swarms of soul beasts coming?" Suddenly, something caught Xuanyu's attention. What dense black figures simultaneously rushed out from the cliff. Other students' cries of surprise rang out. "Those are earthfire lizards. There are too many of them, and they're still rushing out endlessly." Earthfire lizards, fire attribute soul beasts with incredible defense, typically living near volcanoes. Each is 3 meters long and possesses fire attribute abilities. Xuanyu's face was grim, a little worried. "There are at least over 1,000 of them." Tian Shuan poked his head out from behind a rock and hastily told the others, "Leave here, scatter towards the mountaintop." The 7 groups of students from the Youth Advanced class immediately sprang into action, climbing the steep cliff towards the summit. As he was climbing to the summit, he suddenly had a bad premonition. He looked back and there was another plume of black smoke gradually spreading and then covering the summit. In the black smoke, a huge red earthfire scarlet dragon was roaring furiously. Xuanyu stopped, clearly surprised. "It's too big. This one is at least 30 meters tall." Qianlei was visibly scared. "What on earth is this thing?" He looked blankly at the earthfire scarlet dragon. "What species is this? I've never seen it before. It looks like it's at least a 10,000-year level beast. We can't beat it." The earthfire scarlet dragon suddenly gathered all its strength. Immediately after, it fired a fireball at them. The fireball spun in the air, growing larger and larger. Jin Shang looked at the approaching fireball fearfully, saying, "The fireball is too big." Tian Shuan also showed a worried expression. "It's terrifying." The fireball was approaching, about to explode. Someone shouted, "Run!" Xuanyu tightly grabbed Qianlei's hand, then he looked up and grabbed his other teammate's hand. Lu Feng, let's go. Immediately after, the fireball directly struck the cliff, emitting a huge explosion, scattering dust everywhere. Amidst the swirling smoke, the figures gradually blurred. With the amplification of the golden pattern blue-silver grass, Lu Feng quickly moved upwards, pulling the other two along. The students scattered to dodge the fireball. 4 groups of students chose to move downwards. Tian Xuan's group, Jin Zhang's group, and Xuanyu's group chose to move upwards, and that giant soul beast was rushing towards their direction. On the cliff, Qianlei looked at the charging Earthfire Scarlet Dragon, uneasily asking, "Xuanyu, what is that thing?" He also replied with worry, "I don't know either, it might be a mutated soul beast." While it was gathering power to launch another fireball, Xuanyu slowly voiced his guess. "It's an existence between a fire dragon and a scarlet dragon, and it's evolving into a true dragon. For now, let's call it the Earthfire Scarlet Dragon." He suddenly looked at Xuanyu, his eyes filled with hope. "You mean I can summon such a powerful soul beast?" Xuanyu could only smile helplessly. "Consider that question after you reach 7 rings." The Earthfire Scarlet Dragon immediately launched fireballs at other groups above Xuanyu's team. The Scarlet Dragon continuously spewed fireballs. Everyone discussed animatedly. "It's attacking the 4 groups of students below the mountain." At this moment, Xuanyu seemed to sense something, his face grim. "The Scarlet Dragon attacked us as soon as it appeared, but after we scattered it chose to attack the 4 groups above," he suddenly shouted. "Quickly widen the distance between us and those 2 groups. It's the numbers. That guy seems to like attacking places with more people." The 4 groups below lost 7 people in the flames, and the remaining 5 were surrounded by fire. Xuanyu couldn't help but think, no wonder Yi wanted us to act as a team. If not, we would be directly attacked by the Earthfire Scarlet Dragon. It began to attack Xuanyu's group, Jin Zhang's group, and Tian Xuan's group. He shouted, "As expected, we've separated. Quickly dodge!" Xuanyu's voice was loud and clear, surprising everyone. "Acting as a team, perhaps it won't attack again," he shouted loudly. All groups split up at the same time. Flames ignited again in the Scarlet Dragon's eyes. A fireball shot towards Tian Xuan's team. He hastily reminded his teammates below, jump down." As soon as they let go and jumped down, the fireball immediately struck the cliff, creating a huge explosion. Tian Xuan saw huge rocks falling towards him and his teammates, so he gathered all his strength and used his soul skill to blast the rocks away. Then Tian Xuan quickly grabbed another spot and looked back at the other groups of students in the distance. The scene was chaotic. The 5 people below also split into 2 groups. Watching the Scarlet Dragon turn to spew fire at the Earthfire Lizards, an idea flashed in his mind. That animal started attacking the surrounding Earthfire Lizards, and sure enough it stopped attacking us. Looking upwards, Tian Xuan's gaze followed Xuanyu, his eyes gleaming with a hint of defiance. It proved his judgment was correct. Xuanyu is impressive. Soon his team reached the summit. Lu Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. We're at the summit. The 3 quickly went to check the other side of the cliff. Lu Feng stood next to Xuanyu, looking down the cliff and asking, "What's on the other side of the mountain?" The other side of the valley is another assessment area. The situation is identical to this valley, but this side is more brutal with only 5 people left. Just as they wanted to examine it carefully, a fireball suddenly flew towards them. Seeing this, he hastily turned around to remind the 2, quickly back to the edge of the cliff. Xuanyu's group quickly ran down the summit, dodging the 2 fireballs flying from both sides. Seeing this, he quickly realized that anyone who went to the summit would be attacked from both sides by the Earthfire Scarlet Dragon. Jin Zhang's group also returned from the summit, but they could fly. All 3 were filled with fear. What to do? The numbers are simply too many. We keep using flight to dodge the Earthfire Lizards. Jin Zhang still looked down with a tired face. As soon as he glanced, he saw the Scarlet Dragon roar towards the sky and launch a fireball. The fireball split into many small fireballs after reaching a certain height, firing in all directions. His face immediately darkened. The fireballs quickly attacked Jin Zhang's team, also affecting the people below. Xuanyu's group hid at the edge of the cliff, avoiding the fire meteor shower. He hid behind a rock, realizing the Scarlet Dragon's intention. This was an attack specifically aimed at flying soul masters. Then Xuanyu sighed helplessly. How could Shrek's selection have such a loophole? Those 3 are really too careless. Then he suddenly realized something. Remembering Yi Yi's smile, this survival assessment was clearly not testing combat ability. If they had understood the Earthfire Scarlet Dragon's characteristics from the beginning, even with weaker cultivation, they could have survived for a while. Now there were only 2 groups of students left. Xuanyu looked up at Tian Xuan's team above. So this is Shrek Academy's assessment. Tian Xuan led his teammates, intently watching Xuanyu's movements, while quickly clinging to the cliff, dodging the fire meteor shower. Ling Tong asked the class leader worriedly, "What do we do now? More and more Earthfire Lizards are climbing up." He quickly came up with a plan and said, "We'll defend here. This can buy us some time." The remaining 2 groups were holding their ground on the rocks, fighting the Earthfire Lizards climbing up from below. But Xuanyu decided to hang on Lu Feng's white dragon spear, creating an ice layer below the cliff to prevent the Earthfire Lizards from climbing up. Tian Xuan looked at him and asked, "Xuanyu, what do we do next? Do you have any ideas?" Xuanyu could only show a helpless expression. "I have no ideas either. Now we can only wait for time to pass." Qianlei sat on Lu Feng's spear, happily chatting with them. Ling Tong, on the other hand, was trying to warn the 2 with a panicked look. Qianlei didn't notice and turned to look at Lu Feng, but was hit on the head by a few small stones. It was better not to look. When he looked up, he screamed in fright, Up there, how can there be earthfire lizards burrowing out from up there? From the summit they rushed down endlessly. Earthfire lizards also burst out from the summit. Tian Shuan was startled, his face panicked, his eyes wide, filled with terror. What? How is that possible? He frowned slightly. The soul beasts are coming out from one side of the valley, so it seems the other side's examinees have all been eliminated. Xianlei forced a smile. Attacked from above and below were finished. In this dilemma, Lu Feng was at a loss. Xuanyu, what do we do? He silently, a vague idea flashing through his mind. Xuanyu's brain raced and her figure flashed by. Ling Yi clearly stated that in addition to the short survival time, the other aspect was to look at the number of soul beasts hunted, and the number varied for different species. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he widened his eyes. Wait, different species. Images of earthfire lizards and scarlet dragons suddenly surged into his mind. In this valley there were only two types of soul beasts, earthfire lizards and earthfire scarlet dragons. Xuanyu suddenly froze, an idea flashing through his mind. Could it be? Based on the current clues, he secretly guessed that the earthfire scarlet dragon could also be defeated. Xuanyu slowly shook his head, clearly denying. But with our cultivation, how could we possibly kill it? His mind was in a turmoil. But why would Ling Yi say that? Every word she said had a deeper meaning. Maybe it was truly possible. Xuanyu pondered in silence for a moment. This miracle might be hidden in the valley. He suddenly shouted, "Let's go down." As soon as he finished speaking, Qianlei and Lu Feng immediately replied in unison, "What? Okay." Although they didn't understand Xuanyu's intention, their long-standing tacit understanding and trust prevailed. Made Lu Feng jump down in an instant. The people next to him saw Xuanyu and his group gradually retreat and couldn't help but feel surprised. What? Those guys below are still attacking frantically. Are they crazy? Class leader, what should we do? Tian Shuan didn't see through Xuanyu's purpose and chose to hold his ground. His people continuously attacked, carving a path through the lizard swarm to escape. Lu Feng found the situation wasn't good. There are so many earthfire lizards down there. What should we do? Xuanyu gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with determination. Jump deeper as far as possible. Avoid the areas where soul beasts are gathered below. Nodded decisively, without hesitation. Okay. Immediately after, Lu Feng unleashed his second soul skill, White Dragon Counter. The massive body of the scarlet dragon trembled, looked at him, and opened its mouth wide. A scorching flame erupted into the sky. Damn it, it found us. It's releasing a fire meteor shower. He turned pale with fear. What do? We can't go back to the cliff now. Qianlei's face turned pale, tears welling up. Is this as far as we can go? He slightly lowered his head, a mysterious blue light suddenly flashing in his eyes. Xuanyu suddenly shouted, his voice so loud it seemed to tear through space. Charging directly at the earthfire scarlet dragon. He widened his eyes, his face full of surprise. What? He conveyed his order in a low voice. Charge down, go under its belly. Only then did Lu Feng realize, so that's it. In the blink of an eye, the fire meteor shower poured down, and the area under the earthfire scarlet dragon's belly was the safest place in the entire valley. The two immediately executed the order simultaneously. The scorching flames sprayed from its mouth rained down like a waterfall. He dodged the attacks with all his might. Suddenly, a huge fireball rushed straight towards them. Xuanyu gritted his teeth, the surging power in his palm erupting. The flames erupted little by little, and the space where the scarlet dragon stood instantly ignited, crimson fire consuming everything. The raging inferno bored into the deep gorge like a waterfall of fire, and no force could extinguish the furious flames. The flames beneath its feet erupted fiercely, burning intensely without diminishing in the slightest. Right beneath the scarlet dragon's abdomen they were enveloped by a protective light barrier. Their nerves were stretched tight like guitar strings, ready to snap at the slightest touch. He leaned in and whispered, "Hey, what now?" Xuanyu's lips curved slightly, a cold smile flashing across his face. Darkness under the lamp. He calmly analyzed every detail. "Let's move with the earthfire scarlet dragon. Its body is too big, it might not notice us. We'll wait until the fire subsides, then look for an opportunity to get out." Its massive foot landed, shaking the ground violently. The scarlet dragon walked forward with heavy steps. Its enormous figure slowly disappeared into the smoke and flames. "Get ready. Lu Feng will rush out from its left leg later." He nodded from behind. "Okay." As soon as he got the reply, Xuanyu immediately seized the opportunity. "Lu Feng, prepare." He immediately gave the command, his voice decisive and loud. "Go!" The three quickly retreated from under its abdomen, moving carefully into the valley. At this moment a huge explosion came from the cliff where Tian Shuan and his group were. He suddenly heard the noise, turned sharply, and looked warily. A large hole had been blown in the cliff. Tian Shuan was sweating profusely, his eyes wide, his expression tense. "My God, that's another giant dragon lizard." In the blink of an eye, the second earthfire scarlet dragon appeared, and a golden light suddenly appeared in the valley, signaling that the selection assessment had entered its second phase. In this phase, the earthfire scarlet dragons would prioritize attacking all humans. Both earthfire scarlet dragons simultaneously attacked Tian Shuan's team. His scream echoed through the air, filled with extreme terror. "Jump!" Instantly, the spot where Tian Shuan stood was hit by the shockwave of the attack, violently exploding. Seeing such a situation, Xuanyu was also very surprised. He shouted loudly, reminding Qianlei, "Summon." Hearing this, he immediately acted without hesitation. Second soul skill, Gate of Summoning. Xuanyu used his golden pattern blue-silver grass to assist in the summoning while observing the situation in the valley. He lowered his head, observing and evaluating the overall situation around him. That was where the Earthfire Scarlet Dragons appeared, a huge lava lake. Perhaps there was a way to kill the Earthfire Scarlet Dragons there. Qianlei's voice sounded, and the dragon appeared. Out came the Ironback Dragon, with incredibly strong defense and excellent combat abilities. He immediately jumped onto its back. Xuanyu said, "Qianlei, you ride the Ironback Dragon and charge ahead. Lu Feng and I will follow you." Xuanyu's gaze furrowed slightly, revealing a serious expression. Go charge towards that lava lake. The Ironback Dragon fiercely rushed towards the lava lake, colliding with many Earthfire lizards blocking the path along the way. With Xuanyu's help, Lu Feng had done his best to kill them. At this moment, the battle on the other side had ended. Lu Tianshuan's team had already withdrawn from the assessment. Subsequently, both Earthfire Scarlet Dragons simultaneously turned their heads to look at the only remaining humans in the valley, Xuanyu's fleeing team. Seeing this, he immediately turned around. "Xuanyu, both of them are coming, what do we do?" He stood there muttering to himself. "Nothing." Xuanyu gritted his teeth, focusing all his attention on every breath. Did the designer of this selection assessment really leave us no ray of hope? But why would Ling Yi say that? His face trembled, a thought flashing. There must be an opportunity, but what is it? Xuanyu suddenly came to a realization, abruptly understanding something. Wait, no, his eyes fixed ahead, slowly analyzing the situation before him. Earthfire lizards were also emerging from the lava. They are only 100-year soul beasts, how can they withstand the high temperature of the lava? In excitement, Xuanyu shouted, "I understand." He turned around, his gaze focused. "Quick, let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Xuanyu leapt down. "There's something wrong with this lava. Jump into the lava lake." Lu Feng's mouth hung open, his eyes wide with surprise. "What?" Qianlei, on the other hand, turned pale with fear. "Are you crazy?" Without hesitation, Xuanyu immediately jumped down with lightning speed. Bang! Feeling a little scared, he tightly closed his eyes. After finding nothing unusual around him, Xuanyu opened his eyes. Sure enough, a dazzling blue light enveloped his body. Although this lava was scorching hot and full of fire elements, its actual temperature was only 60 to 70 degrees Celsius. This lava lake was indeed the opportunity left for them by the assessment designer. He surfaced, looking at the two who were still in a daze. "Hurry up and come down. What are you two still waiting for?" Seeing Xuanyu unharmed, both couldn't help but widen their eyes and open their mouths. They immediately followed him and jumped down. As soon as he got into the lava, he gave a thumbs up. "Amazing, Xuanyu." The ground above began to shake violently. "The Earthfire Scarlet Dragon is coming." This sound was probably it fighting with the Ironback Dragon. Soon after, the lava shore suddenly became quiet. After holding on for about 5 minutes, a huge roar came from outside the lava. He curiously looked up, wondering what had happened. Xuanyu's face began to look grim, almost unable to bear it. "Didn't they discover us?" The three began to swim towards the surface of the lava lake. "But we're almost at our limit, we have to go up for air." As soon as they surfaced, the three took deep breaths of the air above. Surprisingly, the scarlet dragon on the ground had its mouth wide open, full of fangs, and its tail was twisting. Its eyes were cold and sharp. Seeing this scene, he widened his eyes, not knowing what to do now, only seeing two huge Earthfire Scarlet Dragons furiously colliding with each other, violently attacking one another. Xuanyu's eyes were wide with shock, because without a target, they actually started to fight each other. And the entire sky turned into a sea of fire. He lowered his head, a deep voice sounding, "Hey fatty, get your second soul ring ready," waiting for my notification. Qianlei curiously turned his head. "What are you planning to do?" Xuanyu's face showed a faint smile, reaping the benefits of others' struggles. Lu Feng's eyes were filled with admiration. "Brother Xuanyu, it's really Brother Xuanyu. From now on, you're my big brother." Concluding their discussion, the three immediately continued to dive into the water. They lurked at the bottom of the lava lake, waiting for an opportunity, only surfacing to observe the situation when they needed to breathe. 15 minutes later, Xuanyu surfaced again to observe. Both Earthfire Scarlet Dragons were now covered in wounds. At this point, they needed to rest for about 10 seconds before they could continue attacking again. It seemed both sides were severely injured. After observing for a while, he gave the order, "Qianlei, prepare your second soul skill. Activate it once they finish their next round of attacks." His face clearly showed excitement. "Boss, you're truly despicable, but I like it." Qianlei's second soul skill, Replication, can replicate the first soul skill of a summoned soul beast. After replication, he can directly summon the soul beast of his choice for a combat duration of 30 seconds. Originally, the three of them wanted to replicate Dong Qianchu, but when they tried to summon again, they summoned a shark that couldn't fight on land. Currently, the strongest soul beast Qianlei could summon was the 1,000-year emerald demon bird, whose ferocity and attack power were incredibly strong. In the blink of an eye, the emerald demon bird flew out, rushing directly into the eye of one of the Earthfire Scarlet Dragons. Its food is the brain marrow of soul beasts. The other Earthfire Scarlet Dragon discovered the presence of the emerald demon bird. Seeing its companion attacked, the Scarlet Dragon's eyes flashed with anger. It immediately launched an attack trying to stop the emerald demon bird. The demon bird roared with terrifying power, rushing towards it. The Scarlet Dragon widened its eyes, vigilantly observing its surroundings. Immediately after, it suddenly tightly closed its eyes. The demon bird with lightning speed crashed directly into the scarlet dragon's head, then bounced off in anger. It sprayed scorching sparks. The demon bird skillfully rushed into the flames, creating a deep hole. Its eyes gleamed, exuding an authoritative and threatening aura. Their gazes intertwined, tense, neither willing to yield. Swift as lightning, the demon bird crashed directly into the scarlet dragon's body, delivering a powerful blow. The fierce impact sent it retreating, leaving it unable to resist further. The scarlet dragon fell next to the other one, motionless, and the three's eyes were filled with extreme surprise, followed by cheers full of joy and excitement. We succeeded. We killed those two Earthfire scarlet dragons. This time was truly wild, simply unbelievable. Amidst the jubilation, a teleportation gate suddenly appeared before them. Look, a teleportation gate appeared. The three left the lava and walked towards the gate. Let's go in and see. As soon as he stepped in, the surrounding scenery immediately changed. Xuanyu looked around, his eyes filled with doubt. Didn't they send us out? Is the assessment not over yet? We're probably the team that lasted the longest. As he was pondering, he suddenly sensed someone approaching. Movement, be careful. Xuanyu recognized a girl's figure walking towards him. The figure gradually became clear, and as she approached, he recognized her as Sister Ling Yi. A faint smile appeared on her face. Don't worry, the assessment is over. Everyone performed very well, and I have something important to tell you. Ling Yi turned around, looking at him intently. Qianlei, she looked at his bewildered face. You've been pre-admitted. Qianlei's mouth was still agape, too surprised to speak. Ling Yi softly explained, your martial soul has been recognized by Shrek Academy, so you've been pre-admitted. As long as you agree, you can become one of the 30 new students now. After hearing this, he widened his eyes, his face pale. Ling Yi clapped her hands, emphasizing her words again, and gave him good news. You've been pre-admitted. Qianlei still couldn't believe it, and asked again in surprise, I've been admitted? You're not joking, are you? She smiled patiently, gently nodding. Yes, as long as you agree, you will be one of this year's new students. Hearing the affirmative answer, his eyes lit up, filled with excitement. Agree, of course I agree. Qianlei happily spread his arms, turned and rushed towards his two companions. I'm admitted, the two congratulated him. That's great, that's wonderful, Qianlei. But Ling Yi broke the joyful atmosphere. But you two don't need to continue participating in the subsequent assessments. After hearing this, the three froze, their faces pale. Lu Feng reacted the fastest, questioning without hesitation. We can't continue the assessment. Doesn't that mean we've been eliminated? Xuanyu took a deep breath and calmed down. Sister Ling Yi, it's fine if it's 2 against 3. Please let us continue. She turned her head, her eyes firm as she refused. I'm sorry, those are the rules. Think about it. Someone in your team has already been admitted. For your academy, this is already a very good thing. We cannot allow a team of only 2 to continue participating in the assessment. As soon as she finished speaking, Ling Yi waved her hand, and a beam of light enveloped the two. I'm really sorry. He tried to say something, but it was too late. She interrupted. Goodbye. The two were immediately teleported back to the previous area. Lu Feng's eyes widened. We're back. He trembled, unable to control himself. Unfair, how can Shrek Academy be like this? Xuanyu walked over and patted his shoulder to comfort him. Maybe this is just luck. But Lu Feng cried tears of unwillingness. I thought we still had a chance. He hastily wiped away his tears. After working so hard for so long, I'm not willing to accept this. We can't change the outcome anymore. Lu Feng said indignantly with a sense of grievance. Is there really no hope at all? Hearing this, Xuanyu couldn't help but laugh. Hearing this, he turned his head in confusion and glared at him. Lu Feng angrily turned around and shouted, You can still laugh, you're really bold. He gave a dry laugh. No, Xuanyu explained, I just thought maybe this is Shrek Academy's test. His heart was full of doubt. Test? What are you talking about? Was everything just now a test? Xuanyu sat down heavily, shaking his head and sighing. It's just my guess. How could an academy that has existed for 30,000 years have anything unfair? Seeing Lu Feng sit down, Xuanyu began to analyze the situation. Think about it, we weren't teleported out but returned here. Wouldn't it be more reasonable for us to withdraw from the assessment? Now Qianlei is in the most danger. This is precisely a test for the 3 of us. Xuanyu's gaze firmly looked forward. To see if he will abandon us for his own sake and to see if we will harbor resentment because of his choice. He grabbed Xuanyu's collar and shook him violently. Are you even human? In this situation you can still calmly analyze. Xuanyu was dizzy, but still tried to answer. Let's take it one step at a time. Helplessly, Lu Feng sighed, his shoulders sagging slightly. Do you think Qianlei can pass the test? Xuanyu shook his head. I don't know, we can only wait. His mood gradually improved, less nervous. It seems we can only pray for him. He looked up and saw his good brother. Look, it's Qianlei. Qianlei was drenched in sweat, each step heavy. You guys, Qianlei's eyes were moist, as if the world had abandoned him. Lu Feng looked at him carefully, a little confused. How did you find your way here? Didn't you go to register? But a faint smile appeared in Qianlei's eyes. Why are you crying? Did you do something to betray us, brothers, and now you're getting your comeuppance? Qianlei couldn't hold back anymore, tears streaming down his face. Do you have any conscience? He roared, his voice deafening. I gave up my admission opportunity for you two. Both were stunned, exclaiming in unison, What? Qianlei wiped away his tears and explained, If I let you two be eliminated for my own sake, how could I accept that? Without you two I'm nothing, and it would have been impossible for me to get to where I am today. I want to continue the assessment with both of you. Lu Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Before he could finish, Xuanyu interrupted him. Good brother. Then the three of them embraced and cheered. We will definitely get into Shrek Academy, all three of us together. Just as they were celebrating, a mechanical voice sounded. The mass selection has ended. Ling Yi appeared behind the trio from nowhere. They've all left. You are the last ones out. Xuanyu turned around in surprise. Sister Ling Yi, if Qianlei had accepted the invitation, would we have been eliminated? She turned and walked away, leaving only one sentence. Different choices lead to different paths. You will understand this later. He quickly asked, so if I had chosen early admission and abandoned them, would I really have been admitted? Ling Yi smiled faintly. I don't know, that would be up to the teachers to decide. Your abilities are indeed very special. The academy already has teachers who have taken an interest in you. Seeing her prepare to leave, Xuanyu couldn't help but ask, Sister Ling Yi, what about our results? Ling Yi interrupted directly. They will be announced uniformly later. You'll see the results on the list then. In the outside world, he gradually opened his eyes and woke up. Xuanyu let out a sigh of relief. It's finally over. I feel sleepy as soon as I come out. I wonder how the other two are doing. Just then, Qianlei and Lu Feng also scratched their heads tiredly and walked into the crowd. Looks like everyone's exhausted. Everyone's waiting for us. Hong Bin frowned slightly and asked, how's the situation? He scratched his head and smiled happily. It's probably not bad. I don't know the results. They said they'll be announced uniformly. Suddenly, someone walked over and shouted, Xuanyu. Tian Shuan smiled and waved. Thank you, the two high-fived. Xuanyu replied simply, it was nothing, just doing my part. He folded his arms, a smile playing on his lips, and asked, how much longer did you last after we left? I thought your assessment was over then. Xuanyu blinked and replied cheerfully, later we found something wrong with the lava lake, so we hid beneath it. He smiled and exhaled. Luckily we hid under the belly of the Earthfire Scarlet Dragon. It was pretty lucky, Tian Shuan thought to himself. It seems I need to re-evaluate Xuanyu. He must be more than he seems. He usually doesn't do anything. Either sleeping in class or talking. I didn't expect him to be so calm in actual combat. He nodded and sincerely invited. If we can continue the assessment together in the future, let's form an alliance and let you be in overall command. How about it? A complex emotion flashed in Xuanyu's eyes. He raised an eyebrow and smiled, agreeing. All right, if we're still working together, we agree to an alliance, and if you trust me, I'll take command. Ling Tong looked at the three chatting animatedly in front of her and couldn't help but fall into thought. At first I didn't value him and chose to follow Tian Shuan. Perhaps I made the wrong choice. She frowned, sadly turned and left, her heart heavy. He had grown a lot during this time, no longer like before. On the other side, Xuanyu patted Qianlei's shoulder and laughed loudly. All right, stop moping. Weren't you doing it for the two of them? Qianlei reminded him angrily. Keep it a secret for me. You absolutely can't tell anyone about this, otherwise people will think I'm stupid. Xuanyu squinted, teasing. Stupid is also cute. Qianlei gritted his teeth and threatened, if you dare say it, I'll break off our friendship. The two walked along laughing and joking. He clutched his chest, exaggerating dramatically. My heart aches so much, I've never made such a losing deal. The trio fooled around for a while longer before quieting down, feeling completely exhausted and heading off to rest in unison. Xuanyu sat on his bed, silently sensing the flow of soul power within his body. The golden and silver dual-colored energy was much stronger than before and more harmonious. Although both were still clearly distinguishable, there was no longer any conflict between them. Xuanyu gradually entered a state of meditation. In the depths of his mind there was nothingness. In the silent space he seemed to hear the roar of a giant dragon as if returning to the dark universe. Xuanyu seemed to hear the heavy footsteps of the Earthfire Scarlet Dragon in his ears. The sound was deafening, as if each step echoed in his mind. It was that young master walking step by step towards the enormous warship, and with the final step, 8 golden dragons soared up and down, destroying the warship. Everything fell silent. A warm feeling spread throughout his body, and Xuanyu gradually entered an unprecedented state, forgetting everything. Time quickly moved to the next day. Lu Feng yawned, waking up and propping himself up. Qianlei covered his mouth, signaling him to be quiet, his eyes still a bit dazed. Qianlei pointed behind him, whispering worriedly, Hey, did you sleep all day? He's been sitting like that since yesterday. He remained motionless. What do you think we should do? Wake him up. Is he starving, or should we ask the teacher? Upon hearing the news he immediately rushed over, asking in alarm, Where is he? Hong Bin silently scrutinized Xuanyu. This child's breathing is stable. He doesn't seem to be unconscious or asleep, but rather enlightened. He tilted his head in confusion. Could it be that? Qianlei quickly and anxiously interjected. Teacher, what exactly is wrong with him? Hong Bin thought to himself. This kid isn't even 12 yet. It seems yesterday's mass selection greatly stimulated him. On the surface he merely waved his hand gently, gesturing for quiet. He's entered a state of deep meditation. Everyone's mouths dropped open in surprise. So amazing, deep meditation. Hong Bin then assigned tasks. Qianlei, Lu Feng, you two don't need to attend class today. Stay in the dorm and watch over Xuanyu, the two replied in unison. Yes, Zhang Tian stood up, looking at the screen, his tone steady. The mass selection is the most competitive exam with a very high elimination rate, he continued. Out of thousands of candidates on Tinluo's star, only the top 100 can advance to the next round. Fortunately, the students who lasted longer later on performed well. Now let's look at their final results. The screen finally displayed the notification, Shrek Academy Mass Selection. Hong Bin and he nervously watched the screen. It slowly displayed the following list. Hong Bin's eyes were grave. Got it, the ranking list clearly showed. Number 99 Jin Shang Tang Yu Peng Bin. Tinluo Academy 39 points. Zhang Tian cheered excitedly. Jin Zhang's team made it excellent, everyone's doing great. Hong Bin also found it incredible. Jin Zhang's team actually made it, this means at least 5 teams from Tinluo Academy's Youth Advanced class have qualified. And the remaining 4 teams will have even higher scores. Jin Zhang's team was really lucky, almost eliminated. Zhang Tian quickly checked again. Look, another list is out. Numbers 75 and 67 are both from the Youth Advanced class. A total of 7 groups with 5 groups making it, which is a good showing. The Youth Advanced class truly justified the resources invested. He calmly reminded, don't celebrate too soon, it's not too late to celebrate when someone actually gets into Shrek Academy. Only the top 10 are eligible to go to the Mother Planet Shrek Academy for the final assessment. I wonder what place Xuanyu's and Tian Xuan's 2 groups are in. The top 3 get material rewards, right? It's a lucky draw, but I don't know how effective it is. Just then he cheered. Another new list. Look, Hong Bin nervously prayed for their rankings to be as low as possible. Please don't appear now, don't appear, don't appear. Just as the data showed 20 and he still didn't see them, he couldn't help but excitedly slap the table, suddenly standing up overjoyed. Great, they're not there. He was even more convinced in his heart. It seemed both their groups could make it into the top 20. Fantastic. Then Hong Bin nervously stared at the screen again, watching the data still rising, muttering, luckily not great, they made it into the top 10. It seems Xuanyu's results will be even better. The ranking has already reached 9th place. Tian Xuan, Lingtong Jianyi, Tinluo Academy 531 points. He was a little nervous, not even in 5th place. Until Hong Bin was shocked to see the champion of the Tinluo Star Mass Selection. That was the 1st place. Xuanyu, Tinluo Star Mass Selection Champion, your team ranks 1st with a total score of 20,341 points. Zhang Tian cried tears of joy. Wonderful, wonderful, Xuanyu's team got 1st place, it's 1st place. I didn't misjudge him, Hong Bin whispered. Don't rush to cry, look, the score difference is too big. A full 11,000 points higher than 2nd place. Hearing this, he scratched his head blankly. Is the difference that big? I must be seeing things. He double-checked the calculation. The scores of the other 99 groups combined aren't as much as ours. This made Zhang Tian tremble. Could the machine be malfunctioning? Don't let me get happy for nothing. What if there's a disqualification notice later? Then we'd have celebrated for nothing, Hong Bin immediately denied. Impossible, Shrek Academy is so rigorous. A score of over 20,000 points, this should rank 1st in the entire Federation. After all, this score is too high, he was startled. The entire Federation? What does that even mean? Zhang Tian couldn't help but get anxious. I can't wait, I need to go ask them what they did. He quickly followed. I'll go too, wait for me. Then they arrived at the candidates' dormitory area. Qian Lei was startled when the teacher asked, what, we got 1st place? We're the champions, he kept affirming. Yes, and it's likely 1st in the entire Federation. 2nd place only has over 1,000 points, you have over 20,000 points. What exactly did you do? Zhang Tian's face was full of eagerness to know. Hearing this, Lu Feng and Qian Lei exchanged glances, then both said with a smile, we can't report it. We must wait for Xuanyu to wake up and ask for his opinion. If he doesn't want to say, then it's a secret between the 3 of us. Sorry, teachers. At this moment, Xuanyu was in his own world, feeling the golden and silver colors naturally rotating in a vortex, every meridian and every bone covered by a thin layer of golden and silver light. The golden and silver light was distinct, covering his entire body. His consciousness returned and his spiritual power extended outwards. Xuanyu didn't open his eyes, but he could perceive everything. His external spiritual power could see further, his mind like a vast boundless ocean. This was the spirit sea realm. After a long while, Xuanyu finally breathed a sigh of relief and woke up. Qian Lei and Lu Feng cheered. You're finally awake, we won the championship. Xuanyu was confused. Champion, his companions immediately affirmed. Yes, we heard we get to spin the lucky wheel once each. He, however, noticed something else first. I'm hungry. So they shouted, let's go eat. Then the 3 of them went to Tianfan's place for a hearty meal. Afterward, Hong Bin was also called over. Facing the 2 teachers, Xuanyu dared not hide anything. He recounted in detail everything he had faced. Tianfan laughed heartily. Good, as expected of my disciple, he calmly reminded. Individual strength is the foundation of everything. Your 20,000 points were also a fluke. You still need to continue working hard in cultivation. This made him angry. What did you say? You didn't get into the inner court because you only knew how to train foolishly. You're a complete waste, Hong Bin retorted without showing weakness. Better than someone who was directly expelled. Do you want him to follow in your footsteps? Qian Lei quickly interjected. Wait, Teacher Li, Vice Principal. Hearing them, it turned out they were both Shrek Academy students in the past. This question brought silence to the atmosphere. Then he admitted, yes, I graduated from Shrek Academy's outer court and didn't achieve anything, embarrassing the former principal. Tianfan unhappily cursed. Who are you insulting? So what if I was eliminated? At least I later commanded a fleet with my own skills. Hong Bin's resolve weakened upon hearing this. Actually, that incident wasn't entirely your fault. We all thought you would get into the inner court back then. He held his head tiredly. Forget it, there's no use talking about it now. Today I'll tell Xuanyu the story from back then, so he can learn from it. Then Tianfan told Hong Bin to take Lu Feng and Qian Lei away before recounting his past to Xuanyu. He folded his arms, recalling unhappily, being eliminated. Even now I still feel resentful. Back then at Shrek Academy my grades were excellent. At that time I only thought about getting into the inner court, which led to the saying, my ambition was as high as the sky, but my fate was as thin as paper. Do you know how many female classmates like me? If it weren't for the Academy's rule against relationships, you were speechless. Wait, teacher, you're off topic, Tianfen sighed, reminiscing. Looking back now, it's all sad. My teacher at the time said I had great talent for interstellar combat, but the only problem was I liked to win by surprise attacks and needed to improve my direct combat ability. But I didn't think there was anything wrong with that. For me, achieving the greatest victory with the smallest cost was paramount. That was the last exam of the 6th semester. I was very confident I could showcase my talent and then take the inner court exam, but I was too arrogant at the time. The final exam consisted of a large-scale simulated battle with 3 people in a group, each commanding a fleet to form a combined fleet and battle against other groups. My 2 teammates and I were almost invincible, but soon we were surrounded and attacked. 3 friendly groups ganged up on me. They must have been wary of my strength. Of course, I wouldn't back down and fought them. I used every tactic, laid every trap, and utilized my teammates to understand the enemy, but in the end they still couldn't stop me. To improve their scores, they chose to negotiate an alliance with me, promising to follow my commands to deal with other student groups. He sighed, regretting. It's just that I was too arrogant at the time. I thought I could win the championship on my own, and their combined attack against me had already sown resentment in my heart. So on the surface I agreed to them, but at the moment of alliance I launched a surprise attack, destroying all their fleets. To my surprise, my 2 teammates were not at all pleased. No matter how I explained it to them, they remained very angry. I was also provoked by them. Later I made a decision I would regret for the rest of my life. I completely destroyed both of their fleets. Xuanyu was slightly startled upon hearing this. Tianfen's tone grew subdued. My score was indeed champion, as expected. The Academy's expulsion sanction also stemmed from this. Because I didn't even spare my own allies, I would only become a cunning fox in the future. The Academy not only expelled me, but also completely stripped me of all my honors, and notified the Federation that I was not allowed to continue studying interstellar command. The next 2 years were the darkest period of my life, but it was that blow that led me to strictly overhaul myself. After that I chose to enlist in the army, and step by step I was promoted through my own efforts, eventually reaching the rank of Major General. But the blemish on my record at the Academy meant I could only go so far. It was a mistake I made myself, costing me everything. So Xuanyu, remember that no matter what you learn from me, you must always be upright, because only integrity can lead you far. He choked, unable to speak. Was Shrek Academy perhaps overcorrecting? His back was hunched as if burdened by the weight of sin. Perhaps, he said. But now I'm gradually beginning to understand their choice for me, and perhaps it was the best choice. Not being able to enter Shrek Academy's inner court is the biggest regret of my life. Xuanyu, if you can get into Shrek Academy, would you be willing to fulfill your teacher's wish and join the Interstellar Command Department? He was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Teacher, he began, but a reprimanding voice interrupted. Foolish, what are you so proud of? Join the Interstellar Command Department indeed, Hongbin rushed in, yelling. You brat, have you no shame? You chased me away just to lure Xuanyu and make him want to join the Interstellar Command Department, didn't you? Tianfen quickly defended himself. I was only telling the truth. Hongbin angrily put his hands on his hips. The truth? Do you want me to tell him how you got discharged from the army? Don't make me expose you. Old Li, the Academy was absolutely right to expel you back then. Hearing this, Tianfen quickly ushered him out. All right, Xuanyu, you go back. You leave. He vented his frustration helplessly. Here we go again, arguing every day. In fact, Xuanyu hadn't made his own choice yet, but he wasn't bothered by it either. Facing the exam with all his might was the right thing to do. He would worry about those questions after getting into Shrek Academy. Afterward, he returned to the dorm where Zhang Tian was already waiting. I was just looking for you. You must enter the cabin for the lucky draw. In the Dulua world, she had been waiting for a long time. Congratulations everyone on becoming the champion of the preliminary selection. Furthermore, your total score ranks first in the entire Federation, which is truly remarkable. Previously, candidates from the mother planet basically occupied the top positions. This time, you have truly brought immense glory to Tinluo's star. Xuanyu mischievously asked, Sister Ling, is there any additional reward for being first in the entire Federation? Like another lucky draw or something? She was a bit surprised. This kid is really impressive. My attention was completely drawn to him. His appearance before her and his performance in the preliminary selection, calm, bold, thoughtful, brave, were completely different. How did such a person come to be cultivated? Yi calmly waved her hand. No, for the sake of fairness, these 2 items are considered the same. All right, prepare for the lucky draw. She pointed at the spatial gate. Go in. Xuanyu walked in, wondering, is this a special room for lucky draws? Then the scene before them amazed them. A colorful circle appeared. Look, it's a spinning wheel. Yi's guiding voice sounded. Now you can walk around the lucky wheel once and simultaneously choose your standing position. When the wheel stops, your prize will appear, and once you've taken your position, you can no longer move. Each position can only hold one person. After explaining, she urged them, go down. He was the first to jump on. Don't stop there. Xuanyu examined the spinning wheel, sensing an unusual aura from it. Some grids emitted a faint fragrance, some felt malicious, some gave a sense of resistance, and some had no aura at all. No, there aren't enough clues to determine how to choose better prizes. Xuanyu turned to look behind him. Qianlei, find a spot and stand there. He obediently complied, and as soon as his feet landed, the ground lit up. A prompt sounded. All soul ring lifespans increased by 500 years. Qianlei was also startled. What? Xuanyu breathed a sigh of relief. Great, the prize is quite good and it's perfect for him. This prize is from the area emitting a faint fragrance within 4 steps of where Qianlei stopped. He pressed on, continuing to signal. Lu Feng, you stop too. He obeyed, and the circle beneath his feet also lit up immediately. Xuanyu felt a fierce aura coming from within 7 steps, but the prompt kept sounding. A 2,000-year right arm soul bone manufactured by the spirit transferring pagoda with an attached soul skill. He was astonished. For soul masters, the importance of soul bones even surpasses that of soul rings. This is truly an excellent item. A soul master absorbing this soul bone will gain a huge boost along with an additional soul skill. In recent millennia, the Spirit Transferring Pagoda, one of the Federation's most important organizations, has gradually researched artificial soul bones, making soul bones more widely available. However, the cost of purchasing artificial soul bones is astronomical, making them unobtainable for ordinary soul masters. The Federation usually awards this prize to soul masters who have made significant contributions. Lu Feng was overjoyed, never expecting the lucky wheel to have a soul bone. It was a huge surprise. Facing these prizes, Xuanyu became even more nervous. Until he stopped in a blue square, Xuanyu felt a bit helpless, sensing the aura from within 10 steps. This lucky wheel had no discernible pattern whatsoever. The prompt sounded just in time. 1 entry into the primary Spirit Ascension platform. He was bewildered. Spirit Ascension platform, what's that? Yi reminded them. Someone will deliver the prizes to the school later. Xuanyu's and Qianlei's prizes need to be collected from the Spirit Transferring Pagoda. Xuanyu, I suggest you wait until after the selection competition to collect your prize. If you're too eager, the value of the prize will be greatly diminished. After coming out and hearing about the prizes the 3 received, Mu Zhongtian was very excited. He asked in confusion, Teacher Mu, what exactly is the Spirit Ascension Platform? He smiled and explained, the Spirit Ascension Platform is a product of soul guidance technology. There you can increase the lifespan of soul rings and soul bones. Opportunities to enter the Spirit Ascension Platform are very rare. Soul masters who defeat virtual soul beasts inside the Spirit Ascension Platform can gain energy, which can increase the lifespan of their soul rings. If you're lucky, it might even surpass Qianlei's prize. After the spinning wheel, Xuanyu and his 2 friends returned to the academy to report the situation to Tianfen and Hongbun. He offered his opinion. Regarding your 3 prizes, I think they need to be handled uniformly with cooperation. After the soul bone is brought back, I'll give it to whoever it suits best. Do you have any objections? Hearing this, the group fell silent. Lu Feng, who had won the soul bone, was the first to answer. None. Tianfen was stunned. What? He was still planning to persuade him, but he answered so decisively. Hongbin asked again, Are you really sure you have no objections? He replied very forthrightly. Teacher Li, Vice Principal, I truly have no objections. Without teammates, how could we have had a chance to win the championship? Give the prize to whoever it suits best so we can achieve the best results in the future. Tianfen was dumbfounded. This child is so sensible. Lu Feng turned to Qianlei, remembering past events in his heart. Fatty even gave up his chance to get into Shrek. What's this prize of mine? Besides, without him we would have been eliminated from the youth advanced class long ago, he said emotionally to his friend. They're all good kids. Old Li, shouldn't we old guys also put in some effort? I'll talk to the principal. As long as they can make it into the top 10 of the selection competition, even if it means losing face, I'll try to get them 2 more spots so all 3 of them can enter the Spirit Ascension platform to improve their realms. Hongbin immediately agreed. Well said, I agree. Let those people from Lingtian Academy see that our Tinluo Academy also has promising talents. The students looked at each other, their faces filled with joy. All 3 of them together. At this moment, Lu Feng suddenly felt that his sacrifice seemed to have brought him an even better reward. Both he and Qianlei felt a little strange in their hearts, as if after giving up good things, other even better things followed one after another. Giving up could also be such a wonderful thing. The efficiency above was also very high. In the afternoon, the prizes had already been delivered. A soul bone and 2 spirit transferring pagoda usage cards. The right arm soul bone was a silver moon wolf. Its lifespan was 2,000 years with the attached soul skill, silver wind, which could channel sharp energy through the right arm or transmit it into an object to form a 3-inch silver moon wind blade, consuming soul power. Everyone looked at this item with envy. Tianfen praised contentedly. Good character indeed brings good fortune. What's meant for you won't escape. Lu Feng, this item perfectly compensates for your lack of attack power. Fuse it now, we'll guard you, he happily shouted. Thank you, Vice Principal. Thank you, Teacher Li. In the training room, Hongbin explained, release your martial soul and inject your soul power into the soul bone. At that moment, as soul power was injected into the soul bone instantly transformed into a silver light, flowing into Lu Feng's right arm, and his body contained astonishing pressure. Veins bulged on his arm, muscles swelled, and Lu Feng couldn't help but scream in pain. He reminded him, "Concentrate, stay conscious and be patient." Hearing this, he gritted his teeth, enduring, and red patterns appeared on his arm. Hongben's gaze was sharp. Fusing a 2,000-year soul bone was indeed not easy. Tianfan also showed obvious concern. Once the fusion was successful, Lu Feng's improvement would be immense. Xuanyu spoke from behind. "Teacher, can I help him?" He thought for a moment, then nodded. "Come on." He unhesitatingly released his energy, and that power wrapped around Lu Feng's arm. Fierce, sharp energy emanated from the blue-silver grass, and Xuanyu stimulated his bloodline power. A layer of golden light passed through the blue-silver grass to him. The golden light suppressed the power of the soul bone. Lu Feng's white dragon spear also transformed into a small white dragon, circling his right arm. Hongben couldn't help but be surprised. The aura has stabilized. Suppressing a 2,000-year soul bone with only a 2-ring cultivation is truly impressive. Thanks to Xuanyu's help, half an hour later, he finally completed the fusion successfully. When everything settled, his arm seemed to have undergone a complete transformation, and he nodded with satisfaction. "Good, my soul power has also increased, almost reaching rank 30, he said. The person with only rank 20 soul power breathing a sigh of relief. "That's great." After the task was done, Hongben reminded him, "You will be participating in the selection competition in 2 days. Before that, you must familiarize yourself with this soul bone as quickly as possible." Both students replied, "Yes." The next day, Qianlei was taken by Mu Zhongtian to the spirit-transferring pagoda branch in Tinluo City to upgrade the lifespan of his soul ring. Xuanyu meanwhile continued to meditate, stabilizing his spiritual power after breaking through to the Spirit Sea realm. 2 days flew by, and the 5 groups of students who passed the preliminary selection gathered, ready to participate in Shrek Academy's selection assessment. The notification sounded in the simulation room. "Welcome to Shrek Academy's Tinluo Star Selection Competition. The selection rules are as follows. First, operate as a team, with each group of 3 entering the Star Do Great Forest Simulator to hunt soul beasts. Each group plans their own strategy, and the team that ultimately kills soul beasts will receive points rewards. Second, teams can kill each other. The winning team will receive half of the opponent's points, and the defeated team's final score will be half of their original points. Third, the selection assessment time is 7 days. After 7 days, the selection competition will end. Prepare for entry. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Assessment begins." Everyone entered the forest. Qianlei asked, "Which way should we go?" Xuanyu said, "Don't rush, let's analyze the situation first. It seems like it's still a comprehensive test just like before for 7 days. The deeper into the forest, the higher the score might be. Overall, it's about going deep into the forest, killing soul beasts and killing other teams. There's another thing to note. If you're killed by another team, your points will be halved, so it's better to be killed by a soul beast or self-destruct, rather than letting other teams kill you." Lu Feng looked confused after hearing this. "So what do we do now?" he reminded them. "Do you remember the Star Do Great Forest that Teacher Li talked about? It's divided into an outer zone, mixed zone, core zone, and fierce beast zone. Let's explore nearby first to get a feel for the forest and the strength of the soul beasts. Then we'll choose a direction to go deeper." Lu Feng walked ahead to observe. "There are no soul beasts around, we can leave." Xuanyu turned and said, "Summon a soul beast to scout ahead." Qianlei agreed, and suddenly he thought of something. "Right, Xuanyu, it's been a while since you summoned Xianxia," he awkwardly explained. "Well, I offended her, so she won't come if I call her now. Besides, she's probably participating in the selection competition too." Qianlei nodded. "You're right, come out." Xuanyu looked in surprise. "Is it a species of fire lizard? It looks like an evolved version of the earth fire lizard." Then the 3 people and 1 beast began to explore in one direction. As the soul ring level increased, Qianlei's summoning time had been extended to nearly 1.5 minutes, allowing for journeys of several kilometers. After the summoning time ended, the 3 rested for another 15 minutes. He was able to summon a soul beast again. After resting, Qianlei sighed. "I really wish I could go to the Spirit Ascension platform soon to see the effect of raising my first soul ring to 1,000 years. It would be great if I could summon soul beasts continuously." Xuanyu smiled and said, "It's not impossible. Many factors influence your summoning, such as soul power, spiritual power, and soul rings. To shorten the summoning time, you need to work on multiple aspects. From my observation, the increase in your spiritual power has the greatest impact on summoning." He nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, that's right. Then I'll increase my spiritual power to 500 this year. But increasing spiritual power is really troublesome. I can only meditate and use it constantly." Lu Feng frowned, disagreeing. "You're too lazy. Just fuse the gate of summoning, won't you?" Qianlei jumped up and yelled, "I'm lazy? Do you know how uncomfortable mental exhaustion is? It's easy for you to say," he seriously retorted. "It's precisely because it's painful that it's more effective. Do you admit that if you worked harder, you would have already broken through to the Spirit Sea realm?" Seeing his friend speechless, Xuanyu could only comfort him. "If it's just in our class, your ability is enough, but if you enter Shrek and want to establish yourself there, brother, you have to be harder on yourself. At least you still have a choice. I don't need to be hard on myself because my 2 teachers have already done it for me." He also said, "You're right, that's tough enough." Lu Feng laughed heartily and said firmly, "We all have to work hard. Xuanyu is right. To gain a foothold at Shrek Academy," Qianlei continued, "we have to do even more." Then they didn't stop. "Let's continue." "Okay, so the first day passed peacefully. The three ventured about 20 kilometers into the Star-Do Great Forest. As soon as dawn broke, the second day began. Qianlei turned and asked, "Not summoning?" Xuanyu frowned, wary. "Yesterday was a bit too calm. Do you two feel uneasy?" He was puzzled. "No, no danger detected," Lu Feng emphasized. "Not danger, but uneasiness. Don't forget our assessment goal is to get as many points as possible. But we had no gains yesterday. What about the other teams? We're probably already falling behind." This was likely what Xuanyu wanted to say. Qianlei looked at his companion in surprise. "How did you suddenly become so perceptive?" he joked proudly. "One must be good at observing and thinking." "Did you learn that from Xuanyu, or are you still as silly as ever?" he retorted defiantly. "You're the silly one," Xuanyu smiled, interrupting them. "Let's go. Based on yesterday's situation, we don't need to be too cautious. This might very well be a test of our adventurous spirit. At the same time, adaptability, courage, attentiveness, strength, and perception might all be key points of this assessment. It seems we must perform even more spectacularly." A flock of birds suddenly flew into the sky from the distant forest. Qianlei immediately noticed them. "Something's happening over there," Xuanyu quietly said to Lu Feng behind him. "Lu Feng, go check it out." Receiving the order, he flexibly complied. The flock of birds circled in the azure sky. Lu Feng had already returned. He reported that two soul beasts were fighting, a golden silk demon ape and a palm bear. They seem to be fighting over something very fiercely, and both are injured. Xuanyu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately told him, "Let's go." The two hid behind a huge tree, observing the ape and bear fighting. The golden silk demon ape frowned in anger. This 2-meter-tall golden silk demon ape had at least 1,000 years of cultivation, and it had been on the offensive. The palm bear opposite it was equally impressive. Its opponent, the 1,000-year palm bear, seemed to be constantly on the defensive. Xuanyu poked his head out to look, feeling something was off. "Something's not right. That palm bear has been standing still as if protecting something." The demon ape kept attacking, but the palm bear only defended, not moving an inch. He curiously looked around. Something entered Xuanyu's line of sight. It turned out to be a small Ganoderma plant behind a rock. For that plant, the Ganoderma was shimmering. It's a 1,000-year purple Ganoderma. Soul beasts that eat it can gain 1,000 years of cultivation. No wonder the two soul beasts are fighting to the death over it. Qianlei, next to him, spoke excitedly. "It's not just a 1,000-year purple Ganoderma, is it? It's a heavenly treasure. If we eat it, we can increase our soul power by 5 ranks. Xuanyu countered, leaving him stiff and speechless. "You wouldn't believe it if you didn't have the foresight. This is the Duluo world. What good would it do for you to eat it?" He looked at the two soul beasts, then prompted Qianlei. "Qianlei, it's your turn to show your strength." He was very bewildered. "Do I need to summon something?" Xuanyu's gaze was very firm. "No, go and connect with them." Qianlei hesitated. "It's possible, but they're not soul beasts I summoned, so they might be very hostile towards us." He leaned into his ear and gave him instructions. "Just do as I say. Do this and this." He suddenly understood. "Oh, that works too, boss. I feel like there's hope. How's your brain wired? You're amazing." He looked straight ahead, no longer hesitating. "All right, I'm going in." As soon as he finished speaking, Qianlei's eyes visibly brightened, and a barrier had already formed. The barrier was approaching the demon ape and the palm bear. They also sensed something, turning their heads simultaneously, their eyes filled with rage. Fortunately, Xuanyu stood in front of Qianlei. He let out a loud roar, and flames instantly enveloped Xuanyu's entire body. A dragon's roar sounded, and the two animals let out slight growls, retracting their killing intent. Seeing this, Qianlei frowned and mentally transmitted to it. The demon ape listened ponderously, making no strange moves, its eyes suddenly shining exceptionally bright. In less than 3 seconds it nodded in assent, and he joyfully exclaimed, "Great, it agreed to cooperate with us." The demon ape, without a word, pounced on the palm bear. Its eyes were crimson, its claws sharp, and a strange spiral halo appeared behind the golden silk demon ape. Its entire body shone with golden light, filled with power. Lan Xuanyu's golden patterned blue-silver grass gradually entwined around the golden silk demon ape, its gaze locked on the target, helping it greatly increase its strength. The demon ape roared, unleashing astonishing power. The golden silk demon ape felt a powerful force surging into it, facing the palm bear's innate soul skill without fear, and the ape and bear fought mercilessly, charging forward with fierce attacks. The interaction of their powers was too great. The palm bear was knocked back, and the Ganoderma tree was now exposed before the demon ape. It reached out to grab the Ganoderma tree, but before it could touch it, Lu Feng's figure flashed past and snatched it away. He held the Ganoderma tree and reported to Xuanyu. "Got it?" It glared furiously in that direction. The light on the demon ape's body had now turned a mysterious blue. The demon ape was about to pursue Lu Feng, but the aura of the blue-silver grass suddenly changed, shifting from vigorous growth to a bloodline-level suppression. The palm bear roared in defiance of that power, while Qianlei urged the demon ape, giving it no time to think. "Make a decision quickly. If you ally with us, the suppression will turn into enhancement." It nodded without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the golden silk demon ape nodded, and the light returned to its previous yellow color. The suppressed state immediately changed to an enhanced state. Meanwhile, Xuanyu in the distance was also doing his best to support the demon ape. "Let me lend you a hand." The precious vines in his hand snaked and crawled to the palm bear's feet. Under Xuanyu's control, they moved to the palm bear's abdomen, and the palm bear also felt a sense of restraint. Suddenly, a huge phantom mouth descended from nowhere. The phantom hovered over the palm bear's head as if it could swallow it at any moment. Seeing this, the palm bear trembled with fear, unable to stop. The demon ape took advantage of the palm bear's distraction and quickly rushed forward. The golden silk demon ape, having received the enhancement, naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity, attacking with all its might. A single blow from behind could fell it on the spot. It struck the palm bear's neck from behind. The palm bear thus fell to the ground, unable to stand. The demon ape scanned for the one who helped it. Xuanyu and Qianlei's figures were now in the distance. Their figures became increasingly blurred, unclear. He left a message for it through Qianlei's mental transmission. "Leave the opportunity to kill the palm bear to us," it responded with a roar. At the same time, the Ganoderma tree was also fluctuating and glowing. Qianlei turned and whispered. It agreed. Xuanyu gently signaled to Lu Feng. "Lu Feng, you're up." He didn't answer, simply charged forward with his blade, thrusting directly at the palm bear's throat with Silver Moon Wind Blade. Its body gradually withered and its energy thus dissipated. This energy was actually absorbed by the three of them. The energy emanating from the palm bear's corpse transformed into points and was added to the trio's scores. Suddenly, Xuanyu's expression and tone now became very strange. "Next, let's negotiate." He first laid out his demands, telling it to cooperate with him. The 1,000-year purple Ganoderma would be its, as long as it followed them for 6 days and fought with them. In addition, Xuanyu added a threat. "If it doesn't agree, we'll destroy this purple Ganoderma and fight it to the death." The demon ape glanced with hatred. The golden silk demon ape was very afraid of Lan Xuanyu's blue-silver grass. It understood that the growth and suppression of this blue-silver grass were solely at Lan Xuanyu's whim, so it made a decision. It hesitated for a long time before nodding in agreement. Qianlei received the purple demon ape's reply. He happily told Xuanyu. It agreed, but if it encounters an opponent it can't handle, it will leave. Everything seemed to be going according to his plan. Very good, their group had already allied with the demon ape. The preliminary alliance was complete. They had walked a long way, and Qianlei, still puzzled, asked, "What now? Go deeper into the forest?" Xuanyu looked around and proposed a plan. "Not yet, we must gain the golden silk demon ape's trust. After all, soul beasts have always rejected humans." He didn't forget to assign Qianlei a mental transmission task. "You tell it, we can help it deal with its enemies as long as we get the final kill." The demon ape received the signal, reacted strongly at first but quickly returned to normal, transmitting mentally to him. Qianlei immediately reported the situation. It said its mortal enemies are 3,000-year golden-eyed leopards. The golden-eyed leopards ate its soul core. It wants us to help it kill these 3. Xuanyu's eyes widened in surprise. 3 golden-eyed leopards? Ask it about their specific cultivation levels. He answered based on what he understood. About 1,500 years. His gaze and voice were very firm. "All right, we'll help it. Tell it to lead the way." The giant wings in front quickly swept past. A demon ape sat on the mountaintop overlooking the plain below. Xuanyu and Qianlei followed closely, observing the situation. "It's luring the 3 golden-eyed leopards over. Prepare for battle." The 3 golden-eyed leopards quickly rushed from a distance, surrounding the golden silk demon ape. It attacked from 3 different directions. The golden-eyed leopard stared, slowly approaching the demon ape, which frowned, its face filled with anger. Taking advantage of the golden-eyed leopard's inattention, the demon ape charged forward, intending a sneak attack. Unexpectedly, one of the golden-eyed leopard's companions saw it, and it roared, letting its companion know that the golden-eyed leopard in front had activated its innate soul skill. Golden-eye gaze could instantly stiffen an opponent's body. This caused the charging golden silk demon ape to lose its balance. The demon ape fell into a disadvantage, and the 3 golden-eyed leopards charged simultaneously. The 3 golden-eyed leopards took the opportunity to gang up, making the situation extremely unfavorable for the golden silk demon ape. Fortunately, Xuanyu was there to support it. He chanted and summoned vines rapidly entwined around the demon ape's waist. As soon as the 3 golden-eyed leopards charged, the demon ape was rescued from the encirclement. It concentrated all its accumulated energy. The golden silk demon ape understood that this was the best opportunity created by its opponent. It bent down, fully unleashing its innate soul skill. Golden ape tremor, the golden-eyed leopards only then reacted, but it seemed too late. As soon as the golden silk demon ape charged, it desperately launched an attack, startling the golden-eyed leopards. They curled into ball shapes, then fell freely. They hastily defended their vital points, having just endured the golden silk demon ape's attack. They fell straight down without any support and landed directly on the ground at their landing spot. Qianlei, Xuanyu and Lu Feng were also giving their all at this moment, hoping to catch these 3 golden-eyed leopards who happened to fall into the place where Lan Xuanyu's trio was hiding. Qianlei summoned a dragon head in front of him using his first soul skill, Gate of Summoning, and second soul skill, Replication. 2 dragon heads opened their mouths wide, just waiting for them to fall straight into them. Moonlight shone. Silver Moon Wolf right arm soul bone, followed by Lu Feng holding his long spear thrusting straight forward. A Silver Moon wind blade shot towards Xuanyu, who was accumulating a huge energy ball in his hand. A flash of light appeared in Xuanyu's eyes, and he unhesitatingly raised his hand to summon an attack. Golden dragon soaring sky. 3 huge explosions occurred simultaneously, shaking the entire forest. The demon ape sat aside, waiting for the results, somewhat surprised by the swirling smoke. Even the golden silk demon ape couldn't believe it. Less than 10 seconds into the battle, the 3 golden-eyed leopards seemed to have vanished into thin air, their aura completely gone. "That's great, all taken care of," Lu Feng asked doubtfully. "Those were 3,000-year soul beasts, right? And we handled them?" Qianlei nodded and replied. Luring the enemy and the Golden Silk Demon Ape's full burst attack were the key to this battle. We also took care of the finishing blows. Xuanyu smiled as he looked at them both. This is thanks to our boss's brilliant tactics. He walked up to the Demon Ape. Xuanyu handed over the Ganoderma, then gave Qianlei a task. Qianlei, tell it to eat the Ganoderma to help it recover its stamina. His gaze was very serious, not deceiving. Tell it that we trust it to keep its promise. The Demon Ape looked at him, growing suspicious, and quickly snatched the Ganoderma from Xuanyu's hand. Then without seeking any permission, it simply stuffed it directly into its mouth. The Demon Ape jumped elsewhere, and only then did he react. Xuanyu calmly asked Qianlei, "What is it doing?" "It seems to be going to the golden-eyed leopard's corpse." "What does it want?" At this moment, the Demon Ape had already returned, holding something in its hand. He looked at it and felt an itch. It was holding a strange skull. Golden-eyed leopard head soul bone. A soul bone? Xuanyu and his group were overjoyed. This is an extremely rare head soul bone. Xuanyu, Qianlei, and Lu Feng's expressions stiffened as they remembered. Wait, this is a simulation world, the three of them cried and sighed together. And it's a Shrek Academy exclusive assessment area. You can't even exchange it for Duluo coins. The three fell into silent contemplation, suddenly wanting to cry. No one has ever seen anything like this. Putting aside their emotions, Xuanyu picked up the skull and examined it carefully. He turned and assigned the task to Qianlei. "You tell the Golden Silk Demon Ape it needs this more. Tell it to keep it for itself." "What?" "Give it to it." The Demon Ape looked bewildered at their actions. "Can humanoid soul beasts also fuse soul bones? We have no use for it anyway, so we might as well give it to it as a favor." The Demon Ape's eyes widened, pointing at itself. It asked if it could really fuse it. Xuanyu nodded, then handed it over. The Demon Ape looked at him, then at the item in its hand, and then smiled. It happily took the item from Xuanyu's hand. The Golden Silk Demon Ape took the soul bone and began to fuse it, coupled with the 1,000-year purple Ganoderma it had eaten earlier. After the medicinal effects took hold, it fell into a deep sleep. He and Qianlei stared at it intently. "Our current point score, I'm afraid others will find it hard to surpass. Let's guard it." The sun gradually emerged. Early the next morning, the Golden Silk Demon Ape still hadn't woken up. Branches and leaves covered the Demon Ape's body. Xuanyu used branches and stones to conceal the Golden Silk Demon Ape's body. The trio then continued on their way, cautiously venturing deeper into the dense forest. Xuanyu led the way. For the next 2 days they did not hunt any more 1,000-year soul beasts. Time gradually passed, and it was the 5th day of the selection assessment. Qianlei's tone was very worried. "Only 3 days left. I wonder how our score is and if we can make it into the top 10? Xuanyu spoke to comfort him and alleviate his worry. "Don't rush. Next, it's very likely to become a situation where groups steal points from each other. For us, the most important thing is to always maintain our optimal state." A resolute look appeared in his eyes. "This isn't something everyone can do. This way, if we encounter other groups, we'll have an advantage." The two looked ahead, and Qianlei seemed to have discovered something. "Hey, it looks like someone's coming over." Their group quickly climbed a tree to hide. "There's fighting moving towards us." "Saw it." Xuanyu's eyes widened in surprise. "Below, there's a girl running in a panic. Isn't that Yi Lingtong? She has wounds on her face and she's alone. Seems injured." There are 3 figures chasing Lingtong from behind. 3 people are chasing her. The figures of the pursuers gradually became clear. He saw their name tags and immediately recognized them as people from Lingtian Academy. Lingtian Academy, Lingtian Continent, Molan Continent, Tinluo Academy, Tinling Academy are the top academy on Tinluo Star for 100 years, and also the target Tinluo Academy most wants to surpass. Tinluo Academy, Lingtian, the top 6 in the preliminary selection scores. Apart from Lan Xuanyu's group, which ranked first, the other 5 groups were all from Lingtian Academy. Lu Feng stood next to Xuanyu asking for instructions. "What do we do? Help or not?" He didn't answer, still pondering the question. "Tinling Academy, huh? Why would we pass up free points?" Back to Lingtong, she continuously dodged the attacks of the 3 strangers. A pursuer suddenly appeared behind Lingtong, trying to ambush her. Lingtong only noticed then, but it was too late to escape. Lingtong's eyes widened, thinking she would die here. Lu Feng originally wanted to ambush from behind but failed. Damn it, fortunately a vine wrapped around her waist in time. Lingtong realized something in surprise. The person slashed down intending to finish Lingtong, but the vine had already pulled her back. The person turned around very surprised. Opposite, a dragon was accumulating power with its mouth wide open. It unleashed an attack, causing a huge explosion and forcing the person to dodge. The green-haired person was still searching in confusion, not noticing Lu Feng ambushing from behind. "Is it a soul beast?" A timely attack from a green-haired companion stopped him, saving the green-haired person. Careful, a sneak attack. Following the sound, Lu Feng also turned to look. He didn't have time to dodge, was hit and thrown far away. As for Lingtong, she had been saved by Xuanyu. He stood beside Lingtong and she looked at him with wide eyes. Sure enough, Xuanyu looked straight ahead, exceptionally handsome. It was him. The strangers earlier looked around for Lingtong. We didn't expect our sudden attack to be easily countered by them. It seems this group, he then evaluated that they were tougher to deal with than imagined. Xuanyu looked at Lingtong in surprise. "What? Lu Tianxun and Chang Jianyuan have already been killed by them," she replied truthfully without concealment. "They ambushed us. We were dealing with 3,000-year Heaven's Fury demon masters at the time, and they easily snatched our points, leaving only me to escape. Those people haven't left yet," insisting on finding her before giving up. He looked at them, his heart filled with anger. It seems this family is very outstanding in both strength and strategy. Yao Ming was the first to speak to the other two. Let's introduce ourselves. Li Yaming, Lingtian Academy. Xu Zixuan and Rong Xin then spoke. Xu Zixuan, Lingtian Academy. Xu Rongxin, Lingtian Academy. Xuanyu listened to the names and suddenly realized, judging by their names, they ranked 5th in the preliminaries. His muffled voice came from the distant bushes. Lan Xuanyu, Qianlei, Lu Feng, Tinluo Academy. Yao Ming immediately remembered, it's them. The preliminary champions. He put on a friendly face, wanting to speak to Xuanyu. So it's the preliminary champions, a pleasure to meet you. I believe you also understand that if we fight, it's likely to be a lose-lose situation. Yao Ming, without tact, still dared to make a request to him. As long as Brother Lan is willing to hand over that little girl, we will leave immediately, and let's all get good results in this selection together. Xuanyu could no longer tolerate them and roared loudly. Attack! The person was bewildered, and the next second, several bolts of lightning appeared. The lightning struck directly where Yao Ming stood. He threw out a vine and said to Lingtong, Yi Lingtong, go. Lan Xuanyu's bloodline power entered Yi Lingtong's body, instantly restoring her sky gang fluctuation to its peak. The purple electric dragon continuously spat out thunderballs without stopping. Yao Ming pondered deeply. The purple electric dragon's attack was too fast, it had to be controlled. He ordered Guanghu, it's up to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Zixuan and Rongxin rushed forward together, intending to capture Lingtong alive. A red light suddenly flashed in her eyes. All of them were greatly surprised. The next second, Lingtong burst out with power, throwing the three of them far away. She was very surprised. Perhaps Lingtong had never achieved this level before. So strong, how did she suddenly become stronger? Meanwhile, Lan Xuanyu did not participate in their confrontation, aiming directly at Li Yaming. Yao Ming's gaze was very serious. A phantom appeared behind him. Am I being underestimated? He simply planned to let the light orb fly forward. Xuanyu didn't dodge, still thinking, the light element is too dense, this light orb is very powerful. A huge ice wall designated by him immediately appeared before him. Ice wall, the destructive power of the light orb is too strong, the ice wall couldn't hold up and shattered just like that. Xuanyu exerted all his strength trying to block the light orb. Golden pattern blue-silver grass's second soul skill, body enhancement. A light orb was slowly forming in his palm. Xuanyu used all his might to unleash the move he had just been brewing, Golden Dragon Soaring Sky. Yao Ming's eyes widened in surprise. This move is not simple. He floated in the air, having made up his mind. He had no choice but to use his strongest move. Third soul skill, Millennium Soul Ring skill, Divine Light Talisman Body. Qianlei observed from the side, worried. The control over the light element is too strong. The sky has grown dark. Yao Ming's light orb grew larger and larger. Xuanyu's light orb was equally impressive, shining brightly and illuminating the entire sky. The two light orbs were unleashed and collided just like that. He was pushed back by the powerful force. Yao Ming also took a few steps back. He actually praised Xuanyu. As expected of the preliminary champion, even though his cultivation is so much weaker than mine, he actually managed to push me back, Yao Ming sneered, his face full of disdain. But it's not that easy to defeat me. The sight before him greatly startled him. Before he could smile for long, Yao Ming froze, shocked. Something was slowly dissipating, and the emerald demon bird simultaneously swept past again, the yellow light disappearing, gradually evaporating, leaving no trace. Xuanyu's gaze was deep, his thoughts racing. Golden Dragon Soaring Sky from the very beginning was meant to unleash our true killing move. The emerald demon bird whizzed past. The true killing move was the emerald demon bird. Rongxin suddenly turned his head, looking in the direction it flew. Captain. He immediately realized someone was trying to ambush him from behind. That person was none other than Lu Feng. He didn't hesitate, fiercely stabbing the ground. Fortunately, Rongxin flapped his wings in time to dodge. White Dragon Leap. Rongxin tried hard to encourage himself. I just need to hold him off, wait for the captain and Old Shu to deal with their opponents. As soon as he finished speaking, a bright light flashed before his eyes and the emerald demon bird flew back and forth. Qianlei hid in the bushes, looking cunningly at it. No, the secret weapon to win this battle is the little guy. Xuanyu's tone was very confident. Solving the opponent as quickly as possible is the best way. This battle is all up to you. 2 people have been dealt with, leaving only 1 person trapped in the air. Now there's only 1 opponent left. Victory is within reach. He looked around in confusion. How is this possible? What happened? Am I the only one left? The expression on his face gradually showed fear. I must escape, otherwise my points will. The emerald demon bird appeared and disappeared mysteriously. He watched it with wide eyes. The emerald demon bird fiercely pounced on the trapped person who was still desperately defending. Netherworld clone, Qianlei commanded from the side. Go, emerald demon bird. The trapped person frowned, trying his best to hold on. Before even a minute passed, that person had to go see his ancestors. Xuanyu already had a plan in his mind, but he was still a little surprised. Although it wasn't a one-hit kill, it did hit him. Next, rapid footsteps in the distance caught his attention. Yi Lingtong said nothing, just did as she pleased. Her wide eyes held only hatred. Yi Lingtong, she thought. Lingtong clenched her fist tightly, striking with all her might. Her fist was incredibly powerful, bursting with fireworks. Xuanyu and everyone present were stunned. Lingtong was absorbing that person's energy. Qianlei panicked. Yi Lingtong, what are you doing? Lingtong didn't answer, and he was very worried. Xuanyu, she snatched all the points. Silence filled the air. No one spoke. Xuanyu said in a deep voice, why I need an explanation. Lingtong turned her face slightly, not daring to look directly. I was afraid he would escape. Her eyes sparkled with obvious deception. He's too cunning. What if he accidentally escaped? He no longer held back, stating truthfully. Yi Lingtang, do you think we're fools? Can he be faster than Lu Feng, or faster than the Emerald Demon Bird? Xuanyu's words and gaze were full of anger. We saved you when you were in danger, and this is how you repay us? Lingtang felt a little guilty, and finally she apologized. I'm sorry, I don't know why I got so emotional. I really couldn't accept them snatching our soul beast points. The two argued back and forth endlessly. This is about whether I can pass the assessment. At worst, I'll cooperate well with you in the next assessment and help you kill more soul beasts to make up for it. Xuanyu flatly denied. We don't need a teammate like you. Do you know what your actions just now were called? He was gradually losing his patience. It's called repaying kindness with enmity. I really didn't expect you to be such a selfish person. Lingtang didn't understand what the problem was. I'm selfish? I was just doing it for my team. We're all classmates. What's wrong with helping each other? She in turn accused Xuanyu. Why are you so petty? Lu Feng stood aside, gritting his teeth and enduring. At worst, I'll just leave. It's just some points. He couldn't hold back anymore and jumped out to argue. This is truly unreasonable. You suddenly attacked. Did you ask us? How can you turn around and say we're petty? Lingtang gritted her teeth in anger. She shouted loudly. I'm talking to Lan Xuanyu. Stop wasting my time. Lingtang's eyes suddenly widened as if she realized something. Her entire being was now enveloped in a strange light. The blue-silver grass's amplification had changed. Lingtang fumbled, guessing. Bloodline suppression. Xuanyu said nothing, just extended his hand and cast a spell in front of him. Fear spread throughout her body. Lan Xuanyu, you. Xuanyu grabbed Lingtang's neck and then lifted her high. She wasn't afraid, trying to say each word. You, what are you trying to do? He remained silent. Xuanyu looked up, warning seriously. No one can insult my brothers. Lu Feng is my brother and so is Qianlei. Xuanyu stood firm. You want to help your team earn points. That's right, but I also have my friends. Every word Xuanyu said made the atmosphere there increasingly tense. If it weren't for my decision, they wouldn't have had to risk their lives to save you, and we would have earned fewer points. He remained silent throughout. And all of this was caused by me. I must take responsibility for it. Xuanyu made a decision. Yi Lingtang, your decision today means we can no longer be friends, let alone teammates. His tone grew heavier and heavier. You betrayed our trust. Xuanyu's eyes were filled with deep anger. From now on we'll go our separate ways. Goodbye. Lingtang wanted to say something, feeling wronged, but Xuanyu ignored her. You, how dare you? Lu Feng was a little worried about this situation. Xuanyu, you're choking her. She's struggling. Lingtang suddenly stopped and then she disappeared into thin air. Lu Feng and Qianlei were both bewildered by this situation. The smoke was slowly dissipating. Xuanyu sighed wearily. Qianlei frowned. Xuanyu, isn't this a bit much? The problem continued. How do we explain this back at the class? Only then did he turn around and reply with a hint of hesitation on his face. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I'll take all the responsibility. Lu Feng and Qianlei did not abandon Xuanyu. The two took turns comforting him. What nonsense are you talking about? Aren't we a team? We'll bear any responsibility together. He was right. Why are we still distinguishing between us so clearly? Both of them firmly believed in one thing. No matter the outcome, we will face it together. Xuanyu's eyes widened, very surprised. He happily nodded in agreement. Lan Xuanyu actually understood in his heart. A large part of his reason for doing this was that it was a simulated space. If it were in the real world, he definitely wouldn't have taken such action. A flock of birds in the deep forest suddenly took flight, and Lu Feng immediately noticed movement. It seems a soul beast is coming. Hide quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them squatted down together, hiding behind a small hill in the grass. They hadn't seen anyone yet. After waiting a while, someone finally appeared. They saw a familiar figure, so they craned their necks to confirm. It's the golden silk demon ape. Is it the one we encountered before? The demon ape thumped and ran forward, and Qianlei immediately sent a mental message to it. It received the signal and raised a hand in response. He turned around and reported the situation to Xuanyu. It said it came to fulfill its promise and apologized for making us wait so long. He pursed his lips, feeling a little sad. It seems that sometimes humans are not as good as soul beasts. The demon ape happily walked in front of the three of them. Xuanyu sat on a tree and proposed the next plan. Next, let's start looking for people. According to the current situation, in the last 3 days, we will likely encounter many contestants. It's very probable that Shrek Academy is actively making us interact. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, in these 7 days of assessment, the first 4 days might be for us to accumulate points, and the last 3 days will be for us to engage in a free-for-all. This matter seems very serious, so in the time that follows we must face mutual slaughter among the contestants. Lu Feng and Qianlei were still bewildered. Mutual slaughter, then what should we do? Xuanyu assigned them tasks. Lu Feng, dig a cave in the canopy of that tree and will hide there to rest. He didn't forget to assign Qianlei a task. Qianlei, have the golden silk demon ape scout around for human soul masters, but don't engage in conflict with them, he instructed word by word. We'll protect ourselves first, and when they've fought enough, we'll go out and look for opportunities to deliver the finishing blow. Just as Lan Xuanyu expected, the golden silk demon ape encountered more and more human soul masters. It seemed that news of human soul master battles came every hour until the 6th day. The team that Lan Xuanyu paid the most attention to was one with 9 soul masters, seemingly 3 small soul master teams allied together, specifically hunting other small teams. Xuanyu's expression was very serious. 3 small teams allied as expected. Their tactics are very ruthless. Xuanyu reported the situation. These 3 small teams are very likely all from Lingtian Academy. As long as the number of people in these 3 teams is evenly distributed, they can all qualify together. This team might be the biggest obstacle we have to face from now on, just this one team. The Golden Silk Demon Ape continuously brought back news. By the end of the 6th day, this team had already taken down more than 10 Soul Master teams with astonishing efficiency. Xuanyu briefly glanced at it and internally evaluated. There must be an expert commander among them, and their abilities are quite excellent. He sat alone at the cave entrance waiting. On the eve of the 7th day, Lan Xuanyu didn't seem to have slept. He had been pondering the final countermeasure. The sun rose high, the last day of the selection assessment. Before starting, Xuanyu didn't forget to inform them in advance. This plan of mine is quite risky. If we fail, we're very likely to be eliminated. He seriously listed the privileges of winning. If successful, we're very likely to win the championship. The success rate of this plan is between 60 and 70. Xuanyu asked Lu Feng and Qianlei, "What do you think? Should we take the risk?" The camera shifted to a high mountain where Bing Tinliang looked down from above. The leader of Lingtian Academy, Bing Tinliang. A brief introduction to Bing Tinliang. He is a genius recognized by both teachers and students of Lingtian Academy. The teachers even call him the most outstanding student in Lingtian Academy's history. Because of his outstanding performance, he was pre-admitted to Shrek Academy. But Bing Tinliang didn't accept. He had absolute confidence that he would definitely pass the Shrek entrance exam. It wasn't until the final results of the preliminary selection were announced that he truly felt defeat for the first time. And it was a crushing defeat. Such a huge point difference created an invisible feeling within him. After calming down, Bing Tinliang analyzed and secretly guessed that his opponent might have let the 2 giant dragons fight each other, then intervened when both were injured. That's how he got such a high score, and he secretly identified Lan Xuanyu as that person. "We'll find you eventually." A girl's voice pulled Bing Tinliang back to reality. That person was Liang Shushi. Liang Shushi was Bing Tinliang's childhood sweetheart, having grown up together. Bing Tinliang gently turned his head and reminded her, "What's wrong?" Shushi said not to call me that, don't be like them. She smiled happily, "It sounds cute that way." "What should I call you then?" Seeing that he was a bit uncomfortable, Shushi just asked softly. "Brother Bing, is that okay?" He reluctantly agreed. All right, say it. What is it?" Getting to the point, Shushi immediately became serious. "We found another group of people. They seem to be quite strong." Bing Tinliang pressed for more information. "Did you confirm their identities?" She replied honestly. "It might not be the person you're looking for, not from Tinluo Academy." His tone was somewhat hesitant. "Is that so? Let's both jump down, get ready to fight." The demon ape hidden in the tree saw them, and the next second it flew away with a whoosh. A group of people was entering the forest, the Dragon Phoenix Soul Master Academy team. They had just discovered a heavily injured soul beast, a golden silk demon ape with at least 1,000 years of cultivation. They were now quickly pursuing it. Yi Wei stopped to check, finding fresh bloodstains on the ground. He looked up to assess the situation and said, "Pursue. It can't escape. Consuming it like this will make it easier to deal with later." After giving the order, he quickly flew off in the direction of the demon ape's escape. The demon ape held something, looking around and observing the situation. The demon ape's hand still held something dripping blood. Blood dripped onto the ground, intentionally leaving a trail. Without hesitation, it threw the item forward. Done, the demon ape's mission was completed. Yi Wei felt his face fill with excitement. "It's right ahead, we must catch it." Bing Tinliang frowned, determined to catch them all. Yi Wei looked up ahead, then suddenly stopped, raising his hand to signal, "Wait, something's not right." He scanned from left to right, confirming the situation. They stood motionless, daring not to move. At this moment, the gray-haired person finally reacted and shouted, "Run!" But it was already too late. A strange voice came from behind. "Stay!" Strong currents and light appeared right behind them, terrifying Yi Wei. Bing Tinliang made a very grand entrance. "I'm a 4-ring soul venerable, how is that possible?" He looked at them with cold eyes. Truly monsters. Yi Wei looked around, counting the enemies, and there were 6 of them in total. He seemed to be in a predicament, unable to escape. Yi Wei gritted his teeth, trying to think of a way, then lowered his stance and pleaded, "Don't attack." Yi Wei bent down, not daring to look up. "I am Yi Wei from Dragon Phoenix Academy. Can we make a deal? As long as you let us go." He proposed a condition. "I am willing to exchange for Duluo coins, 1,000 Duluo coins." Bing Tinliang named an exorbitant price again, 3,000. "I'm still considering it." Yi Wei didn't accept and shouted, 1,500, no more. That's my entire class's savings. Seeing him like this, Bing Tinliang merely chuckled. Yi Wei was stunned again, thinking he had smiled. Did he agree? The next second, one of his teammates was killed by Bing Tinliang's electric shock. He looked at them with a dark face, his eyes filled with killing intent, determined not to let them go. Yi Wei's mouth hung open, speechless. Bing Tinliang's teammates ran off, leaving only Yi Wei and him. Without a word, Bing Tinliang charged towards him. A purple soul ring light erupted from Bing Tinliang. Light shimmered around him, and in a blink of an eye he was in front of Yi Wei. So fast, how did he get here? Yi Wei was no weakling. He took out several treasures from his person, but I'm not that easy to deal with either. A huge explosion immediately occurred between the two. Bing Tinliang had to stop to avoid injury. He frowned, looking ahead without hesitation. Bing Tianliang relentlessly pursued him. He skillfully dodged obstacles. Yi Yiwei turned back to observe the situation, stunned. To prevent himself from being caught, Yi Yiwei continued to release treasures. His third soul skill, Sonic Button. The object split apart, emitting light that shone on Bing Tianliang's face, blinding him. The next second, the object exploded, making it impossible to distinguish who was who. Taking advantage of this good opportunity, he quickly escaped. Yi Yiwei set a goal for himself. Maybe I can stop them. Escape from here at all costs, but his soul power was already half depleted. In the nearby forest, screams echoed throughout. The girl's figure chased the demon ape alone, fearless. Shushi reported the situation. Little Tian, I'm the only one left. Shushi's face turned grim. She seemed to have guessed that this golden silk demon ape was a trap. The demon ape stopped, preparing to counterattack. We sent 3 people to chase the injured soul beast, but we didn't expect this soul beast. It turned around and roared with an open mouth, a 3,000-year golden silk demon ape in its prime. Not far away, a familiar figure loomed, moving with it. That person was Xuanyu. And there was another humanoid soul master. Shushi's eyes widened in surprise, looking at him. He might be the mastermind behind it. The demon ape rushed over, striking the ground with a heavy punch. She stepped back, then assessed the situation. This golden silk demon ape doesn't seem like a soul spirit, nor could it be summoned by his strength. Xuanyu was also directing it from behind. But how could one person and one soul beast cooperate so seamlessly? And he also seemed to be enhancing the demon ape's power. After some thought, Shushi realized that he was from the preliminary champion team. Xuanyu replied without hesitation, "You're right." At the same time, several darts shot towards her. Indeed, Shushi squinted at him. He was the person Brother Bing was looking for. She stopped, preparing to unleash her skill. Since she couldn't escape, she would try to heavily injure this golden silk demon ape to clear the path for Brother Bing. Shushi looked straight ahead, fearless. Third soul skill, splitting light flash. She and the demon ape charged together to attack. It threw a punch and Shushi retreated to dodge. She thrust her weapon directly at the demon ape. "I've found your weak point, I'll take your eyes." Suddenly, the demon ape revealed a strange smile. Shushi stopped, somewhat bewildered. Its entire body glowed with dazzling light, making it difficult to see clearly. Unable to dodge, "Oh no, my eyes!" The demon ape raised its hand and opened its mouth wide. Before Shushi could escape, she was caught and bitten fiercely on the neck. This scene spread throughout the forest. Shushi and Bing Tianliang seemed to have a telepathic connection. He witnessed everything she endured, the purple demon eye. Bing Tianliang's face turned grim, frozen in place. Shushi, his anger erupted, his power astonishing. No, Xuanyu was absorbing power, but he found a problem. "Absorb, this isn't good." He climbed onto the demon ape and then commanded it, "Quickly leave here." However, Bing Tianliang was already close behind. Wherever it went, he pursued relentlessly. Xuanyu was surprised by this situation. How could he be so fast? He was almost caught up. He gently looked back only to see Bing Tianliang extremely angry now. Four-ring soul venerable, he frowned, struggling to restrain himself. Xuanyu turned around and kicked the demon ape's back, then made up his mind. If he couldn't escape, he would undo the ice band wrapped around his arm. Xuanyu extended both hands, then unleashed his move, Golden Dragon Soaring Sky, and a huge dragon head flew towards Bing Tianliang. He frowned, very displeased. His and Xuanyu's powers clashed head-on. A huge explosion immediately occurred, and Xuanyu was actually at a disadvantage, thrown backward with only Bing Tianliang standing firm. Xuanyu couldn't stop, crashing into a tree root. The demon ape intended to rush over and ambush Bing Tianliang. He sat in the tree root, blood constantly flowing from his mouth. Cultivation. Xuanyu's entire body was tattered, his face covered in wounds. The gap was too wide. It seemed that in the face of absolute strength, any plan could be overturned. His vision gradually blurred, only seeing the demon ape resisting attacks, protecting Xuanyu. All of this could be overturned. Despite the intense pain, Xuanyu gritted his teeth and persevered. Unable to pass out, he had to remain conscious and maintain the golden and silver vortex in his chest. Lan Xuanyu's 2 golden and silver bloodlines within him circulated, rapidly healing him. One of Bing Tianliang's people immediately noticed the 2 bloodlines. After hearing this, he gritted his teeth and ordered, "One person, go see if he's dead." The subordinate immediately rushed off. Bing Tianliang's eyes were filled with hatred. This guy who participated in Shushi's death, he vented all his anger on the golden demon. "You must die here." On the other side, the black-haired person had already flown down to the tree root. "Is that you?" Xuanyu breathed with difficulty. Seeing this, the person immediately drew a dagger. "Not dead yet, then I'll send you on your way." As soon as he finished speaking, the dagger unhesitatingly slashed down. He could only weakly raise his hand to block. "Lu Feng and Qian Lei, you two must escape." But contrary to expectations, where the dagger tip met Xuanyu's hand, a blue light suddenly flashed. It pierced into the ring on his hand, instantly awakening a cosmic-like space from which a terrifying energy emanated, causing Bing Tianliang to stop his movements. The others also looked back simultaneously. He couldn't help but tremble, seeing those blood-red lines streaking across the sky. "What was that? It actually made me tremble." His gaze remained fixed on their direction. Filled with speculation, that was its name. Those blood threads all flew towards the place where the blue light was emanating. Some small water droplets floated around Xuanyu, but soon they all converged, taking on the form of the abyssal split halberd. He himself was greatly surprised, his hand unconsciously tightening around the halberd. What was this? But soon the abyssal split halberd disappeared without a trace. He looked down at the shimmering ring on his hand. A scene from the past flashed through Xuanyu's mind, something that had suddenly appeared when he was a child. He looked at the remaining bit of blue energy, lost in thought. It could transform into a huge halberd, but it seems I still can't control it now. Bing Tinliang immediately felt a trace of apprehension. Does that guy have a backup weapon? The golden silk demon ape was shaken by that aura. It looked back at Lan Xuanyu, then launched a fierce electric shock, counterattacking the 5 people from Lingtian Academy. At this moment, a call suddenly came from the grass beside him. Xuanyu. Qianlei was extremely anxious, immediately asking about the situation. How is it? Are you okay? Lu Feng and I have dealt with the 2 from Dragon Phoenix. The points are all ours. But I can't contact Lu Feng right now. Xuanyu lowered his eyes and pondered after hearing this. If his teammates came back to save him, it wouldn't be so easy to escape. If all 3 were killed, thinking of this, he immediately made up his mind. Qianlei opened the gate of summoning. I'll help you. Soon a beautiful glass door appeared. Xuanyu extended his hand and attached his blue-silver grass to the door. The little guy, seeing this, continued to press. Then what do we do? Although in pain, every word he spoke was very clear. Leave immediately. Return to our cave in the tree. Seal your aura until the assessment ends. Qianlei immediately refused after hearing this. What about you? Xuanyu calmly reassured. Don't worry about me. One of us 3 must survive to ensure the points are intact. Watching the little guy run off, he finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Xuanyu looked up at the sky, feeling somewhat lost. Will he come? But for now, he could only wait patiently. In this situation, he could only place his hopes on him. After an unknown amount of time, a voice came from inside the door. Why did you summon me? Xuanyu finally dared to relax, even having time to guess that her mood sounded quite bad. He said with difficulty to Qianchu inside the door. Save me, I'm almost at my limit. Hearing this, a pair of feet immediately stepped out, followed by Qianchu's beautiful face, and finally her entire body emerged. She gently raised her eyebrow, then glanced aside. The next second, Qianchu's expression became full of interest, as if she had just discovered something rare. She asked curiously, how did you get so burnt? Xuanyu's forehead immediately broke out in black lines. What burnt? Can't you see I'm about to fall apart? Then the 2 quickly exchanged information. Why did you call me? Isn't this Shrek Academy's selection? Aren't you participating? I've been specially recruited. Can you help me then? Qianchu covered her face after hearing this, pretending to be cute. Why should I help you? So you can get into Shrek Academy and be an eyesore in front of me every day? Xuanyu immediately said anxiously. You've at least hugged me and kissed me. For old time's sake. Before he could finish, she cursed him into silence. Shut up or I'll end your assessment right now. He raised his watery eyes, nodding obediently. All right, I was wrong. I won't say it again. So what will it take for you to help me? Qianchu extended 3 fingers. Promise me 3 conditions and I'll help you. Xuanyu again spoke faster than he thought. Just let you kiss me back, hug me back. At most let you kick me again, no problem. The result, as expected, was a beating. I'm sending you on your way now. Qianchu was very firm. You must agree to my 3 conditions. Whatever I tell you to do, you must do it. Don't worry, they will be things you can do. Xuanyu remained silent after hearing this, only thinking to himself, I will never agree to this. At most I'll just try again next year. But what about Lu Feng and Qianlei? They no longer have a chance. He cast his gaze towards where Lu Feng was fighting. He used his white dragon spear to force back his opponent, but it was a 2-on-1 situation. Xuanyu sighed softly. When he opened his eyes, his gaze became unusually firm. All right, I promise you. Qianchu nodded after hearing this. That's better. Immediately after, her face instantly turned cold. Who hurt you like this? He hesitated, pointing at Bing Tinliang. Probably that guy. Bing Tinliang also noticed the situation over here at this moment. What's going on? How did a girl appear over there? Qianchu looked over, also a little surprised. A 4-ring? Is there someone of the same age with such cultivation on this planet? Scanning the entire area, she immediately felt it was unfair. And there were 5 of them on the opposing side, truly too unfair. Qianchu secretly calculated that summoning time was limited, so she quickly made a decision to go all out. Xuanyu, seeing this, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Great, this ancestor is finally willing to make a move. Bing Tinliang sent 2 people to meet the new opponent. Wu Tian rushed up after hearing the order. Let's go. Lu away from behind was not to be outdone, quickly releasing countless vines. Qianchu, seeing this, immediately rotated the ice spear in her hand, cutting off all the vines. Still daring to approach, he took the opportunity to rush up. Take this, Wu Tian, a power-type soul master, soul power. Rank 33 martial soul, Vein Blade. Wu Tian's blade in hand struck heavily using his first soul skill, Vein Blade Slash. Qianchu frowned slightly, quickly choosing a countermeasure in her mind. The momentum is strong. I absolutely cannot let his momentum suppress me. Wu Tian stood there, his face showing panic, and he couldn't help but think, what, this girl isn't dodging, is she crazy? Meanwhile, Qianchu charged forward aggressively, wielding her ice spear. In an instant, a fierce collision occurred between the two. Dong Qianchu's ice spear touched the side of the vein blade, causing the blade to tilt downwards, its force slashing towards Dong Qianchu's side. The sight before her surprised Qianchu somewhat. Wu Tian, with his keen reflexes, quickly retreated a few steps. In a flash he launched another attack, his second soul skill, Bati as blade. This unexpected move caused Qianchu to fall into contemplation. A suicidal attack? How could I possibly risk my life with you? The next second their weapons clashed again. However, this time Wu Tian's precious sword was instantly frozen. The cold spread at an astonishing speed. By the time he reacted, the cold had already reached his arm. This scene made Wu Tian confused. This girl's movement technique is too powerful. You actually froze my blade. In that case, he couldn't help but yell in anger. Take my ultimate move. Just like that, a powerful force shot straight into the sky. This was his third soul skill, Vein Blade Aura. At this moment, Wu Tian revealed a smug smile. He calmly declared that in close combat, I, Wu Tian, have never feared anyone. Facing his excitement, Xianxia remained very calm. Suddenly a cloud of white mist began to envelop her. Taking advantage of Wu Tian's attack, Dong Qianqiu's body-wide ice mist suddenly began to spread, surging out from behind her. It rapidly permeated, covering everything. Everything that happened before. Luo Hui's eyes filled her with terror. In an instant her chest was pierced by Qianqiu's ice spear. At this moment her face held only an unusual solemnity. After defeating her opponent, Dong Qianqiu didn't look back, instantly charging towards Bing Tinliang. Witnessing this astonishing scene, Wu Tian unconsciously yelled, drawing Bing Tinliang's attention. What suddenly appeared behind him? Damn it, I can't retract my move now. He couldn't help but show a disgusted expression, thinking, to be able to safely retreat from Wu Tian's move and even defeat one of my people. This girl's three-ring cultivation is indeed not simple. At this moment in front of Bing Tinliang, Qianqiu created a huge vortex. However, he merely waved his hand calmly. A current of electricity quickly pierced through the smoke ahead. As he was enveloped by the white mist, he said in astonishment, "It doesn't conduct electricity. Is it absolutely pure ice mist?" Meanwhile, Qianqiu still maintained a cold expression. She softly said, "You can't escape." At this moment, Bing Tinliang stood in the white mist, trapped. He continuously and cautiously assessed everything around him. There's something in the ice mist. Its aura is terrifying. I can't underestimate these shadows. I must use my strongest technique, the fourth soul skill. In an instant, Bing Tinliang created a huge light sphere, helping him fly into the air. Immediately after, a loud bang shook the entire place. Bing Tinliang's face now showed a hint of guilt. However, after a while he calmed down again and began to ponder. Ice powder, was that attack ice? 4 rings against 3 rings, I lost out on that move, but then again, this girl is really beautiful. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Qianqiu. As soon as the words left her lips, she immediately responded, "Lu Feng, come here." At this moment, Lan Xuanyu was sitting there, his face covered in dirt. He subconsciously said, "I already have the power to unleash my martial soul, let me enhance you." Meanwhile, he kept calculating in his heart. It's now a 2-on-4 situation, and Dong Qianqiu's summoning time is almost up. It's almost time for the decisive battle. Suddenly, Bing Tinliang beside him softly said, "You are." Before he could finish speaking, Lan Xuanyu quickly replied, "Someone from Tinluo Academy." Bing Tinliang's surprised voice rang out again and again. "Someone from Tinluo Academy." Immediately after, Lan Xuanyu answered without hesitation, "That's right." Hearing this, he quickly questioned, "You were the preliminary champions and you're still so confident at this point?" Lan Xuanyu, "That's right." As soon as the words left his lips, Bing Tinliang's eyes widened, filled with terror. He couldn't help but grit his teeth, muttering, "Very good, this selection's championship will definitely not be yours." Facing his somewhat frantic actions, Lan Xuanyu calmly thought, "It seems he's been looking down on us for a while." After a while, he calmly agreed, "Then let's go. Let's see who dies by whose hand in the end." At this moment, Lu Feng's entire body emitted dazzling golden light, while Qianqiu's body radiated blue energy. She subconsciously assessed her opponent with a hint of surprise. Indeed, the enhancement is stronger and it feels like the summoning time is also longer. Is this kid a support type? Meanwhile, Bing Tinliang aggressively commanded his teammates, "Shaolin, stand down." At this moment, he was focused on assessing the situation. His team was down to just him and he had to protect his points. Nevertheless, Bing Tinliang's cold yet somewhat smug voice continued to ring out, "Let me show you the power of our Lingtian Academy's strongest combination." Lin Donghui, a rank 32 assault-type battle soulmaster. In an instant, the entire place was covered by a powerful energy. Witnessing this scene, Qianqiu quickly extended her hand to resist. In an instant, the huge fireball was blocked by her pure white mist. Everything happening now left even Lan Xuanyu dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Qianqiu's body was tightly protected. At this moment, her face held only determination and coldness. Just like that, Bing Tinliang and Lu Feng relentlessly clashed. At this moment, he subconsciously gritted his teeth, thinking, "It's that move again." After a while, Bing Tinliang quickly said, "Everyone be careful." Even Lan Xuanyu cried out in shock. Lu Feng, hearing this, he quickly responded, "Understood." In an instant, a violent tremor occurred here. Donghui struggled to resist, preventing bodily harm on the other side. Bing Tinliang was the same, but he looked slightly calmer. At this moment, Donghui's face held only bewilderment. Suddenly, something pierced through his right shoulder, causing him to let out a painful groan. It was that simple. Donghui still resisted his opponent with all his strength. In the white mist, a slender hand unconsciously reached out. The owner of that hand was performing some actions. This unexpected move made Donghui widen his eyes. That thing swiftly left a blue mark on his chest, then departed. That strange thing quickly spread throughout Donghui's body, while that peculiar energy flew into a nearby spatial gate. In an instant, his entire body suffered a violent explosion. This terrifying scene caught Bing Tinliang's attention. Suddenly something appeared beside him, which shocked Bing Tinliang even more. At this moment, Lu Feng rushed over at an astonishing speed. Suddenly an urgent shout rang out. Xiao Lin. Facing this situation, Bing Tinliang couldn't help but assess these few people. Meanwhile, Lu Feng revealed a joyful smile and said, "Points acquired, it was worth it." Just like that, a huge force surged directly towards the opponent's body. Wu Tian witnessed this scene and couldn't help but mutter in terror. Dong Wei and Xiao Lin were, "Damn it, we clearly had an absolute advantage. How did it turn out like this? They actually stole half of our points. Unforgivable, unforgivable." Not far away, Lan Xuanyu's body continuously emitted dazzling golden light. He gently raised his head and began to ponder. "It's over." Immediately after, a large blade slashed down fiercely. Despite this, Lan Xuanyu still kept his eyes closed, a satisfied smile on his face. "Although everything was very dangerous, we achieved our goal." As that blade struck, Xuanyu's blood splattered. Wu Tian cried out triumphantly, "Done, finally got this mastermind." However, he quickly noticed Xuanyu's unusual smile. Although covered in wounds, Xuanyu was smiling confidently, as if he had already succeeded. As soon as Wu Tian realized he had fallen into a trap, he saw Xuanyu's hands begin to perform a move. When Xuanyu clasped his hands together, a light began to emit. His own martial soul fusion skill. Under his determined gaze, Wu Tian couldn't help but show worry. Xuanyu's ultimate move condensed into a small ball of light, then instantly exploded. Bing Tinliang looked at the ongoing explosion and the approaching monster, wondering what it was. Those monsters were also drawn by this peculiar power. The golden silk demon ape instinctively tried to approach. It hesitated, then jumped in, disappearing with the explosion. Xuanyu's ultimate move left a golden floral imprint and a small crater. Witnessing everything that happened filled him with terror. Looking at the crater before him and the lingering smoke, Bing Tinliang was silent for a few seconds, then immediately panicked. "How could this be?" He gritted his teeth unwillingly. "I'm the only one left. We clearly had 9 people." Then he slowly sank into confusion. "And our strength far surpassed theirs. How is this possible? They had almost all their points stolen." Although he eventually eliminated all of them, Bing Tinliang quickly sobered up and noticed something amiss. Wait, no, only one question remained in his mind. Where are the points? He searched around the forest, muttering, Why aren't any points flowing out? They've clearly left the competition." Suddenly, Bing Tinliang cried out in astonishment. "No." Then he remembered Lu Feng's joyful eyes before being eliminated, their final expressions, and Xuanyu's smug smile. That wasn't the look of someone going to their death, and Qianlei's escape, which made him suddenly realize, could it be him, that fat kid? He's the last one in that team. Knowing he had been thoroughly tricked, Bing Tinliang roared in anger. "No!" The shout echoed throughout the entire mountain forest, reaching a tree hollow. Inside, he was busy with his mouth agape, utterly astonished. My God! Feeling a large amount of points surge into his body, Qianlei still couldn't calm down. He kept surging in here. Xuanyu, Lu Feng, he was so happy that even the scenery outside couldn't hide his excitement. How many points did those two snatch? I'm rich. Outside, as soon as Xuanyu came out, he immediately checked the vortex within his body. Great. His soul power hadn't dropped to rank 19, however, within the golden and silver vortex he also found nothing to worry about, and he easily breathed a sigh of relief. Xuanyu then concluded, it seems to have consumed a lot of bloodline power. It looks like this martial soul fusion skill still can't be used casually. After finishing, he opened his eyes and saw Lu Feng smiling, saying, It's alright, don't worry. The next second he excitedly gripped Xuanyu's hand and shared, Even if Qianlei also finished the competition, half the points are enough for us to enter the top 10. As the two were rejoicing, Lingtong suddenly shouted, Lan Xuanyu. She rushed over, her face filled with anger, then tightly grabbed Xuanyu's collar, about to scold him, but was stopped by Hongbin. Stop. Finally, he solemnly looked at Xuanyu's team and made a demand. Xuanyu, Lu Feng, Yi Lingtong reported that you two killed her while fighting for points. I need an explanation from both of you. And Xuanyu, upon receiving the order, unhesitatingly nodded in agreement. After receiving the complaint, Hongbin immediately questioned Xuanyu's team. I need your explanation. When he put on a serious expression, Lu Feng said in surprise, Why? Then he turned to the other person and angrily cursed, Lingtong, have you no shame? You'd even twist facts. Tian Xuan and Hongbin both showed confused expressions upon hearing the scolding, especially Hongbin, who was pondering, did Lingtong run to him crying, and Xuanyu, in order to snatch her points, made her have other hidden intentions? Xuanyu remained silent. He put his hand on his shoulder as a comfort. Then he solemnly said to Hongbin, Teacher, I can explain and I can take full responsibility for every word I say. Afterward, the teacher can conduct an investigation together with Shrek Academy. Lingtong looked at his serious expression with some worry, while Hongbin, after listening, gently allowed, Go ahead. Given the opportunity to explain, Xuanyu confronted her. Lingtong, let's question directly. I ask you, at that time, were you being pursued by Lingtian Academy's team reaching a life or death situation? The other party received the question, stammering, Yes, but before Lingtong could find an excuse, Xuanyu unceremoniously interrupted her. Just answer yes or no. Yes is enough. If we hadn't intervened at that time, could you have escaped? She didn't answer immediately, but retorted, At that time I had already injured them. Xuanyu calmly continued to ask, But the remaining 2 are 3 ring soul masters, could you handle them? Hearing this, Lingtong could only grit her teeth angrily, then turned her face away with a heavy HMPH, admitting it. Seeing that the other party was speechless, he turned to Tian Shuan and said, "Class leader Chang Jianyuan, you might know their prowess. To save Lingtong we almost exposed all our trump cards but only barely defeated the opponent in the final attack." Getting to the point, he directly emphasized, Lingtong suddenly intervened, killing the opponent's last person and snatching half of their points. Tian Shuan and Jianyuan were both stunned upon hearing this. Xuanyu continued to make a sharp point. "I can understand her snatching points for her teammates, but I also have to be responsible for my team. I can't take on someone who repays kindness with enmity and let the points fall into other academies' hands, which is why I was forced to use this last resort." Hong Bin, having gained a comprehensive understanding of the whole situation, pondered for a moment. So much happened, and those two, understanding the beginning and end of the matter, were a bit bewildered but nodded in acceptance. Only Lingtong's state was abnormal. She gritted her teeth stubbornly, but, Lingtong, at a loss for words, even used gender as an excuse. "I'm a girl, how can you lay hands on a girl?" Xuanyu gave her the answer. "If this were the real world like now I wouldn't kill you." But his straightforward words left Lingtong speechless. "But in the simulated world assessment I cannot let your actions affect the team's results." She had nothing to say, so she looked at Hong Bin for help. "Teacher Li Lan Xuanyu, he killed a classmate. Isn't this doing evil? The school should maintain fairness for us." And Hong Bin, witnessing things unfold to this point, merely frowned, unable to tolerate it. Before leaving he even left a sentence, "Both of you have greatly disappointed me." After receiving the bad review, Lingtong let out a frustrated HMPH while he calmly lowered his head and accepted it. He then sat down and continued to meditate. Tian Shuan, seeing this situation, could only grit his teeth and endure, then waved and called Jianyuan away. Lingtong, finding herself abandoned by her teammates, started crying. She ran out sobbing. After a while, as the sunset fell over the city, Qianlei excitedly ran to report success. All the points were brought out. He happily smiled, hugging Xuanyu tightly. "Great, I held on till the end." Too excited, Qianlei asked dreamily, "Xuanyu, do you think we can win the championship again?" He was very happy but still calmly replied, "I don't know, let's wait for the results." Just as their team was celebrating victory, Hong Bin came over to remind them, "You should be able to get into the top 10. But Shrek Academy highly values one's inherent nature. Killing Yi Lingtong might have a negative impact on you." Hearing the warning, the other party grumbled. "That's because Yi Lingtong was too selfish and went too far." Xuanyu, however, couldn't help but ask curiously, "Teacher Li, what kind of impact will it have?" Hong Bin shook his head helplessly. "I don't know, but Shrek Academy is very strict about this." Xuanyu was a little surprised and then understood that he had indeed been thoughtless. A few minutes later, Xuanyu bowed solemnly, sincerely admitting his mistake to him. "Teacher Li was wrong." Hong Bin felt his sincerity and earnestly admonished him. "To err is human, to forgive divine." "Xuanyu, remember that integrity is essential." He responded obediently, "Yes." Suddenly, Zhang Tian burst in, interrupting them. "Everyone's here, the results are out." Then he hastily announced the results. "Only one group from our academy made it into the top 10, and that's Xuanyu's group, and they ranked first in points." Everyone was shocked by the news. Only Qianlei exclaimed in surprise, "Really, that's great?" Not long after their joy, Zhang Tian asked another question which surprised Xuanyu. "But Xuanyu, what exactly did you do? Shrek Academy will soon conduct an additional individual inspection of you." Finally, he even concluded with another shocking statement. "If you don't participate in the additional inspection, your group's results will be cancelled." Amidst the beautiful natural scenery, Xuanyu sat on a tree, a thought flashing through his mind. It was already noon. He easily calculated the wasted time. He came here yesterday to begin the additional inspection, which required him to survive in the Star-Do Great Forest for 24 hours. 20 hours had passed, but nothing had happened. Because of this, he yawned out of boredom, since there was no effective way. Xuanyu had to pinch his face to stay awake. "I've held on to the very end. I must not give up." White smoke rising from the forest ahead made his eyes widen. Movement. Xuanyu was startled to see the mysterious figure. This figure was. He didn't expect to meet a friend again. How could it be Qianchu? And she looked terrible, continuously attacking the rear. A powerful enemy was chasing her. A dark demonic tiger was pursuing Qianchu from behind, about to attack. Xuanyu was very surprised when he saw it. "That's a dark demonic tiger. It's the third-ranked top-tier soul beast among tiger-type soul beasts. And judging by the dark demonic energy emanating from it, this one is at least 10,000 years old. How could such a soul beast appear? This is not a soul beast we can resist with our strength." The roar of the dark demonic tiger broke the silence of the space. Although Qianchu quickly fled, black smoke still followed closely. When Qianchu looked back, she was already surrounded by the airflow. Now there was no way back, and the huge figure of the dark demonic tiger blocked the way forward. Qianchu's life seemed to be over. It was bad. Just then, blue-silver grass suddenly grew out and her figure also disappeared from the encirclement. Only the dark demonic tiger remained, along with the pervasive smoke and its anger at its vanished prey. It discovered that Qianchu had already escaped with someone else using the blue-silver grass. Only Xuanyu possessed such power, and she couldn't help but be surprised when she saw that her rescuer was none other than him. "How could it be you?" Actually, Xuanyu had the same question. "I wanted to ask that too." Qianchu seemed a little shy, not saying a word. They were too close. This was his scent, comfortable and a bit like sunshine. Although the two had gone far, the dark demonic tiger still pursued at an extremely fast speed. It unleashed one of its innate soul skills. The sound wave quickly spread to where Xuanyu and Qianchu were. Stimulated by the piercing tiger roar, Lan Xuanyu's bloodline reacted violently. Xuanyu's eyes turned golden, and the power of the dragon's roar enveloped both their bodies. The dark demonic tiger spread its wings and quickly rushed forward. It was shocked by Xuanyu's pressure, its eyes bloodshot. Xianxia seemed to be in confusion. What is this feeling? My bloodline suddenly boiled, and his aura suddenly became incredibly strong. Xuanyu wanted to help her escape the dark demonic tiger's pursuit, so he specifically reminded her, "Let's split up and run. Because of that roar just now, it will definitely chase me. You run in the other direction." The worry for Xianxia was evident in his eyes. The blue-silver grass was thrown far by Xuanyu, and he didn't forget to urge her, "Go quickly." The memories in his mind made him have to ask himself if he had seriously offended her on Tien Do Star last time, but when they encountered danger, she came without hesitation. The serious expression on Xuanyu's face showed his determination, so he must save her. Xianxia's attitude towards him also gradually changed. Blue-silver grass appeared on Xuanyu's arm, tightly wrapped around a branch. He couldn't help but worry, constantly thinking, "The dark demonic tiger is too strong. Only by splitting up can they have a chance to survive. His dragon roar would definitely make it chase him." Just then, Xuanyu stopped abruptly again. He was clearly flying forward but was pulled back by an external force. It turned out that Xianxia was the cause of all this, and he immediately scolded her for her previous actions. "What are you doing? We won't escape if you do this." Xianxia ignored the scolding, tightly grabbing Xuanyu's wrist. "Stop talking nonsense." The two leapt high, quickly leaving that area. Even now he was still so fierce towards Xianxia. "Are you stupid?" She hesitated for a long time before reluctantly admitting, "I'm stupid, so what?" Xuanyu himself was surprised by this inexplicable attitude. Something quickly swept through the forest. He calmly looked back and found the dark demonic tiger in hot pursuit. Xuanyu pursed his lips, calculating at extreme speed, and spoke loudly, "Xianxia, I have an unverified method which is to simultaneously enhance my two blue-silver grasses. This might over-enhance, leading to bad results, but this might be our last chance." Xianxia looked at Xuanyu and gently nodded. "Do it." You try to stay focused, then use your hands wrapped in blue-silver grass to grab her hand. The two energies seemed to be merging, smoothly forming a ball of light. Xianxia's eyes widened at everything happening before her. The two energies, intertwining cold and heat, enveloped her body. When a light appeared in her eyes, Xianxia couldn't help but be surprised, but in the end everything turned into white smoke and Xuanyu and Xianxia's bodies were entangled by multiple currents of air. When the dark demonic tiger rushed over with killing intent, only a huge magic scroll remained before it. Its cold gaze was fixed on Xianxia, but she herself had become more confident than before. The entire mountain was enveloped in a calm atmosphere, but all this was immediately broken by the flashing light in the forest, and unmelted ice still lingered on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the dark demonic tiger was frozen by the cold air. Xuanyu focused on it, sighing with emotion, completely unaware of the anomaly beside him. It had turned into an ice sculpture. He hastily embraced the unconscious Xianxia and rushed into the forest. Xuanyu held her tightly, secretly overjoyed. It succeeded. His mind kept replaying their achievement. It really succeeded. Before long they reached the edge of the forest. Xuanyu confirmed that it was temporarily safe here, then stopped to catch his breath. He never took his eyes off Xianxia in his arms. Suddenly he remembered her angry complaint, "I'm stupid, so what?" He couldn't help but feel a pang of self-reproach. In the critical moment she didn't choose to escape alone but faced everything with him. Before he could finish sighing, the two were attacked by a scorching red light. Xuanyu was confused by the appearance of the mysterious element and his body was already out of control. What exactly is this? Xuanyu's eyes widened, staring ahead, wondering in his heart, what is that? A strangely shaped centaur soul beast let out a hoarse, unpleasant sound. "Welcome to my world. Good and evil will eventually be repaid. We are the good and evil centaurs. This is our world. Any creature here must abide by our rules." Good, with a gentle expression, announced their game rules. "We ask the questions, you choose, and then bear the consequences of your choice." Xuanyu thought for a moment, then directly agreed, "I understand." Evil, with a fierce expression, made his demand, "Your luck is very bad. Today it's my turn to ask. If only one of two people can survive, do you choose her or you? After you make your choice, I will immediately kill the other person. I most enjoy seeing you humans suffer because of my questions." Xuanyu directly retorted without hesitation, "What's there for me to suffer about? This is just a virtual world. My greatest regret is not losing the chance to enter Shrek Academy." A childish yet rare determined look appeared in his eyes. "Kill me, let her live." Evil seemed very displeased, pressing on, "Is that so? Your teammates will also lose their chance. Will you abandon them for a girl?" Xuanyu was completely unmoved, simply replying calmly, "Without her help we would have already been eliminated during the competition. Moreover, I believe Shrek Academy will be fair and just and will not let my actions affect my excellent teammates. So I choose to let her live." Evil heard his reply and reluctantly accepted the demand. "All right then, die." Then it fiercely turned its target to Xianxia. "Now it's your turn. You heard everything just now and now it's the same question. Do you choose to let him live or you live?" The little girl didn't even think, immediately choosing to sacrifice herself. "Kill me, let him live." Good was also surprised to hear this. The relationship between the two seemed not to be harmonious. Xianxia closed her eyes indifferently, waiting for the scythe of death to fall. "Why say so much nonsense? If you want to kill, then kill." That astonishing power struck Xianxia again. She instantly turned into ashes, seeing both of them sacrifice for each other. Evil reluctantly commented, What's wrong with children these days? One is too smart, the other is unyielding. In contrast, Good smiled, full of interest. Isn't it interesting? I don't believe they have no desires. I'll see how I manipulate their desires later. The two discussed back and forth. These two children are interesting. Both accepted. Decide for yourselves anyway, I just want to sleep now. Too lazy to mention it, just be lazy. That kid is indeed very smart anyway, I think they're very interesting. I have to create some opportunities for them. That way I'll have more opportunities to torment them. As soon as he finished speaking, the good and evil centaurs slowly merged into the mist, transforming into a peculiar bright light and disappearing. Back in reality, Xuanyu gently exhaled. It was finally over. Qianlei rushed forward to ask about his situation. How is it? Did you pass successfully? When everyone gathered in the laboratory, Lan Xuanyu told everyone everything. After listening to his detailed account, Tianfan and Hong Bin both breathed a sigh of relief. I said it, this kid knows when to stop better than me. Xuanyu handled it well, there shouldn't be any problems. Zhang Tian immediately turned and ran to notify. I'll go contact Shrek Academy to ask about the results. Hong Bin cautiously reminded. Xuanyu, you've gained a lot from this trip, remember, be upright. True wisdom is always above board. The little boy nodded seriously, remembering their teachings. Yes, Teacher Li, I will remember. After discussing everything, everyone gradually left. Mu Zhongtian quickly brought news. As Li Hongbin and Yin Tianfen expected, Lan Xuanyu had been approved to participate in the second round of exams. But his championship lucky draw qualification was cancelled. Afterwards, Lan Xuanyu pulled Lu Feng into the simulation cabin, attempting to strengthen him with both blue-silver grasses simultaneously. The result was truly disastrous. As soon as the reinforcement began, Lu Feng completely exploded. After a while, Lu Feng left dejectedly, traumatized. Don't ever use me for experiments again. Xuanyu then turned to Qianlei and made a request. Oh right, Fatty, let's go in again. I want to find Dong Qianchu. As soon as the gate of summoning opened, the little boy eagerly expressed his concern. Are you okay? Qianchu's figure quickly appeared in view, accompanied by her reply. I'm fine. Did you enter the next round of the competition? Xuanyu nodded in response, then looked shyly at the little girl. Both companions felt an indescribable emotion simultaneously. As the two looked deeply into each other's eyes, Qianlei teased, What are you two looking at? If you have something to say it quickly. Caught off guard, Qianchu guiltily turned and scolded Qianlei. Don't talk nonsense, do you want a beating? The little fatty could only swallow his anger. I guess I didn't say anything, you two continue. Xuanyu then continued the question that had been interrupted. The previous matter is over, but the championship draw qualification was cancelled. What about you? At this point, Qianchu couldn't help but feel displeased mixed with a hint of confusion. The extra check inexplicably said, My special recruitment qualification was cancelled because I affected the fairness of your assessment. The assessment is over, but I'm not the champion. Hearing this news, Xuanyu was stunned. With your strength, you're still not the champion? The little girl gave an affirmative answer. Yes, there are really many monsters. Just on our Tian-Do star, there are 2 4-ring soul masters. I heard there are even stronger people on the mother planet. I really wonder if they're perverts. These words made Xuanyu can't help but feel nervous and start to calculate. It seems the next round of Shrek will not be easy to pass. After several days of intense battles, everyone had achieved their own results. The final scores for the Tinluo star selection were announced. Lan Xuanyu's group once again took first place, while Bing Tinlang's group took second. Liang Shushi also made it to the next round, ranking 10th due to sufficient points, and among the entire Tinluo Academy, only Lan Xuanyu's group advanced to the next round. The other students in the Youth Advanced class were therefore disbanded. They were promoted to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy to continue their studies. Shrek Academy will conduct an additional inspection in 1 month. Before that, Li Hongbin will be responsible for Lan Xuanyu's group's 20-day special guidance. Duluo World Exclusive Training Ground. Hong Bin stood with his back to everyone, coldly ordering, Let's begin. The training content is simple. All you have to do is persevere to the end. Xuanyu obediently replied, Yes, while Lu Feng and Qianlei protested in unison. What do you mean persevere to the end? I have a bad feeling about this. Hong Bin ignored them, continuing to instruct his students. The special training involves stimulating your potential through pressure resistance. Are you ready? Qianlei finally couldn't help but voice the question in his heart. Teacher Li, what kind of pressure are you talking about? He didn't answer directly, only vaguely hinting. You will know soon. After giving instructions, Hong Bin quickly led the way. Energy fluctuations now swirled around him. Xuanyu was startled by this sight, and doubts gradually rose in his heart. What? The next second dark clouds gradually gathered, and the ground also began to tremble, confirming Xuanyu's thoughts. The sky was pressing down. The pressure was too strong. His body was almost unable to support itself. Is this Teacher Li's suppression? Lu Feng next to him struggled to support himself, preventing himself from falling, while Qianlei was in tears, constantly yelling, Oh my god, I'm going to die. Hong Bin's figure now exuded astonishing energy. Lan Xuanyu endured the pressure. Seizing the moment to observe carefully, he began to concentrate, counting the number of soul rings forming. 1, 2. When Lan Xuanyu silently counted to 6 in his mind, Hong Bin's display of power gradually came to an end. That colossal figure stood proudly between heaven and earth. Everyone finally knew what Hong Bin's true martial soul was. 8 rings. Lu Feng and Qianlei took turns expressing their shock. He's an 8-ring soul Duluo, ha ha ha. That's Lan Xuanyu, however, had more questions than his companions. What was that terrifying figure? Wasn't that Teacher Li's martial soul? Was it the Terror Knight martial soul? Before his questions could be answered, he was fully occupied with the incoming energy and reality. Lan Xuanyu unleashed all the hidden power within him. He stretched out his hands, releasing his blue-silver grass, silently declaring, "All right, my body can move now." Even Qianlei and Lu Feng quickly followed suit, both instinctively showcasing their respective strengths. Amplified by Lan Xuanyu's bloodline power, the three finally managed to circulate their soul power and resist the pressure. After transforming, Hung Bin returned to his original state, but his meaningful smile sent a chill down Lan Xuanyu's spine. "Teacher Li," Lan Xuanyu stammered, sweat beading on his forehead voicing his confusion. Smiling, sure enough, a dazzling beam of light then fell directly on their heads from midair. Hung Bin's gaze was sharp, staring straight ahead here. Lan Xuanyu and his two companions seemed to have reached their limit, and their respective positions immediately exploded violently. After some turmoil, the dark clouds began to disperse and Lan Xuanyu's body emitted another wisp of smoke. He looked bewildered, seemingly unsure of what had just happened. "We were just pulverized by Teacher Li's pressure." The three young ones quickly huddled together, discussing what had just occurred. What on earth just happened? It was terrifying. Being crushed by pressure couldn't be worse than that. Hung Bin maintained his solemn expression, mercilessly announcing, "And this is just the beginning." The three were thunderstruck, protesting in unison. "There's more? What else?" After the 20-day special training, Mu Zhangtian brought Lan Xuanyu and his two companions to an important location. Ahead was the Spirit Transferring Pagoda, with the Spirit Ascension platform inside. The Academy finally secured 2 additional spots for the 3 of you, so all 3 of you can go in and improve yourselves. You must make good use of this opportunity. Everyone walked into the spacious, magnificent, and technologically advanced lounge. Qianlei excitedly looked around, but still didn't forget to pay attention to his companions. "Wow, you can buy soul spirits here. Xuanyu, what are you looking at?" At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's attention was completely fixed on the magnificent mural before him. He curiously observed the depicted details, then noticed something else. That golden-eyed black dragon is actually commanding a soul beast army? The more he looked, the more a strange sense of familiarity crept in. Mu Zhangtian, seeing his inquisitive gaze, gently recounted an old story. That was the beast tied on the mother planet 20,000 years ago. The Spirit Transferring Pagoda made it into a mural and hung it there, intending to remind future generations to live in peace with soul beasts. "Let's go, we're going in. We'll be flying to Shrek Academy in 8 days. I hope you can last as long as possible." Suddenly, a voice filled with surprise and doubt came. "Lan Xuanyu." He turned his head and encountered a group of people. To be able to accurately call out his name, they must be acquaintances. After recognizing the newcomers, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but raise his guard. Bing Tinliang was from Lingtian Academy. Was he here specifically to cause trouble? Bing Tinliang spoke with unusual gentleness. "Can I talk to you?" "Don't worry, I'm not here for revenge," Lan Xuanyu retorted. "There's nothing to take revenge for. Didn't you also make it to the next round of selection? At most, we'll meet again in Shrek Academy's additional assessment. What do you want to say?" At these words, Bing Tinliang's anger flared. This kid's innocent look was really annoying. After being outsmarted by him earlier, he really wanted to punch him. But for the sake of business, he had to hold back. "I specifically came to find you." Bing Tinliang went straight to the point, wanting to cooperate with him. Bluntly, he said, "My classmates and I are very annoyed with you. Our plan fell apart because of you, but precisely because of that I understood the gap between you and me, so let's cooperate." Lan Xuanyu looked directly into his eyes with doubt. He didn't seem like someone lacking confidence. After a moment of thought, he exposed him. "I see you're doing this for another group from your academy." Bing Tinliang didn't expect to be seen through so quickly. This kid's mind was truly quick. Under Lan Xuanyu's amused gaze, he could only confess truthfully, "That's right, it's for another group. She's my childhood sweetheart, my junior sister. Her strength is limited, but I hope to enter Shrek with her." Lan Xuanyu understood that this wasn't a bad thing, but he still wanted assurance. "Then how can I trust you?" Bing Tinliang solemnly affirmed. "I always keep my word and do what I say." As soon as he finished speaking, Lan Xuanyu extended his hand. He clearly agreed. The two shook hands and the agreement was instantly sealed. "Our cooperation can begin with the Spirit Ascension platform." Without hesitation, everyone moved in unison. "All right, let's go in." The Spirit Ascension platform was spacious and magnificent, gleaming with metallic luster, truly breathtaking. They chose an empty room containing hundreds of simulation pods. Lan Xuanyu sat in a comfortable pod and the system immediately informed him of the operating mechanism. Upon entry, the similarity to the real world is 50. Everyone will receive a warning device, allowing for immediate exit. If you encounter an uncontrollable situation, you can immediately withdraw from the battlefield. The Spirit Transferring Pagoda is not responsible for anything that happens. Following the system's instructions, the simulation pod closed and he entered the virtual world. He closed his eyes, sensing the changes. A 50 similarity is indeed impressive. He suddenly felt very excited. Once activated, the simulation pod transported the 6 individuals to a dense forest. Bing Tinliang observed the familiar surroundings, then explained, "We've been here before. The soul beasts here have no special control programs. They're more real and more terrifying, so you must be very careful." As long as you kill a soul beast, everyone will gain the power released by the soul beast, thereby enhancing our soul rings and soul bones. Lan Xuanyu understood his meaning but still had other questions. All right, will you command or will I? Bing Tinliang answered without hesitation, you will. After receiving confirmation, Lan Xuanyu quickly directed, all right, Lu Feng, you're responsible for reconnaissance, observing the surroundings. Mu Ren, get in position, ensuring everything is foolproof before we advance. Soon after, Lu Feng returned to report his reconnaissance results. No trace of soul beasts within 300 meters. Heading north, the forest is dense and the trees are tall, possibly an area for powerful soul beasts. After a moment of thought, Lan Xuanyu suddenly asked, Bing, based on your previous experience, what would you do now? He also proposed his own plan. If it were me, I'd go in there. Although he asked this, Lan Xuanyu did the opposite. All right, let's observe from the outside first. Wu Tian, being impetuous, immediately questioned, Lan Xuanyu, are you doing this on purpose? He didn't retort but calmly smiled and replied, I just want to see if my command has any effect. Seeing his companions about to start a fight, Dong Wei hastily intervened. Brother Wu, calm down, forget it. Wu Tian felt he was being played. Are you being childish? Qianlei retorted, not to be outdone. You're the clumsy brute. Who are you calling clumsy? He grew even more agitated. You fatso, if you're looking for death, I'll grant it. Suddenly, a hand stopped the argument. Enough. Bing Tinliang calmly changed the subject. Listen to him. How do we arrange the formation? Lan Xuanyu, seeing this, also set aside the conflict. He began to assign tasks. Qianlei and I will be in the middle. Lu Feng will scout ahead. Bing will be at the rear. Brother Dadao will lead the way. Your solar martial soul will follow him. Bing Tinliang found it reasonable and accepted. As soon as he finished speaking, Lan Xuanyu turned and left. Bing Tinliang watched his receding figure, deep in thought. What exactly is your ability? Can you really help Shushi advance? Let me see clearly. The tranquil forest suddenly shook violently. Lu Feng hastily reported the situation. Attention, prepare for battle. Ferocious boars, 300-year, 310-year. Wu Tian summoned 3 soul rings and a powerful blade. Let me handle it. He gripped his blade tightly. He recalled Qianlei's taunt, growing more annoyed the more he thought about it. What did that fatso call me just now? How am I a clumsy brute? Wu Tian took a stance, ready to fight, intending to give these monsters a good beating. Come on! The ferocious boars were enraged, charging forward with bloodshot eyes which only made him more excited. You little guys. You look fierce, but meeting me, it's your bad luck. Wu Tian and his azure blade became one, instantly powerful and sharp. Third soul skill, Vein Blade Momentum. Dong Wei cooperated perfectly, continuously unleashing fireballs. Immediately, loud noises echoed and fire shot out. The ferocious boars excitedly released their spines. Bing Tinliang quickly countered with electricity, each incoming spine absorbed by the electric net. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Tian slashed down with his blade, causing a powerful aftershock. Under continuous suppression, the 6 monsters fell dead. At the same time, the light they emitted gradually enveloped everyone's bodies. Lan Xuanyu raised his hand to check, feeling a faint warm current ahead as if something had changed. This was probably the result of the Spirit Ascension platform boosting soul ring abilities. As soon as he finished speaking, he sensed Wu Tian's displeased gaze. The two met eyes, and sure enough, his anger hadn't subsided. Bing Tinliang had no choice but to mediate again. All right, let's keep going. However, Wu Tian showed a contemptuous expression, muttering, what good are you? Aren't you just relying on us? Qianlei was displeased by this remark. Hey, who are you talking about? What kind of attitude is that? Lan Xuanyu also felt a little uncomfortable and decided to offer a suggestion. If the next battles are like this, I think our cooperation can stop now. Upon hearing this, Bing Tinliang's face darkened. What do you mean, then? Lan Xuanyu also pointed out the problem. Is this called listening to my command? Do I still need to command? He was questioned, unable to contain his temper. If the soul beasts aren't strong, we'll just deal with them directly. No need to wait for your command. Lan Xuanyu's expression was serious as he continued to ask. Do you think I'm being unreasonable? Wu Tian interjected. Isn't that so? Their attitude forced him to clarify. All right, then I'll ask a few questions. Lan Xuanyu folded his arms, his expression cold and his tone severe. You asked me to command, but did you consult me during the battle? Second, you disobeyed commands and acted on your own, leading to unnecessary consumption. Wu Tian, how much soul power did you consume just now, and how much fighting capacity do you have left? Wu Tian was somewhat shocked. All right, he replied stubbornly. At least 70. He slowly pointed out their shortcomings. Is that so? If the 6 of us cooperated, you would have only consumed 10 at most, and now we are in an unknown and dangerous place, so we have no choice but to leave here and wait for you to recover your soul power before we can continue deeper. Ultimately, Lan Xuanyu made an irrefutable assertion. One could say that your arbitrary actions delayed the entire team. Lu Feng strongly agreed with this logic. He was right. In the virtual world, it's easy to develop a habit of not fearing death. If this habit persisted in the real world, the consequences would be unimaginable. Bing Tinliang also realized his dereliction of duty. He took a deep breath, then bowed to Lan Xuanyu. I'm sorry, we were wrong. From now on, we will listen to your command. Although he said this, he felt a little unconvinced internally. I want to see how far the team can go under your command. After the apology, things gradually became tense. Lan Xuanyu nodded in acceptance. All right then, from now on, listen to my command. He then seriously reminded. Maintain formation. Lu Feng, continue scouting. Will withdraw slightly. Wu Tian and Dong Wei were also surprised to be called out. Find a place for you two to recover your soul power. Bing Tinliang carefully observed him, having to admit that this kid was indeed a bit more composed. Lan Xuanyu, on the other hand, was still busy contemplating whether to fully cooperate with them. Doing so might expose his abilities, and Shrek Academy's assessment certainly wouldn't be easy. Looking at their overall strength, his team was the weakest. Then he slowly closed his eyes, just as they needed his mind. He also needed powerful allies. Bing Tinliang waited a moment before speaking. "Shall we go then?" he slowly replied. "Wait a bit longer, I need to do a simple experiment." Lan Xuanyu pointed to himself, then confessed, "Actually, I'm a support-type soul master." "Support type," he then boldly suggested. "Let's try it. How do you feel with Lin and Wu? I've already made a judgment. As for you, I want to try which type suits you better." Hearing this, Bing Tinliang's eyes showed apprehension. At this moment, Wu Tian suddenly interjected. "Wait, you first help me see how you resonate with me." The blue-silver grass in his hand slowly appeared. It quickly wrapped around Wu Tian's waist. "It seems they still don't trust me enough, but it doesn't matter, they'll understand soon." Wu Tian suddenly opened his eyes in terror, and the next second he shouted in disbelief, "This feels amazing." Not only that, Lan Xuanyu continued to throw his blue-silver grass in another direction. That thing also injected energy into Dong Hui's body, surprising him. The effect was immediate, and Dong Wei was very surprised. Their power was now burning like flames. "His resonance is truly powerful. My combat strength has increased by 30, no, at least 50. Lan Xuanyu was also very satisfied. "Very good, just as I thought." After he turned off the effect, Wu Tian immediately complained with a long face, "What did you just do, kid? Give me back my power quickly." Dong Wei also nodded along. Dong Wei suddenly tentatively asked Bing Tinliang, "That kid is really amazing, do you want to try it too?" He immediately choked, recalling how he had blocked his strongest fourth soul skill back then. Now he was actually saying he was a support-type soul master. This kid was definitely not simple. In the end, Bing Tinliang still decisively said, "I want to try it too." His mood was also very tense now. While Lan Xuanyu merely observed him mysteriously and silently, he quickly grabbed Bing Tinliang's hand. "All right." That auxiliary skill immediately surprised him. The effect of the lightning was clearly enhanced. "I feel full of power." Dong Wei only then thought with vigilance, "Is this kid really a dual-element soul master?" His resonance had already reached the level of a 100-year soul skill, and even he showed apprehension. And it was a comprehensive resonance, which would resonate according to the characteristics of different soul masters. Wu Tian's mouth twitched in disbelief. The resonance could even reach 50. All three of them greedily surrounded Lan Xuanyu. This kid must be a treasure. His aura was even more majestic. Then everything was ready. "Let's go." Wu Tian and Dong Wei rushed out quickly first. Along the way, they also had to pass through many steep cliffs. Lan Xuanyu suddenly realized something. Those energies just now seemed to have been absorbed by his bloodline. The bloodline aura within him also seemed to have increased slightly. He couldn't help but ponder the energy core within his body. Could his soul rings be the source of his bloodline? Let's put that aside for now. In the next few battles, he continuously summoned fireballs. Wu Tian and Lin Donghui clearly felt everyone was filled with excitement. Under Lan Xuanyu's command and resonance, battles became increasingly simple and smooth. Only Lu Feng focused on sending signals, and Lu Feng's reconnaissance helped them immensely. Report complete, he rushed into the forest, and the group of 6 was highly efficient, constantly venturing deeper into the Soul Beast forest. During reconnaissance, he discovered danger nearby. Vines swung from unknown places, but Lu Feng dodged them in time. Immediately after, not just one but countless similar objects chased him successively. Lu Feng hastily warned them. "The 1,000-year demon tree can move, everyone be careful." Xuanyu also reacted quickly. "Later, Lin will be the main attacker. Wu will protect Lin. Qianlei prepare to summon, and Bing will be ready to support at any time." At this point, the ancient tree began to emerge. "Let's go." Its sharp teeth began to open as if smiling. Finally, the monster revealed its true form, violently smashing around. The whole team stood on the cliff with the giant monster raging below. Xuanyu calmly said, "A demon tree under 3,000 years is relatively easy to deal with, and this guy still can't escape the ground." Then he issued the command. "Lin, prepare fire orb attacks. Wu Tian only needs to protect Lin." Donghui immediately summoned a huge fireball. He only gave the order to launch when the time was right. Countless small meteors flew out from the crater, targeting the demon tree. However, the demon beast skillfully blocked all the attacks. Qianlei quickly shouted, "Be careful, it's hitting the fireball's back." Just then, Wu Tian charged forward with fighting spirit. "Don't worry, leave it to me." He used his weapon to split several flying rocks. Xuanyu quietly calculated from the side. Their combination and strength were indeed very powerful, although all 3 of them were assault-type soul masters. That was not actually the case. Xuanyu also carefully assessed that Bing Tinliang, as the captain, was not only incredibly strong in solo combat, but also served as an agility type and control type. Just then, another figure emerged from the gate of summoning. Xianxia asked them in a daze, "I just woke up from my nap, how did I end up in the forest?" Seeing her, Xuanyu made a request, "Can you help me split those gaps in the branches with your ice spear?" She looked at the monster before replying, "Is it a demon tree? I'll give it a try." Seizing the moment while the demon tree was distracted by the fireballs, the ice spear pierced directly into the center of the tree trunk. Its tip quickly embedded itself into the hard bark. Qianxia continued to manipulate her power. After the ice spear struck the demon tree, Bing Qianxia detonated the ice spear. The explosion of the ice spear temporarily froze the demon tree. Next was Donghui's cooperation. Lin Dongui of course wouldn't miss this excellent opportunity. He fully controlled a huge fireball to fly out, immediately striking with full force. The moment it touched the demon tree, it exploded, destroying everything. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, only flames and ashes remained. Only then did Xianxia notice her surroundings. "This is the Spirit Ascension platform," Xuanyu happily explained. "That's right, see, I always think of you when good things happen. What about those 3 conditions from last time?" Before he could finish, she playfully interrupted. "Hold that thought." Then Xianxia quickly ran into the gate of summoning. Xuanyu didn't chase her, merely sighing helplessly. Only Bing Tinliang beside him was dumbfounded with shock. Countless questions flooded his mind. "Wasn't that the girl from last time? I thought she was another team from Tinluo Academy, but she was summoned." "Summoning a 3-ring soul master, what's going on?" Xuanyu quickly noticed the gaze behind him. Xianxia was still surprised, so she stammered her question. Xuanyu then enthusiastically explained. "This matter involves some complex spatial laws. Actually, I'm not entirely sure either. In short, when Qianlei and I combine, this kind of thing happens. My friend is from Heavenly Do Star." Xuanyu continued amiably. "This kind of thing could be considered a trump card, right?" This made Bing Tinliang waver. "I didn't expect him to tell me everything. It seems his character is also good." After their discussion, they quickly departed. "Let's go." At that time, no one knew that a small piece of the demon tree's remaining bark had burrowed underground. Soon it was almost dark. Since they had already discovered 1,000-year soul beasts, Lan Xuanyu didn't delve deeper, but instead led everyone to hunt soul beasts around, and the team of 6 cooperated even more tacitly. The space was filled with warm golden sunlight. Night fell, and the team had already slain 7,000-year soul beasts, earning rewards. After walking for a while, Qianlei's stomach suddenly rumbled. "This virtual world is really boring. I can't even have a barbecue." Wu Tian seized the opportunity to mock him. "No wonder you're so fat, you're a glutton," Qianlei immediately retorted. "As if you haven't eaten before. You wield a great saber every day. Your chopping skills must be excellent, right?" He shrugged. "It's not a big deal anyway. Why don't you give it a try?" So Qianlei flared up. "Stupid saber, you're looking for a beating again," Wu Tian sneered. "Try calling me that one more time. I'll let you taste my blade." Fortunately, Bing Tinliang interjected in time. "You two have been arguing all day, isn't that enough? If you want to fight, go somewhere else." Hearing this, Qianlei voluntarily turned away. "All right, I'm not with him. I'm the one who rejected Shrek Academy's special recruitment." However, Wu Tian continued to mock him. "How about you? You want special recruitment looking like that?" Qianlei suddenly showed a triumphant expression. "How about me? Have you ever seen a summoning soul master like me? You can make living people come to life." Dongui then had a question. "Then why did you refuse the special recruitment?" He immediately nodded in agreement. "Exactly." Qianlei began to laugh proudly. "I couldn't bear to leave my brothers. What would happen to them without me?" But Lu Feng suddenly exposed him. "You'll die if you don't brag for a day, won't you?" This made the chubby boy nervously say, "Quickly go back and continue your meditation." They continued to joke and laugh, their laughter echoing through the entire forest. "Indeed, he's bragging." "No, I'm not." That night, a full moon hung high in the sky. The cold night wind rustled through the leaves. That sense of emptiness sent shivers down one's spine. Donghui's keen intuition suddenly twitched, and he immediately told Wu Tian, "Something's wrong. It's become too quiet around here." Wu Tian also agreed to wake everyone up. Just as he was about to continue speaking, something strange suddenly swooped down from above. "That's right, I also..." Dongui hurriedly shouted, warning him. "Watch out!" A fierce attack struck, and Wu Tian was thrown flying. Warning shouts echoed through the forest, startling Xuanyu and the others. "Enemy ambush!" The diagonal slash relentlessly pursued Wu Tian, following its master's command. Seeing this, Xuanyu quickly ordered Dongui, "Lin, protect the surroundings." In this emergency, he only had time to respond with a simple "okay" before he had to activate his fireball spell. Thanks to the light emitted by the fireball, Bing Tinliang had a basis to voice his doubts. The large trees in the forest are rushing down the slopes from all directions. Not only that, he also recalled everyone's previous actions and began to speak bluntly. "We clearly observed the surroundings. Aren't those trees soul beasts? How can they move?" It was these words that made Xuanyu fall into contemplation. "Controlling a large number of trees to move, there's only one possibility," he suddenly spoke in a suspicious tone. "I guess it's a 10,000-year tree demon." These words stunned Bing Tinliang, who repeated the phrase. 10,000 years. Qianlei, who had been silently standing there the whole time, suddenly interjected. "Is it related to the 1,000-year tree demon we encountered this morning?" After a moment of thought, Xuanyu hesitantly nodded slightly. "Very likely." Sensing the atmosphere growing heavier, Bing Tinliang anxiously asked, "What do you plan to do?" However, his suggestive words had barely begun to echo. "Do you really want to hear it? This is a risky plan," before Bing Tinliang impatiently urged. "Stop beating around the bush. This is a 10,000-year tree demon. We can't just sit here and wait." This made Xuanyu dare not delay any longer, and he directly cut to the chase. "My plan is to launch an active attack, fighting the strong with the weak." As soon as he finished speaking, an indelible confidence appeared on his face. In contrast to his attitude, all his teammates present turned pale. This was simply courting death. Under the dark night sky, Xuanyu's unwavering voice continuously resounded. "The 10,000-year tree demon mobilizes a large number of trees to attack us. This indicates that its cultivation is not just 10,000 years. Controlling so many large trees must disperse a lot of its energy, so its consciousness won't be particularly focused, ignoring those around him. He calmly articulated the detailed plan in his mind. If we can defeat a 20,000-year tree demon, all our soul rings can be directly upgraded to 1,000-year level. Struggling to digest these words, Bing Tinliang couldn't help but inwardly marvel. This kid also seems to love adventure. His fighting spirit rapidly surged, so he quickly spoke in a spirited tone. "All right, command the battle." Xuanyu seemed to have been waiting only for this sentence and began to issue commands seriously. "Bing, the three of you lead the way. We'll support from behind." Qian Lei summoned Soul Beast to hold it back. Lu Feng, cover any gaps. Everyone responded in unison. "Okay, you also activate your blue silver grass to support the team from behind. Let's go." Most surprisingly, Bing Tinliang was the most aggressive fighter that night. "Get out of my way!" Bing Tinliang went all out, charging straight ahead, shattering waves of trees, displaying immense power and clearing a path for everyone. Lin Dongui followed closely, his fireballs blasting open the path, allowing those behind to pass smoothly. Wu Tian's vein blade cut down all obstacles in the vicinity. Qian Lei and Lan Xuanyu, riding on the scarlet armored dragon summoned by Qian Lei, followed everyone at top speed, providing support. The group of 6 cut through thorns and brambles, rapidly venturing deeper into the forest. Facing the emergency, Dongui hastily sought Xuanyu's advice. "What do we do? They seem to be getting more and more numerous. Should we keep charging forward?" His mind was quick enough and his mouth already had an answer. "Keep going, there's no turning back. The tree demon's mental power is limited. We just need to charge in one direction to get out." From a distant vantage point behind them, Xuanyu nervously reminded Bing Tinliang, "When it senses that we want to break free from its control, its main body might appear. Bing, be careful, it might launch a surprise attack." In just an instant his body was enveloped by a strong light. Watching Bing Tinliang fall painfully, Wu Tian anxiously ran over. "Boss," difficulty breathing made his words falter. That attack just now was too powerful, but it was precisely this serious injury that made Bing Tinliang suddenly discover a strange phenomenon. The trees had parted, leaving a gap. Under the canopy of the ancient tree, countless red vines had stretched out at some unknown point and rooted themselves underground. This scene terrified him, making his whole body stiff. "It's too big, unbelievably huge." Lan Xuanyu was right. Suddenly, the massive tree trunk naturally turned, revealing a cold, terrifying face, making Bing Tinliang cry out. It truly is a 10,000-year tree demon. The sight before them elicited varied reactions from everyone. It had already grown facial features. It was truly terrifying. Only Xuanyu calmly stated, "Found the main body. It's coming. What do we do?" In the dark night, the fiery red figure of the tree demon became even more prominent the moment he faced it. Bing Tinliang couldn't help but murmur, "It truly is a 10,000-year tree demon." At the same time, the blue silver grass couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so big, do we really have to fight it?" Suddenly, the tree demon opened its tired eyes, looking forward. Seeing this, the blue silver grass quickly reminded Bing Tinliang, "It's recalling the spiritual control of the outer trees. Act now." Suddenly, he gently touched Bing Tinliang, causing his body to emit light, but he didn't forget to signal Qian Lei. "Come out, Emerald Demon Bird." In the blink of an eye, he rushed forward with a determined expression. First soul skill, Fused Lightning. Third soul skill, Earth Flash. Suddenly a voice rang out, attracting Wu Tian's attention. "What's that green light? Is that the useless Fatso's second soul skill? It scares me." In just an instant, Bing Tinliang flew like an arrow towards the tree demon. Facing this move, the opponent also hurriedly resisted. The 10,000-year tree demon quickly gathered the life energy of the surrounding trees, simultaneously attacking Bing Tinliang with a large number of branches. Its resistance surprised everyone present. Xianxia subconsciously blurted out, "A 10,000-year soul beast." As soon as she finished speaking, Xuanyu replied, "That's right." Meanwhile, Bing Tinliang unhesitatingly charged into the tree demon's body, accompanied by his loud roar. Xuanyu secretly praised, "Good, just as I expected. It hasn't fully recalled its spiritual consciousness yet, so it's not in its optimal state. Push harder." In just an instant, the tree demon's body emitted a strong light. Not long after, it began to wither. Despite this, the opponent continuously launched attacks, but in the end, the attacks were reflected. This scene made Dongui shout firmly, "Super Blazing Sun Flame Orb. Taste this, Super Blazing Sun Flame Orb." In just an instant, the tree demon was struck by raging flames that arrived with astonishing speed. At this very moment, Xuanyu loudly signaled, "Qianxia Martial Soul Fusion Skill now." As soon as he finished speaking, she quickly assumed a fighting stance. This scene made Bing Tinliang can't help but feel suspicious. What kind of move is this again? The pressure is too strong. How many secrets do they still have? Qianxia's eyes had now turned dark blue, deep blue gaze. In just a flash, the scene here descended into a cruel spectacle. Xuanyu supported Qianxia's weak body. He continuously and loudly announced, "Freeze, now, attack." Immediately after, everyone quickly moved into action. Bing Tinliang unleashed his strongest attack, his fourth soul skill. Lu Feng quickly followed, fully supporting with his white dragon spear Silver Moon Spear Glare. The two combined their attacks, breaking through the 10,000-year tree demon's defense. Immediately after, a green light appeared, injecting itself into the tree demon's body. Xuanyu suddenly spoke in a suspicious tone, "How could this be?" Suddenly, an extremely tragic scene unfolded before them. The tree demon let out a piercing shriek and all its branches snapped. This made him cry out in horror. "Not good. Watch out." In just a blink of an eye, a powerful shockwave struck this place. The 10,000-year tree demon's body exploded into countless fragments. Countless fragments and branches shot out like arrows in all directions, each carrying the 10,000-year soul beast's final strike. Wu Tian and Lin Dongui quickly left the battlefield. Qianlei unconsciously blurted out, "Me too." However, Xuanyu hurriedly reminded the chubby boy, "Hold on." The ice shield was instantly destroyed. The arrows created by the tree demon were rapidly flying forward. Suddenly one of the arrows pierced Xuanyu's chest. Xuanyu was unexpectedly hit by an arrow flying from behind and blood splattered. Qianchu anxiously called his name, Xuanyu, while Qianlei frantically shouted. It went through his chest. Just as they found their hiding spot, he too could no longer bear it and knelt down. The situation grew increasingly critical, making Qianlei frantic. "Xuanyu, are you okay?" He couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. The chubby boy watched this scene, continuously warning, "The pain here is 50, it's no joke." However, contrary to his own distressed situation, Xuanyu comforted him with a confident tone. "Very good, we persevered to the end, we succeeded." Only then did Qianlei notice the immense power in the air. So much energy. Meanwhile, Lu Feng and Bing Tinliang had also detected this sudden appearance. However, Dong Qianchu still couldn't shake off her uneasy feeling. Did we suffer such heavy injuries just so we could gain the power of the tree demon? Xuanyu chuckled, feeling that his decision was correct and certainly worth it. Suddenly, an unknown object streaked across the night sky like an arrow. The emerald demon bird flew back into Qianlei's second soul ring, seemingly having recovered on its own. Dong Qianchu also returned into the gate of summoning. Lan Xuanyu was preparing to leave the battlefield when he suddenly found his body undergoing a mutation. He was slightly startled to discover a rather large light spot appearing on his chest. It slowly moved in front of Xuanyu, then began to rotate. After a while, he stared at the golden demon ape and blurted out, "What, little monkey?" But before he could react, his previous injuries had already caused Xuanyu's thoughts to gradually fade. "No, I can't hold on, my consciousness is already." The golden demon ape's figure in his eyes slowly blurred. Finally, when Xuanyu's eyelids closed, all that remained was a faint light. After an unknown period, he finally woke up in a hospital bed. The hospital lobby was bustling with people, partly due to the previous battle. Wu Tian met an acquaintance at the front of the hall and immediately went up to greet him. "You're out too." Bing Tinliang said little, simply reporting a few words. "It's a pity you came out too early. That tree demon died." This news left Wu Tian astonished. The next second, Lin Dongui appeared from nowhere, also shouting loudly to reconfirm. "You gained energy?" Bing Tinliang's forehead was beaded with sweat, and he dryly replied with a single word, "Yes." Dao Yi suddenly walked over to Xuanyu and struck up a conversation. This kid really fought desperately. He wouldn't even teleport out with branches piercing his body. This young man has a promising future. A stranger from Ziyang ran over, saying odd things that immediately put Xuanyu on guard. "Uncle is..." Before he could hear the answer, Qianlei had already joyfully interjected. "Xuanyu," he turned around and asked, "Why are you out too?" The little guy rapidly recounted. "You weren't in there anymore. What were we doing in there?" Senior Bing said he had something to tell you. Bing Tinliang also took the opportunity to speak. "This cooperation was very pleasant. I'm willing to continue cooperating with you in the Mother Planet's assessment." Xuanyu secretly praised Bing Tinliang's straightforward character, so he immediately agreed. All right, he couldn't help but feel happy about this budding yet already solid relationship. If the upcoming assessment involved team combat, having such an ally would truly be a good thing. Dao Yi, feeling ignored, gently coughed to get attention. "These 6 Spirit Ascension platform entry tickets are for you. In half a year, you can enter any Spirit Transferring Pagoda's Spirit Ascension platform." Xuanyu didn't rush to be happy. Instead, he was somewhat puzzled. "Uncle, why is this?" Dao Yi patiently explained. "According to regulations, you shouldn't have encountered such a powerful 10,000-year soul beast in your area, so this is compensation for you." It was then that he suddenly understood. "I see." The uncle didn't stop, continuing to add some information. "But because you killed a 10,000-year soul beast in the primary Spirit Ascension platform, I must report this matter, so you might receive an invitation from the Spirit Transferring Pagoda later, perhaps to join the Spirit Transferring Pagoda, or enter the Spirit Transferring Academy." This information successfully excited Xuanyu and everyone about the time to come. He shouted happily, "Thank you, Uncle." Leaving the hospital, the city outside was still a clear blue sky. As soon as Qianlei saw his companions, he gesticulated wildly. "Xuanyu, both our soul rings have turned purple. What about yours?" He sheepishly took out something and honestly said, "Mine is still golden, probably related to my twin martial souls, but I expected all of this, no surprise. I want to try something now. You two stand far away." Afterward, Xuanyu began to concentrate on summoning the golden demon ape. After a while, the little guy also appeared, smiling adorably. Qianlei saw it for the first time and couldn't help but be surprised. "What is this?" Lu Feng was equally surprised. "A little monkey." The golden demon ape suddenly jumped over and hugged Xuanyu's arm, then kept chattering as if they had met before. He saw this affectionate gesture and suddenly realized a very familiar feeling. In just a flash, a thought sparked in Xuanyu's mind. "I understand, it's the golden demon ape from the assessment. I didn't expect it to follow me into the real world. Was it sucked into the vortex by my martial soul fusion skill and turned into some kind of soul spirit? It must rely on my soul power to exist. After all, it's also a life, so let it stay. I'll call you golden demon ape from now on." So they traveled to the spirit transferring pagoda, from Tinluo Academy to Shrek Academy. Only Lan Xuanyu's group and 4 guiding teachers were present. The 20 days of devilish training left the 3 of them fast asleep on the spaceship. Only Hong Bin was diligently preparing for the upcoming events, gathering more knowledge. Taking advantage of the quiet space, he began to recall past events. Back to that place again. Everything was there, and all those beautiful things were there too. The mysterious figure of that girl was hidden deep in his memory, making Hong Bin sigh sadly. She's still there. At this moment, Xuanyu also woke up from his deep sleep, having accidentally overslept. But when he saw his teammates' exhaustion, he quickly pressed his lips together. Everyone is seizing the time to meditate, and I must also work harder, even if it's just a little bit of progress. Xuanyu quickly entered his consciousness world. I must be fully prepared for the exam. This state lasted for a long time until Qianlei's call suddenly pulled him back to reality. Xuanyu, the little guy hurriedly pointed out the window, making Xuanyu look up in confusion. Look quickly. Qianlei's excitement was palpable. It's the mother planet. He looked in that direction, his face filled with shock. His eyes seemed to be drawn to that blue planet, unable to move away. For a brief moment his brain seemed to have stalled due to this strange fact. Is this the mother planet? It's where I was born. This even made Xuanyu blurt out the thoughts in his heart. Feeling very strange, the closer he got to the mother planet the more he liked it, and a strong determination couldn't help but rise in his heart. Mother planet, here I come. Meanwhile, in a house on the mother planet, Nan Cheng was deeply moved by the longing for her family. My little K has returned to the mother planet. I wonder if it's doing well, flying so far. I wonder if it's tired. Lan Xiao, seeing his wife so anxious, spoke to comfort her. Don't worry, Xuanyu can take care of himself. But she suddenly burst into tears. What if its secret is discovered? That's Shrek Academy. He patiently soothed her again. It's fine, the child hasn't done anything bad, but based on years of research, I also have some preliminary guesses. This truly made Nan Cheng restless. Tell me quickly, Lan Xiao sighed before beginning to explain. Xuanyu is, one of its parents must be a soul beast. At least 100,000 years of cultivation to transform into human form. The new information made it difficult for her to hide her surprise. Soul beasts? I don't recall any soul beasts with gold and silver patterns. The other party's sudden lament made him frown. It's just that I don't understand how a soul master with a waste martial soul could be combined with such a powerful soul beast. Nan Cheng, though anxious, gently comforted her husband. Don't think about it, that's not important anymore. It will always be our child, that's enough. Lan Xiao also showed a bitter smile after hearing this. All right, then you don't need to worry either. A vast space quietly spread, his words filled with deep affection for the child. We must believe in Xuanyu. He will definitely have a different life. Meanwhile, the spaceship carrying Xuanyu and his group had already appeared in the sky above the mother planet. The spaceship's announcement sounded, "Attention everyone. The spaceship has safely landed in Mingdu City on the mother planet, and the hatch will open soon." When the hatch opened, the fresh air left him momentarily stunned. This is life energy, before happily letting his body glide through the clean current. So comfortable, my body feels like it's enjoying a grand feast. Meanwhile, Hong Bin was still in the cabin reading the indicators, and then he was stunned by Xuanyu's image. Mingdu's life energy is not even the most abundant. It'll be even more different when we get to Shrek Academy. Lan Xuanyu's body is like a never-ending vortex, constantly absorbing. Could it be an affinity for life energy? It seems his affinity is quite high. After observing the other party for a while, Hong Bin gave a sincere evaluation. His expression is very contented. I didn't expect this kid to be a rare type among human soul masters. I was originally worried about his soul power level not being enough, but with this ability, it will be much easier. And the problem is solved. After the spaceship landed, the broadcast sounded again. Welcome everyone to Mingdu, Duluo Continent, Duluo Star. Mingdu is the capital of the Federation and the political center of the entire Federation. Xuanyu couldn't help but step off the spaceship before he could finish speaking. This city already had a long history. Overwhelmed with happiness, he smiled brighter than flowers. So comfortable, I like it here. Hong Bin, after hearing this, suddenly asked curiously, "What do you feel?" Xuanyu quickly described everything happening to him. "I feel an incredibly abundant life energy as if it's surrounding me. My whole body is warm." Looking from afar, the green energy was gradually expanding, never seen before. A few seconds later, a green light suddenly illuminated all directions. Energy light spots began to appear from the tree trunks. After a while, golden energy bubbles flew out from the tree trunks one by one. They circled around the eternal tree in sequence. At this moment the tide suddenly surged. They fiercely slammed into the protective shield, making a loud noise. Seeing this strange sight, everyone swarmed over to check the situation. What's wrong with the eternal tree? Why is it suddenly gushing out so much life energy? It's never done this before. What exactly happened? Historical records also show nothing like this. Is there a problem with our planet's environment? Hearing this, Elder Yun spoke to soothe everyone. Don't panic, we'll know after Elder Tree senses it. Looking at his actions, everyone's faces were filled with tension, and then Elder Tree gently turned and explained while reassuring everyone. I communicated with the life spirits and all they conveyed to me was joy, as if a very good change has happened to the eternal tree. Although he was somewhat worried after hearing this, he could only stand by and observe. as long as it wasn't a bad thing. He then began his work and ordered his companions to contact the Federation headquarters, asking them to generate the latest satellite images, especially to send him energy images for review. They received the order and complied. Yes, meanwhile the Tinluo Star candidates did not stay in Mingdu. They headed directly to Shrek City. Xuanyu sat for a while, then suddenly turned and asked, "Senior Bing, in your academy, how many students per class get into Shrek?" After a while, Bing Tinliang calmly replied, "None." Hearing this, the little boy was surprised and disbelieved what he just heard. "None?" He began to recount the situation. "Last year, no one from Tinluo Star got in. 3 years ago, a senior got into Shrek, and he's the only one from our Tinluo Star to get into Shrek in all these years. Unless they're specially recruited, very few people actually get in." Hearing this, Xuanyu pondered for a moment and continued to ask, "Even you don't have absolute confidence?" Bing Tinliang hesitated. "Maybe just a little bit if it were just me alone." The little boy silently looked at Liang Shushi for a long time, and then he had his answer. Sure enough, it was because of that girl. Immediately after, Xuanyu spoke to attract the other party's attention. "Let's work hard together, maybe we can all get in." She was a little surprised to hear this. "You're really confident. Where does that attitude come from?" Xuanyu chuckled lightly and calmly replied, "If you don't even dare to dream, then there's no chance, is there? Now what we need to pray for most is that this year's assessment method is team-based. If it's group or individual-based, then it could be troublesome." Bing Tinliang found the little boy's words somewhat reasonable and also agreed. "Yes, I think so too. If all 7 of us can get in, Lan Xuanyu, I'll give you the lucky draw chance." Xuanyu was puzzled. Lucky draw? He was surprised by the other party's sudden action. "Don't you know, newly admitted students all get 1 lucky draw chance?" Xuanyu then realized something from the other party's words. Bing Tinliang, it seems he really hopes that he and his teammates can all get into Shrek, but there are only 30 spots in total. If all 7 of them can get in, let's pray and work hard first. Most candidates have adapted to the abundant life energy. Only Lan Xuanyu felt it most clearly. The abundant life energy had completely surrounded him. At this moment, Xuanyu was quietly meditating, focusing on his own strength. The life energy in the air helped him replenish the vast amount of energy needed for his gold and silver vortex. It could also be said that the cultivation speed here was indeed much faster than on Tinluo Star. Even if he wasn't as good as others, he still made significant progress. He immediately sensed something. "We're here, Shrek, it's Shrek." The two hastily looked out the window, excitedly gazing at the scenery outside. "Look quickly, we really see it. We've arrived at Shrek City." However, contrary to their feelings, Hongbin sat silently beside them. His hands suddenly clenched together, showing extreme worry. Hongbin's face gradually revealed fear as he looked out the window. He focused on the outside. At this moment it was a city with towering buildings surrounded by a thin mist. Finally back. The city became clear bit by bit, making them stare intently. Majestic and magnificent, this place is too beautiful. This is Shrek City. The two also leaned forward to observe carefully. Seeing something, Qianlei immediately pointed. "Xuanyu, look over there. Isn't that the famous eternal tree?" It was his first time seeing the eternal tree with his own eyes, and he was a little excited. However, an energy suddenly slowly appeared. Xuanyu also felt the anomaly happening within his body. Seeing his silence, the little guy asked worriedly, "Xuanyu, are you all right?" Xuanyu calmly replied, "I'm fine." When he placed his hand on his chest, the little boy suddenly felt the abnormality within his power. "The vortex no longer absorbs my soul power. Is absorbing life energy alone enough? Truly worthy of Shrek Academy. As long as I can stay here, everything about me will change." As soon as they arrived, a broadcast system suddenly sounded. "Welcome everyone to Shrek City." Shrek City is a famous cultural center of the Federation. It boasts the Federation's top academy, Shrek Academy. This is a holy land for all soul masters. Seeing the bus in front of him, Xuanyu was a little surprised. "Is a bus coming to pick us up?" Ling Yi walked over and politely introduced. "Hello everyone, I am a counselor from Shrek Academy, responsible for receiving you. Please follow me onto the bus." So everyone boarded the bus. After driving for a while, Qianlei exclaimed in surprise, "Look quickly." Seeing the familiar sign, the little guy suddenly realized something. "Tang sect, is this the headquarters of the #1 sect in the world, the Tang sect?" Hearing this, he observed carefully, secretly admiring in his heart. This is the Tang sect founded by ancestor Tang San. After passing through the Tang sect's area, the convoy arrived at a cluster of gray buildings. As soon as the car stopped, Hongbin sat up in surprise. A voice sounded, "Hello, teachers and students from Tinluo Star." She looked at them and informed them of the situation. "We're almost there. This is Shrek Academy." As soon as they saw the massive school gate, both couldn't help but panic. Xuanyu felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Shrek Academy is opening its doors to welcome us. At the Shrek guest house, Ling Yi bade them farewell, not forgetting to remind them. "The first additional test, a physical examination, will be held tomorrow morning. Please get some good rest." He looked around the room, full of praise. "This room has a view of Sea God Lake." Hongbin, his face serious, asked Xuanyu, "When you first arrived on the mother planet, did you feel any changes in your body?" Xuanyu turned, a little surprised, having felt it clearly. "I seem to have been continuously absorbing life energy, and my cultivation speed is much faster than usual." Hearing this, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind, but he remained outwardly calm. "Excellent, you truly possess a rare affinity for life energy. This is why I asked you to come back with me as soon as possible." Seize the time to meditate, adapt to this environment as much as possible, and allow your life energy affinity to fully manifest before the exam. This will be a bonus point for the additional test. Seeing his teacher worried about him, the young boy nodded and complied. Okay. A moment later, Xuanyu returned to his room. The power within him gradually manifested clearly. Xuanyu began to sit cross-legged, adjusting his body into a meditative state. Hangbin meanwhile silently watched the scenery outside the window, seemingly burdened by thoughts, and couldn't help but sigh. I've returned after all. Suddenly, a green energy flew in from somewhere. Noticing the anomaly, he quickly looked over. But more and more energy came, all absorbed by Xuanyu. Seeing this, Hangbin couldn't help but wonder, is this life energy flowing here from all directions? Could this kid's life energy affinity really be so high? As the life energy continuously flowed into his body, the golden and silver vortex gradually filled. The life energy began to merge with Lan Xuanyu's soul power. The bloodline power within him began to resist, spreading evenly throughout his body. Lan Xuanyu's body was previously like a river lacking water, always in a state of exhaustion. At this moment, countless raindrops fell from the sky and the river began to flow, nourishing a vast land. A single flower bloomed alone in the open land. Suddenly, the entire land was covered with flowers, creating a picturesque scene. Seeing Xuanyu becoming more and more out of control, a plan suddenly flashed through Hangbin's mind. He began to raise his hand and exert power, releasing a protective barrier. In an instant, a shield appeared in the room. Xuanyu's body was undergoing changes, and the next round of tests was also approaching. Let's try to keep it a secret. Golden and silver dual-colored energy spread over him. Two bloodline auras erupted alternately. Never having seen such a sight, Hangbin suddenly felt uneasy. What should I do? Without knowing what this bloodline is, I can't intervene at all. Suddenly, something within Lan Xuanyu's body ruptured, and the two bloodline powers surged, instantly drawn into him, intensely impacting within his body. Oh no! Suddenly, Xuanyu's blood vessels ruptured uncontrollably. Hangbin was both surprised and frightened at this moment, but also powerless. His meridians began to rupture and his internal organs also began to. Seeing the scene before him, Hangbin couldn't help but worry. What should I do? What should I do now? Xuanyu's two energies continuously merged, combining faster and faster. A familiar sound suddenly came from the abyss. Upon hearing it, he suddenly remembered something and was shocked. That's a faint dragon's roar. That energy gradually changed, and a moment later it became brighter and brighter. His entire body suddenly shone with light and his wounds healed. The dazzling light made it impossible for Hangbin to see clearly, so he covered his eyes with his hand. A miracle occurred. Xuanyu's entire body was intact. The light also gradually disappeared. The room now returned to silence. He silently observed Xuanyu's body, which had returned to normal. Xuanyu remained motionless, saying nothing. After observing for a long time, Hangbin suddenly noticed the other party's abnormality. The meridians, internal organs, and bones have all recovered. Xuanyu just completed a bloodline mutation. A moment later, he silently watched the young boy's glowing hands. Seeing something strange, Hangbin froze. His fingernails. At this moment, Xuanyu's fingernails suddenly grew longer. They were changing. Suddenly, dragon scales grew on his hands, which surprised him. Scales grew. Upon closer inspection, they were two different kinds of scales. They spread on Xuanyu's arms, becoming clearer and clearer. Seeing this, a thought suddenly flashed through Hangbin's mind. Are these dragon scales? Two types of dragon scales? At this moment, the young boy still sat cross-legged in silence, continuing to unleash the power within him. He, on the other hand, observed with both surprise and focus, even feeling a sense of danger. Perhaps it could be considered a benign mutation. A few seconds later, seeing that the situation would become increasingly unpredictable, Hangbin decided to signal to stop. It's over. Remove the protective barrier. However, those green energies were simply absorbed. He tried to remain calm, observing the abundant life energy that poured into his body, several times more abundant than before. On Xuanyu's side, green energy suddenly shone around him. Xuanyu remained highly focused, completely unaffected. At this moment, Hangbin still patiently and carefully observed the other party. This life energy nourishes his body, and it can also be said to be beneficial for bloodline mutation. I might not need to set up a protective barrier anymore. This kid is truly unpredictable. The energy gradually disappeared, and he slowly returned to his original state. As soon as he opened his eyes, Xuanyu's gaze had already changed. He was continuously breaking out in a cold sweat, feeling surprised. This kid seems to have changed. Seeing the other party looking at him but not speaking, he was a little surprised. Teacher Li, Hangbin then asked about the situation. How is it? Was that a bloodline mutation? The young boy hesitated, still unclear about what had just happened. Perhaps it suddenly, before he could finish, he decided to tell him everything. Come, let me tell you what happened just now, all right? Xuanyu changed his clothes, eagerly preparing for the next journey. He felt it was a good change, and the improvement felt very significant. Hangbin was still silently observing. You seem to have grown taller. At this moment, the two went downstairs to gather. Is that so? Let's go eat something. I'm hungry. The next day, at the entrance of Tang's sect headquarters, they had all gathered. Ling Yi's voice suddenly sounded. Now we're going to the physical examination center. Everyone, don't worry too much. The physical examination results won't be counted in your scores, nor will they affect the additional test items. Hearing this, the two couldn't help but be surprised. Xianxia stammered to comfort them. That's great, our soul power is still low anyway. Then she motioned for them to get on the bus. Students, please get on the bus with me. Teachers, please stop here. As Xuanyu was about to leave, a hand rested on his shoulder. It was Hong Bin from behind, gently reminding him, remember, Shrek won't reject you for being special, only for being mediocre. Hearing this, Xuanyu as he walked made a firm decision. Let's begin. At the Shrek Academy Physical Examination Center, Ling Yi began to announce to them, the first item is a blood draw, 10 milliliters per person, no need to worry. Shen Yu was busy organizing her tools here, and as soon as she saw her, she immediately rushed over. Darling, I'm here. Seeing this, Shen Yu somewhat embarrassedly stopped her. All right. A moment later, Ling Yi returned to normal and introduced everyone. This is Dr. Zhang Shenyu, also a graduate of Shrek Academy. She didn't wait long and said, let's start quickly. The first was Xuanyu. As soon as he sat down to prepare for the injection, the young boy decided to switch sides. My right hand is too hard, let's use my left hand. So Shen Yu began to draw blood. As soon as it was drawn, Xuanyu let out a slight sigh of relief. It went in, she also signaled at this moment. All right, let's go, he politely thanked her. Thank you, teacher. As soon as Xuanyu left, Shen Yu silently watched him. This child is really handsome, just as she was about to attend to the next person. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon appeared in the young boy's blood sample test tube. A small vortex was slowly rotating in Xuanyu's blood sample test tube. She immediately froze, looking closely, and at this moment the test tube had returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Shen Yu held up the test tube and pondered for a while. What I just saw was a bloodline anomaly. This child is only a few years old, his bloodline shouldn't be fully mature yet. Meanwhile, everyone gathered in the corridor preparing for the next physical examination, a body check, basic items like height and weight. Shrek's examination didn't seem to be anything special. Ling Yi looked at the two, smiling happily. A moment later, she led the students to another place. Upon arrival, Ling Yi began to introduce, next we will conduct tests on soul power, spiritual power and other quality abilities. Please prepare yourselves. Because he was the first to be tested, he felt a little apprehensive. It's that scary time again. Xuanyu walked in step by step and the guiding voice suddenly sounded. Grip the handles tightly with both hands and begin to release your soul power. A few seconds later it stopped and signaled the end. Lan Xuanyu, 11 years old, basic soul power level 23. Hearing this, the young boy was too surprised to believe his ears. Level 23, I'm level 23, is this the benefit of life energy brought by bloodline mutation? At the same time, the guiding voice suddenly sounded. Twin martial spirit amplification nearly 30, actual combat soul power level 29. Xuanyu looked around in surprise. Can twin martial spirits also be measured? Actual combat soul power level 29, worthy of Shrek. These data are too impressive. He began the next test. Spiritual power test. Test begins. Can only sit still. Xuanyu thought to himself. The feeling of being completely fixed in place is really uncomfortable. This gray helmet was stimulating his spiritual power, and suddenly the surrounding scene turned red. Warning, warning, machine malfunction. All test subjects, please evacuate quickly, otherwise there will be life-threatening danger. Hearing this, he struggled with all his might, but to no avail. No way, I can't struggle, and I can't release my martial spirit. A moment later, the test helmet suddenly detached from Xuanyu's head. Test over. Name Lan Xuanyu, spiritual power 571, burst spiritual power 612, body pulling force 706 kilograms. Hearing this, the young boy was a little surprised. Was the warning fake? Amidst his surprise, Xuanyu could only laugh off the previous experiment. That works too. Shrek Academy's style is truly unique. As soon as the young boy left, the system voice sounded, balance test, starting test. At the same time, the space around Xuanyu suddenly lost balance, anti-gravity. The young boy fell unexpectedly, and a wind blew from all directions, rotating his body. Xuanyu was dizzy from spinning and couldn't help but say, so dizzy spinning like this, but this feeling was very familiar, reminding him of teacher Lin Tianfen. Seeing this, Ling Yi quickly asked about the situation. Can you last 3 minutes? Are you feeling nauseous? Unlike others, Xuanyu calmly replied, I'm fine. As soon as he entered the next room, the system voice sounded, strength test. Attack twice with maximum force. The first time, use only physical strength. The second time, use all stacked attack abilities. He began to sigh, preparing to take a deep breath. Does physical strength include bloodline power? First attack, using only physical strength. Xuanyu struck the door with all his might, but there was still no reaction. Preparing for the second attack, the young boy adjusted his breathing, looked intently at the door in front of him, and enhanced all his abilities. An energy ring appeared, circling Xuanyu, rapidly rotating, and power flowed through his arm, enveloping his entire body. The originally ordinary arm now transformed into sharp dragon claws. The energy flow became stronger and stronger, forming a golden flame that enveloped Xuanyu's body. The young boy focused on the target, striking with all his might with a dragon steel punch. The powerful punch shook the entire room. Energy sprites flew out from that door towards Xuanyu, and a powerful force surged into his body. He felt a slight enlightenment from the bottom of his heart. Xuanyu excitedly looked at his hands. Is this the feeling of integrating my own abilities? It seems the bloodline mutation has brought me comprehensive improvement. After completing the test, the young boy quickly returned to the assembly point to rejoin everyone. Lin Yi came out from inside and announced a 30-minute break, followed by a comprehensive physical fitness test, where everyone's soul power will be sealed. Qianlei, next to him, felt his mood sink to rock bottom. I'm finished. Xuanyu glanced at him, his mood also growing anxious. In a luxurious building in the city center, we have already analyzed the satellite images. In a room in that building, the life energy in the Sea God Lake tidal zone has increased by 20. 6 people were discussing in the room. Elder Tree speculated that this was a good phenomenon, and the Eternal Tree seemed to have undergone a benign mutation. Mu Yang reported the situation just now, seemingly evolving. The woman at the head of the table also generally understood the situation. That's good. Luo Hong was the one sitting there. She carefully reminded everyone. New student examination, everyone pay attention. Any promising seedlings can be exceptionally admitted. Over 30 people each year is still a bit low. As she was speaking, someone suddenly pushed the door open and came in. Shen Yu, why are you here? I came to find Luo Hong. I found a special bloodline sample during the new student examination, and I want to ask you to come and take a look. Shen Yu also mentioned that 2 examination machines had already been damaged. Luo Hong was surprised to hear this, quickly stood up and followed. All right, take me there. In the laboratory, both machines were emitting black smoke. The data was garbled. Nothing could be seen clearly. Let me see the remaining blood sample. She picked up the bottle of blood, carefully looking at the name on it. Lan Xuanyu, Tinluo Academy. Luo Hong read the information roughly, but a hint of disappointment appeared on her face. The champion of the Tinluo Star preliminary selection. Shen Yu also added, only 11 years old with only a 23rd level of soul power. She gently tilted the blood bottle and took a few drops of blood for examination. Luo Hong condensed that drop of blood with her ability and brought it closer, but as soon as it touched her finger, a bolt of lightning shot out from her hand. Luo Hong's face immediately froze at the sight before her. This is bloodline suppression. Shen Yu couldn't believe her ears. Ah, how is that possible? Luo Hong immediately formed a protective barrier around her. Even she herself found it hard to believe. It was indeed difficult to believe, so she rechecked it, took out a portion of spiritual power and brought it close to Xuanyu's blood drop. The two quickly merged and began to spread. The two were becoming one, bursting with power, forming the shape of a dragon. Luo Hong couldn't believe her eyes, and even she herself was startled. This is a dragon's roar. Luo Hong quickly broke the protective barrier. The remaining bit of energy also dissipated, and 2 streaks of bone light gradually flew away. The dean removed the protective barrier and the 2 streaks of bone light disappeared. Her tone turned cold. Who led Lan Xuanyu's group? Shen Yu still calmly replied. Its junior sister Ling Yi. Luo Hong instructed as she left, notify Ling Yi to pay close attention to Lan Xuanyu and have her continuously report to me. She silently walked out of the laboratory. Luo Hong's face was still immersed in thought, muttering in disbelief. Could it really be a divine bloodline? She unconsciously smiled and looked towards the distant city. Finally, something interesting. In the 1-hour rapid uphill climb endurance test, Lan Xuanyu seemed to drag his 2 friends through it. Ling Yi silently observed their team's actions. Suddenly, 2 small weapons flew towards Lan Xuanyu, instantly restoring him to good condition. All fatigue vanished as if it had never been there. Then in the reaction test, he lasted for 10 minutes. In contrast to Xuanyu's vibrant state, Lu Feng was drenched in sweat and panting. He had to thank the heavens that all the tests were finally completed. Xuanyu walked over to Ling Yi to ask about the situation. Sister Ling, can we know our test scores? She smiled and softly replied, I won't tell you your scores, but I need to remind you. Ling Yi was impressed by their team's performance in the previous test. Just like the endurance test earlier, in a team test it might be very difficult for you to achieve this. Xuanyu and Lu Feng were stunned when they heard that all 3 of them had passed the exam. It was extremely rare for 3 people from the same group to pass the exam after Shrek Academy had been enrolling students for many years. After making the announcement, she turned and left. The 3 looked at each other, the phrase repeating in their minds. It's extremely rare for 3 people from the same group to all pass the exam. Lu Feng called out to Xuanyu but said nothing. He put his hands on both their shoulders. We'll do what we said we would do then. Xuanyu's gaze was firm. Believe me, I will do my best to get you through. We brothers don't separate. We create our own miracles and can only look forward. We have no way out, the 3 friends said in unison. Yes, no way out. Outside, Xianxia waved and called out, Lan Xuanyu, how was your test? Not bad, how about yours? Are your tests finished? As the 2 were chatting, another person appeared behind them. Xianxia, is this your good male friend? The person's steps drew closer. She had long silver hair and was wearing the academy's uniform. Xianxia said shyly, Sister Qin, don't talk nonsense. Her beautiful demeanor was fully displayed. Everyone in school knows about his affairs. We're sisters, so don't be shy. Lan Xuanyu, right, it's not easy to revolve around my little cabbage. Xuanyu frowned. Sister Qin, if you keep talking nonsense I'll get angry. She's not a little cabbage and I'm not a pig. She ignored her sister's complaint, walked forward in a friendly manner and extended her hand. I am Lan Mengchen, Xianxia's good sister. I will help you 2 and her. Xuanyu politely showed a courteous smile and shook her hand. Hello, his friend, seeing a beautiful girl appear out of nowhere to talk, immediately leaned in. Hello sister, I'm Qianlei, Xuanyu's good teammate. Mengchen smiled 1 second, then showed a cold expression the next, uttering an oh. This alone made the chubby boy's face turn pale, and he fearfully hid behind him. Seeing this, she chuckled and teased, Little fatty, you're too timid. Xuanyu subtly realized that her spiritual power was definitely no weaker than his own. He looked at Xianxia with an inquisitive gaze and she revealed with a faint smile. Stronger than me and stronger than you. Xuanyu was very surprised. No way, is Sister Qin also a 4 ring? How strong is this team? He quickly looked around. Where's the third person? Don't look. Xianxia held up 2 fingers. A 2-person team. Our team only has 2 people. Our strength isn't enough and more people would be a hassle. A 2-person team? Xianlei asked worriedly. Sister, isn't 2 people too disadvantaged? What's wrong with 2 people? We'll still qualify at our Heavenly Dough Academy. Everyone calls us the Ice and Snow Goddesses. Xianxia is ice and I am snow. You can call me Goddess Adult from now on. This goddess will protect you. The chubby boy was completely captivated by her beauty, his eyes turning into heart shapes. Goddess Adult is mighty. Lu Feng looked at Qianlei's unmanly behavior and kicked him away. You're really embarrassing us, Goddess Adult. Xianxia replied. What do you want? After talking with the 2 girls, the friends greeted each other. Time to go. Walking out the gate, Qianlei exclaimed, Xuanyu, Sister Mengchen was so beautiful just now, especially her aura, it was absolutely divine. What do you mean, nothing? I just feel like I might have a strong connection with Sister. You still have time to think about this. Let's talk after passing Shrek Academy's test. They arrived at a giant tree area, and he showed a yearning expression. The life energy is so strong, I really want to go near that giant tree. Lu Feng reminded from behind, it seems the examiner is here. He began to introduce, Welcome to Shrek Academy. I am teacher Shao Kai from Shrek Academy. Let's get straight to the point. He showed a sinister smile. Today is the first day of the additional test, and it's also likely the most brutal day of the assessment. Half the people will be eliminated today. Hearing this, those around them began to murmur, What half? Half the people eliminated today, and it's only the first day. Shao Kai's expression subtly changed, and he emphasized the rules with gentle seriousness. Today's test format is an arena battle, very simple. He clearly announced the rules. All candidates will be randomly assigned opponents by the system. Winners advance to the next round, losers are directly eliminated. So luck and strength are equally important. Xuanyu's body immediately stiffened upon hearing this cruel announcement. This is the most disadvantageous test format for us. Not only him but other candidates were equally worried. No one could borrow others' strength, everyone had to rely on themselves. Shao Kai continued to issue a warning. There's one thing I must remind everyone. The arena battle is not conducted in a virtual space. He frowned slightly and reminded. It's real combat and injury and death are possible in reality. Xuanyu's eyes suddenly became unusually excited. Real combat was completely different from previous assessments. Shao Kai cautiously made one last reminder. So everyone should consider it carefully. Those who want to withdraw now can speak up. At this point, of course, no one wanted to withdraw. They proceeded directly to drawing lots. In an instant, the competition roster was immediately displayed before the candidates. Xuanyu's attention was quickly drawn to his team's name. He showed a satisfied smile. Great, and then weren't matched against Qianxia's or Bing Tinling's team. After all teams received their notifications, Shao Kai began to announce the start of the competition. The assessment will take place on 10 arenas. All candidates, please prepare yourselves. With that, he hastily called out the names of the contestants. Arena 1, Lan Xuanyu, Lu Feng, Qianlei versus Chen Lihan, Li Bin, Jia Yu. Xuanyu's expression became more serious than ever before. Going first was a good thing. He finally decided to bravely face the perilous situation. Let's go, Mengchen began to tease. Their strength doesn't seem that great. Why do you like him? Qianxia immediately jumped up when she heard this. Who likes him? Sister Qin, don't talk nonsense. Seeing the scene just now, she couldn't help but smile happily. If you don't like him, then why are you nervous? The little girl shyly reminded. He's also a student of our teacher Nana. Mengchen's beautiful face subtly wavered. Teacher Nana, while she was surprised, the explanation kept coming. He's teacher Nana's first student. He came to visit teacher Nana last time. She secretly chuckled to herself, recalling that brave figure, and had some expectations for his strength. Meanwhile, Shao Kai was constantly urging them on. After announcing their names, they quickly and loudly shouted their own names. Lan Xuanyu, Lu Feng, Qianlei. Other promising candidates also confidently announced their names. Chen Lihan, Li Bin, Jia Yu. Shao Kai, seeing that the list of contestants was complete, decisively issued another warning. No rules, just combat based on means. Finally, a majestic roar announced the start of the battle. Xuanyu immediately entered a battle-ready stance, his powerful aura surprising his opponents. He couldn't help but be shocked by the opponent's strength. 4 rings plus 2 3-ring soul masters. This team's strength was already on par with Bing Tinling's team. Lihan only now felt the intensity of the battle. 2 rings. All 3 of them are 2-ring. How did they get into this round? Xiaodu, standing outside, couldn't help but interject. Their luck is so good, they can directly qualify, right? Lihan took the initiative to suggest. Why don't you surrender? Xuanyu, however, sighed and firmly replied, we still want to try. Ling Yi, witnessing everything happening before her, couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion at his decision. That face, such a painful expression. This kid is going to trick people again. A thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Does he think it's possible to win? Lihan, seeing this, also shook his head helplessly. It's time to talk. He decisively summoned his soul skill. Then let's go. Tide, a wave suddenly surged as if to swallow all insignificant lives. The icy current constantly wrapped around them, intertwined with creaking sounds, making the atmosphere even more tense. Li Bin quickly coordinated with his teammates, aiming to thoroughly crush the target sea staff. He directly used his most unique soul skill to fight, Swordfish Swarm. Without the slightest bit of mercy, Lihan coordinated with him decisively. Sea Staff, Roar of the Moon. They charged at Xuanyu simultaneously, attacking like mortal enemies. He gnashed his teeth in worry. His eyebrows involuntarily furrowed. 3 people attacking from all directions. The scene on the arena at this moment was incredibly powerful, causing the surrounding spectators to unconsciously become engrossed in the battle. A murderous glint suddenly flashed in Xuanyu's eyes, as if he had instantly transformed into another person. Come on, it's not entirely without a chance. A thunderous explosion rang out, and the entire arena gradually sank into thick mist at this moment. Mengchen was so surprised that she could only silently pray in her heart. What were they thinking? If they defended, would they be pushed off the arena? Xuanyu defended with ice-blue power, trying to stay awake, calculating secretly. Purely in terms of strength, we have no chance at all. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Xuanyu's mind, and he could only come up with an unexpected tactic. Without hesitation, he immediately raised his hand to signal, "I'll use my martial soul fusion skill to neutralize the tide." Following that, Xuanyu assigned tasks. At the same time, you two launch a surprise attack. Lu Feng and Qian Lei quickly received the information and acted. Just then, Xuanyu's ice shield shattered. Unable to hold up, he seized the opportunity to launch his plan. Xuanyu's palm emitted a dazzling light, and blue energy spread forward, lightly touching and activating his martial soul fusion skill. Forming a solid barrier, the soul skill released by Xuanyu was incredibly powerful. The tide exploded and fragments scattered. Xiaodu and Lihan were dumbfounded at this moment, their mouths agape, their faces stiff, as if they couldn't believe what had just happened. He cried out in terror in his heart. "My tide disappeared." Li Bin frowned, his face full of confusion. "What on earth is this?" Lihan now trembled and slumped to the ground. Why? Tears streamed down his face, his eyes wide, utterly bewildered. "What exactly happened just now?" "I still detonated the tide attack as usual, attacking him in an instant," and a strong sense of fear burst forth from the depths of his soul. Lihan recalled the feeling at the time. His soul power seemed to be sealed in an instant, and then all his attacks shattered. At this moment, Xuanyu was equally surprised by this sudden situation. "What's going on? I haven't even done anything yet." Lu Feng and Qian Lei behind him only knew that Xuanyu had neutralized the opponent's attack, and they immediately launched a surprise attack. Qian Lei quickly summoned the Emerald Demon Bird. The huge Emerald Demon Bird appeared, swiftly flying through the air. Jia Yu and Li Bin hadn't even come to their senses, and before they could react they were immediately defeated. Only Lihan was left on the field, unable to even use his martial soul. Facing Lu Feng and the Emerald Demon Bird's attack, Ling Yi intervened to save him, clearly announcing the end of the match. Xuanyu's body stiffened upon hearing the result. Xuanyu's team wins. Mengchen was too surprised to speak, while everyone else murmured, "What? That's too strange." Qian Lei happily stepped forward, excitedly saying, "Boss is too cool, they couldn't attack at all." A voice suddenly rang out, "How did you do that?" Xuanyu turned around only to meet Ling Yi's suspicious gaze. He just stood there blankly, not answering. Seeing this, her face turned ashen, very displeased with Xuanyu's attitude. "Pretending. Keep pretending. No one believes you." Lihan, Li Bin and Jia Yu were eliminated without knowing why. They didn't even understand why they lost. Mengchen hurriedly turned to Xianxia and asked, How did they do that? Did you see clearly?" The murmurs in the crowd continued. "It's so strange, their opponents were clearly much stronger, how could they lose so easily?" However, upon hearing these objections, Xuanyu suddenly stopped. On his young face he wore a friendly smile, but in everyone's eyes this smile sent shivers down their spines. These 3 people are too mysterious, absolutely not to be underestimated. Xuanyu squinted and smiled, but in his heart he was still asking himself what was going on, as he himself wasn't sure. "This reminds me of Yi Ling Tong. It's a bit like martial soul suppression, but isn't my bloodline supposed to suppress dragon-type martial souls? The opponent isn't, or is it a new ability brought by bloodline mutation? I don't understand." The first round of matches quickly ended. Qianzhou's face clearly showed worry. The second round of elimination matches began, and Xuanyu's acquaintances took the stage. Shushi and her teammates confidently walked out. Xuanyu sighed in his heart when he saw them. "It's Liang Shushi's team from Lingtian Academy." Xuanyu couldn't help but sigh when he saw them. He looked at Bing Tinliang, who was frowning in thought, and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Bing Tinliang must be very nervous. The announcement sounded and the match began. But Xuanyu's thoughts still hadn't stopped. He hoped that he and Liang Shushi could both get into Shrek, but now he couldn't help. Those who can get here are all elites of the entire federation. Liang Shushi gave her all to defeat her opponent, but in the end she still lost. She sadly slumped down, tears rolling down her cheeks. Ultimately, she was eliminated. Xuanyu felt sympathetic when he saw this scene. Bing Tinliang just silently lowered his head, a thoughtful expression on his face. The cruel second round of matches ended. Another 30 people were eliminated. The assessment progressed to the third round, and Bing Tinling's team took the stage. His eyes were firm and lightning shimmered, filling the entire arena. They seemed to crush their opponents with overwhelming force. Xuanyu observed, thinking to himself, their opponents were really unlucky to encounter the enraged Thunder Devil. The broadcast sounded, announcing the next match. Lan Mengchen and Dong Qianchu would be on stage. He pondered and analyzed. Their opponent had a 4-ringed tiger lion, and there were only 2 of them. How would they deal with it? At the very beginning, Pai Yun used the soul skill Earth Bear, his body's muscles bulging, his strength soaring. Immediately after, Pai Yun charged directly at Mengchen. The powerful waves he created surged towards her and she swiftly flew up to dodge. Mengchen's icy gaze was fixed on her opponent. With a gentle wave of her hand, 4-ringed snowflakes erupted, layers of snowflakes covering Pai Yun. He gritted his teeth and resisted, a thought flashing through his mind. "These snowflakes seem like blades and my body temperature is rapidly dropping. If this continues, I'll surely die." The opponent seized the opportunity and launched his strongest attack, soul skill, at Lan Mengchen. Facing this attack, Mengchen gently raised her hand, summoning an ice and snow vortex, and Qianxia looked up, an ice spear glinting in her hand. It was shot directly into the air, flying straight towards Pai Yun, but he was unharmed and still rushed desperately at Mengchen. Xuanyu thought carefully. The opponent had already shattered the vortex, and the attack momentum was largely unaffected. The Earth Bear's defense was too strong. Mengchen coldly extended her hand, striking Pai Yun fiercely with a palm from within the snowflakes. At the same time, Qianxia flew from behind him, delivering a powerful kick that sent him off the stage. The two cooperated so seamlessly. At the end of the match, they clasped hands, exuding an aura of harmony and majesty. People around them exclaimed in admiration. Qianlei cheered excitedly. So strong, so beautiful, Xuanyu secretly admitted to himself, lowering his head. Indeed, very strong. Their opponents were also 4 ring soul masters, but 2 against 3, they completely suppressed them. No wonder they dared to participate in the assessment as a duo. The subsequent matches continued, and watching the elite competition among their peers was a great stimulus for Lan Xuanyu's trio, especially Lu Feng and Qianlei, who had already resolved to fight desperately. Xiao Kai stepped forward to announce the final round of the match on arena number 10. Luo Hao, Chen Xian and Feng Xiao versus Yuan Enweiwei. After hearing this, Xuanyu couldn't believe his ears, his eyes wide with surprise. He muttered to himself, only one person. Enwei appeared, clad in a black cloak. Xuanyu observed carefully, confirming that there was indeed only one person. Just then he reached out and removed his hood, as the black cloth fell and Hui's face revealed a strange beauty, and his cold, sharp gaze sent shivers down everyone's spines. Enwei appeared with a confident demeanor, and outside the stands murmurs arose. Everyone was astonished. One person, really just one person? Good heavens, what's going on? Xiao Kai immediately suppressed the commotion. All right, everyone, quiet down, he announced the start of the match as soon as his words fell. Enwei immediately unleashed his soul rings. Xuanyu's mouth hung open in astonishment, and the crowd erupted again. 10,000-year soul ring, and 5 soul rings. He's a 5-ring soul king, my goodness. No wonder he dared to go alone. How is it possible to be over rank 50? What kind of monster is this? Enwei then conjured a bow, pointed to his face, and announced, I am Yuan Enweiwei. His tone was full of arrogance. I never need teammates. I am enough on my own. The opposing trio of Luo Hao immediately charged forward, attacking and shouting, everyone, let's go, don't be afraid. No matter how strong he is, he's just one person. And Hui's gaze suddenly turned cold. He drew his bowstring taut, and an arrow shimmered. First soul skill, spirit concentration. The arrow tore through the air, and Luo Hao hastily shouted, quickly, dodge. Seeing this, Enwei merely smiled sinisterly, then immediately commanded, arrow chase. The arrow changes direction to pursue the target. A violent explosion rang out, and Luo Hao's entire team was knocked to the ground. Enwei put on his hood and quietly departed, leaving behind a halo of explosions brilliant like fireworks celebrating his victory. Xiao Kai spoke to announce the result. Match over, Yuan Enweiwei wins. Everyone was dumbfounded, stunned into speechlessness. Qianlei's face was ashen. Xuanyu, I want to go home. The gap is too big. Xuanyu said nothing, just silently placed a hand on his shoulder. He gently comforted him. Don't be so self-deprecating. His strength is only due to a different cultivation environment. Xuanyu's gaze followed Hui's retreating figure, and he said firmly, as long as we can stay, we will definitely catch up to him in the future. The selection assessment had concluded. Out of all 100 candidate groups, 50 groups were eliminated, leaving 147 people. Everyone left the arena together and returned to Shrek. Mengchen found Xuanyu and asked curiously, Xuanyu, how did your team win today? He retorted. Would you believe me if I said I didn't know? She retorted bluntly. Of course not. What method did you use to incapacitate their martial souls? He could only answer truthfully. I really don't know. Their attacks just turned that way when they collided with me. A trace of worry flashed in Mengchen's eyes as she brought up Enwei. Let's not talk about that for now. What do you think of that person? Xuanyu seriously admitted, very strong, truly exceptionally strong. She began to analyze. His soul power and martial soul are both incredibly powerful. I think his spiritual power exceeds 700 points. His first soul skill uses spiritual power to guide his arrows. Finally, Mengchen concluded, I think he deliberately came to participate in the assessment just to showcase his strength to everyone. Xuanyu remained silent, thinking to himself, you seem to be in a similar situation too. On a quiet mountaintop overlooking a vast and dreamy space, 3 people stood talking, and a voice asked, Yi, are those little ones under your charge? Tell me, how are things? Ling Yi answered with her arms crossed. I'm not sure what's going on either. I only know that Lan Xuanyu is exceptionally skilled at creating miracles. Otherwise he wouldn't have become #1 on Tinluo's star. If he has any special qualities, I believe it's his bloodline. After he came into contact with an opponent's attack, the opponent's martial soul was incapacitated. Shan Yu pushed up her glasses and agreed. His bloodline is indeed very special. The dean said his bloodline might be a very powerful dragon bloodline, and it's even possible that 2 true dragon bloodlines exist simultaneously. If the opponent now has a dragon-type martial soul, suppression is normal. Xiao Kai retorted, arguing that the problem was that the opponent did not have a dragon-type bloodline, and even if it were martial soul suppression, it wouldn't cause the martial soul to shatter directly. Shan Yu concluded, he is indeed a case worth in-depth study. Ling Yi joked, are we going to slice him up for research? Xiao Kai then concluded, I only have one thought, isn't this Lan Xuanyu very good at support? His martial soul is related to C-type martial souls. Can he conversely enhance C-type martial souls? The two fell into contemplation after hearing this. He directed the work. Shen Yu, go report to the dean. Yi, you go take Li Han's trio and Xuanyu to the simulation cabin for another check. They then left together to execute their tasks, and silence returned to the place. At Shrek guest house, Hongbin sternly questioned Xuanyu. Do you truly not know what happened? He replied decisively. I don't know. He looked at him, his face full of pride. Very good, I can now confirm that you will be admitted. He looked up, surprised. How the assessment isn't over yet. Hongbin immediately retorted, have you forgotten Shrek Academy's motto? Xuanyu quickly answered, only monsters are admitted, not ordinary people. Hearing him say this, he was very excited. I'm confident now that you and Qian Lei might get into Shrek. Outside Shrek, Xuanyu pleaded, teacher, please don't tell Fatty about this idea for now. I'm afraid he'll lose his motivation to work hard. Hongbin comforted him. Don't worry, once you're in Shrek you won't be able to slack off even if you want to. Come, let me tell you some basic information about Shrek. Hongbin enthusiastically explained from memory. Shrek Academy only admits 30 students each year. Because resources are limited, everyone must strive for more resources on their own. If you don't work hard, you'll quickly be eliminated. Xuanyu couldn't help but be surprised after hearing this. Competing for resources? His bewildered expression made Hongbin explain with even greater enthusiasm. The academy possesses a vast quantity of rare treasures, but cultivating these resources consumes the life energy of the eternal tree, so the conditions are extremely stringent. Students must make contributions and earn Shrek Academy badges to exchange for resources. The badge ranks are the same as soul rings, with 10 tiers between each rank. Shrek badges are extremely precious items in Shrek City, their value even exceeding money and Duluo coins. After a detailed analysis, Hongbin didn't forget to remind them, rest well tonight. Tomorrow's assessment is likely an individual test, however. The current worry made Xuanyu hesitant. An individual test made him even more uneasy. Fatty might be fine, but Lu Feng would be in trouble. Hongbin seemed to notice the worry in the other party's eyes, and his tone became calmer. I understand your feelings. Everyone has their own path, if you can truly go far. It won't just be up to you, but also up to them. When reuniting with his friends, Xuanyu didn't forget to remind them. Today's assessment is very likely to be an individual test. His grown-up demeanor made Lu Feng chuckle. Don't look so glum, it's not like you at all, don't worry about me. Some problems I need to face directly, and I'll try my best not to regret it. You must pass. Qian Lei, standing nearby, couldn't help but poke him. Hey, don't talk like you're the only one who feels that way. I've also made up my mind, plus who knows what the individual test will be. If it's a sleeping test, I'll definitely win the championship. Their optimism slightly relaxed Xuanyu's expression. It seemed that without absolute power one would encounter uncontrollable problems, and he truly disliked that feeling. While the three were chatting, Ling Yi approached from somewhere and interrupted. Lan Xuanyu, come with me for a moment. He could only silently follow behind her, attracting many gazes along the way. The two then got into a car and headed elsewhere. It wasn't until they entered a simulation cabin that Ling Yi finally spoke. Yesterday's battle situation was a bit special, so the academy decided to add another test for everyone. Later, everyone, please recreate yesterday's battle situation to see if the attacks will be nullified. As soon as her words fell, the opposing team quickly launched an attack. Xuanyu still stood calmly, his hand gently raised to block. From his fingertips a strange light shimmered, catching Ling Yi's attention. Just as the opponent's wave struck, that light became even more brilliant. In merely an instant the wave was neutralized, even disappearing without a trace, as if it had never existed. This made Ling Yi look at him with a hint of apprehension. Indeed, not a single trace. It vanished in the blink of an eye. Others also showed shocked expressions, looking at Xuanyu's innocent expression. She immediately lamented in her heart that this could no longer be described as strange. It was simply like a miracle. Ling Yi suddenly made a request. All right, Lan Xuanyu, next you assist the three of them, and have them attack me with similar tactics. This unexpected intention caught Xuanyu off guard, but he also secretly found it interesting. That's a good idea, I'm also curious about the effect. He raised his cold arm and many vines swiftly flew out. They coiled around the others' bodies, and everyone quickly created a second wave. Ling Yi looked at it, completely unfazed. This wave is no different from before. It had no power over her. As soon as she finished speaking, a golden light flashed from within. Many slender golden vines also gradually appeared around Xuanyu. Before long, the wave was enveloped in golden light. This sudden change surprised Ling Yi. The wave seems to have changed. A look of shock appeared in her eyes. Her entire body felt as if it were plummeting into an abyss. In a daze, as the wave approached, she quickly saw through its power. It was a martial soul fusion skill involving 3 people. Seeing that it couldn't be easily resolved, Ling Yi immediately counterattacked, observing the changes in her opponents. Xuanyu's mouth hung open in astonishment. 4 purple, 3 black, she's a 7-ring soul sage. She let out a shout, then launched a counterattack. The surging wave was thus scattered. Witnessing what she had just done, even Ling Yi herself was bewildered. Neutralizing their attack already cost me 8/10 of my soul power. It's really hard to imagine how much this kid's amplification is. Not only did his attack power increase several times, but he also assisted with a spiritual impact. Seeing her look at him, Xuanyu hastily waved his hand, putting on a well-behaved and innocent expression. It's not my fault. His demeanor made Ling Yi question herself. Is it really not your fault? No wonder the dean values him so much. We really should slice this kid open for investigation. She quickly regained her composure and ordered, let's go, leave the Dulua world. As soon as they returned to their original spot, another student couldn't help but exclaim, all our soul power and spiritual power were drained in an instant. It seems a special force guided the attack completely beyond our control. These words made Ling Yi pause, then she turned to Xuanyu and questioned, hey, did you control the giant wave to attack me? He immediately steadied himself, feigning innocence. How would I know? I didn't do anything. Seeing him act too absorbed, Ling Yi quickly erupted, you three go back and rest. I'll go ask the dean about your arrangements. Lan Xuanyu, I'm taking you to participate in the individual assessment. Hearing this, a trace of surprise flashed across Xuanyu's face. How shouldn't I be allowed to rest? This was like adding fuel to the fire, making Ling Yi's anger burn even brighter. What are you resting for? You haven't consumed any energy. He cowered a little, letting out a soft sigh. I'm mentally exhausted. I was scared, Sister Ling. She suddenly spoke in a stern, threatening tone. Are you going or not? I'm going. As soon as they arrived at the location, Ling Yi carefully explained. You choose an assessment item based on your specialty. This is to attract the Academy's attention. It will also be your major direction in the Academy in the future. Each professional area is further divided into different types. The proportion of each area also represents the corresponding number of students the Academy has. He observed everything thoughtfully, then pointed without hesitation. I choose this one. Xuanyu's decisiveness surprised Ling Yi. Controlling a warship, are you sure? His finger still pointed there. After some consideration, Xuanyu asked curiously, can I see the specific proportion breakdown? She could only reluctantly comply. All right, see for yourself. Under the other party's surprised gaze, Xuanyu decided without hesitation, I choose this item, piloting a starfighter. As soon as he uttered these words, Ling Yi felt as if struck by lightning, her heart filled with anguish. It's still one of the rarest types, and the number of students who chose it this year is 0. Perhaps fearing he was being impulsive, she still confirmed repeatedly, let me ask you one more time, are you sure? Being the only one doesn't necessarily mean you'll be chosen. At Shrek, strength is everything. Facing that unease, Xuanyu simply gave a confident thumbs up, very certain. No problem. Ling Yi suddenly turned away, inexplicably angry. Whatever, I'm leaving. A teacher will come to pick you up later. Thinking of this, Xuanyu smiled faintly. Teacher Yin Tianfen once said that he would definitely pass the starfighter piloting exam. After a long wait, as soon as he saw a dark figure moving at the doorway, he couldn't help but wonder, am I waiting for a teacher here? Who is it? The dark figure was still deep in thought. After a long time, it finally spoke in a tired voice. Someone in this batch actually chose this rare assessment subject. No one has chosen it for several batches. How refreshing. Zhenhua looked over with a weary expression. Is that you, the one who chose starfighter piloting? He moved agilely, bowing obediently. Hello, teacher. I am Lan Xuanyu and I chose it. In just an instant, his eyes revealed surprise. Zhenhua's attitude changed abruptly, as if he were a different person. Are kids from the current education system all this naive? Let's go. He even eagerly pushed him. You're walking too slowly. I'll take you. Xuanyu went from one surprise to another, utterly speechless. Before long, the two arrived at the Star Central. Looking at everything that had just happened, his heart was filled with astonishment. How did we get to the Star Central? I didn't feel any movement at all. Manhua coldly gave the order from the front. Walk faster. The small figure quickly followed, but after only a few steps he stopped completely. Looking at the behemoth in front of him, Xuanyu secretly admired it. The mecha is so big. Is this an interstellar mecha? And there's an extraordinary interstellar fighter jet. If I could control such an interstellar fighter jet, that would be amazing. His excited expression quickly fell into Zhenhua's eyes. What? Do you like it? Xuanyu stared intently at the mecha, nodding repeatedly. I like it very much. I can tell it's a model adept at extreme maneuvers. Zhenhua quickly denied. It doesn't have multiple weapons. This is a fighter jet for powerful operators. Noticing his longing gaze, he turned his head and tentatively asked, You like operating interstellar fighter jets? What do you like about it? Xuanyu still replied without blinking, his eyes shimmering with fervent desire. Xuanyu slowly continued, It's freedom. I like the various changes of an interstellar fighter jet at extreme operating speeds, especially the freedom. Flying however you want? Zhenhua snorted after hearing this. Freedom? He coldly walked toward the stairs, not forgetting to beckon. Come with me, let me see how you display the freedom of an interstellar fighter jet. The two quickly arrived at the training room. Zhenhua carelessly ordered, Enter the simulation cabin. I'll provide cover for you later. You conduct economic warfare according to my instructions, understood? Xuanyu quickly understood, nodding and complying. Understood. I'm the main fighter, and teacher is the cover fighter. Zhenhua chuckled inwardly at his casual demeanor. Cover fighter? How many years has it been since I was a cover fighter for someone else? After sitting in the simulation cabin, Xuanyu concentrated on controlling the mecha to fly away. His serious demeanor pleased Zhenhua even more. Good foundation, excellent operation and condition. His childish voice eagerly rang out, cover fighter, prepare for battle. This momentum made Zhenhua feel a little annoyed. This brat really taking me as his cover fighter? But he could only obediently respond, Prepare for battle. The two quickly piloted their mechas into the starting space. He kept commanding, fly at full speed to the battlefield. Manhua, despite his frustration, could only silently fume. Still commanding me. The two fighter jets charged at full speed. Just found an unidentified object, Xianxia suddenly shouted. Found an enemy plane, bearing 598-673. Manhua also leisurely reported. Found two enemy planes. Through the communication screen, he quickly devised a strategy, luring the enemy planes on the teacher's side. I'll support you after I'm done fighting. Despite his reluctance to be ordered around, Manhua still smiled happily. Xianxia sat in the cockpit, his eyes fixed on the target, not daring to look away. Come on, one-on-one. The fighter jet charged straight at the enemy. He pulled the joystick and the engine ran at full speed, but when Xianxia saw him make a sharp turn, the other party felt a jolt. Foolish, such sudden braking will cause the aircraft to lose control. Candidate. Bad news, this is as far as it goes. Although experiencing a dizzying spin, Xianxia still tried to remain calm. He quickly pressed the button on the control panel. The fighter jet immediately counterattacked. The opponent missed, falling directly into the target. What, even in this state, how did he withstand such a huge impact? After eliminating the enemy, Xianxia was ecstatic. Great, eliminated. Even Manhua let out a sigh of relief. He suddenly contacted Xianxia to report. Main fighter, cover fighter, report to me. My two enemy planes are flying towards your side. I haven't been able to hold them off. Behind his own fighter jet, two enemy planes were in hot pursuit. This instantly turned his excitement into dejection. What, teacher, how did you hold off the enemy? Truly a terrible teammate. Although angry, Manhua could only silently endure, his heart churning like waves. Terrible teammate, I'm the terrible teammate, you brat. This is an exam, do you understand? In space, three fighter jets circled, drawing long light trails. He gritted his teeth, his body radiating tension as he observed the situation. 2 against 1, and the opponents are well coordinated, difficult to deal with but not entirely without a chance. Xianxia immediately pushed the joystick forward. The fighter jet thus flew at full speed. This move caught the enemy off guard, unable to judge his trajectory. Are you crazy, going so fast in an asteroid belt? They immediately ordered their companions to surround him. Before long, many projectiles rained down. Inside the control console, the computer continuously issued warnings. Attention, attention, fuselage hit, shield damaged. But none of this swayed him. He controlled the fighter jet, flexibly dodging the enemy's pursuit. It was so fluid that Manhua admired it even more. He successfully fended off the pursuer's attack, but the charging fighter jet had already locked onto him. As soon as Xianxia saw himself being blocked, he couldn't help but get angry, even using all his strength to reduce the fighter jet's speed to evade the attack. Seeing Xianxia so desperate, the enemy was even more horrified. Cobra high-speed maneuver. This kid wants to die? He tensed his whole body, his attention focused on fully controlling the fighter jet. As soon as he escaped the dangerous area, Xianxia immediately launched counterattack missiles. An asteroid was thus blown up, scaring the pursuers into shouting, "Damn it!" Looking at their terrified expressions, a satisfied smile appeared on his tired face. Got you. Precise equipment shattered in the silent sky, and Xianxia angrily unleashed a killing blow. Die, energy released, tearing through the night sky. The collision created a huge explosion, even though the system continuously advised against it. Warning, warning, fuselage overloaded. But he still secretly rejoiced. Although too much energy was consumed, it was a success, but my body and soul power have reached their limits in the asteroid field. Xianxia looked at the flying light, thinking, there's still one left. I drove it away too, lucky me. Actually, I'm exhausted now. I've destroyed 2 fighter jets. The score should be pretty good, the mechanical voice still echoed steadily. Cover fighter, report position. I have destroyed the enemy cover fighter. The enemy main fighter has escaped. Main fighter, please note I am approaching you. Please assist. A warning bell rang in Xianxia's heart, foreboding something ominous. Assist. His gaze swept into the distance. A spaceship was flying in. Unfortunately, it brought powerful opponents here. Repeat, I am approaching you. Manhua chuckled slyly in the sturdy cockpit. Please assist. Xianxia looked at the situation before him, feeling a surge of terror. 7 mechas, what's going on? Did he stir up a hornet's nest? How could this happen? This is practically throwing myself into a pit of fire. Manhua stopped, easily walking into the main cabin. You're out. Xianxia was uncontrollably furious, scolding. Teacher, you're clearly messing around. Is this what a cover fighter does? He casually joked. That's right. Stay and provoke. I'm clearly allied with your enemies. You're still reporting your position to me, giving me orders. Aren't you trying to die? Do you, at your level, still want to get into Shrek Academy? Go home and take a bath and rest early. Sentence made Xianxia pause, his thoughts gradually turning negative. That's right, he's my supervisor teacher. What did I just say? He lowered his head, sighed, and tried to comfort himself. After a struggle, Xianxia resolved to pull himself together and face reality. Teacher, I was wrong. Manhua raised an eyebrow at the other party's quick repentance. What were you wrong about? Xianxia said solemnly what was on his mind. Wrong for not understanding teacher's painstaking efforts. Teacher wanted to give me a chance to show my best, but I misunderstood teacher, didn't perform my best and let down teacher's expectations. Teacher, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. Please give me another chance, teacher. I promise to follow teacher's instructions. He slowly raised his arm. Manhua listened to these sweet words, then tapped his student's head. Too bad Shrek doesn't have a drama department. If I didn't know you were Yin Tianfan's disciple I would have believed you. Xuanyu with a large bump on his head asked blankly, Teacher, do you know our teacher Yin? Zhenhua leisurely walked towards the open door. More than just know. Ask him if he still has the face to see me. You kid also has some conscience, knowing to choose the Interstellar Command Department as your major. For that, I'll reluctantly take you in. Go back, the comprehensive assessment is over. As long as you're not dead, come here and register with me. Xuanyu was stunned, seemingly unable to believe his ears. Register? I'm accepted just like that? Suddenly, some tricky questions flashed through his mind. Wait, what's a comprehensive assessment? Just come and register if you're not dead? Is there a risk to life, or is he just saying that casually? Back in Shrek's bustling lounge, Xuanyu slowly recounted what had just happened and then he left. Hongbin couldn't help but sigh, making Xuanyu confused and ask, What's wrong, Teacher Li? He wearily replied evasively. Nothing, you should have no problem passing the exam. Xuanyu directly raised his doubts. Teacher Li, do you know that person? Who exactly is he? Hongbin avoided the immediate question. You'll know later. He could only accept the fact, reluctantly giving up further questions. Then I won't guess anymore. He looked at the sky outside the window, pondering. Should I tell Yin Tianfan about this when I go back? If I tell him, will he still come to Shrek Academy? Suddenly a knock on the door caught Xuanyu's attention. Qianlei couldn't wait, immediately asking, Xuanyu, you're back so fast. Are you sure you passed? Xuanyu calmly asked about the situation. How about you? Qianlei confidently puffed out his chest, looking proud. Passed, of course I passed. I have such extraordinary talent. I don't know why. Xuanyu asked with concern. What subject did you choose? The little guy smiled brightly, looking happy. Martial soul. My martial soul was rated as unique. I'll tell you, your martial soul isn't unique, but my brother's martial soul is unique. Isn't that amazing? Are you convinced? Xuanyu saw the other party's smugness, then crossed his arms and teased. I heard that the later comprehensive assessment might even be life-threatening. Why don't you lead the team? Xianlei immediately ran over, fawning and clinging to his arm. No, Captain. You're the captain. No matter how excellent my martial soul is, I still have to obey you. I've long been completely devoted to you. Xuanyu suddenly remembered his friend and asked with concern, Why hasn't Fatty come back yet? What subject did he choose? The little guy casually answered the question. The subject is quite unpopular, called willpower combat. Hongbin, hearing this from a distance, immediately became excited. Willpower combat, why did he choose that? Qianlei recounted what he knew. He heard that weaker people could choose this subject. To give it a try, Xuanyu asked with curiosity, Teacher Li, is there something wrong with willpower combat? His face gradually darkened, and his tone carried a hint of coldness. Nothing wrong, this subject is indeed suitable for his situation. After all, a soul master's talent isn't everything, but this subject is also the most difficult. Passing it is good, but if he can't pass, the after effects will be very severe. Minor consequences include broken will, stagnation of cultivation. Severe consequences can be life-threatening. In an extremely cold place, Lu Feng struggled forward, covered in bloodstains. Xiao Kai directly refused. No. You're too weak. He stood up alone from the pain in his body. I can do it. Lu Feng made a move, aiming to prove that his determination and will were still capable of fighting. He could only sigh, a trace of weariness on his face. Then Xiao Kai gently raised his hand, releasing a very small amount of energy. He was hit and immediately bounced back. Lu Feng's body was in severe pain, and his weapon also shattered. He lay on the cold ground, struggling to breathe. Shen Yu looked at the person in front of her, her heart filled with worry. His martial soul is also starting to get damaged. He has multiple fractures and he's losing too much blood. The injuries are already life-threatening, she urgently suggested. Perhaps it should stop. Xiao Kai shook his head, calmly explaining. The more extreme the state, the more one can see a person's potential. He stepped on Lu Feng, stomping hard, which caused Lu Feng immense pain. Xiao Kai, with a strong killing intent, stated a firm condition. If you can still stand up, I'll count you as passing the assessment. Lu Feng heard this and resolved to pull himself together, but then fell down again. He tried to adjust his breathing and recover his strength. However, Lu Feng's eyes gradually lost focus, and his heart was filled with negative thoughts. Am I about to disappear? Is it worth it? Is it really worth it? Those past gossips flooded into his mind like a torrent, completely unworthy, immediately eliminated, trash, garbage, so pitiful. However, in Lu Feng's dark memories, a faint light appeared. But just then you appeared, you gave me hope and allowed people like me to have confidence. I won't let you down. We must get into Shrek together, we must. Lu Feng still lay on the cold ground, Shen Yu's face filled with worry, trying her best to dissuade. No, stop it, too much blood loss, he's unconscious, I must give him emergency treatment quickly. Xiao Kai hesitated for a long time before finally making a decision. Before he could finish, he felt something unusual. Lu Feng's eyes were filled with determination, and Xiao Kai couldn't help but look at him with surprise as he struggled desperately. This kid. Lu Feng straightened his body, his will firm, refusing to yield. I cannot fail, I must pass. A miracle occurred. He stood steadily. Shen Yu gently and carefully tended to him. You're too ruthless. He's suffered fatal injuries. Even if he's saved, the injuries can't be healed immediately. What about the later assessments? Xiao Kai was nonchalant, as if nothing had happened. His talent isn't good. If he doesn't have perseverance, what right does he have to enter Shrek? But in this kid I saw dedication and persistence. His final smile proved that he has a tolerant and kind heart. I've already done this. He took out a magical herb. Of course I have a way to save him. Shen Yu looked at the item in front of her in surprise. Teacher Xiao, this is too precious. Xiao Kai looked at the person lying below with concern, silently anticipating. Precious things should be used in the right place. I like this child. I didn't expect such a child among this batch of candidates. He's too much like me when I first came to Shrek. His performance is even better than mine back then. I want to take him as my disciple. This magnificent 7-petal immortal grass, the afterglow of the sunset intertwined with Xiao Kai's voice, consider it my meeting gift to him. The story shifts to the hospital. Xuanyu couldn't suppress his inner worry. How did Fatty get so injured? The ward is too deserted. He was at a loss, not knowing what to do. Hangbin immediately checked and comforted everyone. Don't worry, he's fine. Although he's seriously injured, his vital signs and soul power are very abundant, possibly due to excellent treatment. He just needs some rest. Lu Feng excitedly announced, brothers, I passed. Xuanyu, hearing this good news, also cheered. Really, that's great? Qianlei was also happy but too tired, so he asked, I need to sleep, I'm too sleepy. Hangbin finally lowered his guard and said, now you can rest assured, but he quickly regained his composure and warned, however, you can't relax. Only by passing the comprehensive assessment can you be officially admitted to Shrek Academy. Xuanyu asked, confused, is the final assessment a comprehensive one? Qianlei quickly raised a question, what will it test? Seeing this, Hangbin seriously provided practical information. The only thing I can tell you is that the comprehensive assessment is indeed dangerous, and it may even be life-threatening. The next day, Shrek Academy gathered all candidates in the guesthouse lobby for a meeting. Xiao Kai stood proudly on the stage, confidently stating, I have 2 pieces of news to tell everyone. First, individual assessment scores will not eliminate anyone. Everyone has a chance to participate in the final comprehensive assessment. The students were overjoyed, and the hall buzzed with excitement. He slowly announced the other news. Second, regarding the comprehensive assessment, everyone will be taken to a real place to engage in combat with real enemies. Please note, that is a real battlefield. Once a problem arises, everyone is very likely to perish there. Xuanyu and Qianlei immediately became nervous, trying to collect all key information. Xiao Kai gravely announced the final regulation. Now everyone can choose to participate or not. Those who don't participate will be eliminated and sent home. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, Bing Tinliang met Xuanyu. He asked seriously, Lan Xuanyu, what are your thoughts? Xuanyu replied without hesitation, we will participate in the final comprehensive assessment. Bing Tinliang was happy to hear this and suggested, good, then our agreement still stands, right? Xuanyu also readily agreed, of course, provided you follow my command. He just glanced at him and quickly left. Good. Xuanyu looked into the distance and thought, it was good for the 3 of them to go together as trust had already been established between them. Suddenly, Qianchu walked over and interrupted his thoughts, we'll participate. What about you? Xuanyu calmly replied, we'll participate. She made a suggestion without hesitation, then let's act together. He considered it carefully, then replied gravely, all right, but you must follow my command. Lan Mengchen remained silent for a long time, finally speaking impatiently. How you command us? Do you think you're smarter than us? Xuanyu calmly stated his opinion. More or less, if you 2 are unwilling, then you don't have to team up with us. A dispersed team strength will greatly reduce efficiency. She was furious. Qianchu, your friend is so arrogant. Qianchu gently explained the situation. Sister Mengchen, listen to me. Sister Mengchen, your strength is definitely the strongest, but in terms of command I trust him. Sister Mengchen, think about it. With their strength, they were able to win the championship in both selections and the re-examination. And the key was Lan Xuanyu's command ability. Sister Mengchen, if you trust me, agree to him. We will definitely get into Shrek if we team up. Lan Mengchen could only reluctantly agree. All right then, I don't trust him, but I trust you. She left without looking back. Anyway, if you think he's unreliable, the 2 of us will leave. Qianchu glanced back gently, then followed. Xuanyu watched their departing figures, feeling warmth in his heart, not expecting her to speak up for him. Ultimately, no candidates chose to give up. After all, they had come so far with great difficulty. Hangbin solemnly announced, the comprehensive assessment will be the day after tomorrow. Everyone must take responsibility for their own decisions. Time passed, and soon the meeting ended. He gathered his students and admonished them. That's right, everyone must take responsibility for their own decisions. Since you've chosen, you can't regret it. But you must remember, this assessment is not a drill, but a real battle. I can confidently tell you that people die in every comprehensive assessment. Remember, no matter what, you must come back alive in the following time. Lan Xuanyu dedicated all his time to cultivation. He closed his eyes, sensing the power his body absorbed. In Lan Xuanyu's perception, the abundant life energy in the air continuously flowed into his body. In that green light, a peculiar giant light spot appeared, called the Eternal Tree. As soon as it saw him, it revealed a satisfied smile. Before he could understand what was happening, it quickly entered Xuanyu's body. Immediately after, he seemed to feel some changes within his body. The speed of life energy absorption increased by 50. A special aura seemed to have appeared in his spiritual sea. Seemed to be connecting to something, and no other abnormalities were found. What exactly was that light sphere? Night fell, carrying unresolved doubts, foreshadowing more new stories. In another scene, Xuanyu's image appeared amidst arguments. One party speaking, I need him. I only need him, and no one can contend with me for him. His choice of individual assessment is my department. I need him. The other person was not to be outdone. He won't do. Change someone else. This child is a bit special, requiring special attention and nurturing. It turned out that Luo Hong and Zhen Hua, a married couple, were arguing over Xuanyu. Before she could finish, he spoke. He's Yin Tianfan's disciple. He's my person. Luo Hong immediately retorted, this child's martial soul and bloodline are too special. Why can't I keep him in the Duluo armor department? Zhen Hua then found a more reasonable excuse. My department was deserted back then, and this year he's the only one who signed up. I don't care, I'm taking my person with me. She repeatedly refuted. Which department he's assigned to is also the Academy's decision. What right do you have to come to me and demand someone? The more she spoke, the more Luo Hong felt it was too much. Zhen Hua could no longer hold back. Luo Hong, don't go too far. A day as husband and wife, 100 days of kindness, even if we've already broken up. She was unwilling to say more at this point. Her teeth were clenched, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. With the anger in her heart, Luo Hong rushed forward to fight. Although Zhen Hua had anticipated the situation at this moment, he neither dodged nor counterattacked, but silently endured. This also surprised her somewhat. Luo Hong's punch sent him flying 80 meters and a large hole was smashed into the wall. She cried out anxiously and complainingly, what are you doing? Why didn't you dodge? Zhen Hua could only silently endure at this moment. After calming down, he softly said, I was the one who wronged you back then. I said if you want to beat me to death, go ahead. Alright, I'm leaving. You can keep that child. With that, Zhen Hua turned to leave. You find another director for the command department. I'm leaving. Suddenly, Luo Hong's voice came from afar. Are you threatening me? He coldly replied. Think what you like. She could no longer suppress her anger and shouted, you, but then fell silent, unwilling to argue with Zhen Hua anymore. Although she said she didn't care about him, her heart spoke words that contradicted her feelings. Bastard, this is the only time, no exceptions. Hurry up and leave. Don't let me see you again. Hearing these words, a warmth rose in his heart. She cared about him more or less. In another place, sunlight had already filtered through the leaves. The candidates had gathered, waiting for Shao Kai's notification. Alright, the final assessment is about to begin. Remember, it's not a virtual world. Everyone will face real combat. If you die for real. Depart for Shrek City Space Travel Center. After the notification, Qian Lei turned to Xuanyu and asked, a spaceship to the exam venue, you could also say to another planet. Lu Feng beside him also recalled past events. After Hong Bin healed him last time, he also taught him a set of ancient martial arts battle techniques. Past memories flooded his mind, and he remembered Hong Bin's stern warning, this set of ancient martial arts battle techniques is a self-sacrificing skill, never use it unless absolutely necessary. The bus had already arrived at the next stop, ready to complete the final assessment. The spaceship began to take off and the broadcast continuously sounded, everyone please be seated, we are about to depart. The spaceship had already flown straight into deep space. Qian Lei looked out the window and reported, we've already broken through the atmosphere. Suddenly, Xuanyu's power seemed to react to this area, which also puzzled him. Before he could think further, the broadcast sounded, attention all candidates. Shao Kai appeared on the big screen, welcoming everyone to Shrek Academy's comprehensive assessment process. Every word I say next must be strictly confidential. Confidentiality agreements will be signed when you return, provided you return alive. Now I will tell you a story, a secret of the Federation. For tens of thousands of years, the Federation's technology has advanced by leaps and bounds, from the initial collision of the Sun-Moon continent and the Duluo continent to 10,000 years ago. Soul Tool technology began to develop towards interstellar migration. Up until now, we already have many administrative planets, but as you all know, finding these administrative planets and completing the migration is actually very difficult. Shao Kai continued to explain to the candidates, planets suitable for human and soul beast survival are very likely to have indigenous intelligent life forms. If we want to migrate, of course, we will encounter their strong resistance. Collisions between ethnic groups are extremely cruel, and war is inevitable. In the interstellar migration war, we will face extremely powerful opponents. At this time, we need to rely on the few elites cultivated by Shrek Academy. And everyone will definitely enter a real battlefield in the future. The spaceship you are currently on will take you to an intelligent planet that the Federation is currently conquering. Everyone will fight against intelligent species and engage in combat with them. Hearing these words, Xuanyu was somewhat surprised, as this assessment was truly not easy. He continued to admonish the candidates, what everyone needs to do is try their best to survive. The teachers will do their best to rescue everyone, ensuring that no one is killed. But candidates who are rescued will lose the qualification to continue the assessment. The final survivors will receive a comprehensive evaluation score. After Shao Kai finished his announcement, Xuanyu and Qian Lei looked at each other, speechless. Suddenly, glass tubes slowly descended, completely enveloping each candidate. The broadcast suddenly sounded, calming everyone's emotions. Entering hypnosis mode. Everyone prepare for deep sleep. Prepare to enter hyperspace. At this moment, a white gas was released in the glass tube, which somewhat surprised him. But after a while, as the hypnotic gas had permeated, Xuanyu's eyes became hazy and he gradually closed them. The hazy smoke in front of him gradually dispersed. After another while he felt faint golden lights flickering, as if signaling that it was time to wake up. He didn't know how long he had slept, but when he woke up he heard a voice. "Attention, preparing for landing, please prepare for attack." The spaceship was slowly descending to its destination at lightning speed. Xiao Kai opened the hatch and loudly said, "All candidates disembark." Xuanyu woke up at this moment, regaining his spirits. From the window, a real war scene gradually unfolded. Aerial battleships roared through the sky. Amidst the smoke and fire, the ground had turned into ruins. Qianlei seemed to disbelieve his eyes. "My God, it's really a battlefield." At this moment, the candidates had already disembarked. Xiao Kai began to report the battle situation. "We have arrived at the destination of this journey. This is a planet that the Federation is currently conquering and has not yet been publicly announced. Soon we will become mercenaries and be directly sent to the battlefield. The military merits everyone obtains on the battlefield can be exchanged for Shrek Academy badges." Xuanyu seemed to see an opportunity at this moment. Shrek Academy badges. He then instructed on the necessary equipment. Everyone will have a locator and a supply pack. The supply pack contains everyone's emergency food for each day. Everyone's task is to try to survive for the next 3 days or use the locator to return here. Next, everyone go get your personal supplies. We have 10 minutes, then we'll depart immediately. The aerial battleship was ready, awaiting battle orders, foreshadowing a brutal war. After boarding the battleship, Lu Feng met Xuanyu again and the two discussed. The bag contains 1.5 liters of water and compressed food. Xuanyu looked at the device on his hand. The locator shows a simple map and direction. We are far from the base. Just then, after flying 200 kilometers, the transport plane encountered its first wave of attacks. Vultures surrounded the spaceship, making movement difficult. They had to find a way to eliminate them. Looking out the window, Xuanyu saw someone outside collecting something from the monsters. So he turned to Wen and asked, "Uncle, are there any spoils of war worth collecting from these strange birds?" And Wen replied without hesitation, "It's not just these big-bellied vultures. On this planet, all creatures have crystal cores in their heads. This crystal core is the source that helps these creatures absorb the elemental energy of heaven and earth, somewhat similar to our Soul Master's spiritual sea, but it's fixed. It has a certain effect on our Soul Master's spiritual power cultivation. So if you kill creatures here, don't forget to retrieve the crystal cores. You can exchange them for points when you return to the base." Xuanyu immediately responded, "Thank you, Uncle. The more points collected, the higher the score." This made him secretly think this crystal core is really a good thing. The battleship was now 500 kilometers from the base, and Wen, seeing that the time was right, ordered the door to open. "All candidates disembark and begin your assessment." At this moment, everyone was stunned. Disembark before the spaceship landed. Everyone started to stir. What? It's still 200 or 300 meters from the ground. At this moment he seemed to erupt in anger at these cowards and quickly shouted, "Quickly disembark voluntarily or you'll be thrown off." The candidates all trembled in fear. Only Xuanyu remained calm, turning to urge the entire team, "Are you ready?" Lu Feng looked at him with firm eyes and replied, "Ready." Meanwhile, Qianlei still hadn't recovered, stammering, "As long as we land safely." Bing Tinliang, Lan Mengchen and Dong Qianchu also joined Xuanyu's team at this moment. He walked forward with strong fighting spirit. "Let's go." Candidates jumped off the battleship one by one, beginning a brutal assessment. The assessment location gradually unfolded before their eyes, with clear and pleasant weather. This seemed like a good omen for everything that was about to begin. After Xuanyu and his teammates landed safely, he breathed a sigh of relief, blurting out, "Great, we finally landed safely." Lu Feng looked into the distance, echoing perfunctorily, "The transport unit has returned." Qianlei on the side revealed a look of heartache for money, softly complaining, "I thought I was going to die." He didn't comfort his friend, just perfunctorily said, The assessment has finally begun." Suddenly, there was a commotion behind him, startling him. As Mengchen's team approached, they chattered. "Lan Xuanyu, you're all here." Bing Tinliang made a greeting on their behalf, saying something seemingly very dangerous. "From now on we'll listen to you." Xuanyu suddenly became stern, deliberately putting on his authoritative air. "Before we set off, there are some things I must make clear first. Firstly, everyone must follow my command. If you think my command is problematic, you must wait until it's safe to say so." Bing Tinliang nodded in confirmation. Lan Mengchen, however, bluntly declared, "If my life is truly in danger, don't blame me if I run." Lan Xuanyu still spoke at length. Of course, at that point it would be up to fate. Second, we must decide how to distribute the spoils of war. He got to the point, and someone quickly responded, "How do you propose we divide them?" The situation seemed to grow tense because personal interests were involved, but he maintained a calm tone. "The spoils will be divided into 10 portions. I'll take 3 and everyone else gets 1 portion each. For our first collaboration, wouldn't it be better to divide everything equally?" Lan Mengchen was beginning to get annoyed, speaking up for her teammates. "Is that what you call an equal split? My strength is the greatest, why shouldn't I get more?" Lan Xuanyu stuck to his point. "Everyone in the team has their own role with me here. Everyone's strength will increase by at least 30. He felt he had made his point sufficiently to persuade them, so he lowered his voice. "If you disagree, you can withdraw now." Lan Mengchen was so furious she wanted to fight on the spot. You, Dong Qianchu, not wanting an internal argument, gently interjected. "All right, everyone." Lan Xuanyu, reassured, calmly continued. So everyone observe first. If you feel that the gains aren't sufficient under my command, you can choose to act independently and we will continue. Lan Mengchen resigned herself to the situation, suppressing her dissatisfaction. Alright, let's try it then. The game officially began. Lan Xuanyu stretched out his hand, pointing forward as he assigned tasks. Alright, let's go. Lu Feng, you scout ahead. Qian Lei and I will follow. Bing Tinliang, the three of you lead the way. Dong Qianchu and Lan Mengchen, you take the rear. We'll head in that direction. Everyone quickly dispersed following Lan Xuanyu's command. However, Lan Mengchen quickly realized something was amiss. Shouldn't we be heading back to base? Why are we going in the opposite direction? Lan Xuanyu patiently explained his reasoning. Taking this opposite route, we might survive better, but the gains definitely won't be as much. However, the enemies we face, especially at the assessment starting position, can better hone our combat abilities, so advancing will yield greater rewards. He cast a threatening glance, secretly warning Lan Mengchen. I've explained myself clearly this time, but it's also the last. I expect everyone to follow my command. This is also for the safety of all team members. After his lengthy explanation, Lan Mengchen's face stiffened. She began to ponder inwardly. This kid, she watched his receding figure, only able to sigh. He's certainly a bit unusual. What lay before the entire team was a tranquil mountain forest, yet it gave the distinct impression that danger was lurking. Lu Feng, having scouted ahead as planned, returned, and reported volubly. There are many monsters in the rest area. These alien creatures seem to prefer living in groups. Small groups consist of 7 or 8, while large ones can number in the hundreds. There was a battle over there just now. A dozen monsters were killed, likely all by Yuan Enweiwei. Hearing this, Lan Xuanyu silently processed the information before quickly issuing his next command. You continue to follow him and leave markers. We will follow your markers. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Lan Xuanyu continued to formulate new plans. Our next strategy is to closely follow Yuan Enweiwei. He will attract the attention of a large number of the main monsters. To ensure everyone understood clearly, he used the radar map. Red arrows flashed continuously, indicating the targets the group should aim for. We'll follow behind and reap the benefits. Lan Mengchen remained silent for a long time, then seized the opportunity to interject. But if we do that, our gains certainly won't be as good as his. Lan Xuanyu cleared his throat, then slowly explained, I believe he's pursuing so many monsters alone. It's highly probable he won't have time to collect all the monsters' crystal cores. To avoid waste, we'll collect those. As soon as he finished speaking, Bing Tinliang's teammates reacted in various ways. Bing Tinliang was dumbfounded. Gains without lifting a finger. Wu Tian immediately gave a thumbs up, exclaiming his admiration. Lan Mengchen, however, could only stammer. This kid, Lan Xuanyu, had already anticipated their reactions, and with a triumphant smirk he asked, Is it worth 3 portions now? Let's go. The team continued to follow Yuan Enweiwei. Even when they encountered small groups of monsters, Lan Xuanyu chose not to engage them. Soon they came across the corpses of over 20 monsters. Half of the monsters' crystal cores had already been taken. Although Lan Xuanyu regretted arriving late, he quickly collected the remaining cores, then solemnly handed them to Lan Mengchen. Your strength is the greatest, so I'll entrust these to you for safekeeping. If anything unexpected happens, bring the crystal cores back and distribute them among everyone. With the task completed, he continued to lead everyone forward. Although Lan Mengchen had been trusted, she still felt a pang of unwillingness and confided in her sisters. This is too cautious. Why do we have to keep following? It's not like we can't defeat those monsters ourselves. Dong Qianchu uncharacteristically didn't side with her sister this time. He definitely has his reasons. Rush. Unable to rally an ally, Lan Mengchen reluctantly complied. Alright, we'll see. In another area, Lu Feng was intently observing the situation and reported, Yuan Enweiwei is in trouble. A monster group numbering in the hundreds is besieging him. Lan Xuanyu also seemed a bit anxious, so he immediately decided, let's go, we'll take a look. So the two of them along with their team followed, drawing closer to a fierce battle. From their elevated vantage point they could easily observe everything. Lan Xuanyu secretly assessed the situation below. This kid has no intention of escaping. It seems he's unwilling to part with those spoils. His greatest threat might be those blue monsters. Bing Tinliang also watched the battle, and seeing Yuan Enweiwei at a disadvantage, he anxiously asked, should we go help? Lan Xuanyu completely ignored him, simply putting a finger to his lips in a shish gesture. No rush, let's observe first. Everyone pay attention to Yuan Enweiwei's abilities. As expected, his eyes were bloodshot. He seemed ready to unleash his ultimate move to eliminate his opponents. Yuan Enweiwei drew his bow, his gaze resolute as he fired each green arrow. The powerful arrows, carrying his determination, whistled towards the soul beasts. Lan Xuanyu, witnessing the exquisite archery, exclaimed, first soul skill. Poisonous, and it can spread. Under the power and speed of the poison arrows, most of the besieging monsters were killed or wounded. Oh no, something is approaching Yuan Enweiwei. Perhaps it's targeting his arrows. The fact that the arrows vanished before his eyes confirms it. It seems a soul beast has risen to counterattack him. Is it the leader? Yuan Enweiwei remained silent, continuing to draw his bow and fire arrows, only for that arrow to be countered once more. 2 blue and red lights collided, creating a huge explosion in the air. The boy who had been observing realized that was his third soul skill, burst arrow, very high temperature. With lightning control, it must be the blue leader. Other monsters had already swarmed in. Seeing the situation was dire, he unleashed his ultimate move. A martial spirit tide erupted instantly. Arrows shot straight up, then burst downwards, striking the ground. Silver light rained down from the sky, precisely hitting every monster. Lan Xuanyu's expression grew tense, his eyes wide. He even released his first soul skill, giving every arrow a tracking effect. This Yuan Enweiwei kid, he watched, sighing in his heart, truly formidable. That lightning still refused to yield. It roared, turning the moon into its most powerful weapon. Potent bolts of lightning struck Yuan Enweiwei directly. Bing Tinliang, witnessing it firsthand, still found it hard to believe. What's going on? Lan Mengchen, standing nearby, was even more shocked. He can borrow power from the air? Xuanyu himself completely failed to understand what had just happened. He simply stared with wide eyes. Suddenly, Yuan Enweiwei's eyes lit up as if awakening supreme power. He quickly retreated, escaping by a hair's breadth. The lightning violently struck the ground, leaving cracks. His agility had saved Yuan Enweiwei's life. He breathed a sigh of relief, then swiftly departed. Yuan Enweiwei transformed into a streak of green light, whistling away and disappearing into the air in the blink of an eye. She hid in the nearby tree, silently observing. He was extremely cautious, which was very necessary. And for now he wouldn't mention the large number of crystal cores that had fallen into his hands. Having understood Yuan Enweiwei's abilities and witnessed the unusual attack methods of the monsters on this planet, Lan Xuanyu solemnly ordered Lu Feng, you continue tracking. This will be very helpful for our subsequent actions. Clear the battlefield, but be careful not to touch the poisoned monsters with your bare hands to avoid getting poisoned. After the battle, they collected hundreds of crystal cores. Lan Xuanyu handed all of them to Lan Mengchen. Once that was done, the young boy solemnly gave her some instructions. Dong Qianchu slowly approached her good sister. Convinced this time, Lan Mengchen still refused to admit it. Just good luck, the young girl simply smiled softly. It's very meaningful. Because he's responsible for us, he's always been very cautious. Seeing Dong Qianchu's attitude, Lan Mengchen sarcastically asked, "Have you been poisoned by him? Why are you always speaking up for him?" The young girl immediately denied it. "I'm just analyzing." The group continued to follow Lu Feng's markers. Lu Feng was intently studying a rock. Yuan Enweiwei was resting in a nearby canyon. Lan Xuanyu immediately voiced his confusion. "Where's the lightning blue leopard?" Lu Feng replied earnestly. "He killed it. The lightning crystal core is 3 times larger than usual, and it's blue." Lan Mengchen, hearing Lu Feng's decisive words, couldn't help but be shocked. "Killed it? How did he kill it?" Lu Feng then painstakingly explained in detail. Lu Feng explained, he used his 5th soul skill, attacking the target with hundreds of lightning bolts from the air. A trace of fear flashed in Lu Feng's eyes. Killed instantly. The other two couldn't believe what they just heard. Killed instantly. Xianlei looked at Xuanyu, asking in confusion, "So what do we do next?" Lan Xuanyu thought for a long time, then devised a plan. "While he rests, we'll split into 3 groups to hunt the surrounding monsters, then regroup after an hour." The tranquil scenery here was unusually beautiful. This kid only thinks about schemes. Shouldn't we take the opportunity to snatch the blue crystal cores? They must be valuable. No, he hasn't displayed his full strength yet. We'll protect him while killing monsters. Wait until he's rested, then kill them. Qianlei didn't know what to say. "What? We can't snatch them now. Are you really going for the kill?" Lan Xuanyu was very firm in his decision. "Let Yuan Enweiwei rest for an hour, then we'll put him to work. If we hunt beasts here, it will attract more monsters, and then we'll let him kill them. His killing speed is definitely faster than ours. The monster groups and their leaders will gather around him once attracted." The young boy's eyes gleamed with great confidence. "This way the gains will be immense." Qianlei, now completely convinced by Lan Xuanyu, declared, "I'm impressed. You're my big brother." The respect from his companions for him surged like a mighty river. The young boy quickly set off with everyone. "All right, let's go too. If we deceive him like this, what will happen if he finds out? No, perhaps he'll even thank us." An hour later, when Lan Xuanyu's team returned as planned, Yuan Enweiwei's killing efficiency had indeed doubled after his rest. A short while later, Dong Qianchu and Bing Tinliang also returned, both groups having brought back large numbers of beast packs. Many monsters had been killed, attracted by Yuan Enweiwei's perceived missteps. Just a second later, the leader of the beast pack appeared. Lan Mengchen watched nervously. This Yuan Enweiwei kid was much calmer than last time. He first dealt with the ordinary monsters using his spiritual power and then concentrated on the leader. The big-bellied monster spread its wings and roared. He had completely underestimated the monster's power. The leader indeed could unleash explosive attacks by drawing on the sun's power. The big-bellied monster created a cosmic black hole, sucking away all of Yuan Enweiwei's arrows. Seeing the situation grow increasingly unstable, Yuan Enweiwei used a new move. He directly struck the spatial rift, attempting to eliminate the beast leader, and swiftly retreated to avoid injury. Lan Xuanyu couldn't believe his eyes. Beyond deflecting the black energy ball's attack to damage the leader, Yuan Enweiwei was truly formidable. It seems that was just a clone of the monster, and another big-bellied vulture appeared. And it was even larger than the previous one. Yuan Enweiwei unconsciously felt confused. What's going on? The big-bellied monster took advantage of his momentary daze and struck him hard. The young boy, worried that something would happen to Yuan Enweiwei, immediately ordered, "Move Bing Tinliang, 4th soul skill, block the path. Lu Feng, go save Yuan Enweiwei. We're going in. This monster's cultivation seems to be approaching 10,000 years. Everyone be careful." Lin Dongui attacked the injured one. Lin Dongui paused, pondering, why is his auxiliary power stronger but his soul ring is still 100-year? Bing Tinliang, obeying Lan Xuanyu's command, immediately rushed forward. He merged with a blue light, attempting to confront the ferocious monster. But it immediately backfired. Bing Tinliang was very anxious. Approaching 10,000 years of cultivation, it's indeed difficult to deal with. Just a second later, the fireball he launched approached the big-bellied monster, exploding in midair. The monster fell, but its clones continued to appear. At this critical juncture, Lan Mengchen calmly stated, "I'll handle it." Lan Mengchen's words surprised the young boy somewhat. "Wait," her ice and fire will. Before Lan Xuanyu could finish, his eyes widened. A crystal harp shimmered into existence in the air, glinting with a mysterious and peculiar light. Clear light gleamed in her eyes, her delicate aura captivating. Lan Mengchen exuded an elegant demeanor. As if fire and harp had fused, her elegant posture erupted with a hundredfold terrifying power. Qianlei's face instantly paled black. The young boy was also shocked by this woman. For all four are 10,000-year soul rings. The harp music resonated, filling the air with terrifying power. Lan Xuanyu's eyes concealed his shock. What? This harp music? Both Lu Feng and Xuanyu felt the tune was a bit strange. This harp music is really too unpleasant. Lan Mengchen continued to pluck the strings, sending out harsh, piercing notes. It turned out everything was under her control. First soul skill, powerful interference, especially effective against flying creatures. It has a certain probability of disabling flight. What are you waiting for? Lan Xuanyu didn't waste another second. Qianlei, stay behind, everyone else. Follow me. Yuan Enweiwei was drenched in sweat. Instinctively looking back, Lu Feng grabbed his hand, pulling him sharply. We're here to help you. Come with me. Fireballs once again assailed the big-bellied monster, but this time it was far more vigilant. Swiftly deflecting all of them, the young boy saw his teammates charging over and shouted, "Qianchu!" The big-bellied monster released another black energy ball. Dong Qianchu and Lan Xuanyu quickly coordinated their efforts. Their combined moves formed a terrifying light in the air. Powerful freezing force manifested and erupted. Just a second later, the big-bellied monster was frozen. Bing Tinliang and Lin Dongwei seized the opportunity, attacking hastily. He flew up and directly stabbed the big-bellied monster. The ice cracked, and the big-bellied monster was covered in wounds, but the black energy ball was completely unharmed. Seeing this, the young boy hastily instructed, "Attack it." The attack combined with the purple sun hasn't completely stopped. "Be careful, Bing Tinliang, don't leave." Bing Tinliang immediately unleashed lightning to block that attack. Not to be outdone, Lin Dongwei burned the big-bellied monster with flames. They charged forward aggressively, determined to eliminate the tyrannical fierce beast. Working together with seamless cooperation, the two instantly finished off the big-bellied monster. It fell, signifying a glorious and splendid victory. Bing Tinliang delivered a fatal blow to the previously heavily injured leader. The leader's purple statue was finally destroyed. The battle ended. Yuan Enweiwei had witnessed their combat from beginning to end. He said nothing, merely watching their departing figures silently from afar. Lan Xuanyu ran over to ask Yuan Enweiwei, "Are you all right?" Feeling the concern, Yuan Enweiwei simply replied softly, "Thank you." The young boy's tone was friendly. "Don't be so formal. We'll all be classmates in the future. You rest. We'll stand guard, so recover at ease. We'll be right here." His friendly and enthusiastic demeanor made Yuan Enweiwei trust the boy before him even more. While everyone was resting and clearing the battlefield, Xuanyu brought back the crystal cores of the two leaders. The Mengchen sisters looked at the purple crystal core and couldn't help but exclaim, "This crystal core is so beautiful." Lan Xuanyu gave one to Lan Mengchen and kept one for himself. Meanwhile, Yuan Enweiwei was still sitting there, deep in thought, his eyes filled with worry, his mind preoccupied. Yuan Enweiwei approached Xuanyu and thanked him. Seeing that he was still being polite, the young boy smiled slightly. "No need to thank me, I told you, we're all family. I've also brought back the crystal cores for you. The one from the monster we killed earlier is yours, and the one we killed later is ours." Yuan Enweiwei and Qianlei were both a little surprised. Give it back. He didn't feel like he had done anything special. "If it weren't for you, I would have died long ago. How can I take the spoils of war? This place is too scary. Can I walk with you all?" Xuanyu's question made Yuan Enweiwei ponder. "You think it's scary, so why were you walking alone?" A hint of nervousness flashed in his eyes. "I have a secret that I can't let others know. That's why I've been acting alone." The young boy was also speechless at Yuan Enweiwei. Hey, didn't you not want others to know? Why did you tell me yourself?" Onlookers like Qianlei all had the same thought. He said it himself, "This kid doesn't seem very smart." After processing the sudden information, Xuanyu suddenly clasped Yuan Enweiwei's hand. He placed the shimmering stone in his palm and urged him to keep it. "We can't take advantage of friends. This crystal core is yours." Xuanyu maintained this ambiguous posture as he continued their conversation. "Since you have a secret, I won't ask too many questions, but do you still plan to act alone in the future?" Yuan Enweiwei's eyes widened unconsciously. Then he took the initiative, gripping the other's hand. Yuan Enweiwei spoke ambiguously with a shy expression, making even Mengchen, who was eavesdropping, shiver. "Brother, you're so nice." Next, he carefully stated his awkward situation. "I don't know what to do next. The monsters here are too terrifying. I want to walk with everyone." Xuanyu, understanding, pulled him to a more private corner. "Come, let's talk over here." Qianlei questioned his companion with a straight face. "Can this kind of person really cultivate to 5 rings?" Mengchen, having no other choice, casually chimed in. "That's called extraordinary talent." Not far away, Xuanyu was still diligently conducting a vigilance-boosting lesson. "With so many of us, you must be careful not to reveal your secret. I'm guessing if you're with us, there's a possibility your secret might be exposed." Yuan Enweiwei's eyes widened in fright. "Ah, how did you know?" "You desire desert language, so you explain in a dry tone. Anyone could guess that." Nevertheless, Xuanyu stroked his chin, calculating for him. It is indeed dangerous here, but it's contradictory for you to be alone because of your secret. Let me ask, is your secret something we would discover if we weren't close to you? Yuan Enweiwei carefully gave a half-truthful explanation. As long as you don't look closely, you might not notice. After all, I haven't truly grown up yet. Hearing this, Xuanyu's internal alarm bells rang, feeling a bit strange. 2 more questions and he'd likely reveal everything. He decided to put a temporary stop to the issue. How about this? You act alone, and we'll follow you, not too far, not too close. If we encounter monsters, we'll cooperate to defeat them. How does that sound? This considered approach made Yuan Enweiwei overjoyed. Really? That's great. Once he calmed down, he hesitated slightly. But everyone is participating in the assessment. This will delay everyone too much. Xuanyu lowered his head in agreement. That's also a problem. He looked up at the distant sky, dissecting his situation in a low voice. We have 3 teams cooperating, and the spoils are divided equally. If the benefits aren't enough, we'll indeed encounter problems. Xuanyu then made a bold suggestion. How about this? You share all your spoils with us and you take a bit more. How about you get 30? Yuan Enweiwei replied without hesitation. How can that be? Impossible. Xuanyu's heart sank. Is this kid playing dumb? But then his attitude shifted and he expressed his unwavering agreement. I've joined everyone, so it should be divided equally. Xuanyu, not as thorough as capitalism, immediately advised. But if we divide it equally, I'm afraid it might affect your results. He stubbornly boasted that he had a powerful backer. It's okay, I'll keep it for myself. There's already a reserved spot internally. Xuanyu's mind was filled with a million questions as he blankly replied, keeping it for yourself then, that works. Everyone divides it equally. Yuan Enweiwei leapt up happily in celebration. Great, I finally have a team. Thank you, big brother. Big brother, what's your name? He mechanically stated his name. I'm Lan Xuanyu. He enthusiastically introduced himself in return. I'm Yuan Enweiwei. Can I call you Brother Xuanyu from now on? The two chatted like this until they returned to the meeting point. Xuanyu stood before everyone, announcing the addition of a new member. Yuan Enweiwei has decided to join us, but be aware he has a secret. At night, everyone should avoid getting within 30 meters of him. His spoils will also be divided equally among us, just like ours. Mengchen had been holding it in all day. As soon as he finished speaking, she immediately pulled him aside. Come here for a moment. Sure enough, even she couldn't accept the previous deal. Isn't that too much? Those people won't pass the exam. Before she could finish, Xuanyu shrugged and interrupted. Have you heard of keeping it for yourself? They already have reserved spots for admission internally. Do you have keeping it for yourself? Mengchen felt as if a thunderclap had exploded in her ears, and she trembled as she reconfirmed. Keeping it for yourself? She looked at Yuan Enweiwei's retreating figure, silently complaining in her heart, suddenly feeling that this person wasn't pitiable at all. With Yuan Enweiwei's addition, Lan Xuanyu formulated new team tactics. The team members were originally responsible for luring monsters and protection, while Yuan Enweiwei was responsible for eliminating enemies. Lan Xuanyu's blue-silver grass could also greatly enhance Yuan Enweiwei. The combined effect of enhancement and tactics resulted in extremely high combat efficiency. By the second night, the group had already wiped out 3 monster packs. Yuan Enweiwei was alone on the mountaintop, while the others set up camp on the hillside. Qianlei looked at the glistening bags in front of him, tears welling up in his eyes. Oh my god, the harvest this time is so abundant. 6 leader-level crystal cores, plus over 1,000 ordinary crystal cores. Xuanyu reminded them in a timely manner. All of Yuan Enweiwei's previous gains have been included. He insisted on dividing them equally among everyone. Mengchen pursed her lips and gave a thumbs up in approval. I have to say, you're amazing. As for Yuan Enweiwei, being thought of by everyone, he was immersed in his own unique joy. So happy. Brother Xuanyu is so kind to me. Having a team feels really good. On the second day of Shrek Academy's comprehensive assessment, everyone continued to delve deeper into the hilly region. Their cooperation became even more skilled, and after less than half a day of fighting, their gains had already caught up with a full day's harvest yesterday. The only problem was a shortage of food. Everyone's portable food supplies were running low. After thinking, Xuanyu boldly instructed, eat all the remaining food. Mengchen asked worriedly, if we eat it now, what will we do later? You analyzed the short-term plan very thoroughly. Our current goal is to expand our achievements. Tomorrow we will retreat until the assessment ends, she unconsciously said with doubt. Only fighting for 2 days, actually. 1 day without eating is also enough to fight. Xuanyu dared not agree with this view. We cannot take risks. Greed is a sin. Don't forget, this is a real battlefield, a battlefield of life and death. Mengchen was stunned for a moment, then smiled and praised. Now I finally feel you are a qualified commander. The group continued to advance while eliminating monsters. After 2 rounds of battle, everyone arrived at a forest. The spoils of this harvest included 16-liter crystal cores and 3,643 ordinary crystal cores. After counting the number, Xuanyu boldly concluded, with our current gains, I believe it's enough for everyone to be admitted to Shrek Academy. Now the first choice is to retreat and secure our gains until the assessment ends. He didn't stop, continuing to announce another option. The second choice is to enter the vast forest border and continue fighting. They decided to continue fighting until midnight, and everyone voted. The result of the vote was that everyone unanimously decided to continue fighting. This was expected, so Xuanyu calmly took out the remaining emergency food. Everyone share these compressed foods. We'll resume fighting after a 30-minute rest. Xianxia asked curiously, why haven't you touched your food? Qianlei also had the same question, but asked more directly, Xuanyu, aren't you hungry? You usually eat the most. He casually replied, not forgetting to urge everyone, I'm really not hungry. Everyone eat quickly. After the break, everyone continued on their way. To be cautious, Lan Xuanyu chose Qianlei to summon a soul beast for reconnaissance this time. Sure enough, the little guy quickly discovered an anomaly. Monsters have been found larger than before, and they're grouped together, 6 in total. Xuanyu quickly calculated and immediately ordered, lure them over and prepare for battle. The ape heard the command and actively sought out its targets. Tinliang charged out without hesitation, blocking its attack, however. The blinding energy ball that erupted from the ape's mouth somewhat surprised him. It expanded into a giant orb of light in midair, sending Tinliang flying. Mengchen, though stunned by the sight, had to admit that this two-headed ape's attack power was too strong, comparable to the previous leader-level monsters. Xuanyu broke out in a cold sweat, muttering, 6 of them together? He dared not hesitate any longer, immediately using the group attack skill, 10,000 soul technique, Yuan Enweiwei understanding, assisted with his 5th soul skill, Thunder Spirit Battle Drum. A section of the sky was illuminated by clouds formed from 10,000 bolts of lightning. When enough energy had accumulated, they struck directly at the fierce ape group on the ground. The initial success was achieved, but Xuanyu remained highly vigilant, preparing for the next attack. Lan Mengchen distracted them. Everyone prepare your strongest attack. Following Xuanyu's instructions, she immediately unleashed a blizzard. The apes, which had just been scorched black, were now covered in ice. In the hellish alternation of hot and cold, Qianlei also jumped out to join the fun. Go, Emerald Demon Bird! The apes, under attack from all sides, gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Having nothing left to lose, they intended to self-destruct. Xuanyu saw his opponent clearly, and so he spoke at the opportune moment. Xianxia, it's our turn. She pursed her lips and softly, hemmed, indicating her agreement. Xianxia unleashed her innate martial soul fusion skill. She combined it with deep blue gaze, forming an explosive chain of energy. The ape had just shakily extricated itself from the dust, only to face the next crisis. Xuanyu dared not let it catch its breath, hastily ordering everyone to attack and eliminate them. Wu Tian was responsible for adding fire, and Qianxia for launching a series of ice spears. Tinliang was not to be outdone, quickly charging forward to avenge his initial defeat. This general offensive made a section of the forest shake violently. When the smoke and dust gradually cleared, everyone was exhausted. Tinliang scanned the area, finally letting out a sigh of relief. All right, all dealt with. Xuanyu, seizing the opportunity to catch his breath, agreed. Let's clear the battlefield. Despite the victory, he still felt shocked internally. That was too dangerous just now. If it had seized the opportunity, it might have been us who were eliminated. Before long, the surrounding space returned to its original state. It was then that Xuanyu finally had time to pick up the spoils for identification. The crystal cores were a mix of 2 colors. He quickly educated his companions who hadn't yet reacted. Unlike the previous monsters, this ape's crystal core is in its chest. Saying this, Xuanyu hastily announced the next plan. Everyone rest where you are. Then we'll retreat. Our energy consumption is very high, and deep blue gaze cannot be used again today. He warned them in a serious tone about the ongoing danger. The danger level of this forest has exceeded our expectations. Mengchen still held onto a glimmer of hope. It's still some time before dark. Xuanyu, understanding, immediately retorted, we can't go any further. I can't risk everyone's lives. Tinliang, having suffered at the hands of the ape group, compromised without hesitation. I agree, Yuan Enweiwei, with an innocent smile, cheerfully chimed in. Listen to brother Xuanyu. Mengchen had long been furious and immediately began to scold him on the spot. Don't keep saying brother all the time, okay? You act like such a child. He pouted, looking sulky, and retorted, because I'm still just a small baby. Everyone burst into laughter, but she grew even more annoyed. Baby, your head, I really don't know how you cultivated to 5 rings. Once this interlude passed, Xuanyu instructed those around him. All right, let's seize the time to rest. Lu Feng found a high vantage point for defense. No sooner had he spoken than 2 shimmering halos appeared in the air, filling Xuanyu with a sense of unease. What's going on? Are there monsters recently making contact with their power? Just as Xuanyu was still observing, the Ape King had already approached from behind. When the ground trembled, he spoke word for word. We must. Before he could finish, Xuanyu was thrown to the ground by a wave of heat. Mengchen and the others suffered the same fate. Looking disheveled, he gritted his teeth, stopping himself from spitting blood, and a vague concept of spiritual impact surfaced in his mind. Xuanyu struggled to his feet with powerful willpower, shouting loudly, "Bring the people!" He carried 2 unconscious Qianleis, commanding the remaining teammates. Run! Xuanyu's heart was instinctively filled with terror. This is an existence we cannot fight against. As he accelerated, the questions in his mind didn't stop. What's going on? This is just the edge of the forest. How can there be such a terrifying monster? It wasn't until the Ape King revealed its true form in the air that Xuanyu was startled. It opened its 2 large mouths, expressing its anger. His mind raced. What else could this mean? The 2-headed ape leader. Yes, as long as a monster dies, its leader will appear. Xuanyu stepped forward, concentrating as he distributed the battle plan to everyone. Wei, attack it and block it. Lan Mengchen tie it up. While they were still preparing, the Ape King had already launched a preemptive attack with its wings. That dazzling energy column directly blasted towards Mengchen's position. Xuanyu had no time to worry about her. He had to fully focus on the Ape King. The Ape King, being continuously harassed, immediately counterattacked with its other wing. It aimed at Xuanyu while simultaneously breaking the arrows shot at itself. Mengchen, with music that could revive the dead, returned extremely quickly. As expected, enveloped by the powerful interference, the Ape King immediately became dizzy and then fell. Yuan Enweiwei observed the situation. Secretly estimating that enough poisonous mist had accumulated, he quickly unleashed his third soul skill, Fire Spirit Life Carving, seizing the opportunity. As soon as they landed, they surrounded the Ape King with an explosive heat wave. Xuanyu was slightly surprised. The poisonous mist accumulated from those poison arrows could be further detonated. But this two-headed monkey was more tenacious than its subordinates. It easily broke free from the fiery encirclement. Tinliang, with power swirling around his hands, stepped forward to face the challenge. "Let me block it." Arcs of electricity erupted around him, intertwining, preparing for a decisive confrontation. After accumulating enough energy, Tinliang let out a long roar to gather more courage, then charged straight at the Ape King. The Ape King sensed danger and skillfully counterattacked with one of its wings, but Tinliang moved rapidly in a Z pattern. He moved at maximum speed, so fast that the naked eye could only catch afterimages. He successfully landed a blow on the Ape King's back. Yuan Enweiwei saw this and secretly admired such explosive power. Mengchen, on the other hand, silently analyzed the domineering move. Soul skills stacked. These are 4 soul skills stacked together. This is already a self-created soul skill. Xianlei, after a long period of unconsciousness, was also awakened by the commotion. He wiped the cold sweat from his face, his heart churning nervously. How did it suddenly turn into this? Everyone is on the verge of life and death. The more Xianlei thought about it, the more he blamed himself. Damn it, everyone is fighting with all their might, but I'm just useless without Xuanyu's help. Am I just trash? He refused to accept this fate and immediately pulled himself together. No, I don't want to be useless. For the team I can also become strong. Xianlei gritted his teeth and made a bold move. "Come out, Gate of Summoning, I give you all my spiritual power. You must summon a powerful soul beast indeed when in danger. People are more likely to reach higher levels." The little guy's vision flickered due to the chaotic images. "This is the aura from the Gate of Summoning. I've never felt it before." The cake was already on the plate, but at this moment Xianlei was powerless. "But how can I guide them? Damn it, Lan Xuanyu usually handles this connection." The little guy Zhongzi once again fell into an endless passive situation. "Too weak, I'm really too weak." Despite constantly denying and urging himself, "No, I can't be this weak anymore. I must become stronger." Just as he thought this, Xianlei spat a mouthful of blood towards the gate. The little guy's brain raced at almost light speed. "I feel the connection, I feel it." The little guy, following the blurry figure in his spiritual sea, whispered, "It's you." As the Gate of Summoning fully opened, a 1,000-year earth bear also appeared in time. The little guy collapsed to the ground, panting and sighing. Indeed, you really have to fight for your life to make progress. His true achievement remained deep in his heart. "My spiritual power has finally broken through 500 points. The Earth Bear, of considerable size, confidently rushed forward to duel the Ape King. Meanwhile, Mengchen was still struggling to use her second soul skill, Melody of Purity, to attack the opponent's spirit. "I must stop its spiritual attack." Just as the situation was intense, the 2 light spots in the sky kept flickering. No sooner had Lan Xuanyu shouted "not good," than Xianlei and the Earth Bear were sent flying. Even Tinliang and Mengchen were significantly affected, and even Yuan Enweiwei in the distance had difficulty standing firm. The Ape King fought with increasing ferocity, as if pouring all its resentment into this melee. As the smoke cleared, it clearly targeted Tinliang, who lay motionless on the ground. Fortunately, 2 winding blue-silver grasses quickly flew by. They rescued him from the Ape King's deadly move in time. The Ape King missed its delicious prey and gnashed its teeth in anger. Lan Xuanyu retracted his blue-silver grass and actively stepped forward to attract attention. Mengchen struggled to her feet, calling out his name, which made Lan Xuanyu's heart fill with confusion. What is he rushing forward for? Is he trying to fight the Ape King to the death? Watching Lan Xuanyu's figure darting forward, her heart became even more uneasy. That was an existence that had surpassed ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts. But clearly this time he wasn't fighting alone. The golden demon ape steadily poked its head out, showcasing its glittering eyes. When the Ape King touched them, it froze for a moment, and that was Lan Xuanyu's chance to punch it in the head. The splattering blood did not faze him in the slightest. The Ape King took the hit squarely, losing one blood-red eye. Feeling the pain, it let out an earth-shattering roar. The sound waves scattered everything around. Fortunately, Lan Xuanyu reacted quickly. Releasing blue-silver grass to entangle its leg, he used inertia to spin his body around the Ape King. Mengchen closed her eyes, silently praying. Just 2 more seconds, almost there. The energy wave formed a dazzling beam of light covering the entire vast area. Lan Xuanyu, moving quickly behind the Ape King, barely dodged part of it. Mengchen opened her eyes, relieved. Done. But she dared not linger, continuing to use her soul skill, Jade Emperor's Descent. A phoenix immediately soared from Mengchen's position. When the time was right, she switched to her martial soul, Iron Ring. Mengchen's hand movement smoothly unleashed her third soul skill, Snow Maiden's Descent. Her soul body quickly separated and flew towards the phoenix, the two combining into one. The final step of this series of operations was her self-created martial soul fusion skill. The giant phoenix, with its Ice Emperor's dance, attacked all obstacles in its surroundings. Seeing the new opponent appear, the Ape King immediately roared in provocation. The two lights present since its initial appearance flickered menacingly once more. This time the Ape King was smarter, combining them to form a sharp drill. This eerie weapon fearlessly charged straight at the phoenix. The moment they collided, time seemed to stand still, but even unleashing all her might to save her life, Mengchen still couldn't withstand the Ape King's attack. The drill tore through the shield, rushing straight towards her. Mengchen broke out in a cold sweat, feeling helpless and overwhelmed. Still no way, I can't move. Just at this critical moment, two massive golden-yellow forces interjected. Enwei was somewhat exhausted and had to put down his bow and arrow, while Dongui was still struggling to hold on, silently chanting to crush it. Lan Xuanyu, seizing this valuable delay, released blue silvergrass and pulled Mengchen to safety. No sooner had he pulled her away than the drill struck. It merely landed on the ground, causing the space behind Lan Xuanyu to shake. The epicenter of the shock flickered with light, ready to spread. Shattered rocks began to crack and fly. Combined with speed, they mercilessly became highly lethal weapons. Enwei and his group stumbled once more as if seasick. This time at the forest's edge, in addition to the pervasive smoke and dust, a layer of black smoke also permeated the area. The closer they got to the explosion site, the more shocking the scene became. Lan Xuanyu and his two companions were the luckiest, landing near each other, but even he himself coughed up blood due to the considerable backlash. Not far away was Lu Feng with unknown injuries, and even Enwei lay at his side, barely clinging to life. Lan Xuanyu struggled to his feet, checking on his teammates one by one, but before he could attend to the aftermath, he was drawn by the fluctuations in the air. In Lan Xuanyu's eyes, the Ape King was slumped beside the pile of ashes. This scene made his face turn pale with fright. It dragged its broken body towards the gate of summoning. Lan Xuanyu's heart immediately pounded when he saw the Ape King's blood-red eyes. It can still fight, he watched helplessly as it approached its target, preparing to attack. The Earth Bear, sensing danger, immediately turned and fled. Qianlei, disregarding the danger of being caught in the crossfire, rushed forward to stop it. No, you can't run. The little guy spread his arms to block the Earth Bear, persuading it. You were summoned by me. Lan Xuanyu shouted anxiously. Fatty, it's about to collide. The little guy ignored the urgency, turning to play dirty. You must help me kill the enemy. I don't want to be useless. The Earth Bear and Qianlei inadvertently formed a black sheep, white sheep-like stalemate. Another side noticed the huge gold coins shining above their heads. They remained completely focused on their point of contact, making the space exceptionally brilliant. Lan Xuanyu stared blankly at the shocking scene of Qianlei and his summoned soul beast. It wasn't until his vision clearly outlined the massive creature at their location that he reluctantly pressed the Star of Hope, now only on the Earth Bear, but in the next second Lan Xuanyu had to correct his thinking. No, he couldn't quite believe what was happening before his eyes. Qianlei had transformed. He had merged with the Earth Bear. As soon as the little guy recovered, he immediately called out to the person closest to him. After Lan Xuanyu received confirmation, he praised loudly. "Is that possible? Your martial soul is indeed the most unique." Qianlei in his muscular form excitedly suggested. Lan Xuanyu, let's go together. You don't need to think anymore. Just charge with your weapon. Let's go. Lan Xuanyu, while busy throwing concealed weapons at the Ape King, assigned tasks. Try to control its left hand. As it easily crushed the green arrows with its right hand, Qianlei took the initiative to control its left hand. Leave it to me. But after just a few seconds of touching, the little guy was thrown flying by the Ape King. After narrowly dodging the attack, Lan Xuanyu pointed the way for his teammates. Fatty, grab its hand at the same time and use the Earth Bear's gravity skill. In theory it sounded good, but in reality, Qianlei was brutally beaten until he was kicked away again. The little guy shouted helplessly, "No, it's more flexible than I imagined." Lan Xuanyu's brain raced. The Ape King's wounds are slowly healing. If it recovers to a certain extent, will really be wiped out. He shot a sharp glance, secretly resolving, I'll just have to risk it. Lan Xuanyu slid across the ground, gathering power, then shot out like a small cannonball. Mengchen, having just woken from unconsciousness, was shocked by the desperate scene before her. She assessed the size difference between the two sides, then shouted a warning. Danger! When he was close enough to the Ape King's claws, Lan Xuanyu actively stretched out his hand, his emerald eyes flickering with carefully calculated light. The sensation from Lan Xuanyu's fingertips made the ring glow. This seemingly simple strike made space and time feel as if they had frozen. Regardless of the distance, the forest edge area could be seen flickering. The reason was that the Ape King was pierced in the chest by an ice spear, but even firmly pinned to the ground, it still tried to raise its arm to counterattack. While he was still in a daze, Qianlei had already rushed forward to restrain it. Don't even think about touching Lan Xuanyu, Mengchen, as a forced spectator, couldn't help but comment. Still not dead if it can't be dealt a fatal blow. Xianxia was more concerned about the spear's owner. Seeing him start to move, she softly murmured to herself. Lan Xuanyu watched him operate skillfully, and she was so scared her eyes widened. Wait, what does he want to do? The longer she watched, the more confused Xianxia became. It's that move. She used all her strength to shout twice. No spatial rift. That voice successfully transcended space and time, reaching Nana at home. She instinctively turned her head, secretly wondering little Lan Xuanyu is in danger. Nana used a long silence to confirm its veracity, but then she sighed, comforting herself. She's fine. On the battlefield, everything was steeped in the colors of death. Tinliang and Qianlei were dumbfounded in unison. Even a girl like Qianchu forgot her image, showing the same expression. When she saw Lan Xuanyu unharmed, a myriad of questions surged in her heart. Isn't that a move for mutual destruction? Under everyone's gaze, he smiled, not forgetting to boast. Used it well. A new self-created martial soul fusion skill learned through bloodline evolution. Lan Xuanyu looked with satisfaction at the Ape King's headless corpse felled by the ice-sealed dragon spear. Not until he was certain the danger was cleared did he sway and instruct, "Fatty, quick, catch me." And Xuanyu completely relaxed, falling directly onto Qianlei next to him. He happily felt the sunlight on his face. After a breath of fresh air, Lan Xuanyu solemnly announced, "Great, everyone is alive." After Lan Xuanyu's bloodline evolution, he conducted numerous experiments with Hong Lin. The two spent day and night in the lab. The bloodline evolution brought new changes to Lan Xuanyu's self-created martial soul fusion skills. Different soul rings, when fused with the bloodline power of his hands, would unleash different fusion skills. When the first soul ring fused with the bloodline power of his right hand, it would summon the ice-sealed dragon spear, possessing super penetration power. It was precisely with this that Lan Xuanyu delivered the fatal blow to the two-headed Ape King. That night, everyone except Enwei and Dongwei had woken up. However, their soul power was overtaxed and damaged, leaving them without combat strength. Lan Xuanyu decided to rest overnight on the spot, as this area was now the safest and the greatest cost had also brought the greatest reward. The crystal core in the two-headed Ape King's chest clearly looked very valuable. Everyone will definitely be admitted to Shrek Academy without a problem. Just as Lan Xuanyu was concentrating, his attention was drawn by Enhui's voice. "Wei Wei, you're awake." However, the other party's state made him feel suspicious. Is it my illusion? Has Wei Wei gotten shorter? Lan Xuanyu's gaze fixated on the undulating hills, and he quickly dismissed the thought. No, he didn't get shorter. Just then, Enwei in her weakened female form spoke. "It hurts so much, brother Lan Xuanyu." But his silence reminded her to look up at the moon above, and Hui's mood shifted from shock to embarrassment in an instant. She unconsciously let out a shriek. Lan Xuanyu quickly regained his senses and rushed forward to cover her mouth. "Don't yell, calm down first. What if you attract soul beasts?" And realizing he had scared Enwei, he awkwardly comforted her. "Don't cry. Since we're all friends who face life and death together, if this is your secret, we'll definitely help you keep it." She immediately threw herself into Lan Xuanyu's arms and burst into tears. This scene made the onlookers roll their eyes like dead fish. After calming down, Enwei began to recount her past to everyone. She came from an ancient family in Shrek City, the Titan giant ape family. Yuan Enweiwei had accompanied the Federation army on an extraterrestrial expedition. The seventh human planet they reached at the time was given a beautiful name, Elf Star. There was a small, peace-loving, intelligent race there. It was the Elf race. They possessed a long lifespan of over 1,000 years. Enhui's father met her mother there. They followed etiquette, got married, and soon after gave birth to Enwei. But the combination of different creatures produced an unexpected mutation. In sunlight, Enwei was a boy, but when night fell, he transformed into a girl. This peculiar physique, while a headache for Enhui's parents, also made her abilities surpass ordinary people. To protect this secret, Enwei lived on Elf Star until she was 8 years old before returning to Duluo Star. She poured out her story, then sighed, lowering her head. "But I never expected my secret to be exposed just by participating in the assessment." Enwei wiped away her tears, defensively explaining, "I am not a monster, and I don't want to be like this." Lan Xuanyu gently patted her shoulder, comforting her. "Wei Wei, don't worry, everyone will help you keep your secret." Qianlei quickly chimed in. "That's right, if everyone passes this time, you can live in our dorm with us from now on." Mengchen gave the little guy a rap on the head, warning, "Dream on, she's a girl." Xianxia's attention, however, differed from her teammates. "Wei Wei, regarding your identity, do you prefer being a girl or a boy?" This question made Enwei hesitate. "I don't know, I haven't thought about that yet." Mengchen's playful expression subsided, and she analyzed seriously. "This is worth considering. After all, your personality is still unique, and you still need to give yourself a primary gender in your heart. This will also be beneficial for your future." Enwei softly said, "Oh," as if she half understood. Seeing that the matter was settled, Lan Xuanyu took the initiative to steer the conversation to a more pressing issue. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. We need to prepare to move." The group retreated to the Dragonhorn Hills area, which was relatively calm, and everyone safely rested for 3 days, until the morning of the 4th day when the morning glow just broke through the leaves. The supply transport plane finally arrived, and the comprehensive assessment officially ended. The Federation military headquarters stood majestically in a vast area. Xiao Kai meticulously counted the numbers inside. A total of 145 people participated in the assessment, and by the end of the 3rd day, 89 remained. He loudly announced to the disheartened students on the right that 58 people had failed to continue and were eliminated. Of course, Xiao Kai then gave them a calming injection to ease the shock. "Everyone, think about why you were eliminated. No matter where you go in the future, I hope you all remember this battle of life and death so you can improve. Now, I will announce the results. Those whose names I call, please step forward." As expected, Lan Xuanyu's name was the first he called out. Xiao Kai looked at the person standing before him and lavishly praised him. "Both courageous and resourceful, your most correct choice was not to fight on the last day, knowing when to advance and retreat, suitable for leadership." You ranked first in this assessment, and the reward is 3 Shrek gold badges. Lan Xuanyu politely called out, "Thank you, teacher." But in his heart, he wanted to dance a disco. The champion is the champion of the Shrek assessment. It's truly amazing. Xiao Kai didn't linger, continuing the procedure. Second place, Yuan Enweiwei. Munchen's eyes were filled with envy and hatred as she stared at his retreating figure. What was more, incessant chatter like salt rubbed into a wound filled her ears. It's really him, super strong and handsome, but she didn't have to wait long before her name was called, along with her teammate Lan Munchen. Lan Munchen was third, Bing Tinliang sixth. The top few spots were all familiar faces. Dong Qianchu was eighth. Xuanyu secretly pondered, feeling a little confused. Everyone was ranked in the top 15, but Lu Feng's name hadn't been called yet. Sure enough, when he was finally called, it immediately caused quite a stir. Lu Feng ranked 30th, and although Du Hao sighed beside him, no one noticed. "Oh no, my name isn't there." Under everyone's expectant gaze, Xiao Kai stepped forward and offered comfort. "You cooperated well with your team and persevered to the end. You gained a lot." Lu Feng quickly adjusted his demeanor and bowed deeply. Thank you, teacher." Xiao Kai even added, "Talent is never everything. Perseverance is what drives a person forward, understand?" He suddenly looked up, reinvigorated. "Yes, I understand." After Xiao Kai completed all procedures, he officially announced, "That concludes the top 30. The remaining candidates were essentially eliminated. In moments of life and death, one's true nature is most revealed. I hope everyone can learn from this lesson." Finally, he reminded them one last time before dismissing the crowd. "Some people from this batch will be admitted through special means and will be notified later. All right? Now go exchange your crystal cores." At this eagerly anticipated moment, of course, the small mountain of crystal cores Munchen threw out was the most eye-catching. What's more, the dual-colored crystal core at the top completely ignited the surrounding crowd. Oh my god, so many as expected of the champion team. They even have a leader-level crystal core. These kids are amazing. They exchanged for 1 purple badge, 18 gold badges, and 23 white badges in total. Lan Xuanyu received 2 portions, and the remaining 8 people received 1 portion each. Lan Xuanyu received the purple badge, his face beaming with unconcealable joy. After the exchange, all candidates boarded the spaceship, preparing to return to Shrek Academy. From the moment he sat down, Xuanyu had been propping his chin in thought. Qianchu was the first to notice his unusual attitude, but through her rose-tinted glasses, Xuanyu looked incredibly handsome when he was focused. Qianchu observed him for a long time before proactively asking, "Do you have another mischievous idea?" Xuanyu tilted his head with a half-smile and retorted, "How could I have a mischievous idea? Do you really think of me as a bad person?" Before she could answer, Munchen had already leaned over and interjected, "Whether you're bad or not, I don't know." She leaned close to Qianchu's ear, warning her like a protective mother. "But he's definitely cunning. We have to be careful with this kid. He might sell us off and we'd still end up paying him for it." Xuanyu, annoyed, issued a final ultimatum, "Then don't team up with me next time. I only need Qianchu." Munchen immediately pulled Qianchu, coaxing her for support. "You're dreaming. Who said Qianchu is teaming up with you? Qianchu, state your stance. Are you with your sister or with him?" Qianchu was caught in the middle, knowing that whatever she said would offend someone, so she took the initiative. "Can you two stop being so childish playing children's games?" Munchen immediately blinked, feigning cuteness. "So what if I'm childish? I'm still a little baby." "Lan Xuanyu, dare you say it?" Her long silence made her even more excited. "Haha, you don't dare, do you?" Xuanyu, provoked by her competitiveness, immediately changed his tone seriously. "I'm still a little baby. I need Qianchu's protection." Both the sight and sound left the two girls petrified. Munchen trembled, stammering her surrender. "I'm getting goosebumps all over." "You win." Fortunately, the flight attendant spoke up in time, ending this unsettling interlude. "Everyone please fasten your seatbelts." Enormous craft, carrying the Shrek Academy students, soared straight into the sky, the spaceship preparing for departure. In a blink of an eye, it was already in the vast Milky Way. The announcement from the loudspeaker also sounded in time. "Attention, approaching jump phase. Everyone prepare for sleep." Xuanyu, with eyes half closed, carefully sensed the boundless space outside. Everything was as expected, and his heart unconsciously relaxed. Sure enough, upon returning to Shrek Academy, everyone went back to the guest house to rest. The official admission list would be announced tomorrow. A new day began with warm sunlight bathing the entire building. As soon as Xuanyu stepped out, he exclaimed in surprise. Teacher Li Hongbin sat steadily in his chair and asked directly, "How were the results?" He excitedly held up a finger, concisely reporting first place. Hongbin suddenly jumped up, shouting loudly, "What? Quickly tell me about the assessment process." After processing all the information, Hongbin excitedly hugged his young disciple, praising, "Amazing to still stand out among so many elites. I'm proud of you, teacher." After the other party had rejoiced enough, Xuanyu finally voiced his confusion. "Teacher Li, I also made a discovery. I feel like this assessment wasn't real combat." He immediately resumed a serious expression and pressed, "Oh, tell me about it." Xuanyu, hearing this, immediately looked up and spoke volubly. "I noticed that even though we were on a spaceship, life energy was constantly present and it remained stable. How is that possible?" Hongbin lost his composure and pounced on the purple wooden box. "How did you get it?" Xuanyu replied calmly, "I exchanged it. I used the largest leader-level crystal core." His eyes immediately burned with jealousy and resentment. "It infuriates me. I tried my best to get it only once back then." Xuanyu, tactfully changing the subject, asked, Teacher, I was just about to ask, what can this purple badge be exchanged for? Hongbin immediately and unhesitatingly scolded him on the spot. A purple badge can be exchanged for many things, let alone rare treasures. Most importantly, it can be exchanged for Tang's sect cultivation techniques. It can also enhance your eyesight and simultaneously possess spiritual attack capabilities, such as the effect of cultivating spiritual power with the purple demon eye. Hearing this, Xuanyu's heart blossomed with joy. Great, what I want most right now is to enhance my strength. This purple badge is simply amazing. But then Hongbin carefully warned, by the way, don't tell anyone about your conjecture. He agreed without thinking. I won't tell anyone. I think the scenario the Academy set up for us was very realistic. Even the pain was 100. They're so dedicated. However, Hongbin poured cold water on him. That's right, it was real. The immense informational impact stunned Xuanyu. He frowned and explained seriously, our Academy's efforts for human progress are unimaginable to you. After the Federation began interstellar migration, it wouldn't be as peaceful as ordinary citizens imagine. He hesitated, adding his guess. Does teacher mean? Hongbin immediately interrupted him. There are many things unsuitable for you to know right now. You just need to remember that peaceful and tranquil lives exist because some people are carrying the burden for you. You just need to work hard. When your strength is sufficient, you'll naturally know. I hope one day you can stand at the peak I couldn't reach, fulfilling the dream I couldn't realize. The next day, teacher Li Hongbin left Duluo Star. Amidst the announcement for new students to assemble, Qianlei hastily urged his companion Xuanyu, let's go to Seagod Plaza together. He softly assented, a compromise. At Seagod Plaza, during the new student admission ceremony, teacher Xiao Kai announced the final list which, including 6 specially recruited students, totaled 36 admitted students. Xuanyu spotted Zhen Hua in the crowd, immediately feeling a surge of confusion. Wasn't that Lu Ji from last time? He's also on stage and he seems to be looking at me. But then the voice introducing on stage interrupted his thoughts. My name is Luo Hong and I am the Dean of Shrek Academy's Outer Court. First, on behalf of Shrek Academy, I welcome you all. Here, no teachers will supervise your studies. Everything is entirely self-motivated. However, if you fail the annual comprehensive assessment, I apologize, but you will return from whence you came. As Luo Hong's voice fell, the students below began to murmur, what? But the difference is too great, but she ignored them and continued her speech. But I can guarantee that as long as everyone is willing to learn, there will always be someone to teach. Shrek Academy is a fair place, a place with infinite possibilities. As for what possibilities, you need to explore them yourselves. Finally, she welcomed everyone again before leaving the high platform. Lan Zi quickly took her place as the guide for everyone. Next is dormitory allocation and distribution of enrollment materials. All new students, please follow me. But as soon as the space changed, protests erupted. What? A white badge for a month's dormitory? One person, Lan Zi patiently explained to everyone. The Academy wants everyone to be self-reliant and learn to be independent from a young age. Xuanyu's attention, however, was drawn to another question. Teacher, can my friends visit my dorm? He flatly refused. Of course not. He immediately pointed to his companion. Then take out a gold badge. Before long, the group arrived at the vast dormitory area. Without being told, everyone exclaimed in unison, this academy is too luxurious. Is everyone getting a villa? Lan Zi smiled and affirmed. That's right, 1 per person. 1 white badge is enough to live here and use everything. Xuanyu couldn't help but ask his question. Senior, is driving us here also an academy task? He shrugged, half jokingly, half seriously, replying, not really. I've almost used up my badges, so I had to take on a task, but capable students wouldn't be like me. Lan Zi led the group to the entrance and introduced, this is your dormitory. Let's quickly adapt to the environment. Since you're here, you must cultivate diligently and strive to enter the inner court after graduation. Xuanyu listened with one ear and out the other, his attention entirely focused on the room's interior. He excitedly looked around like a country bumpkin in the city, even with a simulation cabin installed. This is a meditation room. It's huge, a full 100 square meters, and the elemental energy here is at least 3 times denser than outside, and the life energy is twice as strong. It's truly amazing, so worth it. Xuanyu continuously punched the air, emphasizing, this place is really worth it. How many more surprises are there? I'm really looking forward to it. Just then a beeping sound made his heart rise with doubt. Whose unknown number is this? As soon as Xuanyu picked up, a voice came through. Find me at the Interstellar Center. Use your soul-guided communicator for voice translation. He immediately felt a pang of confusion. Isn't this the sloppy teacher from last time? Do I only have the option of having that person as my guiding teacher now? Xuanyu quickly arrived at the research hall of the Interstellar Center. Zhen Hua was already waiting on the stairs, and as soon as he saw someone, he raised his hand to signal him to follow. Follow me. As he approached, Zhen Hua frowned and introduced himself. My name is Tang Zhen Hua, and I will be your teacher from now on. Xuanyu obediently followed behind. He entered the door, immediately collapsed into a chair, and volubly gave him good news. This time, you were the only one who signed up for the Interstellar Command Department, and you were the only one admitted, he dryly repeated, speechless. That's good news. Zhen Hua quirked his lips and retorted, do you think the Interstellar Command Department is deserted with only a few oddballs? Xuanyu cautiously voiced his guess. Those who are chosen are all elites. He waved his hand, raising his middle finger, and shouted loudly. Nonsense, you're fewer because my requirements are high. Our branch is the largest department. Does anyone just come if they want? He repeated, bewildered. Branch? Manhua leaned back in his chair, mysteriously teasing. You'll know about that later, and you'll experience it there too. To be admitted to this academy, you're already 1 in 10,000. I heard you were the champion in both the preliminary selection and the comprehensive assessment with only 2 soul rings. Even facing the scrutinizing gaze, Xuanyu maintained his humility. It was just good luck. Then he pushed his luck, asking, because teacher will teach me and I'll receive all the resources of this department? Manhua laughed heartily and affirmed, I've studied your information too. Your bloodline is very special. Do you know why I say you're my only student? Isn't this a good thing? Without waiting for anyone to answer, he cheerfully provided the answer himself. The first point is correct. But then he immediately flipped, shouting, second point, impossible. Cultivation resources depend on badges. No one is an exception. Xuanyu, half understanding unconsciously, let out a long sigh. Manhua did not end his speech because he had lost interest. Disappointed, then you're wrong. In the entire outer court I am the most senior. I have traveled much further than Luo Hang. Following me, not only will you have many opportunities and learn many secrets, but you will also avoid many detours, and with my guidance you can save a lot of cultivation resources. Circling back, Manhua finally got to the point. Move your dorm out. I've designed a console and a simulation cabin for you. These are all gifts from me, the ones I'm phasing out, understand? Xuanyu, showered with good fortune, immediately perked up. Great, but then he poured cold water on himself. Don't be too happy, everything has conditions. He widened his eyes and blurted out, conditions? Manhua pulled him into his arms, stating harsh conditions. You were the champion when you enrolled, you must be the champion in every assessment. He scanned Xuanyu with an intense gaze like customs facing contraband. If you can't do it, well that's it. Go back and wait. Xuanyu, undeterred by the difficulty, pressed his luck. Teacher, I still have something about exchanging things. Can you give me permission? I want to exchange for resources. Manhua suppressed his anger and reminded him, how many badges do you have? What can you exchange for? No need to rush, go earn them yourself. Xuanyu, having been instructed by Hangbin, was stubborn. Teacher, I heard that purple badges can be exchanged for rare treasures. I want to raise my soul power to level 30 as soon as possible. Sure enough, this explosive news immediately caught his attention. Purple, tell me how you got it. After questioning, Manhua seriously analyzed the situation. So that's how it is. No wonder you got first place in the comprehensive assessment. Are you a twin martial soul? Only level 23 soul power, that's really strange. Since they were already familiar, Xuanyu no longer hid anything. It might be related to my bloodline. He smelled gossip, leaned closer and asked, tell me about it. Xuanyu patted his chest and spoke volubly. I only felt this way after coming to Shrek Academy. Life energy felt incredibly close to me. The first time I cultivated, I felt energy pouring into my body. After coming here, my cultivation speed has significantly increased, which is why I want to raise my cultivation as soon as possible. After a moment of astonishment, Manhua immediately made a suggestion. Come give me your hand. Xuanyu obediently complied. Just a few seconds after touching, he felt as if an electric current surged through his entire body. Manhua's mind resonated, and he effortlessly saw Xuanyu's spiritual sea-space. He panicked, abruptly shaking off Xuanyu's hand, a thin layer of sweat forming on his face, his heart pounding. No wonder, I can't believe it. What kind of bloodline is this? Such a high level, I've never seen anyone like this. After pondering, Manhua eagerly urged, your bloodline is too special. Release your martial soul and show me. Quickly. When he personally saw the 2 energy spheres in Xuanyu's hands, he completely lost his composure. Dragon race, this is the aura of the dragon race bloodline. What kind of dragon is this? Both powers are extremely advanced. When did blue silvergrass mutate like this? The 2 bloodlines are incompatible. Won't they attack each other? Xuanyu didn't mind revealing the secret. They used to clash, but my former teacher helped me harmonize them. Manhua's eyes sparkled and he relentlessly questioned, how is that possible? Which teacher of yours? Li Hongxin and Yin Tianfan don't have that kind of ability. He quickly showed a visual example, making them form a vortex not touching each other. This made him even more agitated. How is that possible? Is your teacher a god? Oh my god. Manhua's mind was in a whirl. This kid's bloodline was too special. Either one of them could make him a top-tier powerhouse, but both together could cause him to explode at any moment. The vortex that harmonized the 2 bloodlines was truly miraculous. He tried hard to extract information. Xuanyu, can you tell me who your teacher is? He replied frankly, Teacher Nana. Manhua pressed on. Where? Xuanyu unreservedly provided the information. She teaches on Tiando Star. Since they had already delved into such a deep conversation, he confidently sought guidance. Teacher, is my current cultivation method correct? Reluctantly, he had to admit. At least I can't think of a better way. This foundation is indeed excellent. Your 2 bloodlines have already begun to fuse and can even become one. This is your teacher's strength. Can your bloodline directly absorb life energy to replenish itself? Xuanyu affirmed. Yes. Lan Xuanyu demonstrated in detail the entire process of absorbing life energy after entering Shrek Academy. and Tang Zhenhua's expression was exceptionally surprised at this moment. With Lan Xuanyu's physique, cultivation at the academy would certainly succeed. He again expressed his curiosity. Then, teacher, what cultivation resources should I exchange for? This time he consciously took out something to exchange. Take these and give me your purple badge. Xuanyu looked at the glittering objects, his heart pounding. Gold badges. I remember Teacher Li said that purple badges can be exchanged for things, but gold badges can't. Never mind, I choose to trust him. After making up his mind, he pushed the purple badge onto the table. Here. Zhenhua's lips curled into a smile, and he declared grandly, tell me, what do you want to exchange for? Zhenhua finally got to the point. Tell me what you want to exchange for. Xuanyu had been waiting for this moment and immediately spoke effusively. Heaven and earth treasures. I want to quickly raise my soul power to level 30, and the purple demon eye to enhance my eyesight and spiritual power. Upon hearing this, he waved his hand, advising, there's no need to buy the purple demon eye. Xuanyu's mouth hung open as he asked, why? Zhenhua gave a confident thumbs up, summarizing, I am both a Shrek teacher and a Tang sect disciple. If you want to learn, I'll take you into the Tang sect as my disciple, and I'll teach you all of the Tang sect's unique techniques directly. Xuanyu's jaw dropped in shock. It can be like that. Seeing that he had been sufficiently startled, he instructed, save your badges for now. Your physique has better options, so just study normally for now. Later I will give you a special exchange. I will personally take you to a place. At this point, of course, he nodded repeatedly. Okay, I'll listen to teacher. Zhenhua suddenly turned around and rummaged. Wait a moment, I have something for you. Where did I put it? Meanwhile, Xuanyu was thinking to himself. It seems his choice was too correct. This really saved a lot of things. A moment later, he took out a small, palm-sized box. Put this in your meditation room. Open it when you cultivate and don't tell anyone. Understood, Xuanyu blurted out, dumbfounded, asking, teacher, what is this? Zhenhua's lips curled into a smile as he explained, this is Shrek Academy's black badge, made from a branch of the eternal tree. When your bloodline fluctuates, if you place it on your chest, it might help you recover. Xuanyu's heart pounded. This is the black badge that can be exchanged for 10 purple badges? It actually looks like this. He frantically waved his hands, refusing this hot potato. This is too precious, teacher, I can't accept it. Zhenhua took a deep breath, trying to suppress the anger rising in his throat. But he couldn't help but yell with a dark expression, idiot, I'm just lending it to you. I'll definitely take it back when I need it. Just focus on your cultivation properly and talk less nonsense. Zhenhua's face grew increasingly ferocious as he spoke. If you don't get the championship, give it back to me immediately. Xuanyu, scared, obediently replied, yes. On the way back, he secretly made a resolution. This trip was truly worthwhile. Although Teacher Tang seemed unreliable on the surface, he had genuinely helped him a lot, and he must give it his all from now on. In another room, Xiao Kai was also lecturing Lu Feng. Last time, during the assessment, you were so severely injured, and that thing I gave you was worth a purple badge. He first scared him, then changed his tone, skillfully beginning to demand payment. When do you plan to pay it back? Lu Feng frowned, entering mouth cannon mode. A purple badge? Teacher, why don't you just go rob someone? It's not like I had to eat it. Xiao Kai angrily questioned, was I wrong to help you get into Shrek Academy? He felt somewhat guilty, and his tone softened. But I can't get a purple badge in a short time. What should I do? He quickly suggested. Lan Xuanyu has one, doesn't he? Go borrow it. Lu Feng jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. No, without him I wouldn't have passed the exam at all. Xiao Kai patiently offered other solutions. This won't do, that won't do, so there's only one way left. Before he could finish, Lu Feng shouted loudly. Absolutely not, he was yelled at, but still smiled and revealed, in this school it's allowed for teachers to give resources to their direct disciples. I can reluctantly accept it. You can pay me back in a year, but the problem is you're so weak. Can you pass the assessment in a year? When it came to strength, Lu Feng quickly became serious. I definitely can. Xiao Kai patted his new disciple's shoulder in satisfaction. Good, from today on you are my direct disciple. However, Lu Feng's expressionless face made him furious. What kind of expression is that? Don't you want to? Xiao Kai spoke in a huff. If you don't want to, give me back the badge. He weakly replied. I do, he angrily coaxed. Call me teacher. Lu Feng called out teacher. Although very reluctant, he still curiously asked, what did teacher give me to eat that day? Since they were already teacher and student, Xiao Kai generously revealed, it was a petal from 100,000-year miraculous 9-petal immortal chrysanthemum. It could restore your body. A similar situation was also unfolding in the outer court dean's office. Luo Hong questioned another person with sharp eyes. Fatty, what are you looking at? Qianlei, startled, quickly waved his hands. Dean, I'm not. She half believed, half doubted as she got to the point. You confuse with your summoned creature. Did this just happen? The chubby boy honestly admitted. Yes, it only happened after my soul power broke through to the spiritual sea realm. Luo Hong listened, then suddenly gave an order that puzzled Qianlei. Kneel down quickly, I'm taking you as my direct disciple. I want to research your bloodline, it's very interesting. The chubby boy responded muddle-headedly. Yes. No sooner had he spoken than Qianlei's head hit the ground hard. Luo Hong's face turned ashen as she reminded him. Who told you to kowtow? The chubby boy innocently retorted. You told me to kneel, wasn't it, to kowtow and acknowledge you as my teacher? She sighed deeply, her chest tight, then pointed out. You're overthinking it. Look at your feet. Qianlei's eyes widened as he looked at the glowing totem, his face filled with shock. Before he could recover, threads of spiritual power swiftly wrapped around his body. Qianlei could no longer control his words. Ah, what is this wonderful feeling? Luo Heng watched his reaction and judged with satisfaction. As expected, it's the spiritual sea realm, quite passable, but your cultivation is too weak. Get out. Feel the changes in your spiritual sea. The peculiarity of your martial soul means pure cultivation speed is too slow. You can only progress by training your spiritual power. Qianlei boldly asked, "Teacher, how long do I have to kneel?" She coldly instructed, "At least 24 hours. If you can't hold on, you don't have to be my direct disciple. I can't lose to that person." Despite his body protesting, the chubby boy secretly comforted himself. "How could I? I must hold on, and if I do, I'll have something to brag about when I get back." In the meditation room, Xuanyu was looking at the wooden box, pondering. "Let's open it and see what it is." As soon as he acted, a series of lights burst forth. Xuanyu was slightly surprised. The life energy was so rich, his body felt refreshed, and the vortex in his chest also changed. But when the contents were revealed, his face immediately changed dramatically, and the speed of the vortex slowed down, as if the bloodline vortex was being controlled. What? Xuanyu stared intently at the two intertwined golden and white lights in front of him, his heart filled with doubt. The golden and silver energies separated, rushing out on their own. They seemed to have a life of their own, consciously wrapping around the wooden box. Xuanyu's pupils also turned the same color, and the immense pressure made him let out a long cry. He gritted his teeth, protesting wildly in his heart. "No, it's absorbing too fast." The bloodline aura is rapidly increasing. His body's muscles continuously expanded, making Xuanyu's thoughts chaotic. If this continued, he would explode. No, Lan Xuanyu's spiritual sea suddenly changed, with a scene appearing like a sunrise. The light spread powerfully. This allowed Xuanyu a moment to catch his breath. Control over his spiritual power was back. Even so, he was not yet out of trouble. Quickly withdraw the bloodline energy and form the vortex again. But the problem still remained. Xuanyu sat in meditation, his heart pounding. The bloodline power was being drawn much more strongly than before. His chest ached uncomfortably. What to do? He tried to take deep breaths, giving himself a calming injection. Whatever happens, I need to calm down first. I can only rely on myself to solve this problem now. Using a martial soul fusion skill to fuse the bloodline power. No, it would blow up the meditation room. At this thought, Xuanyu paused. Wait, bloodline power can absorb soul power and also life energy. A light bulb went off and he immediately sketched out a relationship diagram between life energy, bloodline power, and soul power. What if it's the other way around? Can bloodline power be used to convert excess life energy into soul power? Maybe it's really possible. With a general direction, Xuanyu immediately began to operate, first using the rainbow-colored light to stabilize the bloodline power, and then guiding the Zhan Tian Gong to operate in reverse, converting the absorbed energy into soul power within his body. As expected, after some effort, Xuanyu secretly cheered. It's converting into soul power. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. This method works, that's great. Xuanyu continued this cultivation process, converting the excess life energy into his own soul power. After completing this process, he couldn't help but sigh. His soul power had increased a lot during that time. This was indeed a shortcut to cultivation. But before he could be happy for long, Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat. Wait, the black badge had lost all its energy. Fortunately, this process was only temporary, and he quickly regained his radiant smile. It scared me to death. It's replenishing life energy from the outside. I thought I'd broken it. It was then that Xuanyu slowly stood up to summarize the process. That's great. I've found a cultivation method that suits me. After bloodline energy decomposes, it fuses, and soul power also increases. But the prerequisite is that life energy must be sufficiently abundant. Not long after, Shao Kai stood on the podium, confidently introducing. The school rules are clearly written, so I won't say much more here. I am the teacher responsible for leading everyone in the Battle Armor Masterclass. Everyone has 2 years to create their own battle armor. If it's not completed by then, you will have to leave Shrek Academy. His steady voice echoed throughout the space, and the standard for the inner court assessment is to become a 3-word battle armor master and raise soul power to level 70. Xuanyu couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this Shrek Academy's standard?" But his subtle voice was quickly drowned out by Shao Kai's. "Everyone, look, the eternal tree is the life core of the entire mother planet. It devoured all the planes that invaded the mother planet to evolve into its current form. On the tree is the eternal sky city. That is the true Shrek Academy, and also Shrek Academy's inner court. Only by becoming an inner court disciple can everyone go there." Xuanyu couldn't help but feel interested. "Is the inner court on the eternal tree?" And the other students immediately started discussing. "There's a city there. The legendary Eternal Sky City." Shao Kai let them chatter for a while before speaking to stabilize the situation. "That's enough about extracurricular questions. Let's start class." He pointed at the screen, explaining visually. "First, let's briefly understand the 3 processes of creating battle armor: design, forging, and engraving core formations." Shao Kai's lecturing voice continued steadily. "Over the next 2 years, everyone must choose an auxiliary profession they want to learn, and reach a certain level, at least reaching the ability to create 1-word battle armor in the first year." It wasn't until near the end of class that he dropped a bombshell. "Oh, before class ends, let's confirm the class cadres. Lan Xuanyu is the class president. Yuan Enweiwei is the vice class president. Class cadres will rotate monthly. After 1 year, everyone will collectively elect the official class cadres." 2 hours after class, everyone lined up and walked out of the corridor. Xuanyu had held it in for a long time, finally finding an opportunity to ask, "Teacher, Qian Lei took leave, is that okay?" Manhua immediately reassured him without hesitation. His guidance teacher requested leave for him. He's undergoing some special training, don't worry. In the afternoon, Lan Xuanyu, led by Tang Manhua, arrived at Shrek's Mission Exchange Center. Soon, the two reached VIP room number 3. As soon as they reached the door, Chang'an flew out like a gust of wind. Teacher, you're here." Xuanyu scanned him with laser-like eyes, curiously asking, red, and blue. "What kind of style is this school uniform design?" He understood his meaning, and immediately answered the question. "Little junior brother, the most ordinary is the most distinguished. Wearing Shrek's school uniform is an incomparable honor. Little junior brother, this is our glorious tradition." Manhua seized the opportunity to interject and introduce. "This is your senior brother, Yan Chang'an. You have a total of 6 living senior brothers and sisters. You can find him for exchange matters." He came to his senses and happily stepped forward to introduce himself. "Hello, senior brother, I'm Lan Xuanyu. Please guide me in the future." Chang'an immediately showed a friendly expression. "Little junior brother, just be natural in front of your senior brother, don't be so polite." Xuanyu was still in a daze when Manhua's lips curled into a smile, explaining in more detail, "My disciples either ignore me or are half crazy. You're behaving so normally, that's the biggest abnormality here." He was speechless after hearing this. "Then what kind am I?" Chang'an seized the opportunity to change the subject. "Teacher, I'll be going out to perform a mission in a few days," Manhua replied nonchalantly. "Made up your mind? Then go," but he showed a sad expression. "I'm just a little reluctant to leave, teacher. Who will take care of teacher when I'm gone?" He saw right through his disciple and angrily yelled, "Take care of me for what? Just say what you want directly," Chang'an suggested with teary eyes. Teacher, look at your..." Manhua roared in exasperation. "Stop that, I've already compensated for the last loss," he then added. A black badge. This outrageous demand was indeed Chang'an's weakness. He wisely steered the conversation to someone else. "Let's talk about junior brother first. Junior brother, come here. Senior brother will introduce you." Xuanyu smiled outwardly but secretly complained. Senior brother's face-changing speed is really fast, is what Teacher Tang teaches performance art, but Chang'an's next words easily piqued his interest. "First, let's look at the white badge exchange bill. The bill content is constantly updated. The advantage of the VIP room is that you can make reservations for exchanges. Look at the bill and see what interests you." Xuanyu actively stared at the list on the screen. "Let me see," but upon closer inspection the content surprised him. The exchange target was the beauty ranking of the outer court, with an exchange price of 1 white badge. Chang'an explained very promptly, "This is uploaded by the students themselves, and students can also post exchange content. Little junior brother, I must warn you, absolutely don't go too far. The content must be reviewed by the academy." Manhua sneered mercilessly. Indeed, whoever posted illicit content got a huge fine. Chang'an was furious, completely forgetting the hierarchy. "Teacher, if you do this, you'll lose me as a disciple." Xuanyu paid no attention, still observing intently. "Can cultivation insights also be posted as exchange items?" He answered affirmatively. "Of course." Xuanyu only waited for this sentence and immediately suggested, "Then I want to publish an article on how to resolve twin martial soul conflicts and how to cultivate using life energy." Seeing the person next to him overly silent, Xuanyu turned his head and repeated, "Is that okay, senior brother?" But Chang'an was busy being petrified by the information he had brought. "Twin martial souls, ha 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 ha," he couldn't help but exclaim. "Do you really want to post this, little junior brother? This news is too precious and you must guarantee its authenticity." At this point, Xuanyu hesitated slightly. "Of course it's true, it's just that it might be a bit difficult for others to use." Manhua, understanding, reminded him, "He has a natural affinity for life energy." This information shocked Chang'an even more. Good heavens, he had now put himself in a cold, lonely space. Comparison truly is the thief of joy. After digesting this shock, Chang'an immediately resumed his serious demeanor. "You can post it, but it must be a gold tier item," Xuanyu worriedly pursued. "Will anyone exchange for it then?" He shook his index finger profoundly. "Some things, if they're expensive, people will believe them." Manhua took the opportunity to inject another dose of calm. "Listen to him on this. When it comes to judging others' abilities, he's the best in the entire academy." Chang'an immediately gesticulated wildly, as if he had suffered a great grievance. "Teacher, how can you expose me like that? How will I get along with my little junior brother in the future?" Under Chang'an's guidance, Lan Xuanyu posted his exchange item, then continued to look at the exchange list. Although he had written it himself, he still felt it wasn't quite real. "Why is this Sea God Lake water so expensive? Can't we just get some ourselves?" Chang'an stepped forward, showcasing his super-professional encyclopedic business acumen. "Sea God Lake is protected by a soul saber chi array. Do you know how much this thing is worth outside? This is an internal benefit of our academy. Sea God Lake water is called the water of life." "Absolutely no problem," Xuanyu eagerly suggested. "Then I can also try it." But before he could finish, Manhua stopped him. "Don't use this. Exchange for 1 hour of Sea God Lake cultivation on your golden exchange list." This outlandish suggestion immediately infuriated Chang'an. "Teacher, that's rated as the least worthwhile gold tier item to exchange for 3 gold badges for 1 hour of cultivation." Manhua shot him a lightning-fast glare. "What do you know? He has a high affinity for life energy. If he can absorb enough before he could finish, Xuanyu and the other person quietly slipped away, then it's worth it. Before leaving, he looked back to confirm. I'm exchanging for this. He also took the opportunity to add in his heart, great. I've been looking for high concentration life energy and couldn't find any. But in the end it was Manhua who brought Xuanyu to the cultivation spot. Soon the master and disciple arrived at the large mansion hidden in the garden. Tang Yu welcomed them with a sarcastic tone. Isn't it a joy to have friends come from afar, you sneaky fellow? What brings you to me? Manhua immediately activated his venomous tongue mode, threatening. Tang Yu, do you want to die? He wisely switched to a gentle tone. Still so fierce, huh, brother Manhua? What are you doing here? He clapped the person next to him on the shoulder, showing off. My new disciple, Xuanyu, quickly go say hello to teacher Tang Yu. He obediently followed instructions and said, hello teacher. He immediately whistled and made the decision. Excellent, excellent, I didn't expect you, this sly old fox, to have such good taste. Transfer him to me, Manhua sneered. What, are you preparing to come out of retirement to take on disciples? Tang Yu lowered his eyes, replying meaningfully. I'm just saying, you know I'm used to being lazy. His unpromising appearance made him want to add. Still the same uninspired self, lead the way. My disciple has exchanged for an hour of cultivation time. Tang Yu immediately expressed doubt. You didn't give him the 3 gold badges, did you? Manhua took the opportunity to show off. This disciple of mine is the champion of this year's batch. All his badges are self-earned. He then asked an even more critical question. The champion student has come to you and that person in your family agreed? Struck where it hurt, he immediately performed. Although we are nominally no longer together, our hearts are still united. Tang Yu couldn't help but scoff. If you have the guts, say that when she's here. With that, he took the initiative to lead the way. A few seconds later, Tang Yu was stunned by Xuanyu's power. What? He spun around sharply, repeatedly confirming, life energy affinity physique. This batch of new students has a life energy affinity physique? How come I didn't know? Manhua casually brushed him off. There's a lot you don't know, quickly let him cultivate. While they were bickering, Xuanyu had already moved into the Penglai immortal realm. He couldn't help but exclaim internally. The life energy is so rich and the total amount is really huge. Tang Yu followed behind, urging him promptly. See the lotus leaf? Go on it. However, as soon as Xuanyu stepped onto the lotus leaf, he immediately sank. In a half-wet, half-dry state, the surrounding light gradually entered his body. They abandoned their initial caution, speeding up more and more. Tang Yu observed from a distance, anxiously warning, not good, pull him up quickly. This kid's life energy affinity is too high. Absorbing so much at once, his body will explode. The familiar feeling of fusion quickly returned to Xuanyu. He closed his eyes, controlling the situation himself. Manhua blurted out in disbelief. He stabilized it. Tang Yu frantically grabbed his collar and demanded, what is this kid's life energy affinity level? Manhua retorted impatiently, I don't know, aren't you clearer on this than I am? He was so angry he had nowhere to vent, raising his voice, don't know yet, you dared to bring him here to me. You almost killed him just now. If that happened, my teacher would absolutely not let you off. Although somewhat unbelievable, Manhua still estimated, this kid's life energy affinity is at least over 90, very likely reaching my teacher's level. Tang Yu was startled and immediately warned, can reach father's level? Impossible. Watch him for me. I'm going to invite teacher over now. But when he turned his face away, he quietly muttered, excellent, excellent. Our lineage finally has a successor. Hearing this, Manhua broke out in a cold sweat. Brother Yu, no, he's my disciple. Tang Yu ignored him, flying away and loudly replying, don't you know what an affinity over 90 means? This is a big deal. It can be submitted to the Sea God Pavilion meeting. This child can only belong to our life faction. Leaving Manhua with his hand outstretched in the wind, a bewildered expression on his face. Did I just shoot myself in the foot? What should I do? But he quickly came to his senses and rapidly pressed his communication bracelet. No, I absolutely cannot let them snatch my person like this. The more anxious Manhua became, the more things went wrong. Life, don't cry, Dean is not good. Through the soul-guided communicator, Tang Manhua told Luo Hong everything that had just happened, and then he heard a lion's roar piercing through his eardrums. Tang Manhua, are you a pig? You're really a pig. She was completely red, roaring madly like her hair color. Are you a pig? You're a pig. How can you be so stupid? If he gets snatched away, I won't forgive you. Manhua gave a wry smile, repeatedly bowing. Don't be angry, I didn't expect it either. She was furious, still venting. I'll call teacher, you keep a close eye on him there. Even in meditation, Qianlei secretly listened in. Are they talking about Xuanyu? Xuanyu was oblivious to everything happening outside, completely immersed in the sea of life, his bloodline greedily absorbing life energy. Meanwhile, Yinghong also rushed to the scene directly, questioning this pig teammate. You're walking right into a trap, are you stupid? Manhua was full of bitter complaints, desperately explaining, how was I supposed to know this would happen? You didn't check for life energy affinity during the physical exam, did you? The more he spoke, the angrier she became. That's only checked after admission. Who knew you'd bring him there now? A 2-ring soul master absorbing so much life energy. He'd be a prodigy if his body didn't explode, Yinghong carefully considered, then quickly made a decision. Wake him up now and take him away immediately. Manhua blurted out. Take him away? An hour hasn't passed yet. She poked his forehead, lecturing, you've been thoroughly fooled. Are you going to wait here for Elder Tree to come and snatch him? He was enlightened and immediately agreed. Right. Forget about the badges for now. Yinghong was even more annoyed after hearing this. Are you stupid? At his absorption rate, he'll absorb more than 3 gold badges worth of life energy in just 1 minute. Quickly take him away, Manhua, half understanding, obediently replied. Okay, but as soon as he reached out, he was blocked by vines that rushed over. At the same time, a thunderous roar came. Don't touch him. Manhua looked at the newcomer and shouted in shock. Elder Tree, even Yinghong, who had been so imposing just a moment ago, was now as docile as a kitten. Elder Tree kindly greeted, long time no see, Xiaohong. I hear you're the dean of the outer court now, she awkwardly confirmed. Yes, you. He didn't wait for them to say more and immediately stated his purpose. You two go back, this child is with me. Our life faction hasn't had new members in a long time. I didn't expect this old bones of mine to still meet someone with such high life energy affinity to take over. While Yinghong was still calculating what Manhua was going to do, he impetuously rushed out. You'll live for thousands more years, that's no problem. Don't argue with us juniors. Elder Tree quickly pulled rank. You still know you're a junior? He choked for a long time before uttering a single you. Yinghong approached worriedly and persuaded, calm down. Then she stepped forward to discuss. Elder Tree, what do you think of this? Our academy also has its rules and I need to notify them. Could you give me some time? He didn't even have to think. He already had a countermeasure. No need, I'll talk to the inner court. You two go. Tang Yu, take your junior brother. We're going back to the inner court. Manhua really wanted to complain. How did he become a junior brother? He's suddenly on my level. Just as the situation was about to be settled, another person intervened. Elder Tree, wait a moment, the familiar voice made Yinghong exclaim. Teacher? Tianyu coldly HMPH'd in response, then he turned to scold the idiotic culprit. Useless. Manhua was at a loss for words, only able to call out the other's name. Dean Wang. Tianyu gave him a white eye, then turned his attention to the person opposite. Elder Tree, you're making a mountain out of a molehill. You stepped forward confidently and respectfully. Wang Tianyu, what are you doing here? He straightened his back, stating his position. As the Vice Dean of Shrek Academy's inner court and the Pavilion Master of the Sea God Pavilion, do you see anything wrong with that? Elder Tree frowned and retorted. What do you mean? Tianyu calmly explained. Academy rules cannot be broken. Even if this child joins the life faction, that's after graduation. How can he succeed without a foundation in the outer court? He roared in annoyance. Are you saying I can't teach good disciples? He coldly refused to argue. Enough. Don't be bothered by things. Yinghong listened to their argument, secretly snickering. Some people in the academy didn't give Elder Tree face. Teacher was considered one of the most outstanding talents. Fortunately, I was smart. Who knew that elemental suppression was absolute? Elder Tree lost patience and pulled rank. Wang Tianyu, do you know how to respect elders and cherish the young? Do you have any manners? He immediately retorted after hearing this. Ever since you played a trick on me last time, I haven't considered you an elder. You cast aside all pride, actively provoking, you brat, I'll really hit you. Believe it or not, try to fight back. Tianyu was fearless, just waiting for him to make a move. I won't fight back, but you're old. What if something goes wrong? Even if your hand isn't injured, your leg will be broken. These words indeed pushed Elder Tree's emotions to the limit. Look, I've lived cautiously for thousands of years, yet I've nurtured such an ungrateful fellow. I'm going to hold a Sea God Pavilion meeting. Wang Tianyu, just you wait. He left these threats and immediately vanished. Tang Yu awkwardly chuckled. Dean Wang, you see, Tianyu threw out a single word dismissively. Scram, he was outnumbered. So he obediently complied. He watched this scene, slightly puzzled. He left so decisively. That old rogue must have a scheme. From now on, the physical examination must include life energy affinity. Yinghong obediently admitted her mistake. Sorry, it was my oversight. Tianyu suppressed his anger and comforted her. It's nothing serious. With me here, no one dares to snatch him. She put up her thumb and agreed. Exactly. But Manhua had other worries. Dean Wang, if Elder Tree really convenes a Sea God Pavilion meeting. He didn't need to finish. He turned around and threatened. What's it to you? Do you remember what I told you last time? He was distraught, wishing he could disappear into the ground immediately. I have something else to do. The problem was, before he could even move, Tianyu grabbed him. He disappeared with Manhua, leaving Yinghong confused. He was taken away. She sighed deeply, then quietly muttered, he shouldn't be beaten too badly, right? Soon the moon was high overhead. Xuanyu finally opened his eyes, checking his body, which ached all over. The bloodline vortex in his chest felt like it had solidified, as if it was being suppressed. Why is it so dark around here? What's going on? Is it night already? Thinking this, he immediately jumped ashore. Manhua felt the movement and asked indistinctly, You're back? Xuanyu saw the talking pighead and immediately screamed, Ah! He was so embarrassed and angry that he kicked out. You brat, isn't it all because of you? Xuanyu wisely admitted his mistake. Teacher, I was wrong, I didn't recognize you. Manhua ignored his battered face, focusing on more important business. Don't move, let me feel your changes. Manhua placed his hand on the person in front of him and gestured. Let me see. Xuanyu stood obediently. Yes, teacher. His heart trembled. Good, soul power has increased spontaneously. But he still had to confirm aloud. You mean Qin Chang'an's method really works? Xuanyu looked with innocent eyes to increase his credibility. Yes, I can convert excess life energy into soul power. But Manhua's mind associated it with other problems. Damn it, this little brat saw me in such a mess. He decisively ran away, but didn't forget to leave instructions. The life energy you absorbed today is enough to digest for a month. Once you've digested it, you probably won't be far from 3 rings. I'm leaving. Xuanyu was thus abandoned, his mind full of questions. What happened? Who beat teacher like this? Or was he beaten like this because of me? He was beaten so badly it seems teacher's combat power isn't strong. Meanwhile, Xianlei had been kneeling for a full 36 hours. Several times he almost fell to the ground, but he was controlled by his remaining consciousness. Luohan also hadn't slept, sitting on a sofa not far away. Although she appeared calm on the surface, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly, having initially thought this chubby boy's willpower was very weak. He wanted to seize the opportunity to wake him, but unexpectedly he had endured for so long. Yinghong took a deep breath, then uttered 2 words. "All right." Covered in wounds, he was only waiting for this moment to collapse. She shrieked in fright, silently roaring foolish in her heart as she reached out to extinguish the cracks in his spiritual sea. Yinghong roughly covered Qianlei's mouth and dripped in the potion. The little guy snored comfortably and she roared heartbroken, "I don't need to be angry with that slob, nor do I need to compete with this fatty." But a moment later a heart-wrenching scream echoed in the room. "I've really lost out big time." The next day in class, the teacher mechanically announced again, "Student Qianlei is not here today. Someone requested leave for him." Lu Feng couldn't hide his confusion. Fatty took leave again. Xiao Kai ignored him and continued with his business. "This afternoon is combat training. Everyone will log in using their Shrek Academy accounts and will then have all member privileges." Although a student blurted out a question, he calmly disseminated the information. Over the next week, everyone can exchange Duluo coins for Shrek badges. Indeed, this astonished everyone. Is that true? Xiao Kai calmly analyzed the exchange rate. 1,000 Duluo coins for 1 white badge, 15,000 Duluo coins for 1 gold badge. Purple badges are not available for exchange. Only Xuanyu, resting his chin, pondered, "How can we earn more Duluo coins to exchange for Shrek badges within a week?" Just then a voice pulled him back to reality. "Lan Xuanyu, you," Mengchen immediately chimed in. "I know a place in the Duluo world where we can earn Duluo coins. Do you want to go together when we get back?" Xuanyu cautiously approached and asked, "What do you need me to do?" She shrugged, sarcastically joking. "You command? What else can your meager soul power do besides command?" Feeling insulted, he immediately erupted with an imposing aura. "Fine, then I'll take 3 portions and everyone else can divide the rest themselves." Mengchen didn't back down, immediately retorting, "Dream on. All Duluo coins earned will be split equally." Xuanyu, displeased, turned to leave. "Then I'm not going. Please find someone more capable." After just a few steps, Enwi sweetly called out, "Brother Xuanyu." She took the hand of the person next to her and suggested, "Let's go together. You don't need to overthink it, just nod." Xuanyu readily agreed. "All right, let's enter the Duluo world together." This lightning-fast decision made both Mengchen and the other person turn pale, and we added, "Let's look around for other ways to earn some money." Xuanyu understood, and stammered out a plan. "That's simple, we can just participate in soul combat competitions. Soul combat competitions offer point rewards and we can even bet on ourselves, so we'll earn Duluo coins faster." No one noticed Qianqia's face gradually becoming dejected. Mengchen couldn't bear it any longer, rushing out to accuse, "Sha Weiwei, are you stealing my business? Qianqiu, let's go. It's fine if we participate as a duo." Enwi tilted her head and retorted, "But the more people who participate, the higher the attention, the more prizes, and the more generous the extra rewards. Why do some people just not understand?" Feeling he hadn't taunted enough, Xuanyu changed his tone. "All right, Mengchen, let's go together. Equal split it is. After settling the exchange for badges, I hope I can borrow these badges first. I will definitely return them to everyone within 3 months. Mengchen's tone immediately softened. "We have no problem with that." He satisfactorily settled the matter. "Then it's decided." In a blink of an eye, the appointed date arrived, and Lan Xuanyu was already in his simulation cabin room. The notification sound rang, and he relaxed his body, undergoing a full body scan. Xuanyu's combat avatar data had long been stored in the Duluo world's main system. Through their Shrek communicators, Yuan Enweiwei and Lan Xuanyu quickly successfully met up. Walking side by side, she chattered, "Brother Xuanyu, is this your first time entering the Shrek Duluo world?" He excitedly admitted. "It feels very special." Enwi seized the opportunity to show off her knowledge. "Of course it's special. Shrek Academy was once destroyed in history, and the Academy's predecessors went through hardships to rebuild Shrek Academy on a desolate land. Shrek City has a dedicated Great Soul Arena, the Duluo world. This virtual world was preserved after its reconstruction for Soul Masters to spar and improve their combat abilities." While they were chatting, the others also arrived one after another. Enwi looked around and proactively arranged, "Let's go, we'll register." Along the way, she added, "In the Great Soul Arena, the biggest source of profit is betting. However, participants can only bet on themselves. This is to prevent cheating." Xuanyu couldn't hide his curiosity. "What are the competition rules?" Enwi immediately explained the common rules. "The rules are simple. Each victory comes with corresponding points, but the next match will definitely pit you against a stronger opponent. Winning streaks come with extra points and Duluo coins as rewards. The prerequisite for all of this is that we must win." After saying all this, she naturally changed the topic. "Brother Xuanyu, quickly think of a name for our team." He blurted out, "Let's call ourselves the Oddball Squad." Mengchen snorted disdainfully. "That sounds so boring." But her objection was invalid, and the Oddball Squad successfully registered. They weren't wealthy people, to put it plainly, they were a bit poor. They had already bet 1,000 Duluo coins on their team to win with odds of 1-2. If they lost, they would lose everything. If they won, they would only get the Duluo coins they bet. meaning either a gain of 1,000 or a loss of 1,000. After settling down in the contestant waiting room, Xuanyu finally had time to express his concern. Do we have any other income? And we understood and shared. The winning team can receive an additional 10 profit, which is even higher than the total ticket revenue. At this point, Lu Feng interjected. If a team in the Great Soul Arena went on a winning streak, wouldn't the academy go bankrupt? And we immediately scolded loudly. What are you thinking? We're only first years. If our win rate reaches a certain level, we might have to fight against seniors who possess battle armor. After hearing this, Xuanyu revealed his gossipy nature. Wei, how many winning streaks did you have before? She showed off without hesitation. I had 7 consecutive wins by myself, then I was defeated by a 4-ring soulmaster with a 1-word battle armor. He continued with his roundabout questions. One more question. Will the betting amount affect the strength of the opponents we're matched against? And we patiently answered. Normally no, but it will have an effect when the betting amount is huge. Xuanyu eagerly pressed. How much is huge? She estimated in a low voice. I don't know, maybe 100,000 or 1 million. Mengchen heard these whispers and became a little impatient. Why are you asking all these useless questions? Just go fight. Not only was Xuanyu not angry, he mysteriously winked. If we calculate carefully, we might gain more than anyone imagines in these 7 days. Just then, a notification sound interrupted their QA. Oddball squad prepare, oddball squad prepare, oddball squad prepare. Battling against the Flashy Foxes squad, 5-on-5, one side completely annihilated. Match ends. Countdown starts in 10 seconds, 10, 9, 8. Xuanyu walked out lightly marveling the competition venue is so quiet. The Flashy Foxes squad, these two team names are quite symmetrical, but even with his goodwill his opponent's taunts were full of malice. A bunch of brats also came to participate in the competition. Do you have too much money to burn? Surrender quickly, Big Brother will treat you to ice cream. They even bet 100 Duluo coins, and we was so angry she wanted to rush up and fight. How dare they mock us? I'll show them. What's wrong with being young? Fortunately, Xuanyu stopped her in time. He remained calm and stated his conjecture. The 3 of you don't make a move. I suspect the host's rules for choosing opponents are related to the age of our soul rings. Everyone should try not to expose too much of their strength. In the next match, we'll compare how much the opponent's strength has increased to see if there's any artificial manipulation. Saying this, Xuanyu assigned Lu Feng to scout ahead. Fengza, the 2 of us will go. The opponent immediately became excited. They're handing themselves over on a silver platter. He remained expressionless, calmly firing a volley of ice arrows to test them. On the other side, that person actively rushed forward to meet the challenge. The opponent fired a huge energy wave at Lu Feng, shouting, "Die!" Lu Feng remained unmoved, still maintaining his speed as he approached. When the distance was close enough, Lu Feng activated White Dragon Leap. Crisis was imminent, yet the opponent still stubbornly boasted, "Kid, you can't hurt me." But his teammate Huang Do was not so optimistic. Not good, old bullet missed. A Flashy Foxes squad quickly fell into disarray. The ice spikes earlier had already formed a layer of ice on the ground, so they had to support him quickly. The ground was too slippery to maintain balance. Lu Feng felt the time was ripe, so he pressed his advantage. The main force of the Flashy Foxes squad was eliminated in an instant. There's not much to say about the subsequent battle. Lu Feng went into battle alone, relying on his incredibly fast speed. Within a dozen breaths, he dealt with all opponents and ended the battle. The oddball squad wins. The smooth start greatly boosted his confidence. Let's continue. I think we can win 7 consecutive matches, no problem, right? Xuanyu wasn't as happy as imagined. Instead, he became more serious. Wait, this match was just a test. Don't use this method again. He looked at the target opposite and quickly stated his plan. Lu Feng, since this is your first time here, you'll participate in a one-on-one duel. Your first one-on-one opponent will definitely be a 2-ring soulmaster. Because you yourself are also a 2-ring, you will definitely win this match. Returning to discussing strategies, Mengchen openly expressed her doubt. What's the point of letting him play? It won't attract many spectators. Xianxia couldn't help but lean into her ear to remind her. Since it's a guaranteed win, of course, we should try to lower the match difficulty as much as possible so we can last for more matches, she said with sudden realization. So that's how it is? Xuanyu seized the opportunity to mercilessly mock. We both have the surname Lan, but why is your brain so different? Mengchen, you really need to broaden your horizons. She immediately jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Lan Xuanyu, Xianxia was exhausted. The 2 of Jojo pulled the person back and reminded the culprit, "Stop making Sister Mengchen angry." As soon as Xuanyu heard the instruction, he immediately obediently replied, "Okay." This attitude filled her heart with confusion. When did this guy become so obedient? He cast a look as if asking her, what's wrong back in the arena? Xuanyu directly instructed on the strategy. Fengza, you'll go up for the next match. After winning the 3rd match, Lu Feng had 3 consecutive wins and thus the team's Duluo coin total reached 16,000. Lan Xuanyu then called a halt, leaving 1,000 Duluo coins, and betting the remaining 15,000 entirely on the next match. Lan Xuanyu easily won the first match, gaining 30,000 Duluo coins. In the second match, Lan Xuanyu won again, increasing the treasury by 60,000 Duluo coins. In the third match, Lan Xuanyu left 10,000 Duluo coins and continued to bet 50,000 Duluo coins. He didn't play that all-in strategy. This was just in case. In the third match, Lan Xuanyu's opponent had already become a 4-ring tiger lion. The Duluo world's main system was extremely intelligent. By this point, what else was there for him not to understand? The difficulty had indeed greatly increased. The opponent's selection by drawing lots was indeed related to the betting amount. He spoke as soon as he appeared. Quite an interesting little fellow. Do you think that just because you have twin martial souls you can challenge me 2 ranks above in soul combat? Xuanyu politely retorted, neither subservient nor arrogant. My teacher said, a longer battle helps unleash potential. Big brother, I definitely can't win, so just let me hold on a little longer. Seeing his opponent was sensible, his tone softened. You're on par with my younger brother. To be able to participate in soul combat, that's truly impressive. Xuanyu seized the opportunity to continue flattering. Thank you for the compliment, big brother. Here I come, Rui smiled and cautioned, little brother, be careful. As soon as his words fell, he quickly drew out his 7-star sword. Xuanyu, quick-eyed and quick-handed, avoided the attack, narrowly escaping. He even had to brace himself with his hands on the ground to dodge the sword energy despite being disheveled. Xuanyu was still eager to learn. Big brother, you're too amazing. How can your sword fly? The first move caused no damage, and Ruhi's heart was already slightly vigilant. This little fellow is also very fast. He looked at the person rushing over and silently changed tactics, maintaining a certain distance, but just as this thought formed, Xuanyu had already grabbed the 7-star sword with his bare hands. Ruhi's heart pounded wildly. No, he grabbed my sword, I can't let him get any closer. He decided to release the sword and launch a ranged attack. But Xuanyu not only dodged it, he even had time to unleash his self-created soul skill, Ice and Fire Duality Orb. The confident look on Ruhi's face gradually faded. He could even dodge such an attack. Was he trying to attack the ground? But the surprise Xuanyu had for him was only just beginning. Ruhi, while tensing his body in defense, silently recited Buddhist chants. Ice and fire are 2 opposing elements, perhaps I can hold on. However, a new energy orb was forming in Xuanyu's hand. He seized the opportunity and activated his martial soul fusion skill. Come out. This power drained all color from Ruhi's face. This was the answer Xuanyu provided, Golden Dragon Ice Spear. He held it with both hands and pierced through that sturdy defense. As expected, the notification sound rang. Lan Xuanyu wins. Enwi was of course the happiest. The team had gained another 110,000 Duluo coins. Contrary to her, the person involved still maintained a calm expression. No one knew what he was calculating in his heart. Previously, Xuanyu had already proactively deduced every scenario. The host system was very intelligent, and the opponents it chose would become increasingly strong. If we continued with the previous betting method, we would very likely lose everything. Mengchen was a little curious. What do we do next? He immediately shared the plan. Xianxia, you're up next. This time we bet 10,000. Dong Qianchu's opponent was also a 4-ring, with strength on par with hers. Dong Qianchu relied on her second soul skill, Ice Tide, to control the field, gradually weakening her opponent and finally winning with difficulty. She won over 10,000 Duluo coins, specifically 12,000 Duluo coins. Just as they were immersed in joy, Xuanyu suddenly spoke again. Mengchen, you'll fight a match, and all 120,000 will be used to support you. While she was still in a daze, he continued to instruct. But you need to be mentally prepared. Your opponent will definitely be a 5-ring soul master, but not too strong. Although the host system will choose powerful opponents for money, it will still keep it within a certain range. Mengchen was a little flattered and asked back, you trust me that much? Xuanyu expressed his trust by pointing out the key. I predict the host system will choose a powerful assault-type battle soul master who excels at ranged attacks for you. I suggest you use your inherent martial soul fusion skill for a decisive blow. Whether we can earn more money depends on you. Things having come to this, if Mengchen were to back down, it would seem disloyal. HMPH, I will definitely win. After entering the match, she couldn't help but exclaim, Lan Xuanyu's judgment is spot on. Lan Mengchen lived up to expectations. She fully utilized her combat wisdom and won the victory. Watching the amount soar to 240,000. Qianchu was beaming with joy. Sister Mengchen is amazing, Enwi boldly suggested. 240,000 is quite a bit. We could try doing other things to earn Duluo coins, however. Xuanyu flatly refused. No, he lowered his head in thought, then devised a strategy. We'll fight another 5-on-5 team battle, Enwi blurted out in shock. Still fighting, when the oddball squad appeared again, a chorus of shouts gradually rose from the stands. Victory! He looked at the packed seats and couldn't help but exclaim, 80,000 people, the seats are full. Enwi, however, had her own worries. A large number of spectators indicates that the opponent is very strong. The host is playing too hard. Xuanyu understood his meaning and immediately encouraged his teammates, get ready. This is definitely a tough fight. On the other side, the Early Summer Rain Squad also slowly appeared. They revealed their team nameplate, Early Summer Rain Squad, shining with golden light. Enwi immediately lost his composure when he saw Tang Yuge in the team. How is it her? She also heard his voice and discovered his presence. Tang Yuge took the opportunity to say sarcastically, oh, isn't this Yuan Enweiwei? Was last time not enough of a lesson for you? How do you want to die later? Sister will grant your wish. Enwi angrily shouted, Tang Yuge, don't go too far. If I didn't have battle armor, I wouldn't be afraid of you. Seeing the tension escalating, Xuanyu stepped forward diplomatically and said, hello, senior sister, I am Lan Xuanyu, a first-year student. However, she did not hold back and continued her vitriolic remarks. Lan Xuanyu, I heard you're this year's top recruit, only 2 rings. The quality this time is really low. Enwei was so angry he felt choked, and it took him a long time to squeeze out a single word. Xuanyu still maintained a calm expression. That's right, we are that weak. Can senior sister be merciful? We are willing to pay some remuneration, as senior sister knows. New students have it tough. Can senior sister be understanding? Senior sister, we've already bet 50,000. Tang Yuge feigned great difficulty. I'd like to, but with Yuan and Weiwei here I don't think I can. Xuanyu still did not give up the idea that verbal negotiation was better than force. Senior sister, if you let us win this match, we'll convert all the 50,000 Duluo coins we earn into badges and give 5 white badges to you and your teammates. We just want to keep our original amount. What do you think, senior sister? She uncharacteristically negotiated patiently. Junior brother seems very sincere, but I have a way that will satisfy both parties. Xuanyu's eyes widened, signaling. Tell me, senior sister. Tang Yuge unhesitatingly revealed a secret. Soul combat matches have a rule. If both sides agree, the stakes can be increased. We can double this round's bet. That way the early summer rain squad won't need to use battle armor, which gives you a chance and doesn't hurt our morale. As for whether you can beat us, that's up to you. And we immediately lost his temper upon hearing this. Don't go too far. Tang Yuge no longer held back. Too far when your father disrespected my mother. Why didn't he say he was going too far? I just ask if you dare. His blood surged, determined to fight desperately this time. Brother Xuanyu, agree to it. Even if I have to risk my life, I will win against her. Qian Lei was the first to put aside his grievances and stand with Enwei. She's too arrogant, don't let her get her way. Lu Feng nodded in agreement, and Dong Qianchu concluded, I can. Xuanyu respected everyone's opinion and immediately made a decision. We agree. The winning team's prize money will be doubled and the losing team will pay double the amount. Tang Yuge's lips curled into a smile, and she let out a good with a hint of provocation. After the agreement was input into the host system, both sides prepared to start the match, even adding words must be kept. With everything arranged, Xuanyu leaned closer to Enhui's ear and whispered, Are you all right? He gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. I'm fine, we must win. Xuanyu looked directly into his eyes and responded with a firm tone, Good. Cheers erupted from the stands. Match begins. Early summer rain squad will win. Crush them. Xuanyu stared at Tang Yuge, his mind rapidly calculating. 2 purple, 3 black. Her soul rings are even stronger than Weiwei's, and even Tang Yuge beside her opened my eyes. 4 purple, 1 black, and it's the black tortoise shield. This is a top-tier defensive martial soul. Tang Yuge's left and right sides are both experts, making their strength even more stable. Everyone was full of fighting spirit, showcasing their abilities. After just a brief observation, Xuanyu had already roughly estimated that these were all top-tier rare martial souls. They were very likely the strongest team in the 5th grade. Only now did Tang Yuge return to her true self, changing her tone and saying, This captain is really only 2 rings, 1 5 ring, 1 4 ring, 1 3 ring, 2 2 rings. A team like this dares to fight us? Tang Yuge gave an order and the entire early summer rain squad moved out. Xuanyu bravely released his blue silvergrass to meet the challenge, while reminding his teammates to act according to their tactics. Lan Mengchen, understanding, released white smoke, attempting to obscure the opponent's vision. As the white smoke grew thick enough, a familiar golden arrow shot out from within. Tang Yuge withstood the attack without flinching, then easily waved her hand to nullify it. She then flicked her finger, signaling, Trying to kite us? Lin Dao, waiting for this very phrase, immediately activated his holy rune. With his assistance, her entire body was enveloped in a shimmering white light. Hei Kei was not to be outdone. Immediately employing his technique to follow, he raised a blood-red energy orb to eye level, and then the energy orb transformed into countless remnant souls to carry out Hei Kei's slaughter. These remnant souls roared in pain like a legion of celestial demons. But these subordinates had barely moved a few steps when they were met with a volley of arrows. They had not expected there to be another trick in the smoke and were easily defeated. The spectators couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, I never thought this quirky squad could last this long. I thought they'd be instantly annihilated. Even Tang Yuge couldn't help but praise somewhat sourly. Not bad. She suddenly revealed a knowing smile and announced, Warm-up's over. Finish them. As expected, the next second Xuanyu saw an unfamiliar figure flashing in the smoke. This time, Lin Dao and Hei Kei joined forces, and despite carrying 2 opposing magnetic fields, they still extended their hands. This combination planned to merge their powers, doubling their combat strength. Although the process was not easy, they still struggled to maintain this burst. The onlookers were immediately wide-eyed. They've used it, the early summer rain squad's trump card, martial soul fusion skill, the convergence of good and evil, light and darkness, finally coalescing into the martial soul fusion skill, Judgment Angel. Xuanyu's internal alarm bells rang, the sound deafening. Our 2 martial souls fusing so violently? The power is not to be underestimated. Tang Yuge on the opposite side also did not dare to relax her vigilance. I won't underestimate them. Your team definitely has a trump card too. But no matter what trump cards you have, they are meaningless in the face of absolute power. She suddenly charged out with intense determination. I'll let you know. Behind Tang Yuge was a surging wave of spiritual power, and in her heart she eagerly completed that sentence. What true disparity means. The early summer rain squad launched a full-scale attack. Suddenly a harsh noise, seemingly from plucked zither strings, erupted from the smoke. Tang Yuge's spirit was disturbed, and she suddenly saw some strange things. Before Tang Yuge, a pair of huge and terrifying eyes appeared. She witnessed this scene firsthand, her mouth agape in surprise. As if realizing something, Tang Yuge immediately turned to look behind her. Fusion, Judgment Angel. At this moment her teammates had been frozen, and simultaneously, Judgment Angel had undergone a transformation. It was shattered. Before Tang Yuge could do anything, Judgment Angel was slowly melting. The cracking sound grew louder and louder. Seeing this, Tang Yuge's face immediately turned pale. Not good. Immediately after, a terrifying power was being unleashed. Sensing that something was wrong, Xuanyu quickly warned, "Careful, Judgment Angel is about to explode." The Siqi brothers wasted no time, immediately activating their defense mode. Quick defend. Instantly a protective shield appeared, blocking the impending explosion. Tang Yuge was also struggling to support her body and resist this power. But then an unusual sound suddenly came. The Judgment Angel's explosion did not stop, but instead increased in power, and a highly potent beam of light thus appeared on the arena. Facing this terrifying power, Tang Yuge had no choice but to retreat. She unhesitatingly retreated behind the Siqi brothers' defensive line. Tang Yuge breathed heavily after her escape, but when she saw something, her face suddenly turned pale. Before Tang Yuge was Xuanyu's team. As an opponent, how could Lan Mengchen easily let go of this opportunity? She quickly strummed her zither, playing a prelude for this attack. Following the music, a blue-green swan suddenly appeared. Tang Yuge was stunned by the sight, and the Siqi brothers hastily shouted, "Yuge, quickly change your defense." But before they could counter, an energy ball suddenly exploded. The Siqi brothers were thus sent flying far away by this force. Immediately after, 2 arrows seized the opportunity and shot towards them. Before the Siqi brothers could recover, they had already endured this round of attacks. 1 second later, the smoke dispersed, and at this moment, only Tang Yuge remained on the arena. She stood there stunned, bewildered by this sudden situation. The people around couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, discussing among themselves, "How did it turn out like this? Was it an accident? We thought they would completely suppress them, but 4 people are missing instead." Lan Mengchen joyfully reported to Xuanyu, "We're so lucky." He nodded in agreement. "Indeed." Then Xuanyu enthusiastically expressed his true feelings. "They are really strong. If Judgment Angel hadn't suddenly exploded and given us an opportunity, we would likely have lost. We really were lucky." Suddenly, Enwi spoke again, interrupting, "Brother Xuanyu," he said in a serious, deep voice, "Tang Yuge is very strong." Hearing this, Xuanyu immediately fell into contemplation. At the same time, the atmosphere around Tang Yuge's location also changed. Shattered stones were being controlled by some energy. She was silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke, "You all." Tang Yuge was now completely enraged, threatening each word, "You will all die." Enwi decisively summoned his bow and launched a preemptive attack. In an instant, thousands of arrows surged towards Tang Yuge like a tide. It was the martial spirit tide. But she remained calm, raising only one hand, and then a shield appeared, nullifying Enhui's attack. Witnessing this scene, Xuanyu secretly worried, what exactly is her ability? Different elemental attacks, how can she easily neutralize all of them? Tang Yuge declared with an indifferent expression. Useless. She then used her energy to create a powerful attack, neutralizing everything. A multicolored energy ring thus appeared, forcing the people in the arena to retreat far away, and Hui's body swayed from the counterattack while Xuanyu still marveled at this strange power. Is this multicolored energy formed by elemental fusion? Flawless. Wei Wei was caught in it, and his soul power seems to have weakened a lot. Lan Mengchen was not to be outdone, immediately strumming her zither to resolve the crisis. Powerful interference. As soon as Tang Yuge heard the zither music, she realized, so that was her just now. She unhesitatingly charged forward. Lan Mengchen refused to let Tang Yuge act recklessly, quickly changing her move. Snow Maiden's Descent. Lu Feng nearby also extended a helping hand. Silver Moon Spear Aura. His spear tip swiftly pierced towards Tang Yuge, yet upon nearing her it instantly disintegrated. Lu Feng watched helplessly as she neutralized his move. At this moment, Tang Yuge was surrounded by a peculiar energy. Xuanyu was surprised by this scene and asked, "What exactly is her martial soul?" Enwi unhesitatingly explained, 5 elements Qilin. This is the 5 elements divine light formed by the fusion of 5 attributes. This energy can destroy everything. It's terrifying. However, she can only maintain it for a maximum of 2 minutes. Lan Mengchen shouted without hesitation, "Cut!" The Snow Maiden obeyed, immediately entering battle. Deep Blue Spirit Sword. However, Tang Yuge was exceptionally calm, blocking the attack with just one hand. Lan Mengchen's eyes widened as if she couldn't believe what was happening. It was easily broken. Suddenly, Tang Yuge appeared silently before her. Lan Mengchen had no time to react and was thus hit by her attack. But just then, a powerful beam of light suddenly shot out, yet Tang Yuge remained terrifyingly calm. She merely waved a few times and the beam of light immediately dissipated. Tang Yuge unhesitatingly continued to increase the force of her attack. In this critical moment, Xianxia could do nothing but shout, "Sister Qin." After defeating Lan Mengchen, Tang Yuge leisurely walked towards Xuanyu's team. 20 seconds left, I'll kill you all. She gritted her teeth, coldly concluding, "Enough." Instantly, Tang Yuge's fist was aimed at Enwi. Suddenly a figure appeared behind him. After deep contemplation and trying 49 methods, Xuanyu decided to take a gamble. He didn't hesitate for another second, injecting a mysterious power into Enhui's body. Xuanyu gritted his teeth, betting everything on this last move, either win or die. 2 indescribably strange forces surged into Yuan Enwei's body. He only felt immense pain in his soul, as if it were being torn to shreds. That force formed a halo enveloping Enwi. A peculiar purple light gradually formed in his hands. Tang Yuge was utterly astonished by this sudden turn of events. Because the halo around Enwei had turned a brilliant pink, they suddenly converged, forming a pair of wings behind him. Xuanyu observed for a long time, suddenly noticing an anomaly. Wei Wei's body seems to have mutated. In just 1 second, Enwei transformed, no longer his initial youthful appearance. This change also fell into Tang Yuge's eyes. He's grown up. Suddenly, a feeling of unease arose, compelling her to act, a bad premonition. Although Tang Yuge was unsure of the opponent's power, she decided to strike first. Must deal with it quickly. However, unlike her initial panic, Enwei calmly raised his hand and immediately a burst of power erupted, sending the charging Tang Yuge flying. While a bow also appeared in his hand, Enwei pulled back his bowstring and shot an arrow with an indifferent expression. Facing the unfavorable situation, Tang Yuge's face immediately turned pale. Why can't my body move? Did this guy undergo a second awakening? Before she could react, Enwei had coldly released his hand. In the silent air there was not a single breath of wind. It was initially thought he had missed, but immediately after a huge explosion occurred where Tang Yuge had been motionless. When the smoke cleared, only Enwei stood proudly in the center of the arena. Realizing the battle was over, the spectators discussed in surprise. The quirky squad won. This is truly natural. My goodness, it's incredible. So exciting. After the battle, everyone returned to the lounge to rest. Xuanyu eagerly rushed forward and asked, Wei Wei, how are you? However, his only reply was Enhui's silence and blurry figure. Immediately after, his figure instantly disappeared amidst everyone's surprise. Xuanyu's eyes widened at this sudden turn of events. What's going on? Lan Mengchen beside him was equally surprised. It's over. Suddenly, a guess flashed through Xuanyu's mind. Could that martial soul fusion skill just now have caused a problem for Yuan Enwei in reality? He unhesitatingly shouted loudly, Get out, hurry and get out! After leaving the simulation cabin, Lan Xuanyu immediately contacted Xiao Kai, explaining the situation. Xiao Kai also reported his own situation from the other side. I just went to Yuan Enwei's place and saw him unconscious in the simulation cabin. I've already made arrangements for him. Don't panic, I'll come pick you up now. Everyone needed to understand the situation at that time. A few minutes later, a black car screeched to a halt in front of Xuanyu's house. He quickly rushed out from inside. As soon as he got into the car, Xuanyu asked worriedly, Teacher, is Wei Wei all right? Xiao Kai immediately reassured his student. The academy has already invited an inner court teacher to treat him. He should be fine. Tell me the situation in detail, then go over there. Don't say anything unless I ask. On the wide road, Xiao Kai exclaimed, What did you say? You beat Tang Yuge and them? He couldn't believe what he heard and asked again. Is that for real? Xuanyu nodded confidently, but still didn't forget to ask about Enhui's condition. It's true, but that's not important. Teacher, is Wei Wei all right? Xiao Kai, recovering from his daze, resumed a serious expression. Based on my experience, he'll be fine. I feel a benign mutation is more likely. But just 1 second later, he transformed into a true scoundrel, turning around to say, Give me your match records. I'll sell them, I'll take half the profit and you can split the rest among yourselves. Xuanyu was surprised by this peculiar idea. Ah, is that allowed? Xiao Kai still insisted on the idea, trying to persuade them. It'll be more convincing coming from me, and it might fetch a higher price. Xuanyu could only reluctantly agree. All right, teacher, whatever you say. A moment later at Enhui's house, Luo Hong, seeing Xuanyu and his teacher enter, immediately said sarcastically, It's you again, you little rascal. You just love causing trouble. How many times has this been? On the other side, the tree elder was treating Enhui's injuries. Feng Yu, seeing that everything was taken care of, couldn't help but anxiously ask, Tree Elder, what's the situation? The Tree Elder calmly reassured him. It's nothing. The children are just overexerted. They'll be fine in a few days. His martial soul underwent a second awakening, which also led to a second bloodline awakening. His physique will also evolve. Hearing these words, Feng Yu was immediately stunned. Second physical evolution? The Tree Elder explained calmly. This situation is extremely rare. I also want to know what triggered it. This child has boundless potential. He's practically a miniature divine being. Luo Hong, standing by, was very surprised by this conclusion. The Tree Elder, looking directly at Feng Yu, offered a compliment. Your Yuanen family's fortune is indeed good. Hearing this, Feng Yu couldn't suppress the excitement on his face. Thank you, Tree Elder. Suddenly, the Tree Elder's gaze turned to Xuanyu. Little friend, what's your name? He politely replied. My name is Xuanyu. Greetings, teacher. But before he could finish, Xuanyu suddenly stopped. Immediately after, to everyone's surprise, he suddenly knelt down. Xuanyu felt his body was beyond his control in this situation. The Tree Elder remained expressionless, merely asking softly, Little Xuanyu, why are you kneeling? He still answered in a panic. I don't know either. The Tree Elder didn't get angry but instead showed a kind smile. You called me teacher and then knelt down yourself. It seems you want to be my disciple. Good, I will accept you in accordance with destiny. These sudden words from the Tree Elder greatly startled Luo Hong. Tree Elder, you? She didn't hesitate to speak up and stop him. No, Luo Hong immediately pulled Xuanyu up and hurriedly explained, Xuanyu is currently a first-year student in the outer court. Last time, teacher, you said that he should at least wait until after graduation to choose for himself. The Tree Elder was suddenly amused by her exaggerated attitude and loudly exclaimed, What? This old man isn't deaf yet. Without another word, he suddenly reached into his pocket and pulled out an item. Then the Tree Elder handed the gift in his hand to him. There's no rush to take you as a disciple. Xuanyu, since you are destined, I'll give you a gift. Xuanyu stared at the gift dumbfounded. The tree elder patted his head, softly instructing. Take it back and put it in your meditation room. It will be very useful. Xuanyu suddenly froze. That action just now made him feel a warm current spread from the top of his head throughout his body. It was warm and felt very comfortable. Suddenly, the tree elder left without a word, vanishing. Luo Hong watched this scene, gnashing her teeth in anger. Tree elder, you old rascal, you're clearly trying to win people over. No, I have to go back and tell teacher. Feng Yu, who had been silent until now, suddenly stepped forward to greet him. Little friend, I am Yuan Enweiwei's father. You helped him evolve. Can you tell me the details? Luo Hong stood by, troubled, observing the two of them. She scanned Xuanyu from top to bottom with her sharp gaze. This kid is indeed a genius at martial soul fusion skills. I must talk to that sloppy guy. This child is truly wasted on him. A moment later, after understanding the situation, Feng Du quickly took his leave. Yuan Enweiwei is fine now, we'll be leaving. Sorry to bother you, Dean. Back at school, Mengchen, seeing Xuanyu, immediately announced excitedly, we won and we 960,000 won Duluo coins. Xianxia nodded in agreement from the side with only one thought in her mind. Split the money, split the money. He also joined their discussion at this moment. Perhaps we might get a share of the ticket revenue too, I wonder how much. Subsequently, Xuanyu announced Xiao Kai's original intention to everyone. Teacher Xiao will help us sell the battle video. He'll take half the income from the video, and we'll split the rest equally. No problem? The rest all agreed in unison. No problem. A few minutes later, everyone tallied the prize money together. The huge numbers quickly displayed, and this enormous sum excited everyone. 200,000 each. That's great. Relying on the jade Ruyi bestowed by the tree elder, Xuanyu was in a state of cultivation. After Lan Xuanyu figured out a way to cultivate soul power through bloodline energy, his cultivation speed was extremely fast with abundant life energy. At this moment he was both diligently cultivating and marveling at the power of this treasure. This jade Ruyi's effect is truly amazing. Not only can it attract a large amount of life energy, but it can also decompose this energy, making it easier to absorb. Thus he cultivated until late at night. Xuanyu gently twisted his body, feeling the changes. His body was sore and aching. It seemed he had absorbed too much life energy. He had overdone it. Suddenly, the watch on his wrist emitted a series of beeping sounds. He looked at the caller's name, somewhat confused. Qian Lei. As soon as he pressed the answer button, Qian Lei's scream rang out. Boss, my teacher took me to her place to cultivate. I've been kneeling for over a day. I'm going crazy. I missed the chance to earn big money. Xuanyu hurriedly comforted him. No rush, no rush. There'll be other opportunities later. First, pull yourself together and we'll talk when we meet. Xuanyu thus spent a peaceful night. The next morning, Qian Lei, his face full of confidence, boasted about his achievements. My spiritual power has already surpassed 100 points. If I can keep this up, I'll break through to the spiritual sea realm before long. Xuanyu took out his badges, softly instructing. First time might be the most effective. You should study diligently with her. Here, take these. Use these badges first. When you get back to the exchange center, go see senior brother Chang'an. For teacher's sake, he might give you a discount. Qian Lei was grateful for this generosity. Boss, consider this a loan from you. With that, the little guy turned around, quietly inquiring with Xuanyu for some secrets. Boss, are there any other ways to quickly earn Duluo coins? He sighed helplessly, feeling powerless against such cunning, but still humored his friend. There aren't that many loopholes to exploit. I'll go in later and see if there are any opportunities. Qian Lei immediately took his leave, reassured. Then I'll head back for now. See you in Duluo world. Before leaving, Xuanyu didn't forget to remind him. For the upcoming period, focus on raising your soul power to level 30 and studying interstellar command with teacher. The video sold very well at the center, earning 300 white badges. After giving half to Xiao Kai, everyone else also received over 10 badges each. Over the course of 7 days, everyone gained over 200 white badges each. Yuan Enweiwei woke up after 3 days of sleep, then went into seclusion. Over the course of 7 days, Xuanyu finally completed the conversion of the soul power he had accumulated in Sea God Lake. Xuanyu excitedly cheered for his progress. Great, level 28. It was a peaceful day at school. Qian Lei quietly leaned in, softly inviting his friend Xuanyu. Xuanyu, let's go out after school today. I'm bored to death, I need to relax. Hearing this, he asked blankly. Go out and play, the little guy confirmed without hesitation. That's right. Crazy guy said he's not going, he's so boring. Are you coming? Xuanyu was a bit hesitant. But before he could refuse, Qian Lei made a suggestion that hit Xuanyu's sweet spot. The upperclassman said there's an auction this year. How about we go check it out? Hearing this, he had no choice but to compromise. All right. Suddenly, Xuanyu gently stopped in his tracks, his gaze now falling on Xianxia ahead. Her figure suddenly gave Xuanyu an idea. He walked forward without hesitation and extended an invitation. Qian Lei and I are planning to go out tonight and also attend the auction in Shrek City. Are you coming? But Mengchen coldly refused. No, I'm busy. Qian Lei immediately tried to salvage the situation with sweet talk from the side. Just come see, there are many good things at the auction, you know. Xianxia ignored the little guy, just turned to ask Xuanyu, aren't you cultivating today? He replied nonchalantly. One needs to rest occasionally, right? Hearing this, she turned to seek her good sister's opinion. Let's go. Although Mengchen wanted to decline, she gritted her teeth and followed. I don't want to go, but I don't trust you alone with them. I'm afraid that mischievous Lan Xuanyu might abduct you. I'll go with you. Xianxia blushed at these words and hurriedly explained, he can be considered my junior disciple. I see him as a younger brother. Besides, we're still so young. Please don't say such things, okay? Mengchen seized the opportunity to strike at Xuanyu. Did you hear that? Xianxia only sees you as a younger brother. Don't even think about getting close to her. But you still shamelessly proposed an agreement. Can't a younger brother be close to an older sister? Let's meet after school this afternoon. Although he appeared unaffected, Xuanyu still thought about those words. Younger brother. Time thus passed, and at the appointed time when the team had assembled, Mengchen was the first to speak. Let's go. Where to? Qianlei, as the initiator, immediately led the way. Let's go to the food street. We should eat something first. Arriving before the bustling street, everyone exclaimed in admiration. It truly lives up to its name as a food street. There are all sorts of shops, so many shops it's hard to choose. Qianlei didn't know which one to choose, so he turned to ask his boss. Which one should we choose? But Xuanyu was currently lost in a young man's thoughts. Why does he seem a bit strange today? They thus walked into a roast chicken shop. What's good here? The boss enthusiastically introduced. Our roast chicken shop mainly offers various roasted chickens, stewed chickens, chicken hearts, chicken breasts, chicken legs, and more. Just listening to it made their hunger surge. Xianlei hurriedly ordered, Stop talking, it smells irresistible. Serve it quickly. Let's start with 20 skewers, 5 skewers each, just one bite, and the little guy's eyes lit up. The team cheered happily as they enjoyed the food. Too delicious, so everyone ordered more dishes. Boss, more please. The boss heartily replied, no problem. After strolling for a while, Xuanyu's team also arrived at the auction house. Jin Bin, representing the auction house, immediately and swiftly introduced, Here you can pay for auction items using Shrek badges. Qianlei asked about the exchange rate between badges and Federation coins. He spoke volubly about their special offers. 1 white badge can be exchanged for 10,000 Federation coins. 1 gold badge can be exchanged for 200,000 Federation coins. 1 purple badge can be exchanged for 2 million Federation coins. I'm not clear about anything above that. Badges are what we welcome most. The exchange rate for individual badges will be higher. A moment later in the auction hall for Shrek Academy's dedicated zone, Xuanyu was currently looking around for seats. Suddenly a voice rang out, What are you doing here? With just a glance, Xuanyu ran into an acquaintance, Tang Yuge. He immediately showed a friendly but somewhat stiff smile. Hello, senior sister, we're also here for the auction. Yuge suddenly inquired about Enwei. Where's Yuan Enwei? How is he doing now? I heard he fell unconscious after the last battle. Is he awake now? Xuanyu was a little surprised, but still answered honestly, He's awake and in seclusion for cultivation. But his heart was filled with doubt. She's worried about Enwei, but doesn't she hold ill will towards him? Yuge said nothing, just nodded. Her attitude led Xuanyu's friends to murmur among themselves, She's a bit generous. After all, she's our senior sister. She seems to care about Enwei a bit. Suddenly a voice came from the stage. Welcome everyone to the Shrek auction. Our monthly large-scale auction welcomes all to bid. Qianlei was a bit confused by the person who had just appeared. It's starting. That person is, but when he saw who had appeared, the little guy immediately exclaimed involuntarily. She's the one who was in charge of the entrance exam, right? Ling Yi. Ling Yi thanked the guests with a professional demeanor. Here on behalf of the auction house I thank you all for your kind support. Her gaze, however, made Xuanyu feel uneasy. Stop looking at me. Ling Yi withdrew her gaze and quickly performed her duties. Then without further ado, let's begin today's auction. Please look at the big screen. The first item for auction, 10-century-old heavenly luo fruits. These 10 heavenly luo fruits come from Shrek Academy's exclusive orchard. Of extremely high quality, starting bid 100,000 Federation coins with increments of 10,000. Qianlei, like a duck listening to thunder, turned to Xuanyu, bewildered. Heavenly luo fruit, never heard of it. Suddenly a somewhat familiar voice rang in his ear again. You don't even know what effect these heavenly treasures have, do you? Yuge appeared silently, like a ghost. Then what are you doing here? Her sudden appearance startled Xuanyu. When did she sit next to us? Yuge ignored their stiff expressions and sincerely offered a suggestion. When you have time, you can spend 1 white badge to exchange for a copy of the Compendium of Heavenly Treasures to study. Xuanyu didn't refuse, accepting the good intention. Thank you. At this moment, guests in the hall were eagerly bidding, their calls rising one after another. VIP guest number 398 bids 170,000. VIP guest number 124 bids 180,000. Second floor VIP room number 7 bids 190,000. Yuge once again offered Xuanyu helpful advice. Here's a tip. If you see something you like, just bid directly. Items bid on by Shrek Academy students usually don't have too much competition. He was a bit surprised, but still remained polite. Thank you for the guidance, senior sister. One auction item after another was sold. This was Lan Xuanyu and his 3 teammates' first time at an auction, and they felt very chaotic. When the 7th item appeared, Tang Yuge made her move. She raised her bidding paddle with an arrogant posture. Ling Yi quickly announced, Number 36, Shrek Academy Zone, number 36 bids 180,000. At this moment Ling Yi's voice echoed through the hall. 180,000 once, 180,000 twice, 180,000 thrice, sold. Seeing this scene, Xuanyu couldn't help but feel worried. Although they are all good items and the prices are reasonable, I don't recognize most of these heavenly treasures. It seems I need to study more in this area. Suddenly, Ling Yi's announcement sounded, pulling Xuanyu from his thoughts. The next auction item is rather special. She unhurriedly introduced the item about to appear. This item's origin is unknown, its function is unknown, but it is very special in itself with no specific introduction. I'll just briefly describe it. Please look at the big screen. As you can see, this crystal gem is very beautiful and it's extremely special. No matter which part of the body it touches, it automatically creates a feeling of clinging and wrapping around. We call it the 9-colored divine gemstone. Ling Yi's voice calmly echoed throughout the entire hall. Given its characteristics, we will first show you the actual item before commencing the auction. At this moment, a strange feeling surged in Xuanyu's heart. What is that? Why from such a distance is it affecting me like this? He gritted his teeth, shocked by the changes in his body. What's wrong with me? Suddenly a mysterious light appeared in Xuanyu's mind, increasing his inner unease. What exactly is going on? Why do I feel this way? An unprecedented longing. After much ado, Ling Yi finally moved on to the main part of the auction. Alright, with all that introduction, let's begin the auction. Starting bid is 200,000 Federation coins with increments of no less than 10,000. As soon as Mengchen heard the price, she couldn't help but blurt out, if it's just a decorative gem, 200,000 Federation coins is too expensive. Suddenly, Xuanyu, standing nearby, made an unexpected move. When Ling Yi's gaze met his figure, she was very surprised. However, Xuanyu calmly made his bid. Number 33, 200,000 Federation coins. His action made Mengchen momentarily stunned. What is he trying to do? Whether it's metal or a gemstone, if it doesn't contain energy, it's only for decoration. She gossiped to Xianxia, asking, is he buying it for you? The little girl blushed and quickly denied. Don't be silly, maybe he knows what the gem is for. Mengchen immediately retorted, even the best detectors can't find anything. What could he know? 200,000 Federation coins, he's willing to spend 20 white badges? Xianxia denied it on the surface but had other thoughts. I don't really like this color, I prefer white and blue. Should I tell him not to waste money? But if I do, what if he's not buying it for me? That would be so awkward. Suddenly she seemed to feel something and her body trembled slightly. This moment some unfamiliar yet familiar images suddenly flashed in Xianxia's mind. That color, that teardrop shape, I think I saw it a long time ago. Her gaze now lingered on Xuanyu's figure beside her, and a suspicion gradually formed in Xianxia's subconscious. Who exactly is he? Suddenly a voice rang out, interrupting the little girl's thoughts. 210,000. Xuanyu was startled and immediately turned to look for the person who had just spoken. Number 43, 210,000. First call. What met his eyes was the imposing figure of Senior Brother Hao. He spoke unhurriedly, with a gentlemanly air. My friend likes this color, Junior Brother. Why don't you let me have it? But Xuanyu directly refused. Sorry, Senior Brother, my friend also likes this gem. Senior Brother Hao immediately switched to a mocking tone. Junior Brother, we're schoolmates, don't be like that. I wondered who it was, so it's someone with Senior Sister Yuge. No wonder you dare to spend so much, you must come from a prominent family. Xuanyu said nothing, only decisively raised his bidding paddle. Number 33, 220,000. First call. The people around him also couldn't help but speak up for him. Are you done talking? Shrek Academy is very united. Don't make trouble for your own people. Senior Brother Hao was not angered. He slowly called out a price, 300,000. Xuanyu's face immediately darkened. What? He spoke provocatively. Junior Brother, if you bid a little higher, I'll let you have it. I can't show up empty-handed, my friend wouldn't be happy. But he didn't back down, standing up without a word. Suddenly the surrounding air abruptly changed. An extremely powerful pressure emanated unconsciously from Xuanyu's body, which greatly surprised everyone around. Senior Brother Hao hadn't expected this either. This Junior Brother's bloodline aura is too strong. Only Xuanyu, with a determined gaze, uttered one word, 310,000. Ling Yi's announcement sounded. Number 33, 310,000. First call. Second call. This was followed by the sound of the gavel, signaling a successful transaction. Third call sold. Only then did Xuanyu breathe a sigh of relief, but he still didn't forget to complain a few words. It's all his fault making me spend an extra 110,000 Federation coins. White badges are only a few dozen. If I spend them all, I'd really be reluctant. Suddenly, Xianxia whispered again. Sister Mengchen. The little girl trembled, weakly uttering a few words. I have a bit of a headache. Everyone can continue with the auction here. What's wrong with her? Is she angry with him? Xuanyu rushed forward, following his companion. Then I'll go with you. After spending so much money just now, I probably shouldn't bid anymore. Mengchen also agreed. Alright then, Lan Xuanyu, protect Xianxia well. After a while the two walked out of the venue. Xuanyu looked at his friend and asked, Xianxia, are you okay? Xianxia didn't answer, her pale face immersed in silence. At this moment only the fleeting images from before remained in her mind. Xianxia was silent for a moment, then spoke. Is your name really Lan Xuanyu? Xuanyu was a bit confused by the question. What else would I be called if not Lan Xuanyu? Xianxia fell silent again, the only sound in the entire space being the rustling of the wind. Suddenly she softly spoke, not Tang. Xuanyu still answered the question blankly. Tang, why would my surname be Tang? Xianxia wanted to continue but ultimately held back. Then she quickly changed the subject. It's nothing, maybe I was overthinking. Let's go, let's head back quickly. I really have a headache. Xuanyu didn't ask further, just silently followed behind Xianxia. After sending Dong Xianxia back, Lan Xuanyu returned to his dorm. He looked at Lu Feng, who was standing at the door, confused. Fengze, why are you here? He merely gave a cold, brief reply, waiting for you. Lan Xuanyu led Lu Feng to the living room of his dorm and the two chatted. I met Wei Wei, he's out of seclusion, so I wanted to ask for your help. Lu Feng didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his request. I came to you because I want you to try your double augmentation on me again to see if I can also undergo a mutation like him. Xuanyu was somewhat worried about this idea, but his body seemed unable to bear it. Lu Feng was still stubbornly determined to try, if not once, then twice, if not twice, then thrice. This is my only chance right now. His determination softened Xuanyu's heart. Alright, let's try. Lu Feng immediately returned to his own dorm. The two entered the Dulua world. Under the augmentation of the two blue-silver grasses, Lu Feng lasted 3 seconds this time. Then his body began to swell like a balloon and finally exploded into a shower of blood as Lu Feng was repeatedly augmented and exploded. Lan Xuanyu also realized he was growing stronger. Xuanyu looked at Lu Feng's condition and warned, Fengzi, you can't continue. But he still wanted to. In an instant an explosion occurred, engulfing Lu Feng's entire body. Xuanyu watched this scene very worried. Despite being severely injured, Lu Feng was still unwilling to give up enduring 2 explosions. Xuanyu, fearing something would happen to his friend, quickly stopped him. Fengzi, you can't continue or your spirit will collapse, he left without hesitation. Let's go, Lan Xuanyu said coldly, then left. Lu Feng watched the empty space alone, his eyes glazed over. He stood in the silent forest engulfed in melancholy. Lu Feng was somewhat lost. After regaining his senses, he chose to leave. His aggrieved tears flowed freely. Why? Lu Feng was unwilling to accept this outcome. Why is this happening? I'm trying so hard, I'm working so desperately. Why can't I keep up with my friends? At this moment, chains tightly wrapped around Lu Feng. No, he was unwilling to accept fate's arrangement and struggled. I don't want to be like this. Lu Feng shouted out his desire as if to prove it to destiny. I want to become stronger. Suddenly he was stunned by this thought. Why become stronger? Yes. Why am I so happy when I'm with Qianlei and Lan Xuanyu? I want to be with them forever. I want to grow with them. I don't want to be left behind. I can only become stronger to be a qualified teammate, someone useful to the Federation. Instantly, Lu Feng exited the simulation cabin. Suddenly, a mysterious light emanated from his chest. It was from that halo that Lu Feng's white dragon appeared, and soon after, it changed form, condensing into a ball of white light. Suspended in the air, Lu Feng looked at this scene, his eyes filled with extreme confusion. What's wrong with me? At the same time, the shadow of a dragon gradually appeared in Lu Feng's eyes. He was shocked by this sight. What is that? Lu Feng's gaze swept over the entire dragon, his eyes filled with passion, persistence, tenacity, and defiance. Suddenly paused as if realizing something. At this moment a thought suddenly flashed through Lu Feng's mind. Isn't that myself? Immediately after, the dragon gently placed its claw on Lu Feng. Just 1 second later, his body was immediately enveloped by a force. Meanwhile outside, Xuanyu was overjoyed to see Qianlei. Fatty, you're back. Ah, where are you? The little guy shouted loudly. At your doorstep, hurry and open the door. Qianlei saw Xuanyu come out and snatched the item from his hand. I brought you your stuff, he politely replied. Thank you. Xuanyu excitedly picked up the box. This is the gem you auctioned. Qianlei suddenly spoke, showing off. I'm telling you, I also auctioned something. Xu Lu Ding, have you heard of it? Xuanyu immediately suspected. Xu Lu Ding is actually being petty, right? You're still asking about the situation at this moment. Did you auction it? Did Lan Mengchen auction it? The little guy replied irritably. She didn't. She even laughed at me for wasting money. What does she know? Long hair, short wisdom. I'm telling you, I also auctioned something. Take a look. Immediately after, a shimmering golden bronze object emerged from the box. The golden legend. Xuanyu looked at it, somewhat confused. This is what you auctioned. A fragment of a bronze gold coin. Seeing his blank expression, Qianlei proudly explained. You don't understand this, do you? My dad is a famous archaeologist specializing in ancient currency. Based on the patterns on the coin, it's speculated that this coin may have appeared 30,000 years ago in the Soul Master era. I speculate it was a soul tool from that time, not to mention if there's anything valuable inside. Even if it's just an ordinary item, it's very valuable. 30,000-year-old ancient bronze, how much do you think it's worth? We won't have to worry about our future cultivation resources. Xuanyu disagreed with this view and quickly advised, Fatty, this is what you auctioned, it's yours. You don't need to share it with them. Qianlei immediately started acting spoiled. I'm telling you, if you say that again, we won't be brothers. Fatty, I'm angry. Seeing his friend so enthusiastic, Xuanyu couldn't keep refusing. I was wrong, I'm sorry. I am sorry to you. At this moment, Qianlei suddenly changed his tone, saying something very serious. Fairy is just an appearance, but Xuanyu, you already have Qianchu. You can't snatch my Mengchen anymore. I've set my sights on her. Xuanyu listened, sighing at his friend's imagination. How old are you to be thinking such things? Aren't you overthinking it? Mengchen is a proud girl. I doubt she'd fall for you if you're not strong enough. But Qianlei still didn't give up, determined to pursue the beauty. I am the future summoning master. I will definitely win her over. Enough of this. Let's open this ancient bronze gold coin. The little guy no longer hesitated, decisively opening the ancient bronze gold coin. After some waiting, it was successful. Qianlei excitedly cheered. It's done. The little guy rambled on about the value of the ancient bronze gold coin. Xuanyu, you don't know this, but this ancient bronze gold coin is a soul tool and it's still usable. It's not something you can buy for 1,000,000 Federation coins. It's worth at least several million. Let me see what's inside. At this moment, there's a sleeping little monkey in one of the pockets. Seeing the scene inside, Qianlei was very surprised. What is this, a monkey? Xuanyu was equally shocked, unclear. The little guy unconsciously reached out to touch it. Suddenly, Qianlei jumped back violently as if sensing something. Oh my god, Xuanyu was startled by his action. What are you doing? Then came the little guy's frightened scream echoing throughout the entire room. Hot hot, is it still alive? Hearing these words, Xuanyu immediately stated his conjecture. This animal could indeed be a rare beast. I've never encountered anything like it in the books I've read. Qianlei quickly voiced his thoughts. No, I mean putting a soul coin in a bag can preserve a living creature for tens of thousands of years and it's still alive. This time we've gained another exquisite treasure. Xuanyu then spoke from the heart. Fatty, I admire your business acumen. Then let's go see your teacher tomorrow to verify it. Qianlei was so happy he could only nod in agreement. Yes, the two agreed on their plans for tomorrow. Then Qianlei returned to his dorm. Xuanyu held the gem in his hand, silently calculating. The 9-colored gemstone has also arrived. Next I'll study it. Dong Qianchu's dorm meditation room. Qianchu was currently sitting in the center of the room, concentrating on her cultivation, trying to calm herself and prevent those images from gradually surfacing in her mind. No, Qianchu clenched her teeth, but those scenes still lingered in her mind. No, please, no, Mom, Dad. Suddenly, a pair of peculiar eyes appeared unexpectedly, obscuring those images. A shark-shaped soul beast appeared, stabilizing Qianchu's mood. At the same time, a powerful beam of light enveloped her body. Immediately after, the shark soul body seemed to be gradually merging into Qianchu. At this moment, her face was already covered in beads of sweat. Qianchu struggled to hold onto her body, resisting the fusion of the soul body. No, I want to be human. I don't want to go back. My enemy is dead. I have no one to seek revenge on anymore. I don't want to live a life without purpose. I don't want to struggle in pain anymore. Suddenly a person's figure appeared in Qianchu's eyes. It was that person. It was that person who helped me kill my enemy, giving me a chance to be reborn. I've returned to the human world. I don't want to add more hatred, only gratitude. Why does he resemble that person so much? Is he that person's descendant? Gradually, Xuanyu's image dissipated. At the same time, that power was gradually enveloping Qianchu. She concentrated on sensing all the changes in her body, not just ice. A conclusion gradually formed in Qianchu's subconscious and demon soul. Because my memories are why I came here. Has my martial soul finally truly awakened? At this moment, Qianchu had also broken through to the 4 ring and also realized the meaning of her existence. I came to repay kindness. Lan Xuanyu's dorm meditation room. Xuanyu somewhat hesitantly took out the gem when suddenly a mysterious light appeared as if activating a certain mode. The gem had changed at this moment. A beam of light suddenly appeared, shooting directly into his head. At the same time, countless images of soul beasts appeared in Xuanyu's mind. He was so surprised that he was dumbfounded, entering a strange illusion. At this moment before him was an extremely mysterious land. This is the sky turning deep red. Xuanyu was suspended in midair. Looking at this scene, he couldn't help but be shocked. What exactly is this place? In front of him, tens of thousands of dragons were constantly falling. Ear-splitting sounds continuously reached his ears. Xuanyu frowned, noticing their condition. These dragons are all dead. His gaze now met the wide-open eyes of the dragon in front of him. Just 1 second later, Lan Xuanyu's mood became incredibly complex. Why did a sudden, inexplicable sadness and discomfort well up in his heart? The image of the dragon god lying motionless lingered in his mind. Lan Xuanyu stared blankly at the dragon corpses strewn everywhere. After some thought, he concluded that this seemed to be a dragon burial ground. Suddenly, an anomaly appeared in the sky. A huge, strangely shaped dragon slowly fell from a black hole above. This terrifying sight left Lan Xuanyu speechless. What kind of dragon was this? How could it be so enormous, shimmering with colorful light as if divine? But why was its head severed? Then as the dragon fell, it let out a deafening roar. Lan Xuanyu was immediately stunned by the shockwave from the explosion. He returned to reality without any warning. Lan Xuanyu was bewildered by this unusual situation. However, the throbbing pain in his heart was like a warning. Was that just a dream? Why was his heart still so agitated? After a while, he realized his hand was empty. This anomaly shocked him. The gemstone was gone. What happened? And his body felt somewhat changed. There was an additional energy in his chest. Wait, the fluctuations in his bloodline had also disappeared. He examined his body with his spiritual power. Lan Xuanyu looked within at the bloodline vortex and couldn't help but be surprised. The golden and silver bloodlines were no longer clearly separated. They had fused without any conflict whatsoever. The center of the vortex, which originally had only a tiny speck of colorful light, had now expanded tenfold, and it was no longer merely colorful but had become 9-colored. Lan Xuanyu now felt the changes in his body. The gemstone had created some connection between his bloodline and the dragon god. He suddenly opened his eyes because a strange power was gathering in his chest at that moment, and a multicolored scale appeared. Lan Xuanyu looked at this scene, his brows furrowed. A 9-colored scale had appeared on his chest. 9-colored? Wasn't that just like the dragon god? In an instant a burst of light enveloped his body, and then Lan Xuanyu underwent an incredible transformation. Parts of his body were covered in dragon scales, and at the same time the deep abyss halberd in his hand also changed. It appeared in the air, emitting a dazzling sacred light. Then Lan Xuanyu gripped it tightly, striking fiercely from the azure abyss with the halberd, creating a powerful horizontal slash. With a somewhat mature appearance, his eyes stared sternly forward. Lan Xuanyu was astonished by the terrifying power generated by the deep abyss halberd. Just a casual swing. What other abilities would he have in this state? Suddenly a sharp, unexpected pain forced Lan Xuanyu to retract the deep abyss halberd into his ring. He had now returned to his original form, sitting on the ground, panting continuously. Lan Xuanyu carefully felt the changes in his body. The dual-colored vortex in his chest had completely disappeared, leaving only a multicolored energy core. Suddenly he paused again, as if realizing something. Lan Xuanyu looked at the gemstone around his neck, very confused. The scale had turned back into the 9-colored gemstone. What was going on? He slowly recalled everything that had just happened. First, when he sensed the 9-colored gemstone, he entered a dreamlike world, the apocalypse of the dragon race, and he also witnessed the death of the dragon god. All the images from what had just happened flashed through Lan Xuanyu's mind. After waking from the dream, the bloodline vortex in his chest was no longer in conflict. The gemstone had also transformed into a dragon scale, and when his spiritual power entered it, it became like that. The heavenly sacred deep abyss strike could barely be used in this state, and its power was truly super formidable. Lan Xuanyu pondered a name for this state. This state might last for 10 seconds. Was this transformation a bloodline mutation or a martial soul fusion skill? That 9-colored scale seemed very similar to a dragon god scale. This transformation, I've decided to call it. Suddenly a name popped into his mind. Dragon God transformation, amazing. No matter what, I finally seem to have a usable attack method. It's just that I'm still too weak. Just a little bit just now completely drained all the energy from the entire vortex. Lan Xuanyu slumped to the ground, secretly calculating. It seems I still need to cultivate at Sea God Lake. I'll call you Dragon God Gemstone. I hope with your help my bloodline can become the Dragon God's bloodline. But why can my blue-silver grass martial soul trigger you after a night of meditation? The energy in the bloodline vortex had recovered by 1/3. Lan Xuanyu stood by the window, muttering to himself about his next plan. The life energy stored in the black badge had been absorbed. Only 1/3 has recovered. It seems I really need to go to Sea God Lake. As he left, he saw Qianlei's figure. You're here so early? The young man was overjoyed, eagerly urging. Too impatient, can't wait, can't stand it. Let's go quickly find my teacher. So the two of them went to Luo Hong's place together. Luo Hong was woken up halfway and was extremely annoyed. Little fatty, you'd better have something important to say. Otherwise interrupting a beautiful lady's sleep this early in the morning can have serious consequences. Qianlei got straight to the point. It is indeed an important matter. Yesterday we auctioned something at Shrek. Please help us take a look. After saying that, the young man took out the item. Luo Hong looked at the scene and the irritation in her heart eased. Oh, this old bag can still be used? Interesting. Immediately after, the shape of the bag appeared, shocking Luo Hong. This is my goodness, which prodigal son? How could there be so much life evergreen vine? Lan Xuanyu looked at the scene, feeling somewhat confused. Looking at teacher's expression, this bag might be very powerful. Qianlei, on the other hand, was puzzled by the name of the bag. Teacher, what is life evergreen vine? Luo Hong didn't answer the question, focusing only on the bag in front of her. Little fatty, I want to snatch it from you right now. Hearing this, Qianlei immediately gushed with praise for Luo Hong. Teacher certainly wouldn't do such a thing, right? How could a super beauty like you, with beauty, wisdom, strength, and grace, snatch something from your own beloved disciple? Luo Hong turned to the two of them and asked, Have you two seen what's inside the bag? The young man answered without hesitation, Yes, we have. Inside is a small gorilla, and it's still alive. Hearing this, Luo Hong seemed to awaken from a fog. A living creature, I see. No wonder life evergreen vine was used to make the bag. She looked at the sleeping creature in the bag, murmuring to herself, Extravagant, too extravagant. Luo Hong then concluded that this might be an ancient creature, not a soul beast. Qianlei was disappointed by this result. Doesn't that mean it's worthless? Luo Hong angrily scolded. Do you only see money? Only know that money is, but the young man still wore a greedy expression, pressing for the bottom price. Isn't it for saving up to buy cultivation resources, teacher? How much do you think this thing can sell for? Luo Hong answered without reservation. This soul tool array has some research value, and it's an antique. Not many of them exist, so the price would be at least around 5 million. Hearing this exorbitant price, Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei exclaimed in surprise, 5 million Federation coins, but Luo Hong suddenly poured cold water on them. What I just said was just a joke. Is it really that expensive? Hearing Luo Hong's evaluation, Qianlei was completely disappointed. What's going on? Is it worthless? From your expression, I thought it was a good item. Luo Hong saw the young man's expression and immediately began lecturing. What do you know, you brat? This is a priceless treasure. This life evergreen vine, even just a small section, is top tier. This bag is more than 10 times that length, so how do you price it? But Qianlei was still dissatisfied. If it has no price, it can't be exchanged for money, so what's the use? Lan Xuanyu, unlike this money-grubbing young man, focused on other things. Dean, what is life evergreen vine? Luo Hong's expression was serious as she explained in detail. If you underestimate this thing, then you are mistaken. The life evergreen vine grew in the center of the Life Lake stone core area in ancient times when fierce beasts lived around the Life Lake. They used the evergreen vine to survive heavenly tribulations, restore their life origin, and extend their lifespan. There's a saying that 1 inch of life evergreen vine equals 100 years. Humans using 1 inch can live for 100 years. How do you measure its value? As soon as Luo Hong finished speaking, Qianlei drooled over the allure of this item. This length is at least 30,000 years. Lan Xuanyu was equally amazed, too powerful. Looking at the two stunned young men in front of her, Luo Hong revealed a satisfied smile. Satisfied now, are you? However, Luo Hong then sternly warned, don't you two get happy too soon. The vine used to make this bag is a bit special. I need to verify what it actually is. Thus the two of them waited for time to pass. A moment later, Elder Tree's voice came from the doorway. I've been out a lot these past few days. You young rascals really don't let this old man rest. He walked in cheerfully, his face beaming with joy. Little Hong Hong, Luo Hong retorted, not to be outdone. You tell me, if all the outer court students were this restless I'd concede, but she was very angry at this moment. If I hadn't asked around and found that only you, old man, knew, I wouldn't have come looking for you. Lan Xuanyu and Qian Lei bowed respectfully. Hello, Elder Tree. He scrutinized Lan Xuanyu, praising him lavishly. Good, you've made progress. When will you come to Sea God Lake to cultivate again? This old man will personally guard you. Lan Xuanyu's face immediately lit up. Really? I was just planning to exchange for an hour today. Elder Tree seemed very generous at this moment. Exchange for what? This old man will give you special permission. Luo Hong couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted. Elder Tree, we're talking about the evergreen vine. Elder Tree then turned to ask Qian Lei, did the little fatty find it? Luo Hong quickly boasted, he's my disciple. Elder Tree politely praised Qian Lei a few times. You've taken on a good disciple. Despite being his direct disciple, Luo Hong revealed his shortcomings without mercy. Good for what? He hasn't even reached 3 rings yet. After some encouragement, Elder Tree solemnly got to the point. This bag woven from life evergreen vine that you found is of great benefit to our life faction. However, don't get too happy too soon. This is not the life-extending evergreen vine, it's just a remnant of the life evergreen vine, very good for storing energy. I can tell you directly that the little gorilla is still alive, and it's from another plane, currently in its infancy, and its own life intensity is very high. Hearing this, Qian Lei was overjoyed. It's not dead, that's great. Elder Tree suddenly made a suggestion. If you're willing, this old man can help you awaken that creature. The young man then asked some questions. How strong will it be when it grows up? Can we know? He slowly and meticulously explained. That's still unknown. From infancy to adulthood it must undergo multiple transformations. Each time completely different changes will occur, and which direction it will evolve in is currently unclear. Qian Lei, as if injected with adrenaline, excitedly responded. You mean if it acknowledges me as its master, I will have an extremely powerful creature by my side in the future? It can evolve in any direction. It could be combat-oriented or even healing and defensive, Elder Tree affirmed again, precisely. This old man can make it acknowledge you as its master. Only then did the young man confidently hand it over. Then I'll leave it to you, Elder Tree. Elder Tree slowly warned about the awakening process. It's no trouble, but it requires 8 types of 10,000-year heavenly treasures. This old man doesn't have much time, a few black badges will do. Hearing this enormous figure, Qian Lei flinched. Then I won't awaken it, he slowly gave the answer. That's also simple. I will hand it over to the Federation for research. If the Federation agrees to awaken it, that's fine, or if not, it's still very valuable as a research sample. Qian Lei trembled at the result he had just heard. As a research sample, suddenly Elder Tree spoke again. Of course I want to awaken it. It's a small life. What do you think? The young man unhesitatingly expressed the difficulty of that decision. But I don't have that many resources. Elder Tree suddenly interrupted. Who says you don't? Don't you have the life evergreen vine bag? Hearing this, Qian Lei immediately turned to his friend for advice. Xuanyu, what should I do? Lan Xuanyu said nothing, only nodded in agreement, but his heart kept screaming, no, Qian Lei. My body is being controlled again, it's completely out of my control. He shouted in a panic, trying to regain control of his body. I can't move. But Qian Lei misunderstood, quickly agreeing. Okay, I've thought it through. I've decided. Having achieved his goal, Elder Tree disappeared. Then I'll go prepare. Find me at Eternal Sky City tomorrow. Just 1 second later, Luo Hong's resentful scream echoed. Are you an idiot? How could you agree to that? Qian Lei, teary-eyed, didn't understand what had happened. You didn't stop me either. She furiously cursed him. Nonsense. For the Academy's benefit, I couldn't say anything after breaking free from control. Lan Xuanyu immediately explained. Fatty, you've fallen for it. His saying that means that bag can be exchanged for many good things. I couldn't control myself just now, that's why I nodded. His coming here personally shows he values it greatly. The young man anxiously sought Luo Hong's help. Auntie, what should I do now? Luo Hong no longer maintained her composure and immediately left. Bastard, don't let me see you again. Qian Lei looked at the scene heartbroken and could only cry for help from Lan Xuanyu. Boss, I'm in so much pain. Save me. You looked at the person in front of you, powerless. Snot and tears, don't get them on me. But he couldn't bear to abandon him, so he offered advice. Tomorrow you act pitiful and ask for some benefits. Elder Tree should give them. A moment later, outside the school, after the two parted ways, Lan Xuanyu was walking away when suddenly a shout came from afar. Brother Xuanyu, Enwei rushed out from somewhere and pounced on him. Brother Xuanyu. One of his eyes had now turned purple. Enwei excitedly recounted his joy to Lan Xuanyu. Thank you, Brother Xuanyu. My martial soul has evolved. It might be a second awakening, mainly in terms of bloodline. I'm no longer afraid of Tang Yuge. He nodded in encouragement. Glad you're okay. But Lan Xuanyu looked outside, feeling a little worried. I wonder how Lu Feng and Xianxia are doing. Is Feng's all right? Why hasn't he come back yet? Suddenly, Lu Feng walked in from outside the door. Sorry, he panted as if he had just run a 100-meter dash. I'm late. Lan Xuanyu was very confused by the changes in Lu Feng's body. Why, when Lu Feng came over, did my bloodline seem to tremble joyfully? Xiao Kai didn't scold him, just gently said, alright, quickly sit down, let's start class. Lan Xuanyu anxiously asked Fengzi, are you alright? Lu Feng didn't answer, instead showing him this. Then he stretched out his hand looking at the changes in his arm. Lan Xuanyu was astonished. It succeeded, but then a hint of doubt arose in his heart. I seem to have seen these scales before. In yesterday's dream, that giant white dragon, that might have been the White Dragon King. The scales on the White Dragon didn't have this shimmering effect. After class, Lan Xuanyu quietly told Qianlei about Lu Feng's situation. The young man immediately pounced on him, acting spoiled. Boss, I want one too. That scene made the girls behind them chatter. Lan Xuanyu knocked Qianlei on the head, then gave him an idea. What are you thinking? We'll talk after dinner. Just then, Xiao Kai called Lu Feng again. Lu Feng, come here for a moment. Lu Feng was a little confused but still followed him. A moment later, outside the school, Qianlei's excited voice rang out. Boss, back to the dorm, hurry. I'm not afraid of pain, not afraid of hardship. Let's go into the simulation pod. Suddenly, Mengchen reappeared, startling Xuanyu. With an unhappy look, she told him about Qianchu's situation. Qianchu didn't come to class today and we can't reach her. I want to go check on her. Are you coming? Xuanyu thought it was a good idea and immediately agreed, also reminding, she said her head hurt yesterday, but she seemed fine when she came back. How about we ask a teacher to help open her dorm and check? But Mengchen disagreed. Academy rules don't allow opening dorms at will and there's a life form alarm system. But let's go check anyway. Xuanyu didn't argue. Okay, Qianlei also wanted to join in the fun. Boss, I want to go with you too. A few minutes later at Qianchu's dorm, Mengchen was using her flying soul skill to observe inside. Xuanyu, seeing her land, quickly asked about the situation. How is it? Qianlei's gaze, however, was focused solely on the ability brought by the flying soul skill, exclaiming, so amazing. She frowned slightly, recounting what she saw. Can't see clearly, some flickering lights, maybe she's in deep meditation. Hearing this, Xuanyu calmly replied, it's good that she's okay, you can come back and check tonight. Mengchen, seeing his attitude, immediately became annoyed. Why do I feel like something's off with you? Shouldn't you be very worried right now? Xuanyu still thought the situation was normal. Changes in cultivation are very common. Besides, didn't you tell me not to get close to her? She was choked by this remark, then angrily left. Are you stupid? After a small interlude, Xuanyu also strode back to his dorm. Qianlei peeked in, surprised. Why are there so many people in the room? Even the dean is here? Luo Hong, seeing the two of them, was very displeased by their lateness. Finally back, I've been waiting for you. Lu Feng finished telling the teachers about his 2 awakenings. This immediately piqued the interest of all the teachers. Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng were then taken to his office. Luo Hong and Xiao Kai made demands of their students. Lu Feng, release your martial soul. Lu Feng agreed without hesitation. Yes, immediately his entire body was enveloped by a powerful force. When you observed this scene, feeling a sense of shock, the 3rd soul ring has become a 10,000-year soul ring. Xiao Kai calmly made a simple request. Lu Feng, punch me. Lu Feng agreed expressionlessly. Yes, but at this moment he still stood motionless, showing no intention of attacking. However, just 1 second later, Lu Feng vanished, leaving only a puff of smoke. Immediately he silently appeared before Xiao Kai. An extremely powerful punch landed directly on him, greatly surprising Xiao Kai. So fast. Xuanyu, observing from outside, also marveled at this speed. Lu Feng's specialty was originally speed, and this time it has more than doubled. Plus, the scales seem to have light radiation properties, making him appear to vanish suddenly. Xiao Kai was very satisfied with this result. Good, the improvement is indeed significant. Luo Hong only asked her question after observing, tell me about your 2 awakening processes. Lan Xuanyu, you can supplement. Everyone was very surprised after hearing the description of the awakening process. They hadn't expected Lan Xuanyu to trigger 2 awakenings and for 2 people. In everyone's eyes, Xuanyu had now reached a new level. This kid was practically a national treasure. After a while in the simulation pod, Luo Hong's resonant voice sounded, alright, one more try. Qianlei, you try. Everyone entered the simulation pod. They entered the Duluo world, preparing to test Lan Xuanyu's abilities again. Luo Hong spoke to reassure. If Qianlei explodes here, he will recover immediately. We will also provide protection, so don't worry, just go all out. Xuanyu and Qianlei, seeing her concern for them, obediently agreed. Yes, okay. Seizing the opportunity, Xuanyu turned to signal his teammates. Then let's get ready to start. Qianlei, hearing this, couldn't help but feel excited. Come on, let me evolve. The 4 people here silently observed their 2 students. Immediately after, Xuanyu stretched out his hands and unleashed his skill. In an instant, the ice silk wrapped around his hands shot out. Seeing this scene, Luo Hong immediately guessed what was happening. Here it comes. Seeing a pile of silk threads wrapped around his body, Qianlei immediately concentrated the energy within him. Come on. Xuanyu also became nervous at this moment. The surrounding energy beams began to gather, witnessed by the 2 teachers. Qianlei compressed all his power within his body. In an instant, his entire body rapidly ignited with energy, on the verge of exploding. However, Qianlei's energy suddenly evaporated completely, leaving nothing behind. The 2 were silent at this moment, not saying a word. After waiting for a long time, nothing happened, and the 2 were utterly bewildered, not knowing how to react. Seeing this, Luo Hong couldn't help but be astonished. "What's going on?" Qianlei asked his friend, puzzled. "Did you start?" Qianlei was also a bit at a loss. "Did I start? Didn't you feel anything?" Hearing this, Qianlei replied, "Yes, no, it wasn't like this before. The two blue-silver grasses simultaneously enhanced me and I couldn't bear it, I would explode." Knowing his friend was a bit worried, Xuanyu decided to try again. "Then I'll try again." Qianlei immediately followed suit. "Okay," so the two quickly transferred energy again. "I'm coming, come on." However, after a while the two were silent again, and no miracle happened. Qianlei felt unbalanced and very unhappy. "Why do I feel nothing at all?" Xuanyu saw that the situation was a bit off but didn't know how to explain. This, Qianlei still couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. "Where did your ability go?" Thinking, Xuanyu suddenly recalled past events. "Dean, yesterday I auctioned a colorful gem and when I wore it to cultivate, my bloodline changed. Is this the reason?" So they checked again all morning and found that Lan Xuanyu's ability was indeed ineffective. Why did I miss out again? At the interstellar center, Xuanyu quietly walked over. Seeing the familiar figure, Xuanyu politely greeted. "Hello, teacher." Zhen Hua happened to speak softly. "Do you know that what happened today is a good thing for you? If you now have the ability to help others achieve a second awakening, you will immediately be heavily protected by the inner court and undergo special training. Once your ability is confirmed, the Federation will not allow you to be exploited by criminals. Of course, you must be excessively protected, which will make you lose your freedom, lose the most important things." After a while, he stepped forward and continued, "For the next period, pay attention to being humble. Even if you make great progress, don't show it too obviously. In the future, if you have any changes, you must tell me first." Upon hearing this, Xuanyu immediately understood. "Yes, teacher." Zhen Hua's hand suddenly gently caressed his small head. He firmly instructed, "You must protect yourself well. I should also diligently fulfill my duties as a teacher. Today's lesson is me chasing and killing you," with pain adjusted to 50. Immediately after, Xuanyu's voice echoed through the sky, tearfully. "No." In the afternoon, Lan Xuanyu truly experienced what cruelty was. This left an indelible shadow on his young mind. Qianlei at this moment was blindfolded and taken to an unfamiliar place where a familiar voice rang out. "Here we are, this is Eternal Sky City." Qianlei, seeing this strange and profound space, couldn't help but be surprised. Elder Tree happened to turn his head and say, "Little Fatty looks very cute. If it weren't for the life evergreen vine's vital essence being too precious to us, this old man really wouldn't bear to hand you over to them. It has a very vigorous life aura. Little Fatty, you must cultivate it well in the future." Receiving the other party's praise, Qianlei was a bit shy. "I certainly will." Elder Tree didn't wait long and quickly began to perform his skill. "Then let's begin. You sit in the center. Afterwards, no matter what changes occur, you must not move." Qianlei didn't think much and obediently followed suit. Yes, immediately, the bag suddenly appeared before Elder Tree. In an instant it radiated dazzling light emanating from within like sunlight. Seeing this scene, Qianlei was astonished, his mouth agape. Just then, the image of Golden Fatty, who was sleeping soundly, appeared. As soon as he saw the little fellow, Qianlei was somewhat surprised and a little confused. Elder Tree didn't hesitate, reaching out his hand, and threads of energy slowly fell upon Golden Fatty. Elder Tree's gaze was fixed on the little fellow without a word. After a while, a ball of light emerged from his hand and was sent towards Golden Fatty. In an instant, the energy ball grew larger and larger, absorbing all the surrounding light, and immediately condensed into a tiny speck of light, clinging tightly to Elder Tree's fingertip. Seeing this scene, Luo Hong seemed somewhat confused. Meanwhile, Elder Tree gently touched Golden Fatty's forehead with his fingertip. In an instant, that speck of light immediately emanated from Golden Fatty's spiritual sea, and at the same time a huge amount of energy emanated from the Eternal Tree, filling the surroundings. Because he had used a large amount of his own energy, Elder Tree was a bit tired, but still did not forget to signal Qianlei. "Little Fatty, quickly bite your finger and press your blood on its forehead. This old man has put a lot on the line this time." Hearing this, Qianlei seemed a bit at a loss and became scared. "Do I still have to bite my finger? Will it hurt?" Seeing him hesitate, Xuanyu couldn't help but scold, "Listen to Elder Tree, idiot." Qianlei, seeing this, had no choice but to obey. "Yes," Luo Hong silently observed from her side, analyzing in her heart. "That drop is Elder Tree's life essence. Even at full power, he can only produce a few drops. I didn't expect him to be willing to damage his origin for this. This little monkey will be very powerful in the future." Qianlei began to bite his finger hard, and after the blood seeped out, he quickly pressed it on the little fellow's forehead. In an instant, a ray of light emanated from Qianlei's fingertip. Qianlei was unexpected and had no time to react. His finger was sucked in. The energy just now inadvertently made his wound sting a bit. Golden Fatty also opened its eyes at this moment, and the two happened to meet each other's gaze. Qianlei stood frozen for 5 seconds. Qianlei felt his body tremble, and then his body began to produce violent soul power fluctuations. There seemed to be a force secretly urging his soul power to circulate. The little fellow flew into midair, its gaze fixed on Qianlei. The two remained silent like this. A few seconds later, Golden Fatty immediately flew over and slammed into Qianlei's chest. Two forces erupted simultaneously, radiating light. An abnormal change occurred within Qianlei's body. Despite the discomfort, he stubbornly persevered, feeling a lot of energy pouring into him. Seeing the tense situation, Luo Hong quickly spoke, Elder Tree, what should we do? However, Elder Tree's attitude remained calm and he spoke to reassure. It's fine, Little Fatty's origin is rising and their life imprints are connected. Harming Little Fatty also harms itself, so it will be fine. Meanwhile, a golden soul ring phantom appeared around Qianlei. Seeing this scene, Luo Hong suddenly realized something. A heterochromatic soul ring. Heterochromatic soul rings have existed in history, but dark gold is a first. A 10,000-year little beast combined with Elder Tree's life essence appeared. It's truly a treasure. Qianlei also dared to open his eyes at this moment, and feeling no abnormal sounds he began to look for the little fellow. Where's that little gorilla? What? It fused with me, and a dark golden soul ring appeared, and I even broke through 3 rings. Seeing this, Luo Hong immediately asked him to try his third soul skill. Sure enough, an energy circle suddenly appeared before Qianlei and Golden Fatty also suddenly appeared beside him. Seeing the change in the little fellow's appearance, Qianlei couldn't help but be confused. Why has it gotten so much fatter? It was so small just now. And now it's fatter and larger. Immediately after, Golden Fatty hugged him and kissed him incessantly, making him helplessly push it away. Stop kissing me. Luo Hong then spoke. You retract it and see if your body has changed. Qianlei immediately followed suit, so the little fellow was also immediately retracted and disappeared. Qianlei suddenly noticed something was wrong. Teacher, it seems to be absorbing my life force. Elder Tree calmly walked over and explained to the two. Its life core is very powerful and its recovery requires a lot of energy. You must absorb life energy. You can replenish it by eating, but it's best to use sea god lake water, otherwise it will drain you dry. Until the next day, Golden Fatty was still happily devouring the food on the table, completely disregarding its owner's helplessness. Seeing the little fellow's situation gradually improving, Xuanyu suddenly blurted out, "It's alive." A familiar voice suddenly echoed throughout the academy. "Xuanyu, I'm ruined, I'm so miserable." Xuanyu hearing this asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you?" Qianlei immediately yelled, both scared and helpless. "What do you mean, why am I so unlucky? This chubby gorilla not only took my third soul ring, which is useless, but it's also absorbing my life force." Xuanyu, seeing his friend's despair, quickly comforted him. "I think it might be very special. Maybe it will become stronger when it grows up." Just then, someone suddenly called his name, startling Xuanyu. The familiar figure in the distance replied, "I called them, even Lunatic and Wei Wei. I want everyone to help me figure out a solution." It turned out that Mengchen and Xianxia were waiting there. Xuanyu was somewhat surprised, not understanding what was happening. Seeing the little girl looking at the other person with a hidden meaning in her eyes, Xuanyu couldn't help but feel curious. Why do Dong Qianxia's eyes seem to be filled with complex emotions? As soon as she saw him, she quickly motioned, "Come here for a moment, come with me." Sister Mengchen, quickly help me think of a solution. Xuanyu felt confused and asked, "What's wrong?" Qianxia looked straight ahead while also asking for information. "Is your surname really Lan? Are your parents surnamed Lan too? Also, how exactly did you sense that gem?" Seeing that the other person had some similarities to himself, Xuanyu was startled and said, "You can also tell it's unusual, right?" The little girl still maintained that posture and replied, "I didn't notice at first, but then I sensed it a little, especially when you changed." After a while, the two walked in silence. After a long hesitation, Xuanyu finally spoke to explain, "My father's surname is Lan, and my mother's surname is Nan. This gem is undoubtedly related to my dragon bloodline, which is why I can sense the changes in the crystal. The dragon aura in my body resonated with the crystal." Hearing this, Qianxia fell silent, hiding many inexpressible feelings in her heart. The little girl pondered for a long time, then finally turned around, looking at the other person with a sorrowful gaze. Lunatic also tried 2 blue-silver grass aids and his martial soul underwent a second awakening, like the White Dragon King bloodline, becoming much stronger. "My bloodline also seems to have just awakened." Hearing this, Xuanyu suddenly noticed an anomaly. "You didn't come to class yesterday because of this. No wonder you asked those strange questions." Qianxia was somewhat surprised. "You really aren't surnamed Tang but your bloodline." Sensing the strangeness in the other person's words, Xuanyu blankly asked in return, "You're asking such strange questions, how could my surname be Tang?" The little girl explained expressionlessly. "Isn't it? No, it must be. The aura is very similar, and that gem, I've seen it before." Xuanyu didn't think much of it and simply sighed. "Did you call me out just to say this? Your second awakening is an excellent thing. It's a pity I can't help others." Qianlei was still in pain. Meanwhile, Xuanyu's figure suddenly appeared and Jiyu in his eyes, which were filled with complex emotions. The girl looked at him as if she had guessed something. That's right, he must be that person's descendant, at least that person's bloodline. Qianxia felt much lighter in her heart at this moment. She had once feared that person. "Let's go back," Xuanyu said, wanting to take her with him. "Perhaps that chubby ape isn't completely useless. Let's go check it out." However, a moment later, Qianxia suddenly took his hand. "If I can never find him, then the favor I owe him, I'll repay it to this person." In his astonished gaze, she said nothing, only thinking silently to herself. Though Xuanyu looked surprised at Qianxia's retreating figure, he said nothing. Then the girl gently smiled, pulled him, and led the way. By this point, even if Qianlei realized he had drawn the short straw, it was too late. "What do you all think I should do?" Seeing her friend staring at her, Qianxia blushed and let go of Xuanyu's hand. Seeing her shy demeanor, he gently smiled and vowed. Then Xuanyu stepped forward to comfort his friend. "Don't worry, a blessing in disguise. I think the most pressing matter is to give it a name." Qianlei felt an increased sense of powerlessness upon hearing this. "Go ahead and mock my misfortune. What name? Everyone help me think." A moment later, Xuanyu began to analyze. We all call you Fatty Qian and you love money the most, so let's call it Golden Fatty. Adding both sides, it's Golden Fatty. Oh, didn't Elder Tree say we could give it Sea God Lake water? How about we spend 3 gold badges to cultivate at Sea God Lake? If it can drink more than 30 liters of Sea God Lake water, we'll make a huge profit. Hearing this, Qianlei asked doubtfully, but can it drink 30 liters? He cleverly replied. In such a short time, how much has it already eaten? Can a normal stomach hold that much? No pain, no gain. If this can entice its body to evolve, giving it at least some ability to help you, we'll earn even more. Seeing that his friend's explanation made sense, Qianlei, though helpless, still complied. Alright, let's do it. 3 gold badges are only 600,000 Federation coins. I can afford it. Golden Fatty, you'd better drink your heart out then. The next day, Xuanyu spoke in class. Before distributing tasks today, the creation of battle armor can no longer be delayed. It must begin immediately. Everyone has 3 days to choose an auxiliary profession to prepare for creating one-word battle armor. Have you all tried it? Hearing this, Qianlei confidently replied, I've tried it. I chose design. My spiritual power is high, so design shouldn't be a problem. Lu Feng also stated his choice nearby. I choose to engrave core formations. I'm more patient and I'm quite interested in this area. We heard from our teachers that creating battle armor requires sufficient perseverance, but the most important thing is comprehension. We think you can do it. Meanwhile, Xuanyu couldn't help but smile in agreement. Xuanyu listened and could only reluctantly comply. Then you choose for me. A silver-white spaceship flew steadily in the air. Woolen staring intently out the window as if he had many unspoken feelings but couldn't express them. Immediately after, Qingling approached him with a wine glass and started a conversation. You're such a boring person, only drinking plain water. Wouldn't some wine be better? Hearing this, Woolen turned around and replied, I'll stick to water. Water's fine. She didn't think much and asked directly, Suit yourself. Why are you on the mother planet this time? Is it because there are many prominent nobles in Mingdu on the mother planet? Do you know how much money you have now? He retorted. What does it matter whether I know or not, and money isn't useful to me anyway, it's all yours, and you'll manage it all, won't you? Qingling was speechless after hearing this. She stared at him silently, her heart a little stirred. He's always like this. Aside from that sense of distance, he really is the best to me. Every time I look into his eyes at his smile, I can't get angry. Tangla, thinking, Qingling awkwardly asked, I have a question for you. Did you ever have a girlfriend before? Hearing this, Woolen froze for a moment, pondering, girlfriend. Suddenly, a glimmer of light unexpectedly flashed in his subconscious. Some familiar things flashed through his mind, making Woolen feel surprised. In an instant, Jiu Yuina's figure suddenly appeared in his eyes. Woolen couldn't help but be shocked immediately. Seeing his panicked expression, Qingling quickly asked, What's wrong? He spoke to reassure. Nothing, old habit. I remembered some things. I think I have a girlfriend. She immediately became curious. A girlfriend? Where is she? Woolen remembered, but still couldn't fully recall. I don't know, I can't remember. In the Tinluo star zone, Jiu Yuina stood quietly by the lake. She gently closed her eyes, feeling the tranquil atmosphere around her, saying nothing. So many years had passed and Nana was still as beautiful, her appearance unchanged in the slightest. She lived a calm, repetitive life every day, teaching classes, taking walks, rarely going out. After standing for a long time, Jiu Yuina thought irritably, I wonder how Xuanyu and Qianchu are doing. That's right. It's been a long time since I've seen them. They're at Shrek Academy. I don't know why, but every time I think of that name, my emotions fluctuate a bit. When I have a chance in the future, I'll go there and see. Maybe I can remember something. Back in Qianlei's dorm, Qianlei was still interrogating his little ape. Golden Fatty, can we fuse? The little guy looked puzzled, and Qianlei, seeing this, was helpless. It seems it doesn't understand. Xuanyu immediately comforted his friend. Qianlei, it's very smart. Just show it directly. Xuanyu unhesitatingly summoned a dragon. It walked in front of Golden Fatty. As soon as it saw its opponent, the little guy was instantly stunned. In an instant, Golden Fatty immediately displayed an angry demeanor, and a bloodline fluctuation suddenly erupted around it. Seeing this, it was immediately scared and trembling, not daring to attack. Golden Fatty pounced and attacked its opponent like this. However, the little guy just kept biting and gnawing at the dragon, without any miraculous power emanating, but enough to make its opponent too scared to move. Seeing this scene, both of them froze, not understanding what was happening. What's going on? Golden Fatty clearly has no soul power at all and no innate abilities. The little guy just kept biting its opponent like this. Although the dragon was larger, it remained motionless. Qianlei's voice sounded doubtfully. Why isn't the speed dragon resisting at all, letting it bite? After observing for a long time, Xuanyu also found the answer. It seems it can deter dragons because of its bloodline. Qianlei controlled Golden Fatty to fuse with the speed dragon. After Qianlei transformed, he slowly walked forward and gestured to the little ape. How is it? Did you understand? Let's try fusing too. The little guy immediately looked aggrieved. Seeing its expression, Qianlei couldn't help but yell unhappily, Hey, what kind of look is that? If you don't fuse with me, I won't give you delicious food. At that moment, Qianlei signaled to the other party. Come on, Golden Fatty. Although the little guy was unwilling, it could only reluctantly comply. In an instant, a flash of light appeared like lightning between the two. Seeing this, Xuanyu couldn't help but be surprised. Golden Fatty and Little Fatty, that's Golden Money Fatty. Qianlei finally fused with the little guy. His body became larger, and it felt good. The fusion time seemed much longer than when fusing with other soul beasts, and the power also seemed greater. Seeing this, Xuanyu wanted to try punching his friend. Immediately, the two exchanged a punch, creating a huge shockwave that swept through them. Feeling the breakthrough of energy within him, Qianlei felt excited. His strength indeed increased significantly. This is interesting. After observing for a long time, Xuanyu asked doubtfully, "Any other feelings?" Hearing this, Qianlei calmly replied, "After fusing, I can understand its thoughts. It told me the food ran away. It really wants to eat that speed dragon from earlier." Xuanyu immediately understood. It seems it's the bane of sub-dragons. This might be one of its characteristics. A few seconds later, Qianlei was still excited, deciding to try out his new strength. "Boss, let's go cultivate at Sea God Lake tonight. I've made up my mind. I also need to take Golden Fatty to eat a meal later." While Xuanyu also had an agenda at that time. "This afternoon I need to try forging." Just then, Qianchu walked over and offered to go together. "I'm a little interested in forging too. I'll go with you." Xuanyu was a bit surprised to hear this, so the two went to the forging room together. Along the way, they walked in silence. A moment later, Xuanyu spoke first. "How did you come to think of watching forging? I remember you seem to like design." Hearing this, the girl glanced at him and replied, "I just wanted to see. Is that not allowed? Is this you not wanting me to come along?" Seeing Qianchu a little angry, he quickly retorted, "No." Suddenly, the girl grabbed his hand and said, "Then let's go quickly." Qianchu quickly pulled her friend forward. Seeing this, his heart suddenly fluttered. She actively took my hand. Her ears are so red. The two walked silently like this. As soon as they arrived at their destination, Qianchu froze. The girl suddenly spoke. "Xuanyu, I'm sorry." He was a bit confused to hear this. "Why are you saying sorry?" At this moment, Qianchu only blushed and said nothing, thinking. The girl awkwardly explained, "When I first came to the academy, Mengchen often teased us. I was a little embarrassed and didn't like people talking about us, so I deliberately kept my distance from you. I'm sorry." Hearing this, Xuanyu suddenly froze for 5 seconds. A moment later, he looked a bit troubled. "You didn't do anything wrong." Qianchu was silent for a long time, then smiled and looked at him. "You're right, I didn't do anything wrong." The girl quickly ran off. "Let's go." Seeing this, Xuanyu quickly chased after her. "Hey, wait for me." A gust of wind suddenly passed under the cherry blossom trees. After a while, the two finally arrived at their destination. Xuanyu said, "That's the Shrek Forging Association ahead." Hearing this, Qianchu calmly replied, "Okay, I'm leaving then." He unexpectedly retorted, "Didn't you want to come and see with me?" The girl turned her face and gently sneered. "Who wants to see? Forging is such a rough business and not for me, and I'm sure I'd sweat." "Suit yourself." With that, Qianchu flew off in a hurry, leaving Xuanyu without a chance to answer all his questions. "Don't run." He watched silently, saying nothing. The girl's image suddenly appeared in Xuanyu's mind. She actually wanted to be with me, which is why she came here, and she even apologized for keeping her distance earlier. At that moment, Xuanyu suddenly realized the other's feelings. "Qianchu," a voice suddenly sounded. "Shrek Forging Association, let's go in and see." So Xuanyu was led to a room. "Junior brother, since you want to learn forging, try it in this room first. You can register after you've tried it. Above are some rare metals. Junior brother, just pick one you like and try it. Forging isn't much, it's just hammering." He looked around, unable to help but be surprised. "So many, which one should I choose?" Xuanyu walked silently forward, looking at the materials nearby. The fuel stones were neatly arranged, making it easy for him to observe. Walking to the last one, Xuanyu suddenly stopped. He stared wide-eyed at the last stone. A moment later, Xuanyu reached out and picked it up. He was a little puzzled. "It looks very ordinary, but why can't my eyes leave it?" So Xuanyu decided to choose that stone. "Senior brother, I've chosen." Senior brother Ming looked at the stone and replied, "Heavy silver, a good choice." He unhesitatingly moved to the next step. "Bring it here, I'll teach you how to use it." He obediently complied. "Okay." Senior brother Ming pointed at the tools and explained, "This is the forging table with buttons on it. You need to heat it before forging. The furnace will heat the metal to the right temperature, then lift it, making it easier to shape. After that, you can start trying. This is your forging hammer. Hold it steady." After a while, Xuanyu picked up the forging hammer and stepped forward to try it himself. "Then I'll try." At that moment, he closed his eyes, feeling the energy within his body. "I heard that during forging you need to concentrate and use your spiritual power to feel the changes in the metal during the process. The heavy silver has already softened. Now is the time to start." In an instant, Xuanyu slammed the forging table hard. The stone now had a dent caused by him. "Although the heavy silver has a dent on its surface, this elasticity shocked me to the core," he observed and encouraged. "Good strength."